The sun was rising in the east. The roofs of the houses turned purple. The lovers, holding hands, looked down at the valley still in the full gloom. The young man's eyes sparkled. Luosi, tomorrow you will be my wife, and we'll be together forever. Spend the rest of my life with you. It's beautiful. Luoshi mysteriously said, Zhaojun, I have a gift for you. A question appeared in the young man's eyes. What gift have you prepared for me? And then a sharp blade flashed. Luoshi resolutely stabbed the blade into the young man's chest. A punch, another punch. Luoshi's eyes were cold and determined. Luo! Zhaojun shrieked. Luoshi didn't stop. Another blow. Zhaojun groaned in pain. Luoshi, why did you do this to me? You can't blame me. You have no right to do that. The girl's hand touched Zhaojun, and the young man, losing his balance, began to fall from the roof down into the darkness. Luoshi said after him, You only have yourself to blame for what happened. Why, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to die, shouted Zhaojun, retreating downwards. And then the rising sun illuminated the young man falling down. Terror froze on his face. He saw the sun in all its glory. A ray of sunlight struck him at the spot where Luosi had stuck her blade. Blood oozed from his mouth. The young man's face was numb with horror. Zhaojun shouted in his sleep in his bed. Was it a dream? Zhaojun touched the spot where the wound should be. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Where am I now? Am I alive? What's wrong with me? Zhaojun sat perplexed on the edge of the bed. There was the sound of a door opening. Jenner, you've finally come to your senses. His mother stood on the doorstep. His mother was scared to death. If anything had happened to Jenner, she wouldn't have survived it. Mom? A flash of surprise flashed through the young man's mind. He was going through a brainstorm. A vapor appeared on his face. How so? Tianyuan Kingdom. Son of a nobleman. A worthless bastard. I was reborn after 300 years. His mom was concerned. Decided to get him some medicine. The woman came out of her son's room. It's been 300 years. Luoshi, you have caused me so much pain. I swear on my title of martial emperor, if you are still alive, I will kill you. The young man's eyes shone with anger. And then, a young man came into the room, kicked open the door with his foot. Haha, this pile of trash hasn't died yet? He uttered in amazement. He grabbed Zhao Yan by the throat. He decided to teach him a lesson. Zhao Yan was surprised. That's right, you're still alive, you're very lucky. Jenner decided that he wanted to kill the young master of this house. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed back. A bunch of trash who, at 15 years of age, has not yet awakened his spiritual roots, thinks he can call himself a young master? Jenner lowered his head. You are forbidden to take part in the ceremony that will take place in 3 days. Otherwise, the young man raised his fist above his head, swinging it at Jenner. Jenner's hand easily stopped her opponent's lunge. Otherwise what? Said Jenner with equanimity. The young man was very indignant. Haha, grinned Jenner. Is that the best he could do? Is he looking for death? Even after my reincarnation, defeating an insect like you won't be difficult. The young man boiled with rage. He pounced on Jenner, but Jenner grabbed his groin and squeezed him as hard as he could. That hurt. Ah! The young man screamed. Tears sprang involuntarily from his eyes. He fell to the floor and began squirming in terrible pain. How dare you raise your hand against me, young man? The young man stood up. The blade glinted as it was taken out of its sheath. Zhao Chen, no one will definitely be able to save you today. The blade was pointed towards Zhao Chen. Mother's footsteps were heard. Zhao Yan, what are you trying to do? Mother warned that if Zhao Yan tried to attack him, she would have to call the disciplinary elders. It's definitely not worth it, Zhao Yan thought to himself. He put the blade back in its scabbard. He decided to deal with the young man after the ceremony. As he left the room, Zhao Yan said, Aunt Zhao, it has become dangerous outside. I advise you not to let him go out alone. Who knows what might happen to him out there? Why does he walk so strangely? My mother wondered as she looked at the young man. He must be sick with something, grinned Jur in response. The moon rose. It was a full moon. After his rebirth, all of his past life's labors were gone. Jenner sat meditating. But the knowledge hadn't disappeared. With his experience, reaching the martial emperor realm would be a matter of time. A ball of fire appeared on the young man's fingers. Show yourself. The orb began to grow in size. A heaven. Devouring heaven technique appeared in his hand. Even though it's a forbidden technique, I have no other choice. Everyone knows that once the spiritual root is awakened, nothing can be changed. But with this technique, I will be able to absorb the roots of others and improve my own. In time, my spiritual root will reach the level of true geniuses. Jenner continued to meditate. BJJ. A black hole appeared in his chest. Ah! Jenner exclaimed. He dropped to all fours in surprise. What is it? Began to shout to Jenner. Why is she here? His eyes burned. When he discovered the heaven-devouring technique, that energy entered his body. He didn't think that the energy was still in him. Jenner is going through a stage of assimilation. And oh, miracle, the black hole began to fade away. Perhaps he was reborn thanks to her. He hopes that in the future, he will be able to find out what it is. A crane soared over the practice area. The training didn't stop for a second. This is where the training energy is most concentrated. There are only 3 days left until the ceremony begins. Xiaochen crouched down on the meditation training ground. There were indignant exclamations behind the young man's back. The crowd was indignant. Why is he here? You're nothing! The shouts turned into insults, growing louder and louder. How dare you show up here? Get out of here! Xiao Tian, the grandson of the second elder, had awakened with a yellow rank root and had already reached the initial stage of the yellow stage. Someone from the crowd started to bully Zhao Chen. You dare say something back? I said, get out! The young man was burning with anger. How dare you even speak to me? You must be looking for death. He had insulted Zhao Tian. The crowd was murmuring, didn't they say that he would be bedridden for a long time? Take my first punch. A fist flew past his head. But his opponent calmly dodged it. Zhao Chen swung around. Now it's your turn. Zhao Chen's fist slammed into his opponent's jaw with lightning speed. How so? The astonished crowd began to shout. Who did you call a lowlife? Zhao Chen said to his crushed opponent. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Stay away from me. The loser pleaded with horror. It's already too late, Zhao Chen said coldly. All pay their respects to the elder. An elder has appeared. He simply adores Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian wrapped his arms around the elder's legs and began to complain about Zhao Chen with a cry. If you had come later, I would probably be dead by now. The elder indignantly called Zhao Chen a scum who wanted to kill the best warrior. The elder decided to teach Zhao Chen a lesson because the Grand Marquis was apparently unable to do so. Everyone around them became numb from the intense pressure that the elder had created. They could do nothing about it. Ha! That's it? Is he trying to scare me? Zhao Chen was surprised. Zhao Chen concluded that the elder couldn't tell the difference between truth and lies. This decision of the elder could not be called fair. The elder was surprised that this young man could withstand such pressure. Who the hell are you to lecture me? The elder shrieked. Zhao Chen decided to fight the elder. In the Tianyuan realm, there are only 6 stages of development. Yellow, black, earthly, heavenly, innate, and elevation stage. Only masters of the innate stage can use voice transmission. But this young man hasn't even awakened his spirit root yet. How is that even possible? It would be better for you to be quiet, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Otherwise, you will continue practicing the sun flame technique. The poison in your heart will continue to accumulate, and you will die in 7 days. The young man's eyes glittered with anger. Ah! The elder began to shout. He never told anyone about it. How did that kid find out? Zhao Chen ordered the elder to obey, gave him 3 seconds to think about it. 3. Just then, the defeated warrior stood between them and shouted to Zhao Chen to obey the elder. 2. Zhao Chen pronounced, Where's your self-confidence gone? Why should he trust a young man like you? Life or death? It's up to you. 1. Zhao Chen pronounced, If there's a chance of survival, it's worth the risk. On your knees. There was a shout. The elder ordered the defeated youth to kneel down and beg Zhao Chen's forgiveness. The crowd was horrified. Did the grand elder reprimand him? Why did he stand up for Zhao Chen? Zhao Chen smirked that someone wanted to go against him. The young man who had been defeated became like a child. He cried and clung to the elder. The elder kicked him with his foot and sent him away, and ordered him to apologize to Zhao Chen. And so it happened. He bowed down and begged for forgiveness. Zhao Chen chased him away. Now, the elder is also asking Zhao Chen to help him deal with the fire poison. Zhao Chen agreed under 2 conditions. To keep today's incident a secret, and to obey him in everything. The elder didn't like it. Zhao Chen didn't give up. Either agree or die. The elder agreed. So Zhao Chen told the elder what he should do. For 7 days the elder shall take twice daily the urine of this little one. The elder didn't believe it. He thought that Zhao Chen was deceiving him. Zhao Chen said that the urine was full of energy and would handle the elder's poison. I had to trust the elder this time. At night on a full moon, the sound of the wind can be heard. Janchen meditates while sitting on a mat. The black hole in his chest appeared again, and the red heart pulsed in time with his breathing. It's been 3 days of meditation. Mom knocked on the door. The initiation ceremony is about to begin. The door creaked open. Chenner went with his mother for the initiation ceremony. The sacrificial altar of the Marquis family. Everyone raves about him. The altar is gorgeous. To win, Zhao Chen must awaken his spiritual roots. Someone shouted at him. This someone resents Zhao Chen's appearance at the ceremony. Despite his warning, Zhao Chen is indifferent. He decisively punched his opponent in the chest. Zhao Chen took the frightened mom by the hand and led her further. The enraged opponent did not relent. Someone in the crowd tried to stop the angry young man. But the guards at the ceremony called for calm with their entire appearance. He decided to straighten out Zhao Chen after the initiation. Everyone's already gathered, and began to murmur, condemning Zhao Chen. And now the time has come. Solemn beginning of the sacrificial rite of awakening spiritual roots. A drum gong sounded. The crowd exclaimed. The elder suggested that everyone donate some of their blood to the altar. And all in a united effort, they bare their hand. Zhao Chen also joined them. A drop of blood from his finger rushed down the aisle. The sacrificial altar changed color. What's happening to him? There were whispers all around. The tension was building. The warrior has awakened to his spiritual roots, and it started happening to everyone in the vicinity. Only Zhen Chen was silent. They began to laugh at him. They told each other that Zhen Chen would fail this year too, and only the mom believed in her son. I don't believe it, shouted everyone in the neighborhood. Zhen Chen tensed up. He couldn't miss another chance. He wasn't satisfied with his usual fate. He demanded an awakening of spiritual roots, and again his chest heaved. Spiritual light poured into the black hole. The elder was surprised and pondered while looking at Zhen Chen. A miracle has happened. Zhen Chen has awakened his spiritual roots. The wisest of the elders declared the ceremony complete. Zhen Chen is forced to restrain the immense strength within himself. No one believed him, and everyone laughed at him. Zhen Chen blew his luck, everyone said. Zhen Chen held back his strength. He knew that these people around him wouldn't understand the heaven-devouring technique. Spiritual roots have been awakened. The road of revenge has begun. Luo Si, beware. Zhen Chen imagined how he would deal with Luo Shi. Mom suggested that Chen wait for the master and get out of here. But no one wanted to let them go. There were people approaching Zhao Chen and his mom. It was that young man whose scrotum had been injured by Zhen Chen's hand. Zhao Chen's mom was greatly surprised. Zhao Chen reassured his mother, for he had awakened his spiritual roots. But once again, no one believed him. Everyone claimed that the spiritual light had passed by. He was still shamed by everyone. The altercation between the young men was escalating. Zhao Chen offered to test it out. Zhao Chen was ready to fight. He had calculated everything. The testing of the rank of spiritual roots begins, proclaimed the elder. All 6 ranks, each with their own fire, shone on the altar. Here we go, announced the oldest. A pillar of a certain color began to pass through each warrior, and Zhao Chen was the only one who wasn't illuminated. Everyone began to mock him. Those assholes. Zhao Chen was unfazed. 2 whole roots of earthly rank. The Marquis family deserves respect. Someone from the youth has awakened an earth rank root. It will be hard to compete with him. An elder, looking at the fact that Zhao Chen didn't have a glowing pillar, suggested that he wanted to fake the results. A red dragon circled the altar. The elder wanted to get rid of Zhao Chen. He sent his assistant to do it. The warriors rushed towards Zhao Chen to lead him out of here. And then Zhao Chen's spiritual roots opened up. The young man's eyes sparkled. Everyone was perplexed by what was happening around them. Zhao Chen's entire body was immersed in the pillar of light. It wasn't even a beam. Everyone around him began to believe that Zhao Chen had awakened his spiritual roots. It was so powerful. But how could he do that? And Mom was the only one who believed in him. The second lady of the Marquis family and her son were annoyed. The elders also believed Zhao Chen. But why did his pillar of light last so long? Yellow rank is not enough, his opponent shouted. Everyone started whispering that it might be the rank of the spiritual roots had increased. Zhao Chen was surprised by the heaven-devouring technique. I wonder what rank he would be able to reach. Everyone is surprised and outraged. Another pillar of light. This time, its roots had reached the earth rank. Unbelievable. He's done it again. How far he can go. The next rank of spiritual roots is already heavenly. The second lady of the Marquis family decided that Zhao Chen was stronger than her son, who only had a black rank. Zhao Chen's mom didn't hide her excitement for her son. The son of the second lady of the Marcus family was scared. After all, he had almost killed Zhao Chen earlier. Now, if he gets stronger, he'll want revenge. He rushed towards Zhao Chen. He decided to finish off Zhao Chen before he gets even stronger. Chener's mom exclaimed in fear for her son. The second lady of the Marcus family sent her son to finish off Zhao Chen. The crowd was inciting both men in anticipation of the bout. We must interrupt the ceremony. Then Zhao Chen's spiritual roots will be destroyed, and he will fail. The opponent roared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen coldly sent him away. The opponent booed even more. The elder decided to intervene. No one may interrupt the ceremony. The ceremony of awakening the spiritual roots must continue. The elder banished the instigator. A powerful force pillar was directed by the elder's hand in his direction. The instigator fell to the ground exhausted. The crowd was yelling that Zhao Chen now had earth-rank spiritual roots, and he would become very strong in the future. The second lady of the Marquis family called out to her son. She approached him and lifted him off the ground. He began to make excuses that he had almost succeeded in dealing with Zhao Chen. The woman turned reproachfully to the elder. The elder countered her that if it weren't for the Marquis' reputation, her son would have been dead long ago. Wisdom was evident in the elder's gaze. The servants began to calm him down. The second lady of the Marquis family came to her senses and began to apologize. Zhao Chen's gaze swept towards the heavens. The crowd whispered that Zhao Chen could be among the top 20 talents of the Tianyuan realm. The elder was surprised, believing that the heavenly rank roots were so easily obtained by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's mom was very happy for her son. Yet Zhao Chen still had his envious friends. Now they had a claim on the altar. The elder didn't like it. You got off easy. I suggest you shut up. The second lady of the Marcus family and her son couldn't settle down either. Sparks of contempt and envy lit up in their eyes. Zhao Chen was satisfied with the heavenly rank. Everyone noticed that the spiritual light around Zhao Chen was changing again. If this continues, his spiritual root will be able to reach an innate rank. In the entire Tianyuan realm, there is only one such talent. The elder realized that Zhang Che's family had a splendid future ahead of them. His servants were obediently silent. But someone pointed out that the innate rank doesn't have the same color. Green, it is the heavenly rank of spiritual roots. Yellow is the earthly rank of spiritual roots. Orange and black rank spiritual roots. Red is the yellow rank of spiritual stones. The crowd began to resent Zhao Chen's yellow rank again. The lowest rank. Everyone was screaming that the yellow rank was the rank of the common trash. And even the elder was upset that he hadn't witnessed the birth of Aeneas. Now no one would be able to stop Zhao Chen's opponent. He decided to cripple Zhao Chen for life. Chener's mom decided to warn him of the impending danger. The second lady of the Marquis family decided to stop her. Zhao Chen must not die here. Who will treat the defeated? He rushed towards Zhao Chen. We should ban the battle before the ceremony is over. He tried to enlist the support of Elder Mo. It's a simple competition, not a battle. There's no reason for the Grand Elder to interfere. The Elder decided to banish him from the altar. It all depends on the Grand Elder's abilities. They clashed in a melee. A strong wave of energy formed between them. The people around him whispered that no one could help Zhao Chen anymore. His days were numbered. The elder called the second young master for help. The forces were unequal. The second young master liked it. He gladly decided to get into the fight. Zhao Chen's mom started screaming in terror. The elder's face twisted in anger. He decided he was too late. The second young master headed out to destroy Zhao Chen. The second lady of the Marquis family, his mother, praised her son. Zhao Chen was cold-blooded. He realized that his opponent was only capable of a pitiful collection of energy. Zhao Chen's opponent decided to unleash his power, gay opponent with fury. Zhao Chen calmly met him. Zhao Chen coldly suggested to his opponent not to overestimate his strength. Zhao Chen called upon the innate spiritual roots to appear to him. The crowd roared with fear. The innate spiritual roots appeared to Zhao Chenyu. He is the only one like this in the entire Tianyuan kingdom, and only the elder was happy about it. He realized that their kingdom could rise even higher. The contraction must be stopped immediately. The warriors realized that given enough time, Zhao Chen would be able to become the ruler of the region with such strength, and only his opponent couldn't accept it. He couldn't let Zhang Chen surpass him. A fist of fury descended upon Zhao Chen, but he easily parried his opponent's lunge and sent him away. Ah! The defeated youth's face contorted in anger, and he fell to the ground exhausted. The crowd was astonished as Zhao Chen crippled Zhao Yan with a single blow using the power of heaven and earth. The elder lashed out with anger at the defeated man. The elder accused him of wanting to cripple the genius and prevent their family from rising to prominence. The second lady of the Marquise's family, his mother, intervened in the conversation. Her son began to ask her for help. She resolutely stood up for her son. The elder slapped the woman with curses. The elder swung his blade at the woman, ready to kill her. Now her son tearfully pleaded for help. Zhao Chen decided to intervene in this confrontation. Zhao Chen asked my lord to have mercy on the defeated young man and his mother. The crowd was puzzled by Zhao Chan's action. Zhao Yan couldn't believe his eyes. My lord was surprised at that too. He had not misheard. Zhao Chen announced that only he could take Zhao Yan's life. The crowd became even more indignant. My lord agreed, sliding the blade into its scabbard, and decided to let Zhao Yan go only out of respect for Zhao Chen. The defeated young man turned away with a shudder, but he decided that he wasn't afraid of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen gave his opponent 5 days to recover his strength. Then he would come back to deal with Zhao Yan. The crowd continued to be outraged by Zhao Chen's behavior, not believing in his victory after 5 days. Zhao Yan agreed to hold the bout in 5 days. He was confident of his victory. Zhao Yan took his mother and got ready to leave, but Zhao Chen called out to him. Why is he leaving? Zhao Chen decided that Zhao Yan should thank him with a couple of spirit stones as a token of gratitude for his mercy. Zhao Yan resented such insolence. Zhao Chen didn't expect such a response. Zhao Yan heard cries of indignation behind his back, so he decided to give the stones to Zhao Chen. The one in turn thanked the defeated young man for the pouch of spirit stones. At this, the young men parted. Zhao Yan was confident that in 5 days, he would make his opponent regret it. Zhao Chen's mother expressed doubt in her son's ability to win the battle after 5 days. Just then, my lord approached them. He cautioned Zhao Chen against being overconfident. Zhao Chen thanked him for his concern. Flying away, my lord invited Zhao Chen to attend the Fingyun tournament to be held in the Tianyuan kingdom in 3 months. The young man's mother thought for a moment. After all, this is a responsible tournament. The top 50 warriors would receive invaluable development resources. Zhao Chen decided to prepare for this crucial tournament. My lord's aide walked over to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stopped him and suggested that they meet in 4 days. Thoth agreed and offered his help just in case. The old man had his own devious plans for this. Zhao Chen let him go for 4 days. The old man thought the young man was being very impertinent. Because of his new powers, Zhao Chen announced to his mom that he was hungry and noodles would be good right now. Zhao Chen was surprised that a lot of people in this family wanted to provide him with a lot of problems. After returning home, Zhao Chen everyone started calling him the third young master. And everyone admired his strength and courage. Zhao Chen was very surprised by the situation at home. Everyone began to offer Zhao Chen their family treasures to Zhao Chen as a tribute to his strength and genius. People began to bicker and fight over the right to be the first to approach the third young master. There was even an altercation. Zhao Chen agreed to accept all the gifts in tribute. He decided to pacify the crowd so that the doors in his house would not be broken down from the crush. His mom was the most surprised. It seems the news of your awakening has preceded you. Now everyone, even the simple servants, are trying to please you. Zhao Chen gladly accepted all the gifts. After all, now he wouldn't have any problems with resources for a while. The mother was happy for her son. When the news reached his father, he would be very proud. Zhao Chen became indignant. Where was his father when everyone was humiliating them? Why didn't he intercede? Your mother started sticking up for her husband. He's still your father. Zhao Chen sadly walked into the house. It's okay, thought the woman. Soon you will understand everything. Zhao Chen decided to increase his strength because the awakening this time was very dangerous. He held a glowing stone in his hand. The gaping black hole in his chest reappeared. The stone floated in front of him. Along with this black hole, Zhao Chen's absorption ability increased by several times. Zhao Chen was ecstatic at what was happening. He was now invincible. Zhao Chen continued to meditate and hoped for another absorption. Finally, after so many years of unsuccessful attempts, he managed to enter the yellow stage. Zhao Yan took 3 whole months to do it. Zhao Chen did it in 3 hours. Unbelievable. But suddenly, something went wrong. What's the matter? Said Zhao Chen indignantly. The stone changed color to blood. How could this be possible? Zhao Chen was very surprised. It turns out that black hole and spiritual roots merged together. There was no mention of such a thing in the technique book. Zhao Chen wasn't sure if it was a good thing. Someone knocked on the door, shouting out that he should definitely see the third young master. It was the voice of an elder. Zhao Chen was very surprised. The door swung open and the elder fell in asking for help, for he might die now. He fell to the floor and began squirming in front of Zhao Chen and his mother's feet. The woman became frightened and wondered what had happened. She motioned for the elder to come up and explain what had really happened. The elder was not himself as he was burning from the inside out. Turns out he couldn't take the poison anymore. It was burning him from the inside out. Zhao Chen decided to end his suffering and help the sick man. He directed his energies toward the sick man. His mother urged him to stop immediately. It was dangerous. The old man clenched his teeth angrily. Zhao Chen's strength had entered him. It was unbelievable. The old man flew back with force into the doorway. Blood flowed from the old man's mouth. His eyes were closed in fear. The elder thought that Zhao Chen had decided to finish off the old man. The mother was surprised that her son had done that to the elder. The young man motioned for them to look at it. He pointed with his finger. The pool of blood, it turns out, contained some of the poison that nearly killed the elder. The elder was surprised and pleased. Indeed, he now felt much better than before. The mother wondered if the elder's body was all right now after such a procedure. The elder thanked the third young master for the cure and declared that he would remember the favor for the rest of his life. The elder decided to follow the third young master. After all, this strike was comparable to practicing the initial stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Chen had achieved this just a few days after his initiation. Zhao Chen will now need some herbal medicine. After all, he had only rid the elder of part of the poison. Zhao Chen glanced at the scroll. The elder was very surprised that Zhao Chen could brew herbal medicines, but some of the herbs on the list were the first the elder had heard of. Zhao Chen said that without these herbs, salvation was out of the question. If the elder didn't believe him, he could leave. The elder begged for help. He asks not to be abandoned and is ready to follow the master. The young man's mother could not recognize the elder. What had happened to him? He used to be so arrogant. Zhao Chen decided to save the elder after all, as he helped the young man a little during the ceremony. But for that, the elder must first go with the master to Luo Pavilion. The elder was very surprised. Still, they went to Luo's pavilion together. After all, Luo Pavilion was the largest medicinal herb store in this kingdom. It is. Even the elder was in agreement. The pavilion is divided into 3 floors. Anyone can enter the first floor. To enter the second floor, one must be either a nobleman or a cultivator of at least the black stage. Only alchemists were allowed on the 3rd floor. It was a very restricted area. The men were very curious. Zhao Chen suggested going into the store and looking around. Perhaps they could find the medicine they needed here. The store was bustling with activity. The vendors were beckoning customers to shell out more money and buy various potions. Zhao Chen didn't like the goods on the 1st floor. They turned out to be very mediocre. Zhao Chen pulled the elder behind him to the 2nd floor. The latter immediately agreed. But there was a guard at the entrance to the 2nd floor who didn't want to let them through. Zhao Chen explained that they need to get to the 2nd floor. They were going to get medicine. The guard was adamant as he didn't want to let the yellow stair trash enter the 2nd floor. Zhao Chen objected to him. The guard might be wrong. The elder asked the 3rd young master to deal with the guard himself. Zhao Chen yanked him back and suggested that he not interfere. The guard, rolling up his sleeves, decided to teach Zhao Chen a lesson for his insolence. The customers are frantic. Why would a young warrior bully the guards? It could cost him dearly. The guard swung violently, wanting to teach Zhao Chen a lesson. Zhao Chen only snapped back. He didn't even budge. Dodging slightly, Zhao Chen dodged the blow. The guard roared with rage. How dare that boy slip away from the blow? In response, the guard received a vicious slap. Zhao Chen thanked the guard, who flew off to the side for the lesson. The buyers were surprised by the young man's act. Either he is from a powerful 7, or he will be finished for such an act. No one has the right to beat the pavilion guards in the pavilion. The guard with a swollen cheek pounced on Zhao Chen in a rage. The elder cautioned the young master to keep his temper in check. The young man objected, for he could not stand still while the guard wanted to beat him. The elder tried to reason with the young man. He just didn't realize how strong Luo Pavilion was yet. There were footsteps coming from upstairs. No one dares to behave like that here. Zhao Chen saw a beautiful girl in a red dress coming down from the 2nd floor. The customers in the store exclaimed that it was Tang Ruo. Why is she here? She's the apprentice of the pavilion master, a 2-star alchemist. Everyone is afraid of her. The guard began to complain to the young girl. He was almost killed by an alien. Tang Ruo exclaimed at the guard that he couldn't even handle even the initial stage of the yellow stage. I wish he had died of shame. And the guard immediately let his breath out. The girl insultingly called out to Zhao Chen. She doesn't care who he is. But if he's got a beef at the pavilion, let him prepare for the consequences. He's not going to get away with it. The elder tried to explain that this is the third young master of the family, and it's his first time in this pavilion. He doesn't know all the rules. The girl had already heard of Zhao Chen, a young man with innate roots. They were indignant that this did not give the young man the right to behave like this in the pavilion. The girl was very surprised that Zhao Chen was not afraid of her despite being at the late stage of the celestial stage. She suggested that Young deal with what the rules were at the pavilion. Zhao Chen became angry. He didn't care about the local rules. Even her father, the master, wouldn't dare tell him what to do. The visitors to the pavilion began to resent. 100 Zhao Chen's behavior was very defiant. The girl became furious and started chasing the young man out of the pavilion. The elder asked her not to make any shibboleths and chase Zhao Chen away. Zhao Chen suggested that the elder calm down. He would handle it himself. Zhao Chen was confident that the girl wouldn't dare to touch him. Miss Tang was surprised at the young man's self-confidence. "I dare you." The pendant on her chest glowed green. The flower of tranquility. Gunyan herb. Looks like Ms. Tang was trying to purify the key pill. The crowd around him was very surprised that the young man knew alchemy. But that wouldn't save him. Ms. Tang asked Zhao Chen how he knew about the qi purifying pill. The young man stated that he knows more than that. He knows that the girl has no way of clearing it. The girl was surprised that the guy knew all about her. Ms. Tan thought that maybe he was an alchemist too. He said she put a flower of tranquility at the end each time. "Yes, that's right," the girl confirmed. He said she missed the most important thing. Miss Tan became indignant. If something was wrong, she would certainly understand everything. Or maybe he's an alchemist too, Ms. Tang thought of Zhao Chen. Of course I'm an alchemist. Even respected alchemists have asked me to give them advice. Everyone thought of Zhao Chen that having innate spiritual roots and being an alchemist, a splendid future awaited him. Ms. Tan asked the young man to show his star plate. Since he claims to be an alchemist, Zhao Cho was surprised, since he didn't know what it was. Everyone laughed. He's not an alchemist if he doesn't know what a star plate is. The star plate is a special item that confirms the status of an alchemist. It also shows your current rank, the elder whispered. It turns out that it's much easier to distinguish alchemists by plate, Zhao Chen thought. Ms. Tan has such a plate on her chest, and she's wearing 2 stars, which confirm that she's a 2-star alchemist. Ms. Tan was surprised that the young man didn't know such simple things about the plate. She ordered the young man to bow down and admit his mistakes. Zhao Chen was surprised that people couldn't recognize the obvious, and he responded to Ms. Tan's red energy with his blue energy. Ms. Tang wondered if there was something wrong with this young man's soul power. The crowd realized that this was the mental power of Zhao Chen's soul. Zhao Chen got upset and said that the girl had crossed the line. Ms. Tang fell to the ground and decided that his mental strength was no weaker than hers, and his spiritual strength was even worse. He's still very young, she thought. He's only 15. The elder was glad that he had made the right choice. After all, Zhao Chen was also an alchemist. Zhao Chen decided to go straight to the 3rd floor, bypassing the 2nd floor, and the girl shouldn't stop him. But she disobeyed and grabbed the young man's arm and asked him to tell her what she did wrong during the pill cleansing. And Zhao Chen agreed to tell her everything. Zhao Chen took the girl's hand. She wondered what he wanted to do to her. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The young man moved closer to her face. Put the Gongyan herb at the very end. When the pill is forming, just add a couple drops of mystic spirit. After that, Zhao Chen led the elder to the 3rd floor. Ms. Tan was outraged by the young man's behavior, and I decided to tell my master. The crowd was amazed by Zhao Chen's behavior and wanted to be like him. The best alchemy room of the Luo Pavilion. Ms. Tan turned to her master as she entered this room. Master was surprised at Miss Tan's agitation. H told him the correct recipe for making sea pills. Mater was amazed that his student had figured it out on her own. He thought she had 3 more months to study. But when he found out she had help, he wondered who could have done it. She said she was helped by an alchemy master, a 15-year-old young man. The master was very surprised, and he wanted to see the young man, and ordered him to take him immediately to the young man. It was the first time the girl had seen her master so excited. Low Pavilion, 2nd floor. The elder turned to the 3rd young master. He wanted to know if the medicine they needed was on the 2nd floor. The foreman said they didn't, although the quality of grass here is better than on the 1st floor. But it's still not enough. We have to go to the 3rd floor. A young girl appeared on her way to the 3rd floor and suggested that the men wait, because you can't go to the 3rd floor without a star plate. But then the pavilion master appeared. The girl was surprised to see him. The men were surprised too. Master Pavilion was accompanied by Miss Tan, All three of them knelt down in respect before the pavilion master. Everyone in the neighborhood paid tribute to the pavilion master. Zhao Chen saw Luo Pavilion's steer for the first time. Ms. Tan was indignant. Then the young man stands without kneeling. The pavilion master is the vice president of the Alchemists Association. And the people around him didn't like the fact that Zhao Chen was standing in front of him without kneeling down. Zhao Chen was surprised to see a 5-star alchemist at such an age. The alchemist decided that it would be best if Miss Tan tested the young man. Zhao Chen expressed defiance. He said that in his past life, he had a 7-star alchemist as his disciple. Everyone in the pavilion decided that the young man had gone too far in his insolence. Zhao Chen was calm. Miss Tan resented the young man's behavior. The alchemist suggested that everyone calm down. After all, the guest was still too young. The alchemist couldn't believe that a 15-year-old youth was willing to cause a disturbance in the pavilion. Ms. Tan was indignant again. After all, it's not fair. The young lady was very angry with the young man for his behavior. Zhao Chen decided that the alchemist was the only sane person here. Everyone was even more surprised. After all, even an alchemist behaves like this with a young master. Ms. Tan was upset because she got in trouble for that milkman. Everyone went up to the 3rd floor of the pavilion. Zhao Chen decided that the herbs here were barely usable. Ms. Tang boiled again. After all, the best herbs from all over the kingdom are gathered here. This is literally an alchemist's paradise. Zhao Chen inquired if there was ice dew on the 3rd floor. The girl announced that they didn't have one. Zhao Chen asked if they had a mystery tree, and asked many other things. They had none of this, and Ms. Tan became furious, answering all the time with rejection. She decided that the young man was naming non-existent herbs on purpose so that the pavilion would lose its face. However, the alchemist countered that such herbs existed, but they had not been seen in these parts for centuries. The elder was afraid that nothing could save him now. He persuaded the young master to think of another way to save his life. Zhao Chen asked the alchemist to use his lab and bring him some medicines from the list, or their substitutes. The alchemist claimed that they had these herbs, but they couldn't be mixed, for they contradict each other. Zhao Chen calmed him down and offered to watch him prepare the medicine. The people around were once again resentful because of Zhao Chen's hubris. The alchemist was starting to get nervous as well. How dare that boy tell me what to do? Ms. Tan decided that now she would see who the upstart really was. But Zhao Chen forbade the girl from watching him. After all, she is still only a student. Ms. Tang shrieked in indignation, but Zhao Chen liked pissing her off. The alchemist shrieked at Tang Ruo. Fine, the girl decided. I didn't really feel like it. The young master was surprised at Tang Ruo's bad character. The elder and the alchemist began to watch Zhao Chen curiously. The alchemist bragged to the young master about his expensive pill furnace. Zhao Chen agreed with the alchemist. The pavilion master tried to be calm. He hoped to find out what this young man was hiding. The young master assumed that his mental strength was now somewhere at the level of a 3rd-order alchemist. That would be enough. He tried to use his internal energy to light the furnace. The furnace heated to red hot and fire erupted beneath it. The pavilion master assumed that the 15-year-old youth ignited the furnace with his mental power. He has the strongest alchemist level in the Tianyuan kingdom. The healing herbs soared upward. The young man sent them into the furnace with his mind. Shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow, the roots flew into the oven. The alchemist decided to stop the young man. It's against medicinal pharmacology. You can't put herbs in the furnace right away. The young man commanded silence and looked on. He continued to conjure over the stove. It was dual management with one dual-purpose heart. The young man decided that now the purification stage had arrived. The furnace inside burst into bright flames. The elder and the alchemist watched the young man with undisguised interest. Zhao Chen sank to the floor from exhaustion. He's very tired. He hadn't cooked like this in his previous life. The elder rejoiced and said he was willing to be a faithful servant. The alchemist was the most astonished of all. How could this be possible? The elder started yelling that we should be careful with the elixir. Zhao Chen reassured him, and then the boiler started making strange, disturbing noises. The young man ordered the elder to approach. He wanted to purify the elder of his inner poison with this elixir. It was the perfect level 3 elixir. The alchemist was amazed at the young man's abilities. The young master needed a set of silver needles to finally cleanse the elder's body of the poison. Just then, the alchemist fell to his knees in front of the young man, and he asked him to take him as his disciple. Zhao Chen was very surprised by this. The elder couldn't believe his ears either. Is this a joke? But the pavilion master was completely serious. He said that the young man would make an excellent teacher as his knowledge stretched beyond comprehension. The elder began to persuade the young man to agree. telling him of the many advantages of such a decision. The young man yanked him back. He would make his decision without advice. The elder began to apologize. The young man turned to the alchemist. Given my strength and status, I hope accepting some brat as master won't affect my reputation too much. But the young man refused the pavilion master. The elder and the alchemist were angered by the refusal. The alchemist wanted to know the reason for the refusal. Just then, Ms. Tan entered the room. She didn't want to believe the brat was up to the task. And then she saw the master kneeling. The girl asked why the alchemist was kneeling in front of this young man. The pavilion master ordered her to be quiet. She wasn't supposed to come in here. The girl took offense to the fact that the foreman yelled at her in front of a stranger. The alchemist began to apologize for the girl to Zhao Chen. Still, Zhao Chen refused to take the alchemist as an apprentice. The teacher was now stood up for by Ms. Tan. She decided to deal with the young man. An elder stood up for the young master. He decided to protect him. Ms. Tan announced that she's not afraid of anyone. She would deal with anyone. The elder was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop this strike. The alchemist was disappointed with his apprentice, and he slapped her across the face. The girl fell down and couldn't believe that the master had raised his hand on his student. The alchemist declared that he was no match for the great Zhao Chen, a powerful alchemist. He suggested that the young man take Tangru as his apprentice. The young man wondered if the stubborn girl was worth taking as an apprentice. The girl refused to become his apprentice. She's never going to go for it. He has poor qualifications to be my teacher, shouted the young lady. The alchemist shouted at her. She must realize what she was missing. Zhao Chen asked the master to get up. The master obeyed the young man. The alchemist was still hoping that the young man would take the girl as an apprentice. The young man explained that his selection criteria was strict, and Miss Tan could not become his student. Ms. Tan contemptuously called the young man arrogant. The alchemist covered her mouth with her hand and told the young man that she was enamored of him. The young man and the elder did not believe him. Now the young man decided to leave with the elder to go his own way. The alchemist shouted at them. Zhao Chen stopped. The alchemist suggested taking Tang Rao as a medicine man at least, and announced that everything in the pavilion was at the young man's service. Zhao Chen agreed to take the girl as a medicine man. The alchemist rejoiced at this news and suggested that Tang Ruo thank Zhao Chen for the favor. The girl refused to leave the master. The master refused to listen to her and turned around. He announced that Tang Rao was no longer his student. The girl couldn't believe her ears. The alchemist said that she should now follow Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pitied the pavilion master for being limited in his talents. The girl said that if the young man didn't deserve it, he would regret it. But the young man wasn't going to prove anything to anyone. The young man asked the alchemist to prepare a set of silver needles to dispel the elder's poison. The elder was unspeakably pleased. The needles were ready. To the young man they fit. The girl didn't believe in Zhao Chen's talent. The young man prepared the Ji Yang elixir and offered the elder to accept it. The elder agreed. The elder began to scream in pain as his insides were scorching. The air around Zhao Chen began to heat up. Everyone became alarmed. It takes very strong fire energy to deal with this poison. The elder was very frightened. He thought he might be burned alive. The young man urged the elder to be silent unless he was willing to die and submit. The point of the ocean of Qi. The point of heaven. The point of man. The elder was at the center of the circle. Zhao Chen was revolving around him. The young man had succeeded. He breathed a sigh of relief. The first part was done. The elder was no longer burning. He was glad that the poison had been dealt with so quickly. The alchemist and his apprentice were amazed at the young man's abilities. His skills in medicine were as strong as his skills in alchemy. Zhao Chen announced the second part of the poison expulsion ritual. With the words, "Disappear," he directed his internal energy towards the elder. There was a clap of incredible force. The elder immediately flew off to the side. He suddenly started coughing up blood. After that, the young master calmed down. He announced that the deed was done. The alchemist and his female disciple were amazed at how quickly Zhao Chen managed. The elder kneeled before the young man. The old man announced that the fire poison had indeed disappeared from his body. He was ready to kiss his savior. The alchemist and Miss Tao felt a little ashamed of the elder's behavior. The young man then decided to say goodbye and leave the pavilion. The young lady announced to her mentor that she was leaving as well. She said goodbye to the alchemist and headed for the exit, and all three of them left Lo's pavilion. The alchemist said that Ruo would be better off with the young man. When the trio went outside, everyone began to wonder why Ruo Tan was following the young man. The elder suggested that the third master visit the new flavor pavilion and have some good tea. The young man agreed and they headed to the new pavilion, ignoring the girl. And then they heard some sort of altercation. The men were interested in it. The voice sounded familiar. The young men were having an argument. The girl didn't want to give in to the young man, but the guy didn't relent and started insulting the girl. He punched her in the face. Zhao Chen decided to intercede, walked over and grabbed the instigator's arm. The girl recognized Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen tossed the bully far aside. The one with a shriek flew far away. The elder whispered that the young men were engaged. They had better not interfere. Zhao Chen was surprised by this news, but the girl announced that she didn't want to marry the scoundrel. Zhao Chen remembered that the girl's name is Zhao Qingyan, and she is his cousin. Tang Rao wondered what would happen next. Zhao Chen proposed to cancel the engagement. The cousin hugged her brother with joy. Tang Rao followed the events. The groom wasn't happy about it. He didn't want to cancel the engagement. He threatened Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen decided to deal with the instigator. He wouldn't stop and asked for a showdown. Zhao Chen slapped him with a slap, and the enemy flew far to the side. The one was surprised at Zhao Chen's immense strength. Zhao Chen towered over him. The groom was terrified of what was happening. Zhao Chen did not relent and continued. The puppy that ended up in Zhao Chen's hands put a pile of shit on the instigator's head, and everyone began to turn away from the defeated enemy. The one with shit on his head started cursing Zhao Chen and saying that he would still deal with him. Zhao Chen struck the guy again with a swing, and continued to kick him and mentally humiliate him. Everyone watching around thought that the third young master of the Duke family was very cruel. It was best not to stand in his way. Zhao Chen calmed down finally, deciding that enough was enough already. The cousin was delighted with her brother's actions. Everyone around them was amazed as well. And then there was a shout from some old man. He decided to avenge the young man. It was his master. In the old man's hands was a red orb that fueled him. The cousin warned her brother of the danger. Lin Laogi. It's been a long time since we fought, the young man thought. There was a flash of fire. The old man was advancing on the young man. Cousin was frightened by the whole thing. Tang Rao was calm. The old man lifted the weakened groom up, the one who said that Zhao Chen should be done away with. Those watching the events were amazed at how quickly Zhao Chen's strength was increasing. The old man began to calm the young man who had lost the fight, and he decided to take revenge. The old man decided to deal with the elder. The elder decided to take the fight and kick the old man's ass. The groom decided his chance had come. He pounced on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was completely calm. The opponent began to threaten the young man. A furious fist pierced the air. The elder was afraid for his master. But Lin Laogi didn't want to let the elder go. Everyone in the neighborhood decided that Lin Yan was about to kill Zhao Chen. Tang Rao no longer believed in her master's victory. Sister hoped for his victory. Lin Yan began to land crushing blows. Zhao Chen was cool and calm. Zhao Chen wondered at his opponent's stupidity. Just then, Zhao Chen performed an alternating wind kick. It was incredible. The opponent flew far away. The ground opened up and a pillar of fire appeared from there. His opponent lay at the bottom of the hole that had formed, not realizing what was happening. Zhao Chen declared the defeated man mediocre. Everyone around him was amazed at the young master's strength. The girls were thrilled too, and only the servant of the defeated did not stop. The elder caught up with Lin Laoguai and discharged a powerful slap at him. The elder continued to beat and humiliate him. Zhao Chen didn't believe that Lin Yan wanted to kill him. Lin Yan started to threaten the victor in fear. Zhao Chen decided to take pity on him, but dealt with his little friend. Ding Yan began to beg for mercy. Zhao Chen tossed it aside. Lin Yan did not relent and asked for clemency. Zhao Chen suggested that he cancel the engagement. Of course, agreed the defeated Lin Yan. And Lin Yan shouted in front of all the people that he was canceling the engagement. The girl was unspeakably pleased. The crowd was outraged and ecstatic at the same time. Lin Yan held a grudge, but decided to get out as soon as possible. But Zhao Chen did not let him go. He remembered something. Zhao Chen kicked his opponent in the groin with a swinging kick. Lin Yan flew aside with a cry of pain. He fell to the ground, cried, and started calling for a doctor to help him. The girls giggled. The crowd applauded Zhao Chen's act. There was no way Lin Laogi could calm down. He lifted his master and began to calm him down. He whimpered and asked me to take him to the doctor as soon as possible. Lin Laogui, of course, agreed. He knew that the Lin family would avenge today's humiliation. The old man lifted the young man up and they raced away. Zhao Chen was satisfied. The elder tried to reason with his master. The cousin began to thank her brother for his help. Zhao Chen said he would continue to protect her. Tang Rao also decided to take care of the young girl. She explained that she hated scumbags like that, and they all approached the White Tiger Manor. A man came out from there and pounced on Zhao Qingyan with a shout. It was her father. She explained that she didn't want to marry that scumbag, but my father was furious. He had a different opinion about the engagement. Zhao Qin stood up for his sister. His uncle told him off. After all, it was none of his business. Even if he had awakened spiritual roots, the girl's father demanded an apology. She cried. She didn't want to go back to the wedding. Zhao Qin grabbed his uncle's hand and threw it away. Just go away. The girl's father stood up. He was outraged that his nephew had attacked him. In an indescribable rage, the man lashed out at his nephew. Zhao Qin announced that he had awakened his innate spiritual roots. An uncle might be in trouble. Uncle tensed and froze at the last second. The uncle realized that his nephew was too important to the family right now. It's not the time to touch him. Zhao Qin told his uncle that the failed fiancé might have inheritance problems. Uncle was frightened, for the Lin family would not leave it like that. Uncle decided to definitely go with his daughter to the Lin family to make amends. The daughter resolutely refused. She said that after her mother died, her father started treating her badly, and she disowned her father. The father got angry and decided to teach his daughter good manners. The girl only cried in response. That's when Tang Ruo stepped in. She kicked the man with a swinging kick. The one fell to the ground with a crash. His daughter sobbed. Her father didn't expect such a mean blow. Tang Ruo was furious. Haven't you realized who I am yet? Zhao Qin told his uncle that it was the pavilion manager Luo and a 2-star alchemist, and the uncle began to bow and apologize to her. The girls announced that they were now sisters. The uncle continued to bow and the company went on their way out. But the uncle bore the greatest grudge against the young men. Zhao Qin brought the girls to his house. He asked his mother's permission for his cousin to stay with them for a while. Qingyan was a very shy girl. The woman invited her to stay with them as long as she wanted. The woman recognized the second girl as the pavilion manager Luo. She asked her son about it. The girl decided to explain to the woman herself what really happened. After all, it was the alchemist himself who sent her with Zhao Chen to help him make pills and to learn from him at the same time. Qingyan was amazed that her brother knew how to prepare pills. The woman couldn't believe her ears. How could this be possible? To be taught alchemy by her son. She asked her son to make things clear to his mother. Zhao Chen began to explain to his mother that he had studied alchemy before. The woman wondered, when was it? But Zhao Chen didn't want to continue the conversation any further. He told her that he was already very hungry and it was time to feed them all. The woman, of course, agreed. Zhao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. He didn't want to tell his mother everything so as not to worry her. The martial arts arena. People gathered around and listened eagerly. The young man standing upstairs was very serious and focused. Everyone was discussing today's bout with Zhao Chen and Zhao Yan. Who will win opinions were divided. The woman called for Zhao Chen to be stripped and not spared. Zhao Yan promised his mother not to spare his opponent and make him regret that he was even born into the world. Many people cheered for Zhao Yan and grumbled that the innate spiritual roots had gone to the wrong challenger. Zhao Chen had no chance of winning, and now it's early morning. Zhao Yan stands in the arena with his head held high, imagining how he will strip his opponent. It's noon, still no opponent. The crowd is perplexed. Zhao Yan is starting to get excited. It's evening. Zhao Yan was furious. He didn't expect such insolence from his opponent. The crowd is perplexed. What has happened? Zhao Yan shouted. How dare Zhao Chen do this to him? He promised to grind his opponent into powder and turn him into garbage. Many people began to suspect that Zhao Chen was simply afraid of his opponent. After all, the result of the battle was already obvious to everyone. Suddenly, there was a noise and everyone saw that Zhao Yan was being carried away by the wind. And a sleepy Zhao Chen appeared in the arena and began apologizing to everyone for being a little late. Zhao Chen was surprised by Zhao Yan's absence. Where did his opponent go? Zhao Yan appeared and with rage and curses he decided to pounce on his abuser. A red clot of energy appeared in his hands. Zhao Yan was determined to destroy his opponent today. Zhao Chen was very surprised to see the bloody pill in Zhao Yan's hands. The young man resolutely swallowed it. It was incredible. He immediately felt an incredible surge of energy. It cheered him up. His eyes sparkled. He frantically shouted that Zhao Chen was about to die, and there was no chance of rescue. The audience was frightened by the red pill. Although it increases strength, it can also harm the person who takes it. Zhao Yan's strength was now comparable to that of a late-stage yellow stage. Zhao Chen disagreed. After all, it doesn't have to be like this. Zhao Yan pounced at his bitter opponent with a shout. Thrusting his arm forward, Zhao Chen began to call upon the devouring heavens to give him more strength. The energies of the opponents met, and it was very powerful. There was an explosion of energies. Everyone saw that it was a very powerful explosion with a large shockwave. Everyone began to question whether the young men definitely only had a yellow step, but the unbelievable happened. Zhao Yan's strength began to fade away. He realized that it was his rival's trickery. But how could this be possible? It turns out that Zhao Chen had managed to absorb his rival's spiritual roots. It wasn't difficult. And now, he had broken through to the middle stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Yan's mother rushed to meet her son, and he began to cry out to her for help. His strength was failing him. Zhao Chen did not rest. After all, no one would be able to save his rival from imminent death. Zhao Chen made another powerful strike with his internal energy, and Zhao Yan's body flew far away. He fell to the ground and purple blood gushed out of his mouth. Zhao Chen saw that the enemy's body was motionlessly sprawled on the ground. Zhao Chen's family members rejoiced at the young man's talent. After all, their family would definitely start to prosper now. Everyone began to raise their hands to the sky and chant the winner's name. But then the unbelievable happened. Zhao Yan's mother took out a dagger and screamed at her son's abuser. Zhao Chen had no choice but to deal with the unruly woman. With one punch, he knocked her down. Her mouth was already bleeding in flight. The woman fell to the ground with a clatter. Zhao Chen went up to her and told her that Zhao Yan had always bullied him. And today, he even wanted to kill him. So Zhao Chen had no other choice. The crowd began to support Zhao Chen and justify his act. The elder came to the woman and said that her son was to blame for getting into trouble all the time. Now he got what he deserved. The woman began to threaten the young man because she will not let it go. Her son's killer will not escape retribution. Zhao Chen said that he would always be ready. No one could scare him. Zhao Yan's mother ran away. The woman went to her brother and complained about Zhao Chen, who had massacred her son. She urged her brother to avenge her nephew. With tears in her eyes, she said the young man had raised his hand to her in the same way. The man resented the news. The boy had become conceited. He must be taught a lesson. He decided to give his sister 3 yellow stage killers. But he would have to make sure that the young man really paid for what he had done. The woman decided to torture Zhao Chen to death, enlisting the help of 3 assassins. She removed herself from her brother's house, contemplating a plan of bloody revenge along the way. One of Mr. Wang's servants dutifully agreed to do his master's bidding and deal with the unwanted boy. The servant said he could not escape blood feud, but the master objected. After all, this doesn't concern the Wang family. Let the woman decide this matter herself. He said that Zhao Chen had already managed to insult the Lin family. Now we just have to wait for them to deal with each other. He said that the more chaos around, the more chances the Wang family had to rise up. That was his cunning plan. Meanwhile, the tired Zhao Chen was resting at his home and contemplating how to behave in the future. After all these events, he realized that by killing Zhao Yan, he had offended the Wang family as well. He had to be prepared for that. Zhao Chen realized that he had even more reasons to increase his strength. But suddenly he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. The young man could not understand what was the matter. Using his internal energy, he jumped to his feet. Zhao Chen couldn't understand what was happening to him. It was all very strange. And suddenly, he disappeared. Only a cloud of yellow energy remained in its place. With horror, Zhao Chen realized that he was falling into some kind of abyss. It was a nightmare. Down below was a battlefield strewn with the corpses of dead soldiers. And there was nothing and no one alive around. The heavens opened, and from there, a frightened young man fell to the ground. He could not believe that he was falling from heaven. He couldn't believe he was falling from heaven. With a terrifying force, Zhao Chen slammed his head into the ground so that sparks sprinkled from his go eyes. Zhao Chen rose to his feet. He didn't realize anything. Where was he? How did he end up here? Everything in this world, from beginning to end, holds the primordial power. It has dominated all 3 realms since the beginning of the universe. Let the air of the 3 symbols rise up and devour the heavens. Zhao Chen realized that this was a primordial place of chaos, the ruins of an ancient era. All that agonizing pain was worth it. The heavens opened again, and a fireball rushed from above right at the frightened Zhao Chen. He squinted his eyes and cried out in fright. This incredible force knocked him off his feet and threw him straight to the ground. It was impossible to stand. And in the same instant, Zhao Chen found himself in his house, the very place he had recently disappeared from. The young man was even more perplexed. What was really happening to him? Zhao Chen assumed that it wasn't a dream after all. It turns out that he not only entered the ruins of an ancient era, but also received a legacy in the form of these symbols. The young man was now ready to fight back against all his detractors. After all these events, Zhao Chen decided to walk to Luo Pavilion again. He warned his mom about it. His mother walked him out and said she would wait for his return. The three assassins sent by Mr. Wang were already waiting for Zhao Chen around the corner. They decided to follow the young man and kill him in a deserted place. Zhao Chen, of course, immediately saw the pursuers behind him. He was surprised that they had appeared so quickly. The young man's path lay through a deserted forest. In the forest, he shouted to his pursuers, "How long have we been hiding?" The assassins, bearing their blades, emerged from their ambush and made their way toward the young man. They realized that the young man was good at detecting an ambush. But the mercenaries were confident of their strength. But they only had 3 late stages. Zhao Chen realized that they wouldn't be able to cope. The assassins pounced on the young warrior with rage and screams, hoping to make quick work of him. But he effortlessly scattered his opponents through the forest. It was incredible. Zhao Chen realized that this was a great chance to test how the ancient symbols affected his strength. Zhao Chen did not stop and continued to massacre his assailants. It was immediately obvious that they didn't say hello. Blood spurted from their noses and mouths. Broken blades were flying in all directions. The raiders had no chance of winning. They were amazed at Zhao Chen's ability to fight like this. This kind of strength was something that assassins had never encountered before. Zhao Chen rejoiced. After all, if the number of characters increased, it would be incredibly powerful. The mercenaries decided to make a quick getaway for good, but Zhao Chen stopped them. "Where are you going?" Anger flashed in the young man's eyes. He wanted to know immediately who had sent them. The criminals were afraid to confess. I mean, they're the most professional of professionals. And that's why they won't say anything, because their will is stronger than steel. Zhao Chen had to beat them up again. They confessed that Madame Wang had sent them to commit this crime. Zhao Chen now realized that it was the second aunt's doing. Well, he'll be ready for it. Let's see who defeats who. The criminals were murmuring amongst themselves and were glad that Zhao Chen immediately believed them and pardoned them. But then the unbelievable happened. All 3 of them had their throats slit in an instant. Blood rushed out. In front of them stood Zhao Chen with a naked blade. Of course, the young man didn't believe a single word these bastards said. The servant says he will demand the banishment of this boy when his master returns. The mistress smiled enigmatically. Surely she knew more than her servant. Perhaps Zhao Chen would be done with Zhao Chen soon. She confessed that she had sent 3 badass yellow stage assassins after the boy to deal with the scoundrel. And then the unbelievable happened. Zhao Chen came into the house and said that a measly 3 assassins were not enough to kill him. Auntie was terribly surprised. Auntie objected that it was impossible. After all, Zhao Chen is only at the middle stage of the yellow stage. It's not enough to stand up to the vicious thugs. Now the woman was attacked by an elder who had entered the house with the young man. He began to threaten her. After all, she should not have done that against one of their family members. Her servant interceded for the lady. He said it was better for Elder Lin not to interfere. His master would decide her fate. Now the woman has started threatening Zhao Chen's mother. She will soon learn what it means to lose a loved one. Everyone started yelling at her, "You can't do that, you can't say that, those are scary threats." Zhao Chen dared to deal with the obnoxious woman. The men looked at him in bewilderment, but it was already too late. Zhao Chen swiftly rushed towards the woman. The servant and the elder were frightened and tried to stop him. The woman was furious. "How dare he do this to me?" Zhao Chen struck the woman with all his might. The woman collapsed to the ground without feeling. It turned out that Zhao Chen had actually straightened her out for good. Her servant pounced on Zhao Chen with accusations. It was an unforgivable act, he won't get away with it. Zhao Chen declared that he had no other choice as she began to threaten his mother. Elder decided to stay by Zhao Chen's side at all times until everything is settled. The servant pounced with curses on the elder. Meanwhile, a servant was reporting to Mr. Wang that all 3 assassins had been mercilessly destroyed by the young warrior. Mr. Wang inquired what had happened to his sister. The servant reported that Zhao Chen later destroyed it too. Mr. Wang attacked the servant in a rage. The servant begged for mercy. The servant saw the Lord's fury and decided that Zhao Chen would definitely be the end of Zhao Chen now. But Mr. Wang was only glad. This was a great excuse to clash with the Zhao family. He ordered the servant to contact the Lin family immediately. It was time for them to act now. Mr. Wang decided that he would pay for his sister. Everything was coming together just right. White Tiger Mansion. A young man stands on the doorstep. Mr. Hu has returned home. Mr. Hu returned home a little weary. Everyone began to greet Mr. Hu. Zhao Chen also greeted his father. Mr. Hu opened his arms to his family. Zhao Chen greeted his father with a chill. After all, he didn't care about his son before. The woman decided that she would not allow Zhao Chen to depose her son. Mr. Hu saw Tang Ruo and recognized her. He wondered what she was doing here. Why isn't she in her own pavilion? Tang Ruo confessed that she was here as a maid to help Zhao Chen in preparing the pills. Upon hearing this news, the people around them were very surprised. The woman was upset. After all, she had considered this girl to be her son's future wife. But she decided to become a servant. Mr. Hu rejoiced. Not only did Zhao Chen possess innate spiritual roots, but he was also proficient in alchemy. Their family was extremely fortunate. Just then, a servant intervened in the conversation and decided to tell Mr. Hu some urgent news. Without waiting, Zhao Chen himself announced that he had recently massacred Zhao Chen and the second aunt, Lord Hao, Zhao Chen's mother. Everyone around couldn't believe the young man's words. Really? He's such a bloodthirsty monster. The servant shouted that the boy was obnoxious and he must pay for all his misdeeds. The woman cried out that now this youngster should be grabbed and stabbed through his heart several times with the blade. The guards had surrounded the poor young man, and now he had nowhere to go. He was trapped. Zhao Chen's mother started shouting that he was innocent. The woman was very worried about her son. Zhao Chen covered his mother with his chest. He asked his mother to calm down, for he would not be touched today. Zhao Chen began to glow, and a powerful blob of energy appeared around him. Mr. Hu was upset. He said that he would personally finish off Zhao Chen if it turned out that he didn't have a good reason to behave like this. Zhao Chen said that of course he had good reasons, and everyone in the neighborhood knows about them. But Mr. Hu could no longer be stopped. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen would finally pay for his arrogance. Mr. Hu decided to find Zhao Chen guilty since his son won't tell him about his reasons for doing so. Matt stood up for Zhao Chen. After all, everyone saw that her son had won in a fair fight. The servant explained to Zhao Ho that the second mistress had sent assassins to his son, and then wanted to massacre the third mistress as well. So Zhao Chen has done justice. He's innocent and can't be tried. Father wondered why Zhao Chen didn't confess to him right away. Zhao Chen said that it wouldn't have changed anything. The father laughed. He was proud of his son. This was how the heir of the great Zhao Ho should be. Zhao Ho didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Zhao Chen and his mother left. They decided that Mr. Hao was not so bad. The woman decided that she would avenge Zhao Chen after all for all the atrocities he had allegedly committed. And then Zhao Chen was challenged to a duel. Zhao Chen was very surprised. Who else could it be? It turns out that the heads of the Wang and Lin families have brought their warriors here. There's going to be a showdown. The rival clans standing outside the Zhao mansion challenged the young warrior to a fight. Otherwise, they threatened to slaughter his entire family. Zhao Ho appeared on the threshold. He addressed the people outside. He asked why they had come here. The aliens explained to him about the problem with Zhao Chen. People around Staley fear a confrontation that could spill over into great bloodshed. Zhao Ho's servant began to suggest that he give up his son because they might not be able to cope with two clans at the same time. The servant was immediately slapped hard. Blood gushed from his mouth. He flew far away and fell right on the doorstep. Mr. Hao was furious. Only he could decide the fate of his son. The rival families threatened even more violently. It was now clear that bloodshed would not be avoided. The warriors were advancing with a call to kill Zhao Chen. They could no longer be stopped. All of them had their blades exposed. The assailants were ready to tear down the whole manor, to plunder and take all the jewels, and the women were taken captive. Zhao Chen decided to summon the ancient powers to help himself. And oh my goodness, the internal energy was released. Zhao Chen's entire body glowed. The enemies were terrified. They began to beg Zhao Chen for mercy. But the young man was undeterred. He threw his fist of fury towards the opponents. The enemies wondered where such strength came from for such a young man. Zhao Hao was overjoyed. He decided that now it was his time to intervene in the unequal battle with the enemy. The enemies were trying to stop Zhao Ho to deal with the youngster faster. One of the competitors decided to challenge the White Tiger to a fight. Someone also decided to kill Zhao Chen in the process. The confrontation between the clans was escalating with terrible force. Zhao Chen met a very strong opponent in a fierce battle. Many people began to doubt whether the young man could withstand this confrontation. His mother cried out in horror. The woman could not bear to see it. Well, there's no escaping fate. Zhao Chen's eyes were glowing with rage. No one could stop the young warrior anymore. Just then, a protector appeared and said that no one dared to attack Mr. Zhao. Everyone was terribly surprised. After all, it turned out to be the honorable master of Luo Pavilion. The young man was lucky again. Zhao Chen was also surprised by Pavilion Master Luo's appearance. Why is he here? Why he's interfering? Everyone's clamoring around. Pavilion Master Luo asked Zhao Chen about Zhao Chen's well-being. Zhao Chen thanked his savior. The gawkers around were perplexed. Why was the Pavilion Master so respectful towards Zhao Chen? Could there be some kind of connection between them? The leaders of the attacking clans resented Pavilion Master Luo's appearance. After all, it was none of his business. They should sort it out amongst themselves. The Pavilion Master smirked. He didn't like the insolence of these upstarts. He announced that Zhao Chen was the elder of the pavilion. And if they were going to massacre him, they would become the worst enemies of the pavilion. The enemies were very surprised to hear such a thing. The members of the Zhao family cheered. Their relative had become the youngest honorary elder of the Luo Pavilion. This was a great honor for their family. Zhao Chen was satisfied with the honorable position. He decided to be sure to thank Pavilion Master Luo. The enemies were very upset. That little brat got lucky again. The enemies realized that they couldn't deal with Luo Pavilion. The pavilion was very powerful and strong. They were at a loss. But one of the opposing clan decided that not all was lost. All it takes is... Luo Pavilion Master was very surprised that the enemies still hadn't surrendered yet. Did Luo Pavilion mean nothing to them? Of course, they wouldn't bully Zhao Chen anymore. After all, he is now the elder of Luo Pavilion. But they decided to take Zhao Qingyan since she was promised to the son of one of the clansmen. Zhao Qingyan was adamantly against it. She didn't want to return to the Lin family. It was announced to her that it would not be up to her. She was resolutely decided to take her with her as a trophy. Zhao Chen stood up for his sister and his fist of fury flashed again. An indestructible energy was directed by Zhao Chen towards his enemies. The villain was maddened by the young man's rage and insolence. Zhao Chen said that Qingyan is a member of the Zhao family and he will always stand up for his sister. But not everyone was in agreement. The rival from the opposing clan grabbed Mr. Wang by the throat. After all, he had lost 1,000 spirit stones but never paid the debt. Qingyan is daddy's payback. Zhao Chen was surprised at this turn of events. The pavilion masters asked not to interfere. After all, this is a private matter between Lin Feng and Father Qingyan. The pavilion master pondered. Zhao Hao was very upset by what was happening. Mr. Wang began to ask his daughter for help. He realized that he would never be able to repay his debt. The blood ties did their thing, and Qingyan screamed for her father to be released. She would agree to go to the Lin family. Everyone around them began to sympathize with the poor girl. They realized that the Lin family would pay her back for her brother. And then, the restless Zhao Chen stepped in again. He decided to help his cousins. He turned to his enemies, for they need him, so take him and leave the innocent girl alone. The Lin clan leader agreed. But he realized that he couldn't massacre Zhao Chen right now. After all, he had too much support. The enemies decided that Zhao Chen should fight Wang Yan and Ling Chao of the opposing clans in the arena in 7 days. That's where everything will be resolved. Everyone realized that it would be an unequal battle. After all, Wang Yan and Ling Chao were the first geniuses of their families. They couldn't be dealt with so easily. Zhao Chen's parents decided that these conditions were too excessive. This is not the way to treat their son. Qingyan wanted to talk her cousin out of such a deal. She was ready to return to the Lin family. But Zhao Chen resolutely agreed to such conditions. He will show everyone what a real fight is. Everyone began to condemn Zhao Chen. He can't survive the fight, let Qingyan leave. The woman decided that Zhao Chen had signed his own death warrant. Her servant was also very happy about this event. And yet they decided to meet in 7 days at the martial arts arena. The Zhao family's enemies, satisfied with the outcome, were about to leave. There was nothing to hold them here now. Zhao Chen memorized all the members of the Lin and Wang family. Only young cousin continued to worry about her brother. She still wanted to return to the Lin family. Zhao Chen calmed her down again, for he always proved to be very tenacious. Tiger Sanctuary. Zhao Chen was surprised after reading the inscription on the building. Sanctuary. The men saw a large image of a white tiger. Zhao Chen was very surprised that he was here. He had many questions. The father decided to get his attention and called out to his son. He turned around, and then they both saw the power of the heavenly tiger. The men were amazed. A stream of heavenly light rushed over them. Zhao Chen assumed that this appeared to be the power of the great Zhao clan's bloodline. This was something the young man had never seen before. Zhao Ho confirmed his son's assumption. So yes, the Zhao family possesses the bloodline of the heavenly tiger. Father claimed that since Zhao Chen had awakened his innate spiritual roots, he had a chance of awakening the bloodline. Zhao Ho told him that the strength of the bloodline had originated from ancient times and was very powerful. Zhao Chen was overjoyed at this unexpected surprise. Zhao Ho suggested that the young man stand here and calm down, and he decided to wait for him outside. Walking outside, Zhao Ho hoped that his son would be able to handle all of this. He had a lot of faith in his son. He shouldn't let him down. Zhao Chen calmed down and lowered himself to the floor to meditate. He needed to think it over well. At first, he even despaired, for the bloodline in his body was too depleted to be awakened. But there was a spark of hope in the young man's eyes. He knows what he has to do. He's not like the others, he's different. Eating heaven, and a miracle happened. A huge spirit appeared in front of the young man. It was the spirit of a white celestial tiger. Zhao Chen suggested that this bloodline could form its own spirit. The white celestial tiger spirit swiftly headed towards Zhao Chen. But the young man channeled his inner energy to cut it short. Zhao Chen was determined to confront the might of the white tiger. The heavenly white tiger spirit let out a belligerent roar. Zhao Chen was not afraid and fearlessly confronted the still unknown heavenly power. The people outside were amazed at the unusual light bursting outward from the white tiger sanctuary. No one could figure out what that mysterious light was. People began to speculate that young master Zhao Chen was behind it. He's the only one who can do it. Zhao Chen's father was a little scared and excited about what was happening. And then the large doors leading into the white tiger sanctuary opened. Zhao Chen stood on the doorstep. His father and everyone else looked at the young man with undisguised curiosity. The father asked if his son had succeeded in awakening the bloodline. He nodded affirmatively. Zhao Chen stood nonchalantly in front of the crowd. And above him towered the huge spirit of the heavenly white tiger. Zhao Hao was very amazed that the bloodline in his son's blood was so strong. It is right at the level of their ancestors. There was no limit to the man's surprise. Zhao Chen and the heavenly white tiger spirit stared intently at Zhao Ho. And then the spirits of the little tiger cubs appeared and started rubbing, licking, and nuzzling the big spirit. Zhao Chen tried to justify that he had nothing to do with it. It was the spirit of the great white tiger. Zhao Ho felt very ashamed of everything that was happening. And everyone saw it. The little tiger cub rushed toward the big tiger. The spirit of the great white tiger was calm and balanced. Zhao Ho turned away, shrieked that he had seen enough of everything, and threw his son his chainmail. Zhao Chen grabbed it and bewilderedly asked his father, "What is this?" Father, retreating away, muttered, "That this is heavenly armor, and it will help conceal his presence and give some protection. But you must still be very careful." Zhao Chen concluded that his father was a very good man. His son had not appreciated him before. Zhao Chen sits in his room and meditates. Inner energy bursts out and swirls in front of the young man. Zhao Chen realizes that he must have a fight against the geniuses of the two families in 7 days, and he needs to increase his strength quickly. Right now, he can only try to break through to the late stage of the yellow stage and increase the number of ancient characters. He decided to use his spirit stones to the maximum and cause the heavens to be devoured. And so 7 days passed. Everyone came to the martial arts arena. The spectator stands were filled to capacity. The head of the Wang family decided to talk to his representative in this duel. The young man listened to him attentively. The Wang family cheerleaders put on a show before the fight. It was so unexpected. The head of the Lin family knew that the Lin family's muscles and strength were invincible. And that was undeniable, and only the Zhao family was modestly supporting their representative. It could be seen that they didn't believe that Zhao Chen would win. His father was tense and a bit anxious. Zhao Hao was upset by his family's weak support and attacked the support group. They scattered. The opponent began to calm Zhao Hao. "Do not worry so much," he said. Another opponent suggested that the outcome of the fight was already obvious to everyone. "Why support the loser?" Zhao Hao asked them. Why were they so sure that his son would lose? Is it so obvious? He was contradicted. After all, it is not only obvious to them, it is obvious to everyone around them. There were already widespread betting on the outcome of the fights in the stands. Everyone was betting that Zhao Chen would lose. He wouldn't even last 2 minutes. Two exceptional geniuses who would soon advance to the black stage could not lose to a youngster who was only at the middle stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Hao didn't try to say who would win, but he knew that his son would surprise everyone here. The two geniuses of the opposing clans were already standing dignifiedly on the podium waiting for their opponent. The crowds in the stands began to get nervous that Zhao Chen was once again not showing up on time. It was obvious that he was scared. After all, the outcome of the fights was obvious to everyone present. The fearless geniuses of their clans began to insult their rival from the arena at the top of their voices. After all, a coward like him, not even his innate roots could fix him. Zhao Ho and his wife also became worried. They even decided to send servants to bring the young warrior. The servants suggested that Zhao Ho expel his son from the family if he didn't show up for the duel. But the head of the family offered to wait a little longer. The women from Zhao Chen's entourage were also here. But his mother didn't want her son to appear. After all, she didn't believe in his victory. The heads of the rival clans began to rebuke the head of the White Tiger family. Where is his pride? How long can we wait for the impudent youngster? Then, the Lin clan's clan head decided to massacre Zhao Chen's cousin since he was afraid of the duel. And no one should interfere with them. Zhao Ho warned everyone that no one should move from their seats until his son appeared. Just then, Pavilion Master Luo intervened. He suggested that everyone stay calm and wait for Zhao Chen. Passions were running high in the box of the heads of the family, and the crowd decided that if there was no arena fight, they could watch the other showdowns. The head of the hostile clan rebuked the Pavilion Master for sticking his nose in, and he secretly beckoned to his warrior to prepare for the attack. Pavilion Master Luo once again asked him to calm down and just wait. The Lin family warrior with curse words decided to massacre young Qingyan. He moved straight towards her. Zhao Ho and Pavilion Master Luo were furious at what was happening. But the members of the opposing clans have concluded that it's too late. There's no turning back. Zhao Qingyan had already mentally said goodbye to Zhao Chen and to all of her family members. She fearlessly decided to face the villain who was heading her way. Just then, everyone saw that Zhao Chen had finally appeared. He resolutely stood between the villain and his cousin. Pavilion Master Luo and Zhao Ho heaved a sigh of relief. The warrior was now in place. The heads of the Wang and Lin families were upset. After all, Zhao Chen had shown up at the wrong time. Their plan with Qingyan had failed. The Lin family genius praised Zhao Chen, who managed to block his punch. It was not an easy thing to do. Zhao Chen walks briskly into the middle of the arena. Now he's ready to take the fight to the ground. All three opponents were now in the arena. Zhao Chen suggested that they should attack. After all, he did not want to waste time on meaningless conversations. But the opponents were in no hurry. They felt their superiority and decided to mock their opponent. One of the warriors couldn't resist and decided to attack Zhao Chen first. He decided to immediately use his crushing double strike. Zhao Chen warned them, since they didn't want to attack at the same time, let them blame themselves. So the young man decided to use the power of the heavenly white tiger. It was so unexpected. The striker was discouraged. Nobody expected such a turn of events. Zhao Qingyan warned her cousin to be careful and stay vigilant. The Lin clan head urged his son to deal with his rival sooner rather than later and not to feel sorry for him. Zhao Ho was calm. After all, when the power of the heavenly white tiger came into play, the result was always obvious. Zhao Chen stepped on the chest of his defeated opponent. He looked up at the victor pleadingly. Zhao Chen said that the genius of the Lin family had uncompromisingly lost this fight. The crowd was perplexed. How could this be possible? A youngster had won a fight against such a professional. Master Lin must have been very arrogant and did not calculate his opponent's strength. Zhao Hao was very proud of his offspring. "This is a true warrior," he said. Zhao Chen's mother and cousin were very happy that their boy had defeated a strong warrior like Master Lin. The evil woman couldn't calm down. Because Zhao Chen is still alive, her servant was also desperate. He realized that he would be finished if Master Zhao Chen stayed alive. Pavilion Master Luo was satisfied with the outcome of the fight. He had made the right choice when he bet on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen told the defeated warrior that the two of them should have attacked at the same time. That way, the opponents would have a better chance. The defeated warrior, who had blood oozing from his mouth, begged Zhao Chen for mercy. He would not do this again. The head of the Lin family begged Zhao Chen to spare his son. After all, there would always be an agreement in the future. Zhao Chen was surprised. Why would I let him go? He lifted his leg over his opponent, pronouncing that all must be recompensed, and all must answer to the law of honor for their wrongs. Zhao Chen shouted that a painful death awaited the defeated warrior, and fiercely unleashed a deadly leg kick at his opponent. The one with his mouth open, unconscious, remained lying motionless on the ground. The crowd was aghast at how coldly Zhao Chen had massacred his opponent, leaving him no chance of escape. The head of the Lin family, horrified by what had happened, was about to kill young Zhao Chen, and with a shout of hatred lunged at the offender. But he was blocked by Zhao Ho and Pavilion Master Luo. They declared that no one should interfere during the fight. The head of the Lin family retreated with curses, but he couldn't calm down and forgive what had just happened. His sister tried to calm him down and suggested he relax. She had a plan. One of the Lin family heirs is killed. The other is maimed. Sooner or later the Lin family may fall, but Wang Yan can avenge the offense. Now the Wang family representative decided to intervene. He announced that he was not a simpleton. Zhao Chen said, "You can be so arrogant. One such person is already lying senseless." But Master Wang said that he is stronger than everyone here. He's not afraid of anything. The crowd, fueled by the interest, shouted that Zhao Chen was definitely not going to be well now. The gap between the black and yellow stage could not be compensated for by talent alone. Many of the people present wished Zhao Chen to lose in this fight with his opponent. Pavilion Master Luo became very worried about the outcome of the upcoming fight. He felt that the forces were unequal. The women urged Zhao Chen to save himself and not get involved in an unequal battle, and only Zhao Ho stated that he would not allow his son to lose this fight. The heads of the hostile clans were urging their warrior to deal with Zhao Chen quickly. They wanted their representative to show in action who the real genius is here. And then the Wang family warrior summoned the powerful red serpent of the 9 transformations to his aid. No one expected this turn of events. Zhao Chen realized that this was a deadly attack. This is the early stage of the black stage, and he decided that he could now fight for real. Everyone realized that a powerful battle between 2 great warriors was coming, and no one regretted buying tickets for such a performance. There will be something to tell, friends. The red serpent and the yellow warrior were about to have a showdown. But at first glance, it looked like the odds were stacked against them. The yellow warrior delivered his first crushing blow to the body of the red serpent. The Wang family warrior had not expected such a turn of events. He was very surprised. Zhao Chen jumped up and shouted for his opponent to go far away. Master Wang covered his face with his hand in terror and groaned. The yellow warrior's powerful strength drove his opponent straight into the ground, so much so that there was no trace of him left. The defeated enemy remained motionless at the bottom of the hole formed by the impact. Everyone wondered how the middle stage of the yellow stage could defeat the initial stage of the black stage. The world would no longer be the same. The evil secret enemies of the young warrior decided that he was hiding his development. After all, the yellow stage is always weaker than the black stage. Xiao Hao noticed their whispering and asked, "What were they talking about?" They reported that they were very pleased with the young warrior's victory. Of course they lied to their master. The heads of the losing families were crushed. They did not know how to avenge the shame inflicted on their families. Now they started bickering amongst themselves, accusing each other of losing. But one of them didn't see it as a loss. He thought the best part was yet to come. To be continued. Headlin was surprised. Did Mr. Wang really have some other trump card up his sleeve? Zhao Chen called out to the departing heads of the losing families. He invited them to speak one last time. But then the unbelievable happened. Something began to happen to the defeated Wang clan warrior. He rose up and declared with fiery eyes that it would not be easy to deal with him. Zhao Chen immediately realized that there was no lack of demonic energy here. A black gas formed around Wang Yan. The people around him realized that he was still just giving in to his opponent. Zhao Ho and Pavilion Master Luo saw what was happening and were very scared for Zhao Chen. But Clan Chief Wang forbade them to interfere. It would be against the rules. That's what they said. Zhao Ho disagreed with him and sent him far away. And then the unbelievable happened. The audience who saw it realized that they had hit the jackpot. The heads of the 3 families and Pavilion Master Luo clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Warrior Wang began to threaten Zhao Chen because he forced him to use demonic power. And now Zhao Chen is in trouble. In a swift leap, Warrior Wang towered over Warrior Zhao. The demon of support spread around. Everyone was indescribably horrified by what was happening. Zhao Chen coldly began to summon the heaven-devouring heaven with 2 fingers. Throwing 2 fingers forward towards the evil demon, he activated the absorption mode. The Wang family warrior certainly didn't expect such a turn. A cry of surprise escaped from his chest. Zhao Chen realized that the heaven-devouring technique came in handy. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with such an opponent. But Master Wang was not discouraged, and once again rushed into battle, wanting to finally crush his opponent. He was once again rebuffed by Zhao Chen. He couldn't understand what was going on. He couldn't understand why Zhao Chen could absorb his demonic energy. There was something unearthly about it. Zhao Chen announced that he was a monster who would decisively massacre his opponent today. Master Wang exclaimed that it was impossible. Then the Zhao family would have two blood enemies at once in the form of the Wang and Lin families. But Zhao Chen was no longer able to stop him. He unleashed his crowning almighty strike on his opponent. The warriors rolled around the arena in a vicious battle. Nothing could stop them. Wang Yan, crushed, remained motionless, once again lying in the arena. Again, everyone was dumbfounded with horror as they watched in silence. Everyone assumed that since Wang Yan had lost, maybe he wasn't a black stage warrior. Maybe it's all a fake. The young victor's inner enemies were pondering how they should proceed. The grief-stricken head of the Wang family called on all members of his clan to gather and immediately deal with the obnoxious Zhao Chen. The head of the Lin family also called his clan to action. It was going to be a big mess. Zhao Ho, of course, urged his clan to fight back and protect Zhao Chen and the honor of the family. Clouds were gathering over young Zhao Chen. It seemed that the forces were unequal. The Luo Pavilion master decided to get into the fray and threatened the ringleaders that if they didn't stop, they would be enemies of the mighty Luo Pavilion. Zhao Hao suggested that his son take Qingyan Yi away from here. Pavilion Master Luo decided to deal with two heads of hostile clans at once. Zhao Chen grabbed his cousin in his arms and with the words, "Father," with the support of Pavilion Master Luo, should be able to handle it, decided to leave the arena at ease. Passions were running wild. No one knew how it would end. Someone had decided that the second elder had decided to betray their family. It was incomprehensible. Everyone noticed that he was heading straight towards Zhao Chen. The heads of the hostile clans suggested that Zhao Ho hold his horses. Zhao Chen's days were already numbered. Zhao Chen stopped. His plans quickly changed. He suggested that his cousin and his mom get out of here. He himself decided to continue the fair fight. Zhao Chen was attacked by a villain with the idea of killing the boy. After all, this is his destiny. The cousin tearfully threw herself on her brother's neck. The villain was angry, for he wanted to deal with the obnoxious boy quickly. Qingyan took the blow and fell into her brother's arms without feeling. Zhao Chen's eyes were burning with grief. The girl whispered that she was very worried about Zhao Chen and was able to protect him after all. The villain was not relenting. There's no one between him and Zhao Chen now. There will be no mercy. Zhao Chen's eyes were burning with rage. He decided to gut the vile villain. Zhao Chen tensed up and summoned the punishment of the heavens. The villain wanted to crush Zhao Chen's development, but then his strength began to leave him. He begged for mercy, but Zhao Chen was undeterred. He knew that nothing would save the villain from imminent retribution, and then there was an unbearable silence. Everyone was numb with horror, and that's when they broke through. The second elder was killed by a young warrior. But he had the earth stage cultivation. Is Zhao Chen the protagonist of some cultivator's story? The head of the hostile clan was very upset. After all, even the second elder was unable to defeat Zhao Chen. The heads of the hostile clans have decided to retreat. After all, their warriors are very frightened. It's time to lick their wounds. They gave the order to retreat and all their warriors scurried away. Zhao Chen realized that his meridians were on the verge of breaking apart. This was a backlash. After all, his cultivation was too weak to absorb so much energy. Zhao Ho and Pavilion Master Luo decided to find out how Zhao Chen was feeling. Maybe he needs some help? He refused to help, but asked Pavilion Master Luo to help Qingyan. Maybe he had a healing pill that would help the girl recover. Pavilion Master Luo said he only has this pill, but its effect only lasts for half a year. Zhao Chen thanked Pavilion Master Luo. Zhao Chen gave the pill to his cousin. But Zhao Ho said that Qingyan had half of her organs crushed and her ribs broken. No one would be able to help her anymore. Zhao Chen disagreed. He knew that there was one pill that could help the poor girl. This pill is called the Spiritual Pill of Origin. And it's the only one that can help. Everyone began to lament, for it was a 5-star pill. Where can we find such an alchemist? And some of the ingredients are very rare. They haven't been seen in this area for decades. Zhao Chen, holding his little sister in his arms, seemed to know what he should do now. Pavilion Master Luo announced. He knew where to get the Heavenly Tree Mushroom and True Emperor Water, but the Frost Ice Ginseng, Heavenly Dragon Lotus, and Poison Origin Grass would not be easy to obtain. Zhao Chen asked Pavilion Master Luo to elaborate on the medicines that could be procured. The Master of Luo Pavilion said that the True Emperor's Water is available in the personal property of Tianyuan Royal Palace. and the Heavenly Day mushroom can be found in the main headquarters of Luo Pavilion. But an ordinary master cannot take it. It is a matter of the level of the pavilion head. Zhao Chen decided that he could solve the situation. The pavilion master agreed, although he noted that it would not be easy to do. Zhao family, the alchemy room. Tang Rao was surprised. Would Zhao Chen really be preparing blood pills? Dissecting windgrass, fire essence, rough copper crystal, white emperor crystal, black leaf. It's also complicated. Tan Rao noted that this lineup doesn't look right. Zhao Chen objected that these weren't exactly ordinary blood pills. He knew that by swallowing the demonic energy, he had managed to break through to the late stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Chen ordered his assistant to open the alchemy furnace. She obeyed. Zhao Chen walked over to the furnace and tried to launch his internal energy there. As he did so, he also summoned the power of the Heavenly White Tiger to his aid. He decided that with the power of the Heavenly Tiger, the effect of the red pills would change, and the master would be able to break through one stage and be on the verge of a breakthrough. And even without repercussions, Tang Rao was amazed at the fire control technique. Even a Luo Pavilion master wouldn't be able to do that. Zhao Chen was very focused and handsome, the girl noted to herself. Immediately blushing, she began to drive those strange thoughts away from her. Zhao Chen turned on the purification mode. He directed a stream of internal energy towards the alchemical furnace. Success awaited him. The long-awaited red pill was in his hand. Tang Rao was amazed that in the young man's hands, the ordinary 2-star red pill had become a 3-star pill after purification. Zhao Chen decided to end his manipulations here for now. Tang Rao came to her senses and asked Zhao Chen to accept her as his disciple. Only now did Tang Rao realize what Pavilion Master Luo meant when he offered her to become Zhao Chen's disciple. Zhao Chen grinned, for earlier Tang Rao had hated him to the core. The girl got nervous and started apologizing, saying she wouldn't do it again. Zhao Chen has agreed to take her on as his apprentice, but only temporarily. We'll see how things develop from here. Tang Rao kneeled down and said she was fine with everything. The girl stood up and greeted her new alchemy teacher. Her chest heaved in time with her breathing. A blush appeared on Zhao Chen's face, and he motioned for the girl to continue with the class. Zhao Chen had created 5 blood pills and assumed that they would increase the strength of the Zhao family many times over. Just then, the young men heard that the people from the Wang and Lin families had returned again. They were breaking through at a great speed. It was urgent to call the master. Tang Rao asked her teacher, what should they do now? Zhao Chen decided that today, he would wipe out all of the Zhao family's enemies into powder. Outside, a bloodbath broke out. There were many dead and wounded. The fire was devouring the buildings. The heads of the hostile families must have used demonic power. And now they were not themselves. Their eyes were burning like red coals. One of them said that his men were now detaining Pavilion Master Luo. And now, no one would stop him from dealing with the unfit boy. They decided in tribute to listen to the words of White Tiger Hao. Zhao Hao freaked out and decided to admit that the enemies were now stronger. He asked that the invaders spare the old men, women, and children. After all, they had nothing to do with them. The villains disagreed. After all, this is a blood feud. The entire Zhao clan must be finished today. The eyes of the enemies burned with bloody hatred. Zhao Hao was terrified that they wanted to destroy his entire clan. Just then, everyone saw Zhao Chen appear with his new female disciple. It was so unexpected. Zhao Chen, his father, Tang Rao, and the elder resolutely stood up to defend their clan. The villains, happy that everyone had gathered together, decided to finish off all their enemies in one fell swoop. Zhao Hao was surprised by his son's appearance. After all, they wanted to buy time for him to escape. The elder suggested Zhao Chen to save himself, as he was the only hope of the entire family. Only he would be able to take revenge later. The Zhao family members all agreed with the elder and began to urge Zhao Chen to save himself. Zhao Chen was very touched that the family cared for him so much, he almost cried. The elder declared that this is what a real family should do. Zhao Chen announced that only the enemies would die today, as he had prepared some bloody pills. And now they must be consumed as soon as possible. Zhao Hao stated that it was not bad. But the effect will be temporary and then they will still lose the battle. Everyone agreed with the host. They had little chance of winning. Defeat was imminent. The red-eyed villains laughed at the young master. They knew that the pills would not have the desired effect for long. Zhao Chen asked his father to just trust him and showed him the pill. This bloody pill was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Tang Rao announced that these were definitely extraordinary pills. After all, they were prepared by Zhao Chen himself. Zhao Ho realized that he now had nothing to lose and swallowed a single pill. And, as always in such cases, a miracle happened. The heavens opened. Zhao Ho felt a surge of bloodline strength. But the villains didn't believe him. They thought he was playing a trick on them. Just in case, the villains decided not to take any chances. Zhao Ho might be serious. One of them changed his mind after all, bared his blade, and decided to test fate by using his demonic power. Zhao Ho, feeling a surge of strength, was resolutely ready to fight his opponent. The villain swung his heavenly demon sword with all his might. But Zhao Ho threw out a heavenly tiger fist towards him. Zhao Ho, using the power of the heavenly tiger, began to expel the demon from the enemy's body. The villain was shocked. He didn't understand how such a thing was possible. He wondered where his demonic power had gone. Everyone saw the villain fall to the ground exhausted. All that was left of him was a wet spot. Everyone was amazed by the effect of the red pill. The head of the Lin family lost to the white tiger. Zhao Ho assumed that this blood pill had helped him reach the middle stage of the heavenly stage. He was proud of his son. The Zhao family members were very happy that things were happening like this. Their young master would not let anyone offend him now. Zhao Chen decided not to waste time with heat and threw blood pills to his family members, urging them to take them sooner rather than later. Everyone did. The Zhao family's manor was illuminated by the sunlight. It was unreal. The elder, after taking the pill, noted that he was able to break through the step. And all those who had taken the pills were no longer afraid. The elder was determined to rush into battle to deal with the offenders. The members of the Zhao family in one accord began to attack the members of the hostile clans and avenge their dead brothers. Some even promised to put an eye on the enemy's ass and make him blink. The head of the Wang family staggered back and couldn't believe everything that was happening. He's been planning this crime for so long and it didn't go according to his plan. This is a total failure, Van thought. Zhao Ho immediately accused Wang Yan of colluding with heavenly demons and urged him to repent wholeheartedly. Wang Yan grinned. Confession was not at all in his plans. Wang Yan announced to everyone that it was their own fault for driving him to the point of burning blood. The process has already started. Everyone noted that Wang Yan's strength was now comparable to that of a late-stage celestial stage. Only Zhao Chen was sure that nothing could help the enemy anymore. Zhao Chen suggested that his father use spiritual power to stimulate his bloodline. Then his bloodline would be strengthened. The elder suggested that he should not be afraid of the fire poison and use his sun flame technique to its fullest potential. The restless Wang Yan rushed into battle, sweeping away everything in his path. Zhao Chen announced that justice would be served today, and Wang Yan would pay for all his crimes. Wang Yan tried to object to the young man, but then his demonic power waned for some reason. Must have run out of juice. Zhao Chen ordered his father and elder to deal with this criminal quickly. All three of them surrounded Wang Yan. Zhao Chen used the secret technique of slashing tiger claw. There was a massive explosion. You can't see a thing. Wang Yan didn't expect that he could lose a battle because of some brat. He decided he was now haunted by bad luck. The members of the Lin family were indescribably terrified. Zhao Chen ordered the surviving enemies to lay down their weapons and obey him. Everyone began to surrender, throwing down their weapons and swearing they would never come back here again. The Zhao family members were celebrating the victory that happened thanks to the third young master. Zhao Chen was worried. After all, if heavenly demons were involved, it wouldn't end here. To be continued. Yeah, the cursed eye has appeared. Who is this? Who dares to kill my son while I was away? You wretched worms. I won't forgive you for this. Zhao Ho asked his son, what was his concern? He had won. We should take a little rest and tear ourselves away. The elder seconded the motion. He was always up for a good time. Zhao Chen decided to relax a bit since nothing else bad was happening. And then the elder noticed that his chest was getting very hot. He started to just burn from the inside out. Zhao Chen and his father couldn't understand what was going on. Zhao Chen has calmed down. It's just the remnants of the fire poison raging inside the old man. Everything is going according to plan. It will be over soon. Zhao Chen pointed his finger towards the elder. So I decided to perform a sealing ritual. The elder coughed up blood one last time and decided that the poison was finally gone from his body. Zhao Chen reassured the elder. After all, he was not suffering from an ordinary fire flame, but a flame ranked 48th in the Earth Flame ranking. Mystic Flame. What is a mystic flame? Tang Rao asked her teacher. Zhao Chen explained that this flame could be called the Lord of all simple flames, and it could greatly increase an alchemist's abilities. Zhao Chen decided to give this flame to his disciple. Tang Rao became embarrassed. for this was too expensive a gift for her. Zhao Chen urged the young female disciple not to be flirtatious and just accept the gift. The girl agreed and immediately cried out. She felt very hot. Zhao Chen ordered the mystic flame to obey the girl, or he would disperse it. The girl immediately cooled down and decided that she could now control these flames. She decided that now she just had to help the master get the heavenly tree mushroom. Zhao Chen decided that since he had decided things here, he could go to the royal capital tomorrow. Zhao Ho admonished his son and warned him to be very careful in the capital. Zhao Chen agreed and thought that only if Qingyan waited for him. The backyard of the Zhao family's estate. A conniving woman sends her maid with a secret letter straight to the capital. She agrees and accepts the message from the landlady's hands. The devious conspirator hopes Zhao Chen will never return home from the capital. And so, Zhao Chen and Tang Rao reached the capital. Tang Rao was excited about the big city. Zhao Chen took her further, suggesting that we walk around the city afterward. Zhao Chen began to think back to his past life, in which he had ruled countless territories. Tang Rao grabbed the gentleman's hand and asked him to stop for a moment. She saw a strange box from someone. She traded it for a spatial ring. Zhao Chen wondered, "Why do you need this now?" The girl announced that she had purchased a heavenly tree mushroom and opened the box. Zhao Chen immediately slammed the box shut, and he said it was a priceless mushroom. "How did you get it?" The girl was embarrassed and refused to confess. But Zhao Chen was not lagging behind and wanted to know the truth. And then someone wanted to tell Zhao Chen the whole truth. The girl was scared. It was Yang Fei. He said that Tang Ruo had agreed to be his wife and the mushroom was his wedding gift. Zhao Chen decided to bring the mushroom back. At that price, he didn't need it. Qingyan cried and said that this was her fate and nothing could be changed. Zhao Chen said that she is his disciple and he controls her fate. Tears continued to drip from young Qingyan's eyes. Someone snapped the mushroom box shut. He told Zhao Chen that it is very noble, and he knows that Zhao Chen has awakened spiritual roots. But he's here to take Tang Ruo away. Zhao Chen warned that he was not responsible for the consequences then. The young man was determined. Zhao Chen said that if you sold the carcass of this fatty, you could get a lot of spirit stones. The fat man got really angry. Everyone started whispering, "Who is he? How dare he contradict Yang Fei himself?" Yang Fei is one of the 4 young masters of the capital. He's allowed to do anything. Yang Fei became very angry and ordered his servants to beat up the insolent man. The servants immediately decided to execute. They thought that they would not leave the young man unharmed. Zhao Chen was ready and warned them not to complain later. A fight ensued, but it was short-lived. Yang Fei's servants flying in all directions. They were already spitting blood and couldn't understand how this could have happened. Yan Fei was tearing and thrashing with hatred and anger. Zhao Chen headed in his direction and said that it was now his turn. Yan Fei stood up and started to stagger back. He warned that his father was the head of Luo Pavilion. If anything happened to his son, Zhao Chen would be in trouble. He would be truly hunted down. But Zhao Chen was unstoppable. He knocked out the obnoxious fatty. The one fell to the ground with a crash. The crowd began to marvel at Zhao Chen. After all, he had punched Yang Fei himself. Qingyan was very touched by her master's act of getting into a fight with Yang Fei for her sake. Yang Fei couldn't believe that he could be treated like this and began to threaten Zhao Chen with severe consequences. Zhao Chen jumped up to Yang Fei again and began to morally oppress the latter and threaten him with further reprisals. Yan Fei extended his hand towards Zhao Chen and began to beg for mercy. Zhao Chen let go of him and said that his face now looked much better than before. Yang Fei was pitiful to look at. His entire face was disfigured. Bruises, and abrasions all over his face. He cried that no pretty girl would ever look at him again. Everyone in the neighborhood laughed. "Pretty girls never paid attention to you anyway." Qingyan announced that her teacher was the best. Yan Fei was holding a firecracker and said that his brother would come soon, and then we would see who was the strongest here. Zhao Chen announced that he wasn't going anywhere and let Yang Fei call anyone here. Yan Fei let off a firecracker and with the words, "an arrow piercing the heavens," suggested that everyone should now wait. Firecracker fireworks appeared over the city, and everyone in town heard a rumble. Everyone's frantic. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Yang Fei warned Zhao Chen that his brother was close and retribution would be imminent. Zhao Chen said that he is always ready to face his opponent. Then Yang Fei's older brother and his servants appeared. He decided to deal with his younger brother's abusers. Yang Fei tearfully rushed to his brother and begged him for help. After all, he is one of the 4 great masters of this city. Mo Fei announced that he had recently reached the late stage of the yellow stage, and this brat is nothing to him at all. The people around them began to discuss that this stranger would now be in trouble. After all, Mo Fei's strength was unquestionable. Zhao Chen praised Mo. After all, at his age, reaching the late stage of the yellow stage, it wasn't easy. Mo Fei roared for Zhao Chen to not even think of asking for mercy. Mo Fei took out his heaven-tearing fist from his pocket and brought it down on his opponent with all his might. Zhao Chen announced that he had reached the same stage a long time ago, and they clashed in a fierce battle. Fire and sparks were flying in all directions. Energy was booming at the epicenter of the collision. Just then, Yang Fei saw his powerful brother Mo being thrown aside. There was no limit to his surprise. While lying on the ground, Mo Fei had no way of understanding how it was that he had managed to lose the fight. Mo Fei's servants were also puzzled. How could this happen? Could it be the power of the innate spiritual roots? But then we won't be able to deal with this brat. And the servants all began to scatter in all directions in fear, so as not to be crushed by Zhao Chen. Everyone in the neighborhood started laughing at the Fei family's servants. Cowardly servants with weak masters. Yang Fei was all in tears and couldn't accept such a humiliating defeat for his family. Just then, Zhao Chen made a request to him. Could he spare him a moment? The man, whimpering, agreed to listen to the winner. He had no choice anyway. He ordered Yang Fei to quickly write that he was breaking his engagement to Tang Ruo, but he wouldn't agree to cancel the prenuptial agreement so easily. Yang Fei added that Zhao Chen can bully him for as long as he wants, but he will not cancel the marriage contract. Tang Ruo will become his legal wife. Zhao Chen was very surprised at the fatty's persistence and stubbornness. I had to do some work on Yang Fei's face again, and the document to break the marriage agreement was eventually prepared and signed by Yang Fei. It wasn't difficult. Zhao Chen took away the dissolution and said that this was something that should have been done before. Unnecessary bloodshed could have been avoided. Tang Ruo rushed over to hug her savior. The priceless heavenly mushroom, by the way, was still in their possession. This is the right way to do business, Zhao Chen thought. The girl inquired of her master where they were now keeping their journey. Zhao Chen decided to take a stroll through the herbal shops. Maybe there they would find what they were looking for. Yan Fei saw them off with curses and hoped to still get even. They hadn't found anything in the shops yet, and Tang Ruo was a little upset. Zhao Chen tried to calm her down. Zhao Chen thought for a moment. After all, in every shop, as soon as they heard the name of the herbs, they immediately rejected them. Something was amiss, the young man decided, and then they saw some old man being thrown out of the gate with the words, "Get out." In his hands, this man was holding some kind of plant. Zhao Chen immediately realized that it was a poisonous origin herb. There could be no mistake. Someone shouted at the old man and said that this was an association of alchemists, not some kind of charlatan office. And he could tell the difference between some weed and a poisonous herb of origin. The old man excused himself that it was indeed a poisonous herb of origin. He's not lying. He only wanted to exchange it for pills for his granddaughter. Someone turned out to be a 3-star alchemist, and he couldn't let some old man teach him about herbs. The people around him thought that the old man had gone completely out of his mind, trying to contradict Mr. Zhang. The poor old man cried out for help and asked the alchemist to believe him. It was a real high-grade herb, not some fake. Zhao didn't stop and continued to abuse the old man. Who is he? To tell a 3-star alchemist. And then, someone grabbed Mr. Zhao's arm. Zhao became indignant. Who was it that dared him to stop him from doing justice? It was Zhao Chen, of course. He always found someone to save from trouble. And Mr. Zhao got a goodbye kick and was sent away. Mr. Zhao directly hit his face against the wall of the building with a swing. Zhao immediately woke up. Blood was gushing from his nose. He began to threaten Zhao Chen. No one dares to attack a 3-star alchemist, especially when he is on duty. Zhao Chen was very surprised that the Alchemists Association would accept such talentless non-entities who couldn't even tell the difference between a weed and a medicinal herb into their ranks. The crowd around, of course, became very surprised at the behavior of some youngster who was crossing the esteemed Mr. Zhao. The alchemist, who had lost a couple of teeth after colliding with the wall, began calling for the guards to deal with the rogue upstart. The old man thanked Zhao Chen, but advised him to hurry up and get out of here, for the association would never forgive such incidents. Zhao Chen didn't even think of leaving. He thought that there was something wrong with this old man, since he was able to guess the medicinal herb in the plant. Even a 3-star alchemist couldn't do it. The old man began to make excuses, mumbling something incoherently. Just then, Chu Haisheng himself came out, the president of the Alchemists Association. He was very surprised that there were fools in the world who could cause trouble for his association. Mr. Zhao immediately rushed over to the president. He told him everything and said that the brat was questioning the competence of a 3-star alchemist and asked him to teach the boy a lesson. The president wanted Zhao Chen to explain himself. Otherwise, he would face severe consequences. Everyone started muttering their own words. Zhao that the young man was dead. The old man that it was his own fault. The young lady said it would be a good idea to get out of here. Zhao Chen turned to the honorable president. He allowed that a 3-star alchemist might not know, but the president should know that a medicinal herb has 7 spines, unlike a weed that has 6 spines. The alchemist began to rebuke Zhao Chen for wanting to mislead the president. But the president shut the alchemist's mouth. The president agreed with the kid that it was a medicinal herb of origin. The alchemist now no longer believed the president. It was an embarrassment to him. Everyone in the neighborhood realized that the boy was right, so Mr. Zhang was wrong. But the president replied to the alchemist that he wasn't kidding. The alchemist had to admit his mistake. It was unforgivable. Zhao Chen suggested that the alchemist now apologize to the old man, and everyone started yelling that the alchemist was really unfair to the old man. The alchemist realized that Zhao Chen was mocking him and asked what he wanted. Zhao Chen suggested that the alchemist kneel down and beg the old man's forgiveness. People started cheering for the guy and chanting in his support. The alchemist was amazed at the youngster's insolence and said that he would never agree to such a disgrace. The president supported Zhao Chen's idea and ordered the alchemist to kneel down. The president really needed this herb. He wanted to buy it back from the old man. The crowd continued to chant and demand an apology from the alchemist. The alchemist thought that he couldn't bear such embarrassment. Even the vapor showed on his face. Zhao Chen decided to help the alchemist and channeled a beam of internal energy in his direction. The alchemist cowered and fell to his knees. The alchemist began to threaten the young man again. "We just need to find out his name." The young man immediately introduced himself and called himself Zhao Chen, and everyone began to recall that this was the same guy who had massacred Mo Fei. The alchemist told Zhao Chen that they would meet again, and that the young man should not relax. Zhao Chen said that he was fine with it. After all, he is not afraid of anyone. The president apologized to the old man on behalf of the association and offered to buy the medicinal herb from him. Zhao Chen realized that the president was also after this herb. It's already an auction. The old man confessed that he wanted to cure his granddaughter, and if he could get some help, he'd be happy to give up the herb. The president promised to cure the old man's daughter and invited him to follow him. Zhao Chen announced that he also knew a bit about medicine and wanted to go with them as well. The people supported Zhao Chen's decision. The president didn't mind. He realized that the boy was no match for him, and the old man took the whole campaign to his sick granddaughter. And so they all came to the old man's hut. The old man announced that his granddaughter couldn't get up because of her illness and invited everyone to come inside. Zhao Chen thought that he was mistaken, and it was an ordinary old man. But then this herb might cause him some problems. Zhao Chen motioned for his assistant to wait for him outside. Tang Ruo wished him good luck. The poor girl was barely alive on the bed. An aura was spreading around her. Zhao Chen was astonished. Did she really have an innate body? The old man dutifully entrusted his granddaughter to the president of the association. He asked everyone to calm down and promised to cure the girl for sure. Zhao Chen doubted that the president would be able to cope. After all, it wasn't even a disease, but a side effect of improper cultivation of the innate body. The president has announced that all her meridians are torn and her internal organs are severely damaged. The old man became very upset and cried. He began sobbing over his granddaughter's bed. The president offered the old man a pill to help the girl last a few more years. The old man thanked the president and was about to give him the healing herb. And everyone noticed that Zhao Chen had disappeared somewhere. The president gladly agreed to accept the gift from the old man's hands. And then Zhao Chen appeared and offered his method of treatment. He announced that he could save the poor girl. The old man and the president tensed up. How could this be possible? Decided the boy was very arrogant after all. The president warned the young man that a child could be harmed by his actions. The old man had hope. Zhao Chen suggested that they just observe themselves. The president wondered how acupuncture could help in this case. Waypoint, the point of connection of the heavens. A point of boundaries. The president couldn't believe his eyes. And the last point of the soul, uttered the young man. The girl coughed and began to come to her senses. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. The girl's awake. The old man was very happy that his granddaughter was finally awake. The president of the association was very impressed with the young alchemist's talent. Zhao Chen said that he had cured the old man's granddaughter, and he had no need to worry now. Everyone was amazed that Zhao Chen knew alchemy better than the president himself. And the old man gave the herb of origin to the young man in gratitude. Zhao Chen rejoiced. After all, he only had 3 ingredients left to gather to Qingyang would be saved. The president invited the young man to become his disciple. And then Zhao Chen's development would be greatly accelerated. Everyone decided that it was a very generous offer because the president of the association was one of the top 5 alchemists in the kingdom. But Zhao Chen had to refuse. His ambitions were much higher. Everyone was disappointed by the young alchemist's refusal. He misses a chance like this. It only happens once in a lifetime, and it doesn't happen to everyone. The president assumed that Zhao Chen already had a teacher. After all, with his innate spiritual roots, immense mental strength, and amazing control, it was not surprising. The president did not insist and suggested that Young take the 3-star plate. After all, he is very talented. Zhao Chen gratefully accepted this gift. Everyone decided that it was unfair. That Zhao Chen had been initiated into a 3-star alchemist without examination. The president told them that they couldn't match Zhao Chen's talent. So it's better to keep quiet. That's when everyone scattered. Zhao Chen asked the president if he knew where to get the frost ice ginseng and the heavenly dragon lotus. The president said that these plants are comparable in rarity to the poisonous weed of origin. The president added that one lotus is now in the Mo family, and ginseng can be sought at the Tianluo Academy. Zhao Chen memorized everything and decided to seek out the plants at all costs. The president decided to withdraw, but told Zhao Chen that he could always count on his help. The president withdrew, and they remained good acquaintances. Zhao Chen told Tang Ruo to leave, but the recovered girl decided to talk to her savior. Zhao Chen was slightly surprised. She thanked Zhao Chen for her rescue and asked when he would propose to her. Zhao Chen and Tang Ruo were very surprised. Zhao Chen didn't tell her that he was going to marry her. Tang Ruo said that her master didn't need that kind of trouble. The old man began to discourage his granddaughter. After all, they don't know this young man at all. The girl said that her daddy talked about that anyone who could take care of her could be her husband, and so Zhao Chen should become her husband and take care of her. Tang Ruo entered the conversation and said that her lord wasn't going to get married yet. Zhao Chen silently watched the girls figure things out. The old man with tears in his eyes began to discourage his granddaughter. Just then, Zhao Chen shouted at both of them and ordered them to shut their mouths. The girls fell silent and turned away from each other resentfully. Zhao Chen was very upset that the girls turned out to be so scandalous. The old man suggested that the young men leave the premises, for his granddaughter needed peace now. Zhao Chen assumed that judging from his manners, the old man was not the girl's grandfather, but most likely her servant. Unlike ordinary people, Xiaoju's body and spiritual roots have a slightly different structure. The old man admitted that the young man was very guessing, but the old man warned that Zhao Chen would now face death and took out a sharp knife from behind his belt. Zhao Chen warned that he didn't understand such jokes and advised the old man to come to his senses. The old man apologized, but the identity of his mistress must not be revealed. Therefore, Zhao Chen is about to die. And he lunged with his knife towards the young man. The granddaughter screamed for her grandfather to stop immediately. Zhao Chen stopped the old man's lunge with 2 fingers and advised him to be more careful from now on. From Zhao Chen's mighty energy, the blade was shattered in an instant. The old man began to wail and ask who the young man really was. The granddaughter said that Mr. Zhao is an honest and kind man. He doesn't look at all like the killer who's after me. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now, the young lady said. The old man decided to trust Zhao Chen. The girl decided to tell Zhao Chen her secret, but asked that she not tell anyone else. Zhao Chen asked Tang Ruo to remove himself and not overhear their conversation. Tang Ruo obeyed, but it was obvious that she was angry. And the girl began her story. Zhao Chen didn't think that Zhuer would turn out to be a member of one of the most powerful families for thousands of miles around the Lan family. One of his past disciples also carried the Lan surname and had a similar body structure. Zhao Chen decided to think about it later, but right now, he needed to increase his own strength. And he set about forming ancient symbols. Zhao Chen told his companion that last night, he had managed to double the number of ancient symbols. However, he hadn't fully restored his meridians yet. Zhao Chen suggested going to Tianluo Academy to get the frost ice ginseng. And so they reached Tianluo Academy. There were many people in the square in front of the academy. Zhao Chen remembered that the best friend of the past owner of Suqi's body studied at the academy. We should pay him a visit. Yang Fei was standing in front of the main gate of Tianluo Academy, and his thugs felled a young man. Yan Fei stood beside the bouncer and gritted his teeth. Everyone was outraged that Yang Fei attacked a student right in front of the academy. Yang Fei confessed that he specifically sought to meet Suchi, since he is Zhao Chen's childhood friend. Suchi flatly refused to help Yang Fei to track down about Zhao Chen. Yang Fei ordered his servants to break all the bones of the student. Maybe he would then confess where Zhao Chen was hiding now. The thugs continued to beat poor Suchi, but he continued to remain silent. Everyone around him was yelling at Yang Fei to get out of here to his daddy's pavilion. Yang Fei turned to his Uncle He, for he knows what needs to be done. Uncle He turned around and moved towards the crowd, threatening to do away with everyone. The people around them were very scared. It seems Uncle He had a very powerful force and he was on the Earth stage. One of the guys said they had no chance of being saved. Yan Fei said that no one can help Suchi anymore and he has one last chance to save his life. Suchi clenched his teeth and told Yan Fei that sooner or later he would pay for bullying him. Yang Fei got angry and ordered his servants to kill him. The servants decided to do their master's bidding and rushed towards Suki. But then someone shouted to stop them, and a powerful stream of energy began to scatter the thugs. They began to scatter in all directions with shouts. It was Zhao Chen. Su Chi and Yan Fei immediately recognized him. Zhao Chen warned Yang Fei that he would definitely feel bad now because he shouldn't have attacked Zhao Chen's loved ones. Yang Fei threatened Zhao Chen and called his Uncle He for backup. Uncle He heard the call and said he was about to deal with the brat. Suchi said that Uncle He is an Earth stage master and it is best not to deal with him. Zhao Chen needs to get out of here quickly. Zhao Chen was completely calm and confident. Of course, he wasn't going to go anywhere because he had decided to take the fight. Zhao Chen decided that no one here could handle him. Uncle He adopted a stance and prepared for hand-to-hand combat. He announced that today, Zhao Chen would recognize the full power of Luo Pavilion. Yang Fei was glad that Zhao Chen would finally be dealt with for real. Suki was frightened and suggested that Zhao Chen quickly run away from here. What Uncle He saw really amazed him. How is it possible? Zhao Chen raised the 3-star plate in front of him. Zhao Chen announced that he was a 3-star alchemist of the Alchemists Association. He can't be offended. But everyone around me started to get very loudly indignant. Yan Fei was very surprised and wondered where Zhao Chen had gotten this plate in the first place. Zhao Chen announced that he had gotten it just recently. Yang Fei decided that Zhao Chen was just lucky today. Uncle He would deal with him next time. Everyone around them was discussing what was happening, although no one knew the nature of the problem. Just then, Song Meng, the teacher of Tianluo Academy, appeared. He was surprised that someone had dared to make a spectacle right in front of the academy gate. Zhao Chen noted that this teacher had a very strong aura. He might be able to help him get the plant he needed. Yang Fei started to say that they were having a practice duel here. Then Zhao Chen intervened and beat up his servants. And Yang Fei simply had no other choice. Everyone around them began to resent Yang Fei's behavior. Su Qi decided to tell the truth to his teacher. He threw himself on his knees and told him that Yang Fei was looking for Zhao Chen to get rid of him. The teacher ordered both of them to shut up immediately. He asked Zhao Chen if he was really who he said he was. Zhao Chen confirmed that it was him. So what? The teacher asked if Zhao Chen knew what happens to people who cause trouble for Tianluo Academy. Zhao Chen said that he did not know anything like that and did not want to know. But if you all have a student like this pig, then the academy is disappointing. The teacher became fierce and said that Zhao Chen was acting too bold and defiant. Everyone around decided that Zhao Chen was purposely provoking a teacher who had a very strong aura, and who, if anything, would be difficult to deal with. Yang Fei was very happy that teacher could deal with Zhao Chen now. And then Zhao Chen's childhood friend stood up for him and said that it was his fault, and there was no need to punish Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said to Su Qi not to talk nonsense. He didn't do anything wrong after all. Zhao Chen remarked to himself that although Teacher Tsang looked very belligerent, there was no danger coming from him, and he was unlikely to do anything bad to Zhao Chen. Teacher Tsang praised Zhao Chen and said that he could be called an incomparable genius. After all, he is not bad. Teacher Tsang offered Zhao Chen to be his disciple. He promised to teach him everything he knows. Then the young warrior's path in martial arts would be much easier. Everyone around them was surprised by Teacher Tsang's behavior. Wasn't he the one who had just wanted to deal with Zhao Chen? Why all this drama? Yan Fei began to urge Teacher Tsang to respect the academy. After all, the reputation of the academy might suffer. We have to deal with Zhao Chen. Teacher Tsang yelled at Yang Fei. Apparently, he had been told what was going on for a long time. Teacher Tsang was tired of watching this show and listening to Yang Fei's lies. Yan Fei was confused and started to make excuses, saying that he was misunderstood. Zhao Chen asked the teacher what punishment the academy had for such behavior as Yang Fei had arranged. The teacher said that for his background, one should be more lenient with him. Suki should not cripple him, but just give him a lesson in good manners. Zhao Chen suggested that he himself would deal with Yang Fei right now. Zhao Chen, with the words, "This is for my brother," punched Yang Fei to the ground. Another blow with the words, "This is for you for daring to threaten me." And the third time he hit with the words, "This is for being such a pig." Yang Fei flew off to the side. Blood was coming out of his nose. Yang Fei began to threaten Su Qi and Zhao Chen, warning that he would still come back. Teacher Tsang was angry and chased fatty Yang Fei out of the square. Uncle He shouldered his nephew and walked away. Everyone around them rejoiced at Zhao Chen's victory and laughed at Yang Fei's defeat. Teacher Tsang again offered Zhao Chen to be his disciple. After all, he had helped solve his problem. Zhao Chen promised to think about his proposal, but only on the condition that Teacher Tsang would take Su Qi as a disciple as well. Su Qi began to resist after all. With his earthly spiritual roots, he wouldn't be able to become a worthy disciple of Teacher Tsang. Everyone around him wondered why Zhao Chen didn't immediately agree. After all, it's a great honor. Teacher Tsang is one of the two greatest geniuses of this kingdom. Zhao Chen asked Teacher Tsang if he would agree to such a proposal. Teacher Tsang agreed and accepted Su Qi as a disciple from today. Zhao Chen suggested that Su Qi thank his teacher. Su Qi was very dumbfounded by this turn of events. Su Qi kneeled down to pay respects to his teacher, but the teacher told Su Qi to get to his feet faster. Teacher Tsang said that he would not give offense to Su Qi, but the latter in turn must not shame his teacher. Here, some lady in the crowd offered her services to Zhao Chen and said that he was very lucky. But Zhao Chen didn't like such a suggestion. He wasn't like that. He called the lady transgender and kicked her right in the leg. She went flying off to the side. Then, Zhao Chen suggested that Kui Shi should hurry up and go to the academy since they had settled everything here. Zhao Chen asked, would Teacher Tsang go with them? Teacher Tsang said that it was now Zhao Chen's turn to accept him as a disciple. And then, Zhao Chen and Teacher Tsang would get into a squabble over who would be the teacher and who would be the disciple. Zhao Chen was lightning fast in a completely different place. This was the Yang family's estate. Zhao Chen decided to finally deal with Yang Fei for daring to offend Su Qi. Zhao Chen stuck his hand behind his sinus. He had something there for this occasion. He pulled out a scrap of paper from there, which just as well could come in handy right now. The scrap flew to the feet of the armed guards who were very surprised at its appearance. One of the guards picked up the scrap, unfolded it, and saw that there was a message of some sort. It was an engagement breakup document signed by Yang Fei. The guard decided to inform the young master of this piece of paper. Zhao Chen decided that the bait had worked, and he moved quickly to another part of the estate. There the servant was already reporting to his master about his find. Yan Fei was very angry that he was being distracted from a very important and interesting matter. The guard reported that while patrolling the area, they found this. He handed Yang Fei a piece of paper. Yan Fei was very angry. He assumed that Zhao Chen had managed to break into his estate, and at this time, Yang Fei and his servant heard someone's cry. They were alarmed that there was someone else here. The guard didn't even have time to pull his blade out of its sheath before his head was severed. Yan Fei was horrified. There was a rumble of thunder and the undaunted Zhao Chen appeared on the threshold. Yang Fei shrieked exhaustedly out of fear. Zhao Chen suggested that Yang Fei guess why he appeared here? Yang Fei began to calm Zhao Chen and urged him to negotiate. But Zhao Chen was very angry and ordered Yang Fei to shut up. Zhao Chen warned Yang Fei that since he was playing with people's lives, they could do the same thing now. And Yang Fei's father wouldn't help him. Yang Fei began to beg for mercy, saying that he wouldn't do this anymore. But Zhao Chen certainly didn't believe him. Zhao Chen said that he never forgives threats to his relatives and friends. Whoever touches them will regret it for the rest of his life. Yang Fei, with tears in his eyes and foaming at the mouth, once again began to beg for mercy. Zhao Chen raised his hand over the opponent lying on the floor. Thunder rang out. Yan Fei remained lying motionless on the floor. Zhao Chen went about his business with a sense of accomplishment. The girls of easygoing behavior waiting for Yang Fei in his room decided to rest. But they saw Yang Fei's body lying motionless and were very frightened. They began shouting all over the estate and calling for help. That's when the guard showed up. They saw what happened and decided to spread out around the perimeter of the estate to find the villain. And at this time, the mysterious woman was surprised that Zhao Chen dared to even deal with the son of Pavilion Head Luo. Pavilion Head. Luo looks at his son's body and listens to the guard's report. He asked if anyone had seen the man who had dealt with his son. The girls said they didn't see anything. Someone called out to the young master and then they saw it. It was reported to the master that the guards had found a piece of paper that had the engagement breakup on it. But Zhao Chen was supposed to be in Zhao Chen's possession. That's why he's now the prime suspect. The master became enraged and ordered the destruction of all who stood in his son's way. He was told that his order would be carried out. Pavilion Master Luo decided that he would personally deal with Zhao Chen. It doesn't matter who killed his son. It's everybody's responsibility. Zhao Chen gave the letters to Tang Ruo and told her that she should deliver them to Tsang Meng of Tianluo Academy and Chu Haisheng of the Alchemists Association. Afterward, it was better for her to stay in the association. He said that the capital would soon be a bit noisy, so Tang Ruo shouldn't leave the association. Tang Ruo was scared for her master and assumed that someone was threatening him again. Zhao Chen confessed to her that he had dealt with Yang Fei. Tang Ruo was scared. She knew who Yang Fei's father was. He wouldn't let this go unpunished. Zhao Chen asked her not to worry and do as he says. Tang Ruo agreed and hoped that Zhao Chen would be all right. Zhao Chen said that he couldn't leave the capital yet as he still needed some medicinal herbs. Inside Tianluo Academy, the following events were unfolding. Suki asked the new arrivals who they were. The owner of Luo Pavilion stated that he was looking for Zhao Chen. Master said that he couldn't find the brat, but he knows who is worried about Suchi. That's why he came here. But then teacher Suchi suddenly appeared and decided to clean up the place. A bloody mess ensued. Everyone around them went flying around. Only the Pavilion Master Luo and the Academy teacher remained on their feet. Pavilion Master Luo wondered why Tsang Meng was even here. Tsang Meng stated that Suchi was his disciple and he would protect him. The owner of Luo Pavilion didn't like this development. The owner of Luo Pavilion didn't want to get involved in this showdown. He knew that Tsang Meng is stronger than him. He has the whole academy behind him. Suchi wished that nothing bad could happen to Zhao Chen. Kai Meng reassured Suchi. He said that Zhao Chen always came out victorious from all kinds of trouble. Alchemists Association. The president of the association is surprised by the appearance of the aliens. He asks Mr. Yang if it could be a declaration of war. Mr. Yang announced that he is not looking for trouble with the association. He has a personal beef with Zhao Chen. The president of the association said not to be laughed at. He said that Zhao Chen was too young to sneak into the manor unnoticed and deal with Yang Fei. Mr. Yang thought about it as well. But then he added that it didn't matter and he still wanted to deal with Zhao Chen. The president of the association said that he would have to look harder for Zhao Chen since he had not been here for a long time. Then Mr. Yang decided to take Tang Ruo for himself. Tang Ruo didn't agree with this turn of events. Mr. Yang announced that it was all her fault and she would have to answer for it. The president of the association stood up for the poor girl and said he would not let her be taken away from here. Mr. Yang said that he wasn't afraid of the Alchemists Association just like he wasn't afraid of the Academy. Mr. Yang ordered his guards to deal with young Tang Ruo, no matter what it took. The guards rushed to do their master's bidding. The president of the association urged his guards to fight back against the aliens. The warriors stood against each other, ready to engage in battle at any moment. And then someone shouted at them to stop. Mr. Yang was displeased that his servants were standing like stiff-necked. And then Zhao Chen appeared in front of everyone, in all his glory. The president of the association and Tang Ruo were very surprised. Why did this guy show up here? Mr. Yang was furious. Zhao Chen said that he had heard rumors that the owner of the Luo Pavilion was prowling around the city with his servants and killing everyone. Zhao Chen asked, "What happened?" Mr. Yang attacked the young man. How can he ask what happened? After all, it's all his fault. Zhao Chen asked for any evidence of his guilt. The pavilion master Luo said he didn't care about the evidence and ordered the guards to grab the brat. The president of the association reminded Mr. Yang that it was not his pavilion and ordered his guards to stop the attackers. There was a serious stabbing. The enraged Mr. Yang wanted to face Zhao Chen one-on-one. The president of the association shouted that Mr. Yang was a very cunning old man. Tang Ruke advised Zhao Chen to dodge the cunning old man's blows. Mr. Yang had warned Zhao Chen that he would have a hard time now. Zhao Chen said that Mr. Yang is just pathetic. Zhao Chen decided to let his inner energy out. There was an unbearable rumble and a huge sword stabbed into the ground. Mr. Yang warned me not to interfere in their fight. Otherwise, it'll be bad for everyone. And then a beautiful stranger appeared and declared that Mr. Yang was being intemperate as usual. It turned out to be Tianluo Academy's vice principal. The teacher stated that since they were here, no one would dare to offend Zhao Chen. Mr. Yang shouted that Yang Qingxia should not interfere. I still can't believe it. In my letter, I just asked to take care of Suki, but the provost himself took the initiative to offer his help. Mr. Yang asked. What does he want? Zhao Chen stated that this table is made of very expensive thousand-year-old wood, and it is worth a lot of money. And the chair is made from the heart of the ancient Boduhi tree, which calms the mind and spirit. And the ancient tea set was left over from the ancient emperor's era. The teacher pretended that he hadn't realized that these things were so ancient and valuable, decided this kid was just too mean, and there's a lot of valuable stuff in the association. Zhao Chen announced that there was a discount for the head of Luo Pavilion. For only 100,000 spirit stones, his debt would be forgiven. Mr. Yang was very angry. What do you mean 100,000 spirit stones? Everyone just wants to rob him. Yes, Zhao Chen agreed. He said that he wanted to rob the head of Luo Pavilion. Mr. Yang said that he is one of the most influential people in the capital. And Zhao Chen won't succeed even if he has such influential support. Everyone started threatening Mr. Yang. He can't leave without paying. It won't work that way. So Mr. Yang agreed to pay. Mr. Yang held out a check for 100,000 spirit stones. Zhao Chen said that he would definitely be accepted into the association in the future. Only need to prepare more expensive furniture. Pavilion Master Luo announced that he was leaving this place with his servants. Go to the third prince's palace and tell him that I will accept his offer if he takes care of Zhao Chen. Mr. Yang stated that Zhao Chen himself forced him, even though he is supported by the Alchemists Association. After all, there are people in this kingdom that he simply cannot afford to offend. Zhao Chen offered President Q his thanks and asked him not to refuse. The president said he shouldn't. He was just protecting a valuable member of the Alchemist Association. The president was dismayed Zhao Chen gave him the recipe of an ancient pill as a token of gratitude. Elder, you have a keen eye. You're quite right, then I think you know it's best to keep a low profile. He said sure, and shoved the prescription deeper into his pocket. He said that he needed to be in seclusion, and that they should, if anything, help Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen now decided to deal with the vice-chancellor. If she found him on her own, she must be up to something. It's not for nothing. Zhao Chen thanked Teacher Tsang and Provost Yan for their help. Vice-Chancellor Yan said that there was no need for these formalities. She said that she was waiting for Zhao Chen to respond someday. But Zhao Chen said that her words sounded too vague. Everyone was worried that Zhao Chen had refused her without even listening to her request. She was very curious, for this was the first man who had been able to refuse her. The old man advised Zhao Chen not to piss this woman off and agree to her proposal. After all, you can expect anything from her. The young man thanked but said he was used to being in control of his own life. The woman got angry and said that Zhao Chen will still regret it. She wants to see what he will do after this. And her eye of rising azure lighted up. After that, she looked fiercely at the trailing Zhao Chen who was leaving. She began to threaten once more. If the young warrior did not agree, he would suffer in her spirit world until she was satisfied. Zhao Chen was surprised at what she said about the spirit world. After him, his inner spirit rose above Zhao Chen. He told the woman that she never seemed to understand the difference between the two. She was horrified after seeing that she was in Zhao Chen's body. With a roar, Wu Zhao Chen raised that woman to look her eye to eye. Then he threw her right to the ground, and it fell with a thud. The woman cried out in fright that she did not want to communicate with the spirit world now. She kept screaming and asking for no one to come near her. The teacher ran up to her and asked if she was okay. The provost said that everything was fine and wondered what kind of monster was sitting in Zhao Chen. He almost scattered her soul with one look. Zhao Chen said that he would not spare the vice-chancellor next time. He recognized her. It was the one who had followed him to the Yang Manor. It was good that she only tried to threaten him with the help of his spirit world. The provost asked Zhao Chen to stop. The young man inquired what was the matter. She confessed that she knew that Zhao Chen was looking for the frost ice ginseng. If he agreed to her proposal, she would help him get the plant. Zhao Chen said, for her to immediately confess where the frost ice ginseng was located, and now Zhao Chen is already in the hotel. He opened his eyes and pronounced that he was almost at the true peak of the yellow steppe. And he didn't have much time left. Soon, he would be able to advance to the black stage, but he would be many times stronger than ordinary cultivators. As he left the room, he decided it was time to get another ingredient for Qingyang. The third Prince Xiaofan is at his palace and is flirted with by girls. A messenger came and reported that the head of Luo Pavilion had agreed to his terms, and that he had sent a large sum of money. All he needs to do is to get rid of Zhao Chen. The third prince said he'd heard that name before. I'll have to look it up. The prince remembered. He was the one Auntie Xiaofei had asked him to destroy in her last letter. He decided to kill two birds with one stone. If the boy's on the yellow step, we should send someone to him who's on the black step. The servant said everything would be fulfilled. Zhao Chen came to Tianluo Academy. Everyone began to recognize him and said that the academy's vice-rector and the president of the Alchemists Association stood up for him. Zhao Chen met with Su Qi and said that he could now not worry. Zhao Chen would be fine. Su Qi said he had to go to class, and Zhao Chen explained that he had business to attend to a friend. At that time, a scream was heard from somewhere in the bushes. "Don't move!" The boys stopped. Some hooligans showed up, and the bravest of them declared that the young men had to pay to go down this road, so they would have to shell out. And at the same instant, he received a savory slap in response to his words. Zhao Chen said that he was a complete jerk if he didn't realize that you can't do such things in Tianluo Academy. Zhao Chen said that such idiots wouldn't have thought of it. And they'll have to confess who sent them here? That insolent man said it was Zhao Chen's problem. Why did he cross the third prince's path? Everyone immediately said that Zhao Chen was unlucky because the third prince was the most powerful disciple of Tianluo Academy. In fact, since he had innate spiritual roots, he should realize that all the geniuses would want to destroy him before he grew up. Su Qi warned Zhao Chen that this guy was already at the middle stage of the black stage, and they had better not get involved in a confrontation. Zhao Chen said that he was just itching to test his newly acquired strength. The attacker said that he was about to show the chasm between them, and decided to apply his crowning ocean palm strike. But something went wrong. Zhao Chen's inner strength fought back against the instigator. The next moment he was on the ground foaming at the mouth. The next moment he was foaming at the mouth on the ground. Zhao Chen said that all the followers of the third prince turned out to be nothing. Everyone began to wonder how it was possible because there was a whole step gap between them. Apparently, only true geniuses do that. Su Qi was very happy for Zhao Chen and praised him. Zhao Chen said to tell the hooligans to get out. And next time, let the third prince come himself and not send some trash. They scattered, repeating that they would definitely come back and that the third prince would definitely come after Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen concluded that judging from these henchmen, the third prince was also nothing. Su Qi hurried Zhao Chen into class. After all, Xiaoli was about to teach the class. If she was even a minute late, she would eat everyone. Students in the classroom heard the footsteps of the approaching teacher. She walked gracefully into the classroom. Her dress moved in time with her steps. Everyone started wailing, realized she was pissed off. And because of the latecomers, it's going to be everybody's ass. Xiaoli loudly slammed the class magazine on the teacher's desk. Who are these latecomers? Do they seem to be bored with life? And then everyone heard the creak of the door opening. Su Qi and Zhao Chen stood on the doorstep, out of breath from running. Su Qi apologized loudly for them entering the classroom later than the teacher. She was burning with anger. She wondered how they dared to get in her face. Su Qi whimpered, asked the teacher to take pity on them, and said that he wouldn't do it again. Su Qi told Zhao Chen to ask for forgiveness too, as the teacher was the daughter of the king himself, and it was not worth it to make her angry. Zhao Chen immediately realized that this was not an easy group since it was run by the king's daughter, and the third prince was studying here. The teacher told them not to talk, and to bring 50 handwritten copies of the book on the theory of formations tomorrow. Everyone murmured that they were still lucky. Last time, the latecomers couldn't walk for a long time. Su Qi said that 50 copies are unrealistic to write. They can't handle it. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment. Formation theory. It sounded familiar to him. The teacher, in response to Su Qi's remarks, said that 60 copies should now be made. Su Qi decided to remain silent further so as not to aggravate the situation. Zhao Chen didn't want to keep quiet and suggested that the teacher discuss something. She thought the young man was up to something. But he wouldn't succeed, even if he was defended by the provost herself, and she doesn't give a damn about who this Zhao Chen really is. Zhao Chen started to explain that she misunderstood him, and that he meant something completely different. He added that if he remembered formation theory by heart, can he not rewrite it? It'll be useless anyway. Everyone started laughing at Zhao Chen. He said the impossible. There are many pages in this book. A student who has never attended a class once cannot know it by heart. The teacher agreed that there was no point in rewriting then, and she would give them a top grade. Zhao Chen said that if that was not the case, she could flog him heartily. Su Qi didn't believe Zhao Chen and said that it was better not to argue and complete the teacher's assignment. Zhao Chen remembered that he had written this book back in his previous life. He didn't think that his work would reach such a backwater. Then Su Qi got excited and told Zhao Chen to show this teacher where the crayfish are. Zhao Chen smiled and agreed with his brother. The teacher suggested not to waste time and to start already. There are a total of 8,536 articles in the book, with 30,000 kinds of formations in each article. If a single word is wrong, Zhao Chen has lost. Everyone began to stick up for Zhao Chen and said that it wasn't serious. No one could possess such knowledge even after studying the entire course at the academy. Chuki said that the teacher just wants to screw Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that if he loses, Suchi is at her disposal. Suchi didn't like this, of course. Everyone was amazed that Zhao Chen had agreed to quote everything. How could he be so confident? Suki took offense to Zhao Chen risking his life. Zhao Chen calmed him down and told him to just let him observe and see who was in charge. Zhao Chen resolutely stomped his foot. With his right foot, he motioned for Teacher Chao to begin. She said she would listen to every word. Zhao Chen began. He said that there were three main aspects of a formation: the type of formation, its center, and its soul. The first two were not so important, but the third played an exceptional role. Everyone started to say that it doesn't mean anything yet and he's bound to make a mistake somewhere. The teacher stated that it's just the basics, we'll see how he does next. Zhao Chen continued to speak without mistakes after 10 minutes. It felt like the book was right inside his head. Zhao Chen was sitting on a chair and reciting a book. Su Qi was delighted by what was happening. An hour later, nothing had changed. Zhao Chen narrated and didn't make a single mistake. Teacher Chao was astonished. How was this even possible? Zhao Chen finished and added that he hoped the next generation would benefit from his writings. Zhao Chen said that he had done his part. Now the teacher must fulfill her part of the contract. Everyone began to praise Zhao Chen. They asked him to reveal his secret. One student even said that she wanted to have children with him. Zhao Chen said, waiting for what he promised. Teacher Chao said that he was rejoicing early. She said she found a mistake and he lost the bet. Zhao Chen disagreed. After all, it was completely impossible. Zhao Chen thought that he was the one who had written this book. What kind of mistakes can we talk about? The teacher objected. You said that only a formation with a soul can be considered a true formation. But everyone knows that the main role is played by the center of the formation, so we can do without a soul formation. Everyone began to check the textbook and made sure that Teacher Xiao was right. Zhao Chen said the same thing. It's just that your textbooks are missing a page. Zhao Chen thought that too much time had already passed. It was no wonder that his teachings had not been preserved properly. Teacher Xiu said that Zhao Chen is pulling a fast one, saying that their textbooks are wrong. If that's the case, then how can formations operate without a soul? Their effects are fully manifested without it. Zhao Chen replied that the soul formation, as well as its center, plays a kind of heart in a person's body. Then why does a person need two hearts? What two hearts? What are you talking about? Teacher Xiao was surprised. Zhao Chen added that this was what he thought. Zhao Chen said that Teacher Xiao knew the basics perfectly, which was already enough to set up the formations. The power of the formations depends on the person. Teacher Xiao only repeated, the power depends on the person. A person with two hearts. Zhao Chen turned around and headed towards the exit. Zhao Chen said that he still had things to do and there was nothing more for him to do here. Everyone was puzzled because they didn't understand at all what Zhao Chen was talking about. Teacher Xiao laughed. She understood everything. If a person had two hearts, their power would increase many times over. One heart will complement the other. It's basically a second life for the formation. She added that Zhao Chen is simply amazing. She began to ask, where did Zhao Chen go? Suki said that Brother Chen had left, but he promised to come back. Teacher Xiao was angry as she still had a lot of things she wanted to discuss with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen repeated that Yang Qingxia said that the frost ice ginseng was in the death zone. No disciple has ever heard of such a place. It seems to be one of the academy's secrets. Zhao Chen read the letter. It was from Qiu Haisheng. He asked to come to the Alchemists Association immediately. He must have discovered something. Zhao Chen noticed that this letter was not from Qiu Haisheng. He tore it to shreds and threw it away. Zhao Chen wondered who needed to trick him and invite him into the association. Meanwhile, President Q and many others gathered around the golden cauldron. And we saw a milky-colored liquid start to flow out of this cauldron. Suddenly, a pill of absolute tranquility came out of the cauldron. It was the legendary 6-star pill. How could this 5-star alchemist produce it? Everyone saw that this pill had 3 heavenly clouds on it at once. So this pill is of the highest quality. Then President Q is the strongest alchemist. The elder summoned the pillory to himself with a wave of his hand, and the pill dropped right into his palm. He announced to Chu Heishan that it was a 6-star pill. He can come over and see for himself. After spending a fortune, he finally learned a way to increase his mental power. After becoming the new president of the association, he was able to get the ingredients for one more time. Kyohaishin admitted defeat and declared that he had won. The elder's servant said that since Kyohaishin had lost, he should now hand over the presidency to him. Kyohaishin obediently agreed. After all, these are the rules. So the old man decided to issue his first decree as president. From today, every member of the association must pay an annual fee of 1,000 spirit stones. A 10% tax will also be levied on all pill sales. Everyone became indignant and warned that they might leave the association. The old man said angrily that everyone could get the hell out of here, but they would forever be denied access to the association's ingredients. And no store in the capital would even sell them herbalism. Everyone thought about it and began to feel very sorry for what had happened. And then someone said he still disagreed. Of course it was Zhao Chen, the defender of all the humiliated and downtrodden. He said that the old man just wanted to profit from the members of the association. The old man said that he had been waiting for Zhao Chen for a long time. Now he was finally honoring them with his presence. The old man added that he never thought the letter would work. Zhao Chen said that the old man was being very foolish. The old man's servant said that he would remember everything to Zhao Chen now. The servant reported to the old man that Zhao Chen has a very tense relationship with the Luo Pavilion Master. If Zhao Chen was captured now, Luo Pavilion Master would be in their debt. The old man liked it and decided to issue an edict. Zhao Chen said that Doa Jie is a despicable old man, and he has no dignity. Zhao Chen decided to prove that he was better and kick this old man out of the association. The old man laughed, for there is no one better than him to know alchemy. The old man said that he was a 6-star alchemist and Zhao Chen couldn't compete with him, because he's only a 3-star alchemist. Zhao Chen decided that his stupidity must come to an end. The young man offered to finally test whose alchemical abilities would prove to be better. Everyone began to wonder if Zhao Chen wanted to battle with Doaji in alchemical abilities. The former president said that Zhao Chenyu should not be humiliated at all. After all, reality can be very cruel. Zhao Chen said that he could not worry. And we'll see what happens next. The former president then agreed and wished the young man good luck. The old man's servant suggested that Zhao Chen should just give up and not waste time. Then maybe he would be spared. Or maybe not. Zhao Chen motioned for them to open their eyes wide. A cloud of energy appeared in his hand, and various medicinal herbs flew around him. Zhao Chen sent all this goodness into the cauldron and invited the old man to see the true skill. It all mixed in the cauldron. It boiled. The spirits of various mystical animals began to hover over the cauldron. Everyone noted that these were ancient spirits long ago sealed in the main furnace of the association. And those spirits have awakened. The old man's servant was amazed at what was happening and suggested that perhaps the boy was cheating. The old man suggested waiting because with the appearance of spirits, the difficulty of making pills would only increase by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, there was some sort of explosion, and Zhao Chen began the formation process. And everyone saw a great pill. Everyone began to admire her and praise Zhao Chen. The old man did not want to believe what was happening. He realized that now he would have to leave the association. The president recognized Zhao Chen as a great genius of all time. Zhao Chen, showing the old man the gold pill, said that he had lost. The old man walked away upset, repeating that we'll see more and he'll be back. The servant ran after the old man, repeating not to be left here, but Zhao Chen stopped him. After all, he didn't want to let him go. The latter got upset and said that he should not be offended, because quarrels between members of the association were forbidden. Zhao Chen said that he betrayed the laws of the association and even brought an enemy here. He has no right to call himself a member of the association. And everyone started yelling that he should be kicked out of the membership. The servant began to call out to the old man for help and said he was his apprentice. The old man said that he shouldn't have invited Zhao Chen here. Things would be different now. The old man's servant cried and said it couldn't end like this. Zhao Chen said that he was very treacherous and deserved to be betrayed even by his men. He was very angry and said he was ready to deal with Zhao Chen. He got very excited and wanted to pounce on Zhao Chen. But Zhao Chen dodged and said that the tone could get away. And Zhao Chen kicked him in the heel with all his might. And he flew at high speed straight into the abyss. It was the only thing they saw. There was silence and everyone saw the motionless villain lying on the ground. Everyone started saying it was a great hit, and now the traitor was finished. The president thanked that Zhao Chen had saved the Alchemists Association, and now the post of president rightfully belonged to the young man. Zhao Chen said he's doing a great job, and he doesn't want to become president at all. The president then proposed to give Zhao Chen the position of honorary president. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, but everyone began to welcome the new honorary president. A standing ovation was heard. Zhao Chen asked everyone present to stand up and said that he agreed to accept the position. Zhao Chen thought that this Chu Haishen was very clever since he was able to lure him into the Alchemist Association. Just then, someone from the street started shouting exasperatedly for Zhao Chen to come out. Zhao Chen thought that someone else had come to cause trouble. And meet Zhao Chen's fierce fist. Zhao Chen walked out and saw many heavily armed people. The president of the association asked what brought the third prince to the association. The third prince said that he had come for Zhao Chen as he had injured his bodyguard and should be held accountable for it. Zhao Chen said that he could explain everything now. The servant told the third prince that Zhao Chen was too arrogant and should be taught a lesson immediately. Zhao Chen said that this subordinate ambushed him, and Zhao Chen only fought back. The third prince said that if Zhao Chen did not obey, a fate worse than death awaited him. Zhao Chen said that he would disappoint the third prince, but he disagreed with him. And then the duel of glances began. The tension was building. Everyone was outraged that this guy was provoking the third prince himself. He's not going to get away with this. Everyone expected to see a great show now. The prince angrily declared that Zhao Chen had had enough of living, and added that after such insults, no living soul can stay in the city. Zhao Chen agreed that he had offended. What are they going to do about it now? The third prince declared that he would now teach a lesson that Zhao Chen would never forget. The prince ordered the guards to grab Zhao Chen and break his bones. The guards accepted the order and moved with their weapons straight towards Zhao Chen. And then the unbelievable happened. The president of the Alchemists Association got involved in the confrontation. The third prince was outraged. He said that the president shouldn't get involved in a showdown over some petty alchemist. Otherwise, they would become enemies. The president said there was a misunderstanding. Zhao Chen is not some pathetic alchemist. He's the honorary president, and he will be protected by the entire association. The third prince was indignant. How could this be possible? His servant assumed it was some kind of joke. It can't be. Everyone assumed that if this was true, only a few residents of this city would agree to contact Zhao Chen. The third prince began to threaten the president that if he lied, he would be in trouble. The president said everyone in the district already knows about it. You can ask anyone. And all of them began to confirm that it was true. And that if anyone touched Zhao Chen, they would have to deal with the entire association. The third prince realized that it looked like there was nothing he could do to Zhao Chen today. Zhao Chen continued to mock the third prince and asked why his servants still hadn't arrested him. But the servants were afraid to do so, lest they get in trouble with the Alchemists Association. The third prince said that it was time for them all to go home. But Zhao Chen stopped him. Zhao Chen said that he wasn't going to just let the third prince go because the third prince had come to deal with Zhao Chen. The third prince angrily asked Zhao Chen, what did he want after all? Zhao Chen said that since Zhou Tian slandered him, he should pay for it. Everyone from the association began to demand an apology from Zhou Tian. The prince apologized and said that Zhou Tian was at his disposal. Zhou Tian began to beg the third prince not to do so and save him from imminent retribution. Zhao Chen grabbed Zhou Tian's shoulder and told him to stand still. But Zhou Tian began to beg for mercy, and in return, he offered to tell all the secrets of the third prince. But Zhao Chen said that he wasn't interested, and he punched his enemy in the back with such force that it pierced through his chest. And blood gushed out of Zhou Tian's mouth. Zhou Tian also fell senseless on the ground. Minus another villain, Zhao Chen thought. Everyone began to say that Zhao Chen was so determined and his enemy had gotten his business. Zhao Chen thanked the president of the association for his support and said he would never forget it. The president of the association said they did what the honorable president of the association deserves, and all members of the association agreed with their president. Zhao Chen said that since he had settled his affairs here, he would be going back to the academy. The president said that the third prince is very vengeful and he will take revenge. But in a non-wall association, the president won't be able to help Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he has some things to do in the academy, but he is not afraid of the third prince. If he wants to come to the academy, let him come to the academy. The president of the association said that if anything happened to Zhao Chen, he would definitely take revenge, even if it was the collapse of the entire kingdom. Third Prince Xiao Fang's mansion. The tea bowl shattered, hitting the floor. The third prince cannot calm down and says that he will definitely get even with Zhao Chen. And then the servant says he has a plan to deal with that rascal Zhao Chen. The third prince had warned him that he couldn't conflict with the Alchemist Academy right now. The servant said, Zhao Chen, Zhao Ao's younger brother. Zhao Ao has just returned after increasing his life experience, and he is very interested in getting rid of his brother. Since it involves the Marquis family, the association will not interfere. At that time, the third prince ordered to go to Zhao Ao immediately. The third prince decided that this time, Zhao Chen would not escape retribution. Zhao Chen had already approached the academy. The teacher and Su Qi began to say that Zhao Chen needs to get out of here since someone is trying to harm him. Zhao Chen was very surprised. After all, he was so harmless. How could he have enemies? The teacher stated that she had heard that Xiao Fan and Zhao Ao wanted to kill Zhao Chen. Su Qi said that Zhao Ao is the best cultivator of the Xuan realm, and it was better for Zhao Chen to lay low for a while. Zhao Chen said that he was not going to hide. Besides, it was Zhao Ao and he was going to meet him a long time ago. The teacher said that it was a lot of work for her to get all this information, and she didn't want to see Zhao Chen dying, so he'll have to go after her. Zhao Chen thanked Teacher Xiao, but said that Zhao Ao didn't care about him at all. Suddenly, a voice was heard. The young men were startled and realized that they had not had time to hide. Only Zhao Chen was completely calm. It was Zhao Ao. He said that he was very happy to see dear Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he was also happy to see Zhao Ao. They stood against each other and the tension between them was growing. And then Su Qi stood between them and told Zhao Chen to run away and he would detain Zhao Ao. Zhao Ao was very angry and said that he just wanted to exchange a few words with his little brother. But that red-haired rascal had prevented him from doing so. He asked Su Qi, could he be looking for death? Zhao Ao immediately threw out a blue flame towards Su Qi, which very quickly caught up with his opponent. What kind of flame is this? Su Qi was surprised, but at the same instant, Zhao Chen appeared beside Su Qi and was able to protect Su Qi by fending off those flames. Everything happened very quickly. Zhao Chen defended Su Qi and said that he should be more careful from now on. Su Qi was very frightened by such a terrifying flame. Zhao Chen said that Su Qi should leave immediately, as it was a matter of the Marquis family members. Su Qi agreed to leave, realizing that he was still too weak to resist Zhao Ao. He needs to improve himself to reach the right skill. Zhao Ao said that Zhao Chen did a good job of repelling his energy towards Su Qi. Zhao Ao said that he was proud of his younger brother for being able to block his white solar flame. And Zhao Chen was no longer the scum he used to be. Zhao Chen said for Zhao Ao not to make himself the perfect big brother. Zhao Chen said that he would pay back today for all the trials his older brother had put him through. Zhao Ao thought that Zhao Chen, a foolish brother who thinks that if he has awakened innate spiritual roots, he has what it takes to resist him. Zhao Chen had completely forgotten what it meant to beg for mercy. Everyone around him was surprised that Zhao Chen was not afraid and challenged his older brother. After all, Zhao had perfected his white sunfire technique. It was now simply grandiose, and he would be able to utilize the power of the 5 suns. Everyone realized that Zhao Chen was much weaker, but they wondered if Zhao Ao would hold back his strength a bit. After all, Zhao Chen is his younger brother. I never thought it would be so easy to lure him in. The teacher was surprised that Zhao Chen accepted this challenge. Su Qi decided not to interfere after all, since this squabble was about the Marquis family. But why is Zhao Chen so impulsive after all? Zhao Ao said that Zhao Chen can already attack. After all, he needs a tiny excuse to prove his younger brother's worthlessness. Zhao Chen stated that he too would like to see his elder brother's futile attempts. Zhao Ao said that his naive brother was relying on the strength of his bloodline. What a shame. Zhao Ao said that nothing can resist absolute strength and little brother can get the hell out of here. The teacher and Su Qi warned Zhao Chen to be more careful, or better yet, to back off. Zhao Chen stated that his brother has such a pathos attack, but it is so imperfect. Yi Zhao Chen applied the ancient mark of the second-level gods. Zhao Ao did not expect this turn of events and was very surprised. How could his brother pull this off? But Zhao Chen didn't stop there and used the Fire Fist of Fury technique on his brother. Zhao Chen made a right hook, saying, "This is for you for bullying your younger brother all these years." Blood gushed out of Zhao Ao's mouth. Zhao Chen gave a left hook, chanting that it was for disrespecting his elders and for daring to offend his mother. Already, his opponent's entire face was stained with blood. Zhao Chen made a final, crowning blow, accompanying it with words for being a coward and the eldest son of the Marquis family being someone's mutt. Such a brat is a weak link for their family. Such blows Zhao Ao could not endure, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Ao couldn't understand how he managed to lose to his younger brother. To top it off, Zhao Chen kicked his opponent with his foot, and Zhao Ao fell under the ground with a rumbling sound. Zhao Chen stated that times have changed and he is now an incomparable genius with innate spiritual roots. And Zhao Ao is now just a little bug that can be easily squashed. Everyone was surprised that the invincible warrior of the Xuan realm had been completely destroyed by a warrior who is in the Huang realm. Everyone thought that they had witnessed the emergence of a new genius, and the third prince's plan had failed, but he probably wouldn't back down after all. Suchi shouted out that Zhao Chen was simply amazing. The teacher noted to herself that this guy was full of surprises. The third prince's servant, who was secretly observing what was going on, decided that Zhao Ao was just a scum. He should hurry and report to his master. Zhao Ao shouted that he would still settle accounts with Zhao Chen, and the third prince would never leave him alone. The young warrior said he would be happy to test his abilities. Suchi inquired, how does Zhao Chen expect to deal with his brother? He decided to let him go since the Marcus family had been treating him well lately. Then Teacher Sun appeared and announced that Zhao Chen had violated the rules of the academy by trashing the place and maiming a student. Xiao Ao began to ask for help. Zhao Chen thought that this was Xiao Fang's intrigue again. Teacher Sun was informed that Zhao Chen had lost all fear and had maimed a respected student. Since Teacher Sun is in charge of discipline, he must punish the instigator. This time, there's no Zhao Chen to protect you, and you won't be able to get away with it. Teacher Sun said that he would teach the insolent man the local rules and ordered Zhao Chen to capture him. The servants surrounded Zhao Chen, who continued to stand over his defeated opponent. The teacher intervened and said that Zhao Chen was her student. If anyone tried to touch him with a finger, she would make sure that the finger would be chopped off. Suchi said that he would fight anyone who touched his little brother Chen. Teacher Song was very surprised and angry that Xiao Li'er and Suchi were crossing the disciplinary hall representative. They would have to answer for their behavior. Teacher Xiao Li'er said that it was obvious that Zhao Ao provoked his younger brother who was just defending himself. It is impossible to ignore this fact and twist the truth. Suchi said that he was willing to sign on to those words as well, and that if anyone equals S worth punishing, it equals S Zhao Ao. Teacher Sun said that the statements of these two are not enough. He doesn't believe them. Someone in the crowd said that he was also willing to vouch for Zhao Chen, and the people began to pick up on it, and everyone began to claim that Zhao Chen was innocent. By now, everyone had already started saying that they were willing to vouch for Zhao Chen. Teacher Song decided that things had gotten very complicated since everyone was willing to vouch for Zhao Chen. He was upset that people always support Zhao Chen and not him. Could it be that he wasn't handsome enough? Zhao Chen said that there was more support on the side of truth than on the side of lies. Xiao Fan, Zhao Chen stated, the academy is not a place where you can do whatever you want. There must always be justice here. He stated that he would do everything he could to make Zhao Chen get hurt. And no one can save him. Teacher Sun told His Highness that Zhao Chen should be left alone today, but they will pay him back later. But His Highness wanted to settle accounts with Zhao Chen now and announced that if Teacher Sun did so now, the position of an elder in the academy would be secured for him. Teacher Song clapped himself on his chest and said that he would deal with Zhao Chen now. He was just the right person to arrange it. Teacher Song said that they were just a bunch of students whose opinions were worthless. Now even the emperor himself wouldn't help Zhao Chen to get out of here safely. Everyone around wondered how it was that the words of the disciples had no meaning. Just then, the provost appeared in the arena and said that she was willing to vouch for Zhao Chen. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of Vice Rector Yang Qingxia. Teacher Sun began bowing before the provost and offering her his help. The provost stated that she was just walking around the academy and happened to see a duel between the brothers, except that she was very surprised at Teacher Sun's methods of upholding justice. Teacher Sun immediately tried to justify himself. He said she had misunderstood him. Teacher Song was very surprised that Zhao Chen was able to gain the support of such influential people. The provost didn't want to listen further and said that Teacher Sun was relieved of his duties in the disciplinary hall and would become responsible for cleaning the entire academy within 10 days. Furthermore, she decided to detain him for the duration of the investigation. She stated that Zhao Ao broke the rules of the academy and started a fight with his brother. Now he should be arrested for 3 days, and the servants began to do her bidding. There was a big scuffle. Zhao Ao told Zhao Chen that they weren't done yet. Teacher Sun lamented that his greed had brought him to this point. Everyone realized that Zhao Chen was just lucky, and that he was a genius among geniuses. The vice-chancellor came here just in time. The third prince was very surprised that only Zhao Ao was punished. Why isn't Zhao Cheng being punished? The provost stated that this is an academy, not the third prince's palace. There is no questioning the provost's decision here. The third prince, covered in sweat from anger, apologized to the provost. The provost stated that although Zhao Chen had only recently appeared here, he had already caused her a lot of trouble. She decided to discipline him. After all, having innate spiritual roots doesn't make him special. Zhao Chen smiled, looked at her, and agreed to follow the provost. Zhao Chen decided that there was no way to punish him, but there were a few things he would like to find out from the provost. Suchi stated to Zhao Chen that one should be careful with the vice-rector. You can't quarrel with her. Zhao Chen reassured his brother, saying that nothing bad would happen. The provost went somewhere towards the forest, and Zhao Chen obediently followed her. Everyone assumed that Vice-Chancellor Yang was unhappy with the problems heaped upon her. But it was clear to everyone that Zhao Chen was definitely not guilty this time. Everyone knew that the Vice-Chancellor's methods of punishing the culprits were very harsh, but it was assumed that Zhao Chen would not be harmed this time. The third prince said that Zhao Chen would not be lucky all the time, and he would see how he would get away with it next time. The teacher pointed out that usually Vice Principal Yang didn't interfere in students' affairs. But this time, she decided to help Zhao Chen. Provost Yang told Zhao Chen that she had already checked the area, there was no danger, and suggested that Zhao Chen follow her into the forest. Zhao Chen expressed surprise as to why the provost needed such a remote location to punish him. Just then, Provost Yang called out to Zhao Chen from the bushes. Zhao Chen responded and asked, "What happened?" Zhao Chen was surprised to see that Vice-Chancellor Yang was kneeling in front of him. She asked as the vice principal of Tian Luo Academy to avenge her. She asked to kill the emperor of the Qin Empire, Qin Guan, for killing her family. Zhao Chen was very surprised to hear such a thing. Zhao Chen said to Vice-Chancellor Yang that the Qin Empire is several times stronger than the Tianyuan Kingdom. Besides, Emperor Qin Guang is the head of the Xintian Kingdom. Zhao Chen doubted that he, a simple martial artist from Huang Province, would be able to defeat him. The provost stated that the last time she had encountered the power of his spiritual energy, she had felt a terrifying force deep in her body. It seemed to her that this power was coming from the 9 heavens. It was surely strong enough to instantly kill tens of thousands of Xiantian Tian realm masters. Therefore, Zhao Chen would definitely be able to fulfill her request. Zhao Chen noted to himself that Yang Qingxia had unusual eyes. If he would help her, she promised to give him whatever she could. She said she will do everything she can to get the information and resources she needs for the case. Also, the provost offered a 15-year-old young man the use of her body. But Zhao Chen was not like this and said that it was not necessary. He asked how he could get to the forbidden territory that was beyond the mountain of death. The vice-rector noted that there had been quite a few people who wanted her for a long time. But Zhao Chen was not one of them. Zhao Chen concluded that according to the provost's words, only the top-ranked cultivators of the Huang realm could enter the forbidden zone. It had been like this since ancient times, and there was no way to change it. Zhao Chen walks into the battle palace with the thought that no one in the Huang kingdom can defeat him. He decided to challenge all the martial arts masters and take the top spot. Zhao Chen is watching the fight in the ring. The crowd cheers as Liu Shan clobbers his opponent to score a takedown. After all, after winning this fight, Liu Shan would rise to 3rd place on the list of Huang region martial artists. The passions in the ring are not funny. The fighter used the fist of wind and thunder against his opponent, a deadly weapon. Everyone praises Liu Shan. He leaves no chance to his opponent. This is his 5th victory in just a few days. Zhao Chen noted that his technique is full of flaws, but he controls everything perfectly. Su Qi appeared and asked, why did Zhao Chen make an appointment for him to meet here? It turned out that Zhao Chen wanted to know under what conditions he could challenge the tournament champion. Su Qi wondered, why would Zhao Chenyu be the one to defeat everyone? Liu Shan said that Zhao Chen would not be able to defeat everyone. He thinks a lot of himself. Not everyone can get into the rankings. The masters from the crowd said that the Huang region's master list is filled with only monsters. And this redneck from Tian Luo Academy thinks he can get the top spot. They've seen a lot of people like that. They come in here, they get smart, but in the end, they still lose. Zhao Chen said that they shouldn't believe him for nothing. As a warm-up, he decided to win the victory for the 30th place. Liu Shan got angry and said that Zhao Chen would not succeed, and Liu Shan immediately decided to launch his wind and thunder fist into battle. That fist descended upon the calm and cold-blooded Zhao Chen. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen was completely numb with fear. Liu Shan used his best move at the start. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen was about to wet himself with fear. But Zhao Chen nonchalantly put up a block, and their fists collided with furious force. Liu Shan cried out loudly in pain that his arm was really hurt right now. Zhao Chen advised Liu Shan to lose and used his other hand to strike his opponent as well. The impact was so strong that Liu Shan flew aside and fell to the floor. The people's jaws dropped in astonishment. How could Liu Shan be sent to the ground with a single blow? Zhao Chen defeated Liu Shan, who was ranked 30th, by just one strike. Maybe Zhao Chen has a chance to take first place. Everyone remembered that the first person on the list was Li Shang. He is a ruthless type, and a real battle is coming. Suchi said that it won't be long before they get used to it. After all, Zhao Chen is an extraordinary person. Zhao Chen stated that he did not want to waste his time. And everyone with a rank higher than 30th can come up to fight one by one. Zhao Chen decided to hold a simultaneous play session. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen was crazy after all. It was impossible to defeat more than 20 people alone. Zhao Chen was warned that being very strong was a good thing. But don't be very boastful. One warrior declared that he was Zhou Ming, ranked 25th, and ready to give Zhao Chen a lesson in good manners that he would never forget. Another warrior called himself Liu Nan, ranked 19th in the rankings. He too was willing to teach Zhao Chen a lesson. Zhao Xier stated that he was ranked 13th and didn't believe that Brat wanted to challenge him. 8th-ranked Zeguan Kun shouted that he would stomp this upstart with one left. Long Aochin, with the second place in the rankings, is just eager to fight this upstart. Su Qi watched something unimaginable happening around him. He didn't understand where so many people came from wanting to kick Zhao Chen's ass, and they all wished Zhao Chen to fail as soon as possible. Zhao Chen said that it is very excellent. He tensed up, jumped up, and landed with a crash through the ground. Zhao Chen said that it saves him from having to deal with everyone separately. Everyone has seen Zhao Chen battle with his opponents in the ring. At this very time, the third Prince Xiaofan was sitting on his throne and looking at his blade. This dagger is made with the addition of 36 poisons. It's the perfect weapon for killing. Even if it scratches Zhao Chen slightly, he'll be finished. The third prince was approached by his servant. He said that Zhao Chen had headed to the battle palace to rank first among the strongest warriors of the Huang Kingdom. The third prince became agitated and asked who was now in first place. The servant replied, "This is Li Shang, the leader of the ranking, and Zhao Chen can lose to him." The third prince thrust a deadly dagger into his throne. The third prince said that he wanted Zhao Chen to not just be defeated, but destroyed. The third prince sent his servant to tell the ranking leader that if he won, the third prince would fulfill his every wish. The servant said it would be done, and the deadly dagger remained stuck in the throne of the third prince. At this time, everyone was amazed at how Zhao Chen was methodically massacring his opponents. The entire battlefield was strewn with lying warriors. Zhao Chen asked, was there anyone on the list of strongest he should defeat? And then a fresh warrior started coming down the stairs, and he said that now we'd have to fight him. It was Li Shang, the #1 ranked person. Looking at him, Zhao Chen realized that this warrior had a great deal of strength concentrated in him. The warrior moved lightning fast towards Zhao Chen. He said he was Li Shang, and now Zhao Chen will be in trouble. Everyone began to cheer Li Shang and said that he should definitely defeat Zhao Chen and defend his title in the rankings. Li Shang said that Zhao Chen is certainly strong. Zhao Chen said that the latter was also not a slip of the tongue. Zhao Chen pointed out that once a fighter's aura was modified, his strength could increase or decrease several times. Li Shang seems to be in the first category. Li Shang announced that he only needed one strike to defeat Zhao Chen. Li Shang unleashed a thunderclap and moved towards his opponent. Zhao Chen said, "Let's see who survives." Zhao Chen all tensed up and let out his inner energy, and the fighters clashed in hand-to-hand combat. At the epicenter of the fight, you could see their energy boiling. Everything was flying around. Suki asked, was it even possible to defeat Li Shang? When Li Shang was only in the middle of his development stage, his strength was so devastating that even then, he was already able to crush everyone and become the leader of the rankings. Plus, he has a very specific fighting style. He's very ruthless. This time, Li Shang said that he would defeat Zhao Chen in one fell swoop, and he wasn't kidding. The no-nonsense battle continued with furious vigor. Lai Zhang destroyed everything in his path, but Zhao Chen decided for himself that the first place in the rankings for him was just around the corner. Zhao Chen was calm and completely confident. But how could this be possible? Everyone saw that Li Shang was defeated by his opponent. This was the first time everyone had seen Li Shang lose. What kind of strength does this guy have? Li Shang lost this time against all predictions. Su Qi pointed out that Li Shang was only good at talking, but Li Shang still has a deadly technique at his disposal. He must use it. Li Shang said that Zhao Chen himself was forcing him to use this technique, and this time, Zhao Chen will definitely be in trouble. Zhao Chen noted that his strength had unrealistically increased. Li Shang decided to use the rabid wolf technique in battle. The fans agreed that this was a great technique to deal with Zhao Chen. This technique increases speed and strength. It's impossible to withstand it. Su Qi disagreed with this. Li Shang can't lose in a fight using this technique. It's simply impossible. If he loses, he will eat this wall. Su Qi said that he wouldn't be so adamant about it. But he made a bet. Just then, Li Shan's powerful firewolf-like energy emerged. Zhao Chen pointed out that this was a very cruel technique. Li Shan said that Zhao Chen talks a lot and did the mad wolf dance. But Zhao Chen was able to resist in this fight and withstand the invasion of this wolf. There was a rumbling sound and the ground beneath their feet opened up. Li Shang announced that Zhao Chen was very cocky, and he wouldn't even have to use what Xiao Fan gave him. Zhao Chen decided to use his crushing fist. He put maximum energy into that punch. Li Shang was very surprised that Zhao Chen wasn't even injured. Zhao Chen said, now Li Shang had become too weak and the advantage was now on Zhao Chen's side. And Zhao Chen directed all of his martial energy towards his opponent. He flew far away to the side. Li Shang fell to the ground, and Zhao Chen announced that he was the top ranker as of today. No one could believe their eyes. It had never happened before that Li Shang had lost before. It turns out Zhao Chen had half a day to beat everyone in the rankings. He's strong, and now he's on top. Everyone began to congratulate Zhao Chen and said that he was now at the top. And Su Qi watched the loser of the bet eat the wall. It was funny. Zhao Chen stood with his back to his opponent. Li Shang was upset that he had lost the fight. Just then, the third prince's servant reminded Li Shang to use the secret weapon. He said that since Zhao Chen had turned his back now, this was his last chance. Li Shang decided to deal with Zhao Chen with a blade. The third prince's servant remarked, if Li Shang were to defeat Zhao Chen, he would remain at the top of the rankings. Li Shang pulled the dagger out of its sheath and decided that's exactly what he needed to do. And really, because then he'd still be number 1 in the rankings. However, he stood up and said that he refuses. He won't do that. Li Shang pointed his dagger towards the third prince's servant. The servant understood, raised his hands and begged for mercy. But Li Shang didn't listen to him and sent him away. The servant said he was wrong, but it was too late. The dagger went straight through his chest. Li Shang said that the Wolf King was ready to win thanks to his claws and fangs, not someone else's help. The servant fell to the ground with words of despair. Blood oozed from his wound. Zhao Chen said that Li Shang had massacred the third prince's man. Isn't he afraid of revenge? Li Shang said he deserved it with his disrespect. Li Shang told Zhao Chen that the forbidden area behind the Mountain of Death was full of deadly dangers. He tried to walk there once but had to retreat after 50 meters, seriously injured. Zhao Chen thanked the warrior, but said that he had a good reason to go there. As he left, Li Shang said that he warned him not to die there because he wanted to still fight Zhao Chen and win. Zhao Chen said that Li Shang is a big optimist. Su Qi told Zhao Chen that he was now at the top of the rankings and could go to the forbidden territory. Zhao Chen asked Su Qi if the academy had a special training hall. Su Qi said there is near the Temple of War. Zhao Chen said that he would reach the next realm in one day. It was time for him to go to the Xuan Kingdom. Su Qi said, it would take half a year to reach the Xuan realm. Even the geniuses from the Tianyuan realm took 3 months to get there. Zhao Chen left and said that we should do more and talk less. Su Qi said that this is a training tower for Huang realm disciples. The left side can be used by all disciples, and the right side is only for ranked fighters. And only the top 10 on the list can go to the middle tower. The gravity in the center tower is crazy. Zhao Chen asked Su Qi to wait outside, and he himself went inside the tower. Su Qi warned his brother that the gravity on each floor was different, and not to push himself too far. Zhao Chen, distancing himself, said that he knows everything. Everyone started to recognize Zhao Chen and said that he had just become number 1 in the rankings. Meanwhile, back at his castle, the third prince was furious at what had happened. The third prince was furious. Not only did Li Shang not get rid of Zhao Chen, he also killed his man. Such a thing can't be forgiven. Zhao Ao approached the third prince with a proposal. Li Shang insulted him. I will order the squad to kill him. No, said the third son. Li Shang is a prince of the Qin Empire. We can't do anything about it yet. The most important thing for us now is to destroy Zhao Chen, said the third prince. Zhao Chen is moving forward very quickly. I'm afraid that he won't crush me in time. Zhao Ao inquired if the prince would take any action. The third prince dutifully decides to take the job. No matter who gets in his way, he will get to Zhao Chen. Zhao Ao said that the third prince is very wise. In fact, it is said that Zhao Chao is now in the training tower, so you just have to wait for him outside. The third prince immediately decided to go there and wipe out Zhao Chen from the face of the earth and from the memory of everyone in that kingdom. Everyone says that Zhao Chen had just entered the tower and was already on the 7th floor. He can't be running. He's already broken Li Shang's record. Zhao Chen is already on the 7th floor of the training tower, sitting and meditating. And then he saw what was open. A cloud of his internal energy suddenly appeared around Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen noticed that 47 of the 50 spiritual roots of the Huang realm had been opened, only 3 remained. And he will be able to move on to the next realm. Luoxi must wait for him, and he would soon exact his revenge. Zhao Chen noticed that the local gravity could not affect him. He hoped that the situation would not worsen on the next floor. And then they announced to everyone that they had to disperse immediately, because the third prince had arrived. Suki noticed that Zhao Ao and Xiaofan came together. They want to interfere with Zhao Chen. He shouldn't let them do that. The third prince shouted exhaustedly, "Where is Zhao Chen?" He was told that Zhao Chen was now in the central tower and had already passed the 8th floor, and that he seemed to want to break through to the Xuan realm. Everyone screamed in fright that they had nothing to do with it. They're just watching. The prince was very surprised at what was happening. It turns out that Zhao Chen has actually reached the 8th floor of the gravity tower already. His abilities are extraordinary. Not even Mo Tian can do that. The third prince became even more angry. Zhao Ao told the third prince that they must not let Zhao Chen break through to the Xuan realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. The third prince ordered the servants to quickly enter the tower and drag Zhao Chen from there. Zhao Ao said that he would fulfill everything right now. But Suchi appeared from nowhere and said that he would not allow Zhao Ao to enter the tower. Zhao Ao, crunching his knuckles on his fists, told Suchi to get the hell out of here. Zhao Ao was already at his limit. And Suchi said that if he wanted to break into the tower, he would have to fight him first. Zhao Ao said for Suchi to stop fluttering his tongue and get out of here. Zhao Ao swung his fist straight at Suchi's jaw. Suchi remained sitting on the floor, bleeding, while Zhao Ao walked towards the tower. But Suchi did not calm down and once again stood in Zhao Ao's path. He said that Zhao Ao would not pass. Zhao decided that Suchi had gotten completely frustrated and moved him with his foot. Suchi, bleeding out, cried out in pain. He flew backwards, and as he flew, blood streamed from his nose. Zhao Ao fell to the ground and cried out in resentment. Zhao Ao said that no one would dare to stop him now. He was determined to accomplish what he set out to do. Suchi clung to his leg, and there was no way he wanted to let go. Zhao Ao became very angry and swung his leg to hit Suchi. Suchi said that he wouldn't be able to help Zhao Chen now. And then the tower doors swung open and light splashed from there. The third prince shouted in surprise. Zhao Ao cried out in surprise. A completely calm Zhao Ao appeared in front of them. He said that the 50 spiritual roots of the Huang realm had been opened, and it was time to ascend to the Xuan realm. Everyone was perplexed as to how Zhao Chen was able to reach the 9th floor. One would think that Zhao Chen had ascended to the Xuan realm. He was able to reach the top of the tower in half a day. This is the fastest result in the academy. Zhao Ao noted that Zhao Chen had already broken through to the Xuan realm, and a lot of time had already been lost. Now it would be even harder to follow him. We must return to the third prince immediately. He's the only one who can bring Zhao Chen back. Suddenly, the brothers found themselves facing each other. Zhao Ao thought that it was really bad since Zhao Chen had left the training base. Zhao Chen decided to avenge Su Qi and attacked Zhao Ao. He was very frightened. Zhao Ao began to beg for mercy and reminded him that they were brothers. Zhao Chen turned into a monster and shouted, "Stop talking!" He pushed Zhao Ao straight into the ground. Zhao Ao shouted that he would definitely deal with Zhao Chen now. Zhao Chen said that if it wasn't for Che Xiao, Zhao Ao would have already been in heaven. He had just broken through to the Xuan realm and could destroy Zhao Ao with one strike. Today, Xiaofan came in person to see Zhao Chen. The third prince pondered whether to contact Zhao Chen after what he had seen. Zhao Chen offered Su Qi a wonderful curing pill from the Alchemist Academy. Su Qi said that he was already feeling better, and Zhao Chen should be more careful. Xiaofan came here specifically for him. Zhao Chen decided to teach the third prince a lesson today, a lesson he will never forget. Everyone was surprised that Zhao Chen started threatening the third prince. This had never happened before. But Zhao Chen announced that this was Tianluo Academy, and Xiaofan was an ordinary student here. The third prince was frightened and shouted to the servants to immediately stop Zhao Chen. But the servants were scared of Zhao Chen and stood in indecision. Zhao Chen stood powerfully alone against everyone, and no one dared to approach him. Zhao Chen shouted loudly for everyone to disperse. Zhao Chen sent a blob of his energy towards the warriors, and they were all felled. Everyone started scattering with fear and shouting that they would never come back here again. The third prince was frightened and did not know what to do. Zhao Chen kneaded his knuckles and said that it was Xiao Fang's turn, and he slowly approached his enemy. The third prince began to shout that he was the third prince of the Tianyuan kingdom, and no one can fight him. But Zhao Chen said that he didn't care and moved Xiao Fang right into his jaw. He bled like a river. Everyone was horrified and concluded that Zhao Chenyu would now never live a peaceful life. Everyone started laughing from the way Zhao Chen taught that underdog third prince a lesson. This was a performance they had never seen before. Suchi told Zhao Chen that Xiao Fan is from the royal family. There will be consequences and they better get out of here. Zhao Chen said that Xiao Fan was unlikely to be able to harm him. Suchi agreed with his brother. Suchi said that while he was in the tower, a beautiful girl named Ju Er asked about him. She probably came by to talk about marriage, didn't she? Tell her you don't know me. And then she appeared. She rushed towards Zhao Chen and started shouting that he was her hubby. Suki was very surprised. When did this one get married? Zhao Chen asked Juer when did he manage to become her husband, and asked her not to talk nonsense. Juer said in front of everyone that they had slept together. She immediately cried. Zhao Chen was stunned by such a lie. Everyone began to murmur and say that Zhao Chen also didn't mind playing with young girls as well, and everyone became envious of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen blushed, started to make excuses and said that nothing of the sort had happened. Suchi said Zhao Chen, as a man, should take responsibility. She is still a girl. Zhao Chen couldn't believe that even Suchi didn't believe him. Juer was very surprised that Zhao Chen was refusing their intimacy. Zhao Chen asked her to stop rambling anymore and explain why she was looking for him. She cried and said that her grandfather had recently left and had not returned. And now she has nowhere to live. She's scared. Zhao Chen began to reassure her, telling her that her grandfather would definitely come back and everything would be fine. He thought that the Leng family's pursuer was very close. Juer hugged Zhao Chen, cried and said that she had no one else but him. She asked him not to send her away. Zhao Chen promised that he wouldn't abandon her. He thought that Juer's earthly and heavenly spirits had something to do with his past life, and so he should take care of her. Zhao Chen hugged her, and everyone around them began to look away in embarrassment. At this time, the third prince and Zhao Ao were already standing in front of His Highness. The third prince asked for help to deal with Zhao Chen, since he had maimed so many people. Zhao Ao also wanted revenge. The prince of the Qin Empire, Qin Feng, asked, why would he want to help them? The third prince promised to give him whatever he wished for it. Qin Feng, of course, agreed to such a proposal. He ordered him to skin him and bring it to him. The third prince and Zhao Chen cried out in horror. The third prince stated that Zhao Ao was certainly not a perfect person. But why skin him? The prince said that Xiao Fan didn't want to do anything, so he came running to him for help. Therefore, he has no respect for him and does not want to be his friend. The prince said that Xiao Fan was using him as a tool and was unwilling to give him even a piece of human skin in return. Xiao Fan was frightened and tried to explain everything. The prince immediately ordered him to shut up immediately. The prince said that he needed Zhao Ao's skin, or else Xiao Fan would be left without his own. Then the frightened Xiao Fao agreed. Xiao Fao told Zhao Chen that he didn't fulfill his order at his time, so he shouldn't blame the third prince. Zhao Ao tearfully said that Xiao Fan shouldn't do such a thing since he had done so much for him. Xiao Fan betrayed Zhao Ao and told him that he could go far away. Xiao Fan hit Zhao Chen's head with all his might. Zhao Ao's head hit the ground with all his might and he was bleeding. The prince laughed and ordered his servants to skin him and hang him in his chancery. Xiao Fan stood startled and confused in front of the prince. The prince said that Xiao Fan could now not worry. Death sentence. Inscription on stone. Zhao Chen looks up pensively. Zhao Chen told Juer and Su Qi that he would go to the forbidden territory of death by himself next. To find the ice-cold ginseng, Zhao Chen suggested that they go to Viceroy Yang Qingxia. They could get temporary shelter there. They would only have to say Zhao Chen's name. Su Qi refused and wanted to go with Zhao Chen to help him. The girl said that she wanted to help Zhao Chen because she had some abilities that could help them. Okay. Zhao Chen told them not to worry and just wait for him outside. Just then, Xiao Fan and the prince and his guards appeared in front of them. Su Qi stated, saying that Xiao Fan should not have come here after the incident when Zhao Chen kicked him. Xiaofan said that the questions this time were not for him, because he wasn't the one who was their opponent now. Xiaofan showed Zhao Chen to the prince and said that it was him, the main villain. The prince looked at Zhao Chen and said that he didn't look very imposing. Zhao Chen asked Xiaofang, "Who is this person? And why do you have to be respectful to him?" And then the guards yelled for them to go somewhere else and not make a mess. And those who disobey will be destroyed on the spot. Immediately, the spears of the guards were pointed at the prince and Zhao Chen. The prince announced that they were all playing with death here. The prince ordered his servants to get rid of those pesky flies, and his servants immediately began to deal with the guards. And immediately, there was a lot of blood. The guards couldn't understand how they were being dealt with so quickly. The servants report to the prince that all the guards have been destroyed, and the way is clear. The prince said that everything was going according to plan and any of his abusers would be destroyed. Suki said that the prince broke all the rules, since killing is not allowed in the academy, and he can be punished. The prince said he didn't recognize any rules, and he laughed. The prince said the rules are there for the weak to limit their rights. To him, they're just empty words. Prince said he would violate them whenever he wanted to. Zhao Chen asked Su Qi to take Xiaoju out of here. Zhao Chen thought that the opponent was very strong and he wouldn't be able to take care of everyone. Su Qi agreed but told Zhao Chen to be careful. But the girl objected that she wanted to stay with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pointed out that the heavenly and spiritual bodies are working. The aura in his body instantly increased several times. And now, he could use the new skills. The prince urged his servants to finish Zhao Chen quickly, and the servants moved in the direction of the trio. The third prince knew that the mercenaries in Qing Feng's entourage were elite assassins selected from 10,000 people, and each of them had killed at least 1,000 people. Zhao Chen spread his arms out, trying to protect his friends. Zhao Chen stated that they would now experience the power of his martial skills. Zhao Chen decided to apply the Nine Suns River and Mountain technique, and everyone saw a mountain fall on the mercenaries from above. The mercenaries couldn't do anything and realized that Zhao Chen was very strong. Immediately, all the mercenaries found themselves unsealed by this mountain. Xiaofan shouted that Zhao Chen is very strong and killed the 3 mercenaries with a single blow. Fortunately, Qin Fengyu had been deceived this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been irreversible. The girl said that Zhao Chen is very gorgeous and he is the best. Zhou'er is willing to always help her brother, and Zhao Chen thanked her for her help. Su Qi decided that he too should find a way to gain strength to help Zhao Chen. The prince said that Zhao Chen did not disappoint him, and only the strongest deserve to be skinned by him. He will put Zhao Chen's skin in the most prominent place. He will keep it solemnly. The girl said the prince is perverted and disgusting, and Zhao Chen will kick his ass. The prince said that Zhao Chen wouldn't be able to handle him. The prince ordered, and many armed mercenaries immediately formed around the trio. The young people were surprised that so many people had formed around them. They appeared as if out of nowhere. Zhao Chen was very worried about his friends. If he was alone right now, he wouldn't be scared. Zhao Chen realized that in order to succeed, he had to first defeat the strongest one. The prince said that he would show Xiaofang what happens when a rabbit tries to go against a lion. The prince said that if Xiaofan had been able to straighten out Zhao Chen with his own hands, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Xiaofan, of course, agreed with the mighty prince's words. Xiaofan realized that the prince still had an ace up his sleeve, so someone would be in trouble today. Zhao Chen called out to Qin Feng. He asked if he was afraid of making a mistake. After all, compared to Zhao Chen, he couldn't be called a lion. The prince got angry and said that Zhao Chen was trying to kick before he died. The prince ordered the assassins to massacre Zhao Chen, and they pounced on the enemy like loyal dogs. The mercenaries had already surrounded Zhao Chen, but in the next instant, he disappeared. The assassins were very puzzled. Where had this unfit boy gotten to? A servant shouted to the prince to be more careful. Suddenly, Zhao Chen appeared beside the prince and decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. Xiaofeng shouted frantically in fear that Zhao Chen was already very close by, and now they would be in trouble. Qin Feng gloatingly said that they had nothing to worry about, and now he would show this Zhao Chen where the crayfish were. The prince offered to take a look at his immortal gold armor. Zhao Chen was not confused and took the form of a tyrannical fist. Zhao Chen blocked his opponent's punch. It was a fight to the death. The prince put up his defense and said that Zhao Chen could certainly touch his golden armor and indulge his ego. However, the winner would still not be Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen flashed his left eye and said that the prince would definitely not be the winner in this fight. The warriors dealt the strongest blows to each other, but everyone's defense was very powerful, and the blows did not reach their targets. Suddenly, the prince cried out fearfully from surprise. Zhao Chen decided to use his secret technique to use the ancient gold technique. Thus, Zhao Chen decided to break the prince's defenses and disarm him. The prince didn't expect this turn of events and screamed loudly again. And then something incredible began to happen. The energy surges of the opponents were trying to suppress each other. The assassins were amazed at what was happening to their master. Xiaofeng began to urge them to be more careful and save their master immediately. The prince leaned on his servant's shoulder and marveled at how strong Zhao Chen really was. Zhao Chen shouted that if he had nothing else to do right now, he would finally finish off the prince. He decided to go on with his urgent business. Zhao Chen said that when he returned from the lands of death, the prince would definitely lose his head. The prince called Zhao Chen a bad person. A grimace of rage contorted his face at that. The prince came to order, announced it to everyone, and once again ordered the servants to massacre Zhao Chen. The servants moved in pursuit of the young warrior. Zhao Chen ran up to his friends and they asked each other how things were going. Zhao Chen told them to follow him. Zhao Chen realized that he had almost no strength left after using the ancient gold technique. He shouldn't get involved in the battle now, and it was best not to take the time to hide in the Forbidden Lands. And Zhao Chen, along with his friends, disappeared into the cave that led to the Forbidden Lands. The servants saw that the young men had set foot in Forbidden Lands and began to reason whether they should follow them. But the servants knew that this was the territory of death, and no one had ever come back alive. That stopped them. The prince was beyond furious that Zhao Chen had managed to slip away. Xiaofan began to argue that since Zhao Chen had stepped into the Forbidden Lands, he would not be able to survive now. The prince then told Xiaofan to bring Zhao Chen's body to him, and he would skin him. Xiaofan pondered for a moment. After all, he didn't know how to do it. Just then, there was a shout for Qin Feng. After all, Zhao Chen, his opponent. It was Li Shang, and he forbade Zhao Chen to touch Zhao Chen, because only he should deal with the young warrior. Li Shang ran up, but was very surprised when he didn't see Zhao Chen beside him. Xiaofan said that Zhao Chen lost to the prince and fled to the forbidden territory. Li Shang asked the prince incredulously, was it true that Zhao Chen had cowardly escaped? Li Shang asked, wasn't it Zhao Chen who injured the prince? The prince asked in anger, maybe Li Shang wants to part with his life? And now the prince and Li Shang started to fistfight with each other. The blows came one after another, but the warriors had managed each other so far. Li Shang smirked after another block and stated to the prince that he wouldn't dare take on Li Shan. The prince stated that if his father had not forbidden him to touch him, Li Shan would have been finished long ago. Li Shang suggested that the prince admit defeat to Zhao Chen and not hold a grudge against him. Li Shang is confident that Zhao Chen will not perish in these lands. Li Shang coldly waited for an answer, and the prince stood aside thoughtfully. The prince said that if Zhao Chen doesn't die in the Forbidden Lands, he would kill him with his own hands. At this time, 3 young men were advancing along an unknown road full of dangers. Su Qi stated that these deathlands looked very gloomy. The girl remarked that it was very scary here, and she was afraid for her life. And then Zhao Chen started coughing for some reason. Su Qi asked what was wrong with him. The girl asked as Zhao Chen didn't scare her. Zhao Chen said he's fine. He just has a small injury to his internal organs. He decided to heal himself first and took the green healing pill. Zhao Chen sat down to meditate and asked to take care of him. Su Qi said that Zhao Chen could start the healing process, and he would make sure that no one would approach Zhao Chen. Su Qi resolutely began to guard his friend. The girl assumed that Zhao Chen would be able to recover quickly. But at this time, someone was watching the young men intently. And then, Zhao Chen was recognized by a stranger who was watching them from behind a ledge in the cliff. The stranger thought that she had been looking for Zhao Chen for a very long time. Meanwhile, the young warrior, unaware that he was being watched, was meditating and recovering his body from his injuries. Zhao Chen's inner energy hovered over him. Su Qi noted that half an hour had already passed and Zhao Chen was still healing. The girl added that she didn't know it took so long to heal. Just then, Zhao Chen heard that they were not alone here. He ordered the stranger to show himself, and all 3 young men saw a stranger approaching them from behind a rock. The girl asked, had Zhao Chen had time to recover? Su Qi annoyedly noted that he hadn't heard earlier that someone was watching them. The stranger approached and said that she was here to protect Zhao Chen on her master's orders. It was Luo Si. Luo Si? Zhao Chen was surprised. Zhao Chen rushed towards the beautiful stranger with fury. Zhao Chen was surprised that Luo Si dared to show up here. He said that she could prepare to die. He had already decided to use his tyrant fist. Luo Si sincerely exclaimed that she didn't understand what Zhao Chen was talking about. After all, this was a dangerous territory, and if Zhao Chen behaved recklessly, he might be harmed by the evil forces dwelling here. Zhao Chen and Luo Xi began to clash their inner energies. The young man's friends warned him to be careful. Zhao Chen realized that all of this was not good and could end badly. Luo Xi applied the freezing mode. Zhao Chen thought that if it was Luo Xi, she would never have saved him. He must be wrong, and he and Luo Xi must be the same person. The stranger said that the appearance of the ghostly vines meant that evil forces had awakened. They should leave here immediately. Zhao Chen asked who she was. After all, they don't know each other. Why is the girl helping Zhao Chen? Then something happened to Zhao Chen's friends. They cried out for help. Someone's branches wrapped around them. Someone shouted that the wretched people shouldn't be in this area. Zhao Chen was horrified at what was happening. The stranger said it's a big problem. It is one of several creatures of the Forbidden Lands, a ghostly-faced Lion King. It absorbs the life force of humans. It's almost impossible to break free of its hold. But Zhao Chen realized that his body was wood, and it was possible to use fire. The stranger said that Master had ordered her to protect Zhao Chen, so let him go ahead and she would deal with the tree. Zhao Chen said that he was not used to hiding behind a woman's back. Besides, it's just an old dead tree. Zhao Chen can handle it in no time. The stranger said that this tree is the greatest evil in the Forbidden Lands. It's immortal as long as trees exist, and it's almost impossible to deal with, even if a heavenly master were here. Zhao Chen's friends, bound with branches on their hands, asked the young man to leave them and flee. Zhao Chen told them not to worry, for he had a way to curb the villain. In an instant, Zhao Chen created a series of fire spurts. Zhao Chen continued to stoke the fire with all his might. The tree declared that it was not afraid of flames since its branches were created by evil spirits. So Zhao Chen had miscalculated this time, and then the tree caught fire. But it couldn't understand how this was possible. This was the first time this had happened to it. Zhao Chen declared that it was the flame of heaven igniting evil and evil spirits. The tree declared that it was not an evil spirit, but the Lord of the Forbidden Lands. And he could not be defeated by some little man. The stranger realized that Zhao Chen had defeated the Ghost King. Zhao Chen definitely doesn't need her protection. Perhaps Zhao Chen is even stronger than her. Zhao Chen's friends fell to the ground with a scream after the tree let go of them. Zhao Chen picked up the young girl in his arms. Zhao Chen asked Joer if she was okay. The girl thanked the guy and said that she was fine. Su Qi at this time collapsed right on the ground because no one supported him. Zhao Chen was busy. Su Qi said, Zhao Chen, you said that it was discrimination. He could be supported as well. But what is this? Wondered the stranger. The girl assumed it looked like an egg. Strange how there could be an egg in a tree. No one would ever hatch from it. The stranger stated that the egg contained a strong aura, and the ghostly Lion King must have devoured it for its own development. Zhao Chen speculated that he was able to dispose of the tree before it could even digest the egg. Zhao Chen decided to take a closer look at this egg. Zhao Chen brought his hand to the egg and his hand glowed at the same instant. A sign appeared on it. Zhao Chen was very surprised. When the ancient deity mark on his hand touched the egg, it immediately activated. Just then, the egg boiled. Zhao Chen immediately realized what was inside the egg. Zhao Chen's friends didn't understand what this was even happening. The stranger suggested that it must be the descendant of some very ancient and powerful monster, and everyone saw a cute little puppy come into the world. And he just started yapping. Everyone was surprised, as they expected to see an ancient animal, but it turned out to be some small dog. The puppy started whining and rubbing against Zhao Chen's leg. Zhao Chen said that this puppy seemed familiar to him, and he thought to himself that he was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The puppy activates the mark on his hand. Its origin might have something to do with the ancient lands. The girl liked the puppy very much and offered Zhao Chen to take it with her. Zhao Chen also liked the puppy and agreed with the girl. The girl was very excited about it, like a little child. She grabbed the puppy in her arms and began to twirl around with it with joy. The stranger told Zhao Chen that now that the trouble was over, it might be worth it to continue their journey. There were still many dangers ahead, so they should be cautious. Zhao Chen disagreed. After all, he stepped into the Forbidden Lands not only in search of ginseng, but also for heavenly matter and earthly treasures that could increase his strength. Zhao Chen asked Juer to use her strength and see if there were any treasures around. Juer agreed to help Zhao Chen, and the four of them, not counting the dog, set off on their perilous journey. Su Qi called out to Zhao Chen and ran to catch up with him. The stranger tried to reassure herself, saying that it was Master who asked her to take care of Zhao Chen. All four of us continued on our perilous journey. The stranger told Zhao Chen that Master had taken her to the Forbidden Land several times. Therefore, she is sure that something can be found here. But Zhao Chen must follow her instructions to avoid trouble in the future. Zhao Chen decided not to argue with her. After all, it was more expensive to argue with a woman. He thought that she was very kind and he would not deprive her of her enthusiasm. Suddenly, from nowhere, black gloomy shadows with green eyes began to descend on the travelers. They were some ominous, suspicious warriors. They grinned and circled around the travelers. Suddenly they heard a voice from above telling them that some creatures had dared to come here. It was a monster who announced that he had a great meal waiting for him today. These monsters said they wanted to taste their flesh and blood and eat their souls, and they've already begun to divide up who gets the young girl. The girl said that she was getting a little scared. Zhao Chen thought that it was Yinling, and normal attacks wouldn't help. The stranger warned everyone to be careful. Since it was Yinling, it would be very difficult to act coherently, and they began to act very quickly, but not necessarily coherently. Yellow flashes began to appear in the air every now and then. The stranger announced that she had a secret weapon that would deter them. So let everyone leave. She'll hold off the monsters. Zhao Chen, of course, had no intention of going anywhere. He decided to use the Great Seal technique. The monsters knew nothing yet of the impending danger and continued to approach the travelers ominously. Suddenly, the monsters cried out that they couldn't move. It was the immobilizing rays that Zhao Chen directed at them that pierced them. Zhao Chen was holding a fire sphere that radiated doom to the monsters. They had to fly away in different directions, and the young men decided that the way was clear and they could continue on their perilous journey. Zhao Chen assumed that these ghosts were so strong that they could be used in deadly battles. Zhao Chen placed all the ghosts in this fire sphere. The girl said if it's done, then she needs her mascot. The young men called Zhao Chen and told him that they had found fancy fruit. Zhao Chen said that it was great because the fantasy fruit contained a lot of heavenly and earthly aura. With this fruit, Zhao Chen would immediately be able to break through to the last stage. The stranger was surprised. She thought that she had misheard. After all, Zhao Chen needs to get to the middle step first. Moreover, there are so many obstacles on each step. Zhao Chenyu should save the fruit and make a pill out of it. Zhao Chen said that he shouldn't be compared to ordinary people. There are no obstacles for him, especially when he sees the goal. Zhao Chen turned on the absorption mode again. Once again, there was a surge of energy that came from Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen continued to conjure something there. The stranger was surprised. What kind of skills were these? Is it possible to just move the aura from the fruit into the body like that? There's something wrong with this. Zhao Chen continued his manipulations. Zhao Chen's internal energy was surging and had already covered the entire surroundings. Zhao Chen said that the last step of the unfathomable stage had been passed. And if Qin Feng appeared in front of him again, he would know true suffering. She swallowed. The stranger was amazed that Zhao Chen was able to break through to the last step in just a blink of an eye. She was even more curious as to who this Zhao Chen was that she had to protect at Master's request. The girl stated to Zhao Chen that she had reached the peak of her abilities, but she still hadn't discovered the ginseng. She apologized that she couldn't help. Zhao Chen said that she had already helped a lot. She wondered why there were no frost ice ginseng in the lands of the dead. Could it be that they had all been dealt with already? Perhaps she should go to Yan Qingxia? Su Qi asked just in time. What should they do next? Zhao Chen said that they only had 3 magic fruits left to obtain, and he had already broken through to the Xuanjie realm. Zhao Chen said that he wouldn't use the fruit's effect, and suggested that they do it themselves. The young people were very excited about it. The stranger said that he was able to absorb the fruit's energy directly. However, the power of the fruit was so great that a human would not be able to handle it. Zhao Chen said that he would help them and they would be able to go up at least a rank. Everyone was very happy about it. Zhao Chen suggested that he should not waste any time and hurry up and get started. Zhao Chen raised his hand and the fruit chortled. All 3 of them were amazed at what they saw. Meanwhile, the 3rd prince reported that Zhao Chen had still not been found. Xiaofan reported that a few days ago, he had sent several squads to the lands of the dead to search for Zhao Chen, but no one had returned. The prince cursed at Xiaofan. He kicked him in the heel. Xiaofan fell to his knees bleeding. The prince ordered the bloody troop to follow him to the Forbidden Lands. The prince declared that this boy was a great threat to him. He would only calm down when he had dealt with Zhao Chen. Xiaofan stated that it was very dangerous there and they shouldn't take such a risk. The prince inquired if Xiaofan would go with him. Xiaofan had no way out and said that of course he would go. After all, this is a very dangerous land and he must protect his majesty. The prince said that it was fine and they should hurry up and go look for Zhao Chen. He added that the pressure here is terrible. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. And at this very time, the trio sat on the ground and meditated on the effects of the fruit. Zhao Chen was controlling them at the same time. Suchi said that he could really feel the strength. And now, he is also at the early stage of the Xuanji realm, and will be able to help Zhao Chen in the future. The girl hugging the puppy said that she would also help Zhao Chen. The stranger thought about what Master had told her. He had asked her to protect Zhao Chen, but it turns out that Zhao Chen is the one protecting her all the time. Even now, he was helping to increase her strength. And then someone turned to Zhao Chen and said in a rough voice, "How is it that Zhao Chen is still alive?" It was Qin Feng. Zhao Chen asked if it was true that the prince still wanted to straighten him out. The prince ordered the servants to bring this unruly boy to him quickly. The servants instantly rushed to carry out their master's orders. Zhao Chen cheerfully said that he just had a surprise for them. He told them to accept the gift. Zhao Chen fired a ball of fire at them with the terrifying ghosts. They immediately decided to eat the aliens as they were very hungry. The mercenaries were very frightened and didn't realize who was attacking them so mercilessly. The stranger was amazed at how strong Zhao Chen was. Zhao Chen was very clever and sent the soul of a tree monster against the mercenaries. Xiao Fan shouted that the monster's soul was simply terrifying. Xiao Fan kneeled in front of the prince and said that all is lost, chief. We must retreat to the shelter immediately and unconditionally. The prince was amazed that Zhao Chen had such a monster in store. He had spent so long building up his bloody army, and now it was defeated. Zhao Chen announced that Qin Feng had lost, but the prince couldn't calm down. The prince had decided to deal with Zhao Chen himself again and kick his ass. The prince unleashed his super powerful inner spirit and told him to fight Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't rub himself. He decided to use the sunrise technique and the Milky Way technique against the spirit. And this spirit couldn't handle Zhao Chen and his powerful techniques. The prince wondered once again, how could this be possible? Zhao Chen said that anything is possible now. Zhao Chen executed his powerful punch and used his fist of fury in battle. It came straight at the prince's torso. It was very painful, and the prince exploded forever. Everyone was ecstatic that Zhao Chen was able to defeat the prince. It was a real celebration. The third prince realized he had no business being here. The battle was lost. So he decided to get the hell out of here. Zhao Chen asked him if he was ready to say goodbye to everyone. And then the restless prince emerged from behind the mountains again. He said that Zhao Chen couldn't deal with him so easily. After all, he is the prince of the Qin Empire. And if Zhao Chen defeats him, the entire Tianyuan kingdom will be destroyed. Suti wailed as usual and said that the Qin Empire is much bigger than the Tianyuan kingdom, and he doesn't know what to do now. The stranger asked Zhao Chen what his plans were now. Zhao Chen said that he doesn't care what the empire's plans are. His goal now is to kick the prince's ass. But then someone stopped Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked around and saw some bald elder. Zhao Chen asked, who was he? And why is he preventing Zhao Chen from fulfilling his mission? The old man stated that he was the president of Tianluo Academy, and stated that he was not Zhao Chenyu's enemy. Suchi said that this is the same president who has always lived in isolation and no one knows him by sight. Some people thought there might be unforeseen problems. Zhao Chen didn't seem to really believe this elder. Zhao Chen said that he felt like the old man had come to protect the prince. The old man said that he did. And let's see, will Zhao Chen fight the old man? The elder thought that this boy was in the Xuanji realm for now. He could break the barrier. The old man thought that Zhao Chen might be hiding many secrets. The prince was surprised that the old man was talking to the guy and shouted for him to get the creep out of here as quickly as possible. The old man ordered the prince to shut up. After all, if his father hadn't asked for help, the old man wouldn't have lifted a finger to intervene now. The old man, without thinking, slapped the bullying prince with a powerful slap. The prince immediately admitted that he was wrong. The prince was angry at the old man and at Zhao Chen. He decided that he would take revenge on both of them. The old man asked Zhao Chen to come to his senses before it was too late. The old man added that after all, Qin Feng is the prince of the Qin Empire. If Zhao Chen were to massacre the prince now, the Tianyuan kingdom would be destroyed by his empire. Ordinary people will suffer and bloody rivers will flow over the land. Zhao Chen doesn't want to see such a scene, right? Zhao Chen pondered, and his cheerleader said that she would support his every decision. Zhao Chen was faced with a choice. Thousands of people could die because of him. But he had to get the ingredients he needed. Zhao Chen said that he could let the prince go, but he needed ginseng. The old man now realized why the young man had come here. He was after frost ice ginseng. The old man told him, all right, if you want it bad enough, here you go. And he threw the guy the weed he needed. Zhao Chen immediately dreamed. The frost ice ginseng, tree mushroom, and poisonous herb are already in my possession. He only needed to obtain the true origin water and the heavenly dragon lotus. The old man told the prince to follow him immediately. He would be sent home immediately so that he would not do anything else. The prince told Zhao Chen that there was one difference between them. No matter what happened to him, he would definitely be rescued. And Zhao Chen and his friends can only shake in fear, waiting for the moment I skin you all. Zhao Chen here couldn't take another threat. He said that the prince had crossed the red line when he started threatening not only him, but his family too. The prince was very scared and started to stop Zhao Chen and ask the old man to help him. But it was too late. The old man rushed to help. But he couldn't make it in time. Zhao Chen flew over the prince with lightning speed. Zhao Chen punched the prince right in the chest with the words, "No one will dare to threaten my family." The prince was bleeding and fell into the arms of the old man. He immediately decided to check how the injured man was feeling. The old man was angry because he had given Zhao Chen the ginseng to Zhao Chen, and he had promised not to touch the prince. The prince lamented that he would deal with the young man. Zhao Chen said that unfortunately there was only one ginseng. The old man didn't understand what Zhao Chen was getting at. The guy said that he had forgiven the prince once thanks to the old man and the ginseng. But the prince started threatening Zhao Chen and his family again. Zhao Chen said that he only stopped the concentration and production of his power. The old man said that Zhao Chen was too arrogant, and as the president of Tianluo Academy, he should teach the guy a lesson. The old man said he had to do it or no student would respect him. Zhao Chen asked, did the prince's desire to straighten out Zhao Chen also have something to do with the rules of the academy? The guy added that when the prince started threatening Zhao Chen's family, why didn't the old man stop the prince? So there is no need to rant about any rules. The old man was very angry with Zhao Chen and decided to teach him a lesson after all. The old man was yelling that he couldn't be considered president if he didn't take the guy down. It was going to be a very epic battle. Zhao Chen said, okay, I don't mind. Now let's check to see who's who. The old man decided to immediately apply his famous fire hand method. Zhao Chen was not confused and blocked this lunge of the old man. The old man continued to unleash clots of his energy, but all was to no avail. The guy parried all of his blows. The old man couldn't understand why Zhao Chen had suddenly become so strong. Zhao Chen decided that since the old man was so restless, he would show him where the crayfish were. Juer asked how Zhao Chen was doing, and the nasty prince couldn't understand where the young warrior came from, a strength comparable to that of the academy president himself. The stranger was trying to figure out how many more secrets this young man held. Zhao Chen slyly hinted to the old man that he would be able to escape the president's punishment today. The old man couldn't understand how this young man could afford to provoke the academy president as a student. Just then, Su Qi shouted for Zhao Chen to be extremely careful. The old man decided to use the yin-yang palm technique. The prince was glad that Zhao Chen would soon be in his hands. There was no escape from this old man's method. The stranger decided to intervene in the battle if Zhao Chen couldn't withstand this attack. Zhao Chen understood that if a person used such a strong technique, it meant that he had passed Tianjie. And now he would have to fight him at full strength. Su Qi stood up to defend his friend Zhao Chen, and a deadly flame stabbed into his chest at the same moment. The old man attacked Zhao Chen and shouted if he could handle Yin Yang's palm attack. Zhao Chen didn't rub his face and unleashed his soul-burning monster. The old man decided to destroy them all. Zhao Chen said that the old man might disappear. The prince rejoiced that he had the perfect opportunity to straighten out Zhao Chen, and immediately launched a fireball at the young man. Seeing this, Su Qi rushed to Zhao Chen's aid. The fireball hit Su Qi's chest. The prince fought out because Su Qi had ruined all his plans. And then the old man saw something and shouted for everyone to stop. But Zhao Chen didn't stop. He kicked at the old man, and he missed the punch and started bleeding. Zhao Chen rushed towards Su Qi and began to ask how he was feeling. Su Qi said that he was fine, because the flash of light protected him. Zhao Chen and Su Qi headed towards the old man. The old man grabbed Su Qi by the shoulders and said that it was fate. The old man added that he was very happy to meet a guy like Su Qi in this place, and that he would go to heaven. The prince cried out that it was unfair. How can such a one go to heaven? At the same moment, the old man punched the prince in the face. The prince flew 7 meters away and the old man ordered him to keep quiet. The prince looked at the old man resentfully. The old man said his clan had been searching for him for thousands of years. Finally, today, the search is over. The president warned the prince not to even lay a finger on Su Qi. The prince immediately started apologizing and saying he was wrong. People who can resist fate are the arrogant sons of heaven. They are endowed with extraordinary abilities from birth. Zhao Chen was surprised that he didn't know that Su Qi was the reincarnation vessel of a son of heaven. Could it be that he was hiding it intentionally? Su Qi asked the president if he was wrong. After all, Su Qi is not very talented. The old man said that there could be no mistake, because the blue circle that appeared on his body was the symbol of his clan. The old man added that he had made a big mistake today and apologized to the young man. And Zhao Chen can continue his studies at Tianluo Academy. Now Zhao Chen will not be disturbed by anyone at the academy. Su Qi said that since he could resist fate, he would forever be Zhao Chen's assistant. But Zhao Chen said he doesn't think it's that simple. The old man said that their clan is the protector of destiny, and he would have to take Su Qi away to awaken his true power. Su Qi was stubborn. He didn't want to go anywhere. He wanted to stay with Zhao Chen. The old man said that Su Qi must definitely go as his future depended on it. Zhao Chen told the old man that if Su Qi doesn't want to, then he want to go anywhere. And Zhao Chen has the strength to stand up to the old man. The old man praised Su Qi, but said that with this level of skill, he was of little use to Zhao Chen. The old man added that Zhao Chen's strength was no weaker than his own. Can you imagine how you will prevent Zhao Chen from fighting the enemies? If Su Qi follows the old man, he will become stronger in just 3 years. Su Qi agreed that he was not strong enough right now and represented a burden to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen objected. After all, he had never said that Su Qi was hindering him. And with Zhao Chen's help, Su Qi would also be able to achieve good results. Su Qi said that he too wanted to possess enough strength to fight hand in hand with his comrade in battle. Zhao Chen said that he had never thought about Su Qi's feelings. The young men said goodbye and said they were not angry with each other. They decided they were two brothers from the same generation. In parting, they bumped fists and said they would definitely meet in the future. The old man said that it was time for them to leave, and that in the future, Su Qi would not regret making such a choice. Su Qi said that he would return in 3 years and would be much stronger and become Zhao Chen's loyal assistant. Zhao Chen shouted out. He told them to stop. The old man asked what other questions Zhao Chen had. Zhao Chen said, "There is a bad man here, a prince. And even though he can't exterminate him, but he will take away his ability to form." The prince was scared. Very scared. He asked what Zhao Chen wanted to do to him. The prince started to ask the president for help, but the president told him to save himself. The old man knew that he needed to get Su Qi out of here, so he no longer wanted to stand in Zhao Chen's way. Zhao Chen said that no one would help the prince today and made a kick to the prince's back. The bloodied prince fell straight to the ground. A servant reports to His Highness that there is news that Zhao Chen has defeated Qin Feng. He also inflicted a terrible injury on him. Now Qin Feng has been stripped of his powers and completely useless. His Highness asked where the president was. Shouldn't he have prevented Zhao Chen from doing so? The servant said that the president tried, but he failed. And for reasons unknown, he allowed Zhao Chen to strip the prince of his power and the ability to form. His Highness spat in his throne. Even Qin Feng couldn't handle this boy. He stated that he was just furious. Can't anyone get rid of this Zhao Chen? And then someone appeared on the doorstep. He said he had a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It was Mr. Liu. His Highness inquired what his plan was. Mr. Liu said that the Feng Yuan competition will start soon. Zhao Chen will definitely participate. Xiao Zhang will also participate. This is a very strong contender for the championship title. If we create a conflict between them, we can capitalize on it. His Highness was very pleased. It was a great plan. He decided to do so and watch them fight. 3 days later, the battle arena. The noble spectators had already taken their seats in the boxes. Everyone is excited to have waited for the competition to start. I wonder who will win this year. There's a huge prize pool promised. The top 3 will be able to enter the Huolongqi, and whoever comes first will receive the royal jewel, water of true origin. Everyone has heard that Senior Prince Xiaozhang is participating in this competition, and he is very strong. So it can be considered that the water of immortality is already in his hands. In the box are the King of Tianyuan and Tianyuan Ho. The king says that he has heard that Tianyuan Ho's daughter Yu Hoyer is also taking part in the competition. Will she be able to become the champion? Tianyuan Ho stated that his daughter was still not strong enough. It would be good if she could at least get into the top 10. The king asked if there was any chance of his son Xiaozhang becoming the champion. After he wins, why don't we think about uniting our families? No one in this city knows of Xiaozhang's terrible atrocities, and you want me to give up my daughter for her? You misunderstood me. I meant Zhao Chen, Hu Weiho's son. He laughed. Well then, he didn't insist. Thought that old fox was mocking him. All right, we'll see. Besides, Zhao Chen is only in the Xuanji realm. Xiaozhang will defeat him. He's determined to destroy the entire Yu family and take all their treasures for himself. They decided not to guess anymore and just watch the competition. Zhao Chen's three companions all encouraged him and said that he would definitely become the champion. Zhao Chen had no doubt that victory would be on his side. For the past 3 days, he had been practicing the ancient body refinement technique. The body of the Lord of the Nine Heavens. In a low-level training hall. In order to heal Qingyan, he needs to obtain the true origin water. Prince Xiaozhang said that he didn't expect to see Zhao Chen here at all. Zhao Chen didn't know him and asked who he was. The one said that he was the eldest prince of Xiaozhang. He invited Zhao Chen to become his supporter and bow down to him. Otherwise, he would make Zhao Chen die very slowly in the arena. He began to be warned that Zhao Chen is the same kind of competitor. His father might punish him if he bullies Zhao Chen right here. Xiaozhang said that no one should tell him because he would be ruling this kingdom in the future. Xiaozhang said that Zhao Chen only had 2 options, to go to his side or to become his slave. Everyone said that Xiaozhang was overreacting. He's even worse than Xiaofang. They both boast of their titles as princes, but the older one is also very strong, and the king supports him. Zhao Chen will face a lot of hardships. They don't think that Zhao Chen will surrender. However, Xiaozhang will very likely become the king of Tianyuan in the near future. Zhao Chen said that he won't lose to anyone. Even if he is thrice king, it won't help him. And he has a third option. Xiao Zhao kneels down and begs for mercy. Xiaozhang said that his opponent would not last long now. And then the gong sounded. The competition had begun. The opening of the competition was announced. Everyone started yelling, "I can't wait. I can't wait to find out who the winner will be." Xiao Zhao said that Zhao Chen was lucky today. Well, they will see each other later in the finals. He said that Zhao Chen made him laugh. His brother is so smug. If he wins, he will become king. There's hardly anyone who would benefit from such an outcome. Zhao Chen said that Xiao Fan is just disgusting. Stop pretending to be an innocent sheep. He's just trying to provoke a conflict, so that he and Xiaozhang can clash. Save your shenanigans for someone else, she said. That he was shameless and spit on him. Xiao Fan called Zhao Chen's name and said that he would kneel before him one day and beg for mercy. The referee has announced that Wu Min wins the 3rd fight. 5th fight, Yu Huier wins. The 9th fight, Xiaozhang emerges victorious. The 11th fight is Zhao Chen versus Yu Huier. They stood against each other and no one started first. The crowd incited both of them. They wanted a spectacle. More, of course, they were rooting for the girl. It was said that Zhao Chenyu couldn't be defeated easily. He'd better give up. Then they started yelling for everyone to quiet down. The fight's about to start anyway. The girl said that she had heard a lot about Zhao Chen, but she didn't know that he was so good. Zhao Chen was surprised that Miss Yu was familiar with his name. The girl said that Zhao Chen didn't need to pretend. She will finish him off anyway. Zhao Chen pretended not to understand her. Zhao Chen's girlfriend marveled at the heresy that crazy lady was spouting in the ring. Another girlfriend stated that she didn't realize she had a rival. Zhao Chen continued to joke and said that there was a misunderstanding. After all, this is their first meeting. What kind of marriage is there to talk about? Ms. Yu said that it turns out Zhao Chen is not even aware that their families have a prenuptial agreement. And she revolved her weapon and shrieked that she was about to give Zhao Chen a proper thrashing. She shouted at Zhao Chen to get the hell out of here. Zhao Chen effortlessly dodged her punches and continued to remain completely calm. Zhao Chen declared to Miss Yu that she would not be able to defeat him with this tool. His opponent called him names and told him not to be so cocky. And then it started. Voices from all sides and 6 directions. The 8 gods who have crossed the sea. They're waiting on all sides. Zhao Chen on this occasion decided to try out the 9 Heavens Lord's case technique. Zhao Chen began to use the body tactics of the 9 Heavens Lord's body. And that same 9 Heavens Lord rose above him. It was such a transformation of Zhao Chen's inner energy. But everyone decided that Zhao Chen had clearly come to an end. After all, Miss Yu's attack was very strong. Zhao Chen's support group hoped that he would face his opponent with dignity and not lose. Miss Yu noticed that Zhao Chen deliberately did not deviate from her attack. So what was his plan? She stated that even with such a high level of spiritual pulse, he couldn't defeat the girl. Zhao Chen asked her not to jump to conclusions. Why is that? His rival was very surprised. Zhao Chen's support group was very happy when they heard his words. It meant that he was all right. Zhao Chen told Ms. Yu that her attack even cheered him up a bit. Ms. Yu decided that the guy was just messing with her and decided to continue the fight further. Immediately, the spirits of the three beauties appeared. They circled around Zhao Chen and offered to play with them. They said they couldn't wait any longer, and it was time for him to act. Ms. Yu knew that no man could resist this technique. She decided that if she couldn't hurt him from the outside, she would destroy him from the inside. Zhao Chen said that Ms. Yu is such a fool if she wants to seduce him with such women. But if they want to, Zhao Chen is willing to play. Zhao Chen shouted, "Get out of my head!" His eyes lit up with flames and the girls scattered in different directions. Ms. Yu screamed in terror. Everyone around them started covering their ears and saying that such a loud voice would make them all deaf. Zhao Chen said that this was usually how he responded to his enemies' attacks. Ms. Yu called Zhao Chen a pervert, and that no one fights like that. That's no way to treat a woman. Zhao Chen asked why Ms. Yu's outfit was so shoddy. Everyone fidgeted and took a closer look at the half-naked Miss Yu. They asked Zhao Chen to teach them these techniques as well. Zhao Chen's support group decided that Miss Yu wanted to seduce their master herself. They were very angry with her. Zhao Chen said it was just a misunderstanding. He'll explain everything now. But the girls didn't want to hear any excuses. Miss Yu told Zhao Chen not to expect that he could get her as a wife so easily. He must win the competition first and slapped him in the face. Miss Yu ran away, and Zhao Chen shouted to her on the way out that he had no intention of marrying her. The elder walked over to Zhao Chen and said that it was not worth it to swing for the unattainable, and he proclaimed Zhao Chen as the winner of this fight. Everyone started shouting that Zhao Chen was doing well, probably going to be one of the top three. He also got Miss Yu's recognition. The emperor realized who Tianyuan had chosen as his daughter's husband. He didn't think he was that skillful, but Xiaojiang would still defeat him. "Your Highness, don't worry. It will only be revealed when they meet in the ring." He said to Xiaojiang that Zhao Chen had seized the glory that should have gone to him. Xiaojiang told him to shut up or he would immediately find out who is number one. Ye Wuman says that the idiots from the Tianyuan kingdom are rejoicing while they can. Soon he will show everyone what true despair is. The referee has announced Xiaojiang versus Ye Wuman as the next bout. Ye Wuman asked, "Is this the Xiaojiang who is called the strongest in this tournament?" Xiaojiang said that the opponent was unlucky to meet Xiaojiang today, and he should give up to avoid being crippled. The opponent said he was the one who should surrender. And then Ye Wuman used the bloody palms technique. Xiaojiang said that it was all nonsense, and used the heavenly strike technique. And then two powerful internal energies of the rivals collided. They were completely different in their structure. She said that although Xiaojiang's strength is uneven, the technique used contains royal energy, and it seems like the opponent in black will not have any luck. Zhao Chen's support group didn't even know what to say about this fight. Zhao Chen said that Xiaojiang wouldn't be able to fight him, because he would lose now. The opponent in black applied heavenly bloody palms. This punch powerfully struck Xiaojiang right in the heart. Xiaojiang defeated fell straight to the ground and even lower. He lay there and couldn't figure out how it all happened. The emperor jumped up in surprise. The warrior in black said he was annoyed that it turned out to be the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Xiaojiang asked who he was and where did he come from. He stated that he was Ye Wuman of the Qin Empire from the Blood Army Alliance, and shouted loudly, "The Qin Empire, Bloody Army." Zhao Chen became very tense. Everyone started saying it was against the rules. A foreigner can't compete. And can anyone even compete against him? He told King Xiao that he was participating in the competition for fun. He thanked the king for letting him participate. The king objected and said that he naturally did not want the stranger to continue to compete. However, he is still confident that the title will go to the winner from the Tianyuan kingdom. The Blood Army is the strongest alliance in the Qin Empire. Why would they send their man to our kingdom? Something has definitely happened. Ye Wuman said that there was no one in their kingdom who could engage in single combat with him. Everyone said it couldn't be tolerated. His insolence is out of line and he must be dealt with now. The king called for silence and said that he was changing the rules. Now whoever wins will be the champion of the competition. And all the warriors rejoiced, thinking that today they could be glorified. Ye Wuman offered the king a wager. The king decided that since this upstart made it to their competition, he must want to destroy the entire young generation of the kingdom. "Well, you're going to have to prove it." Ye Uming then suggested that there was not a moment to lose and continued the competition. Zhao Chen's cheerleaders have decided that this upstart is very cocky. Zhao Chen will have to kick his ass. But Zhao Chen decided that none of that was important, and the main character has to show up at the last minute. All the warriors began to say that they had not seen such arrogance since their childhood, and Ye Wumin would soon be finished. They suggested cutting him into pieces and feeding him to the animals. Ye Wumin continued to scoff and said that a bunch of trash dared to fight him. How self-righteous they are. Ye Wumin decided to summon the Blood Emperor and said, "Blood Emperor, appear." Indeed, a cloud of energy in the form of an image of a bloody emperor immediately appeared above him. Ye Wumin stood with his head proudly raised and his limbs spread apart. Immediately, everyone began to scatter in all directions, horrified at the energy emanating from Ye Wumin. Ye Wumin stood in the middle of the arena, and the defeated opponents were scattered around him. The king was very astonished that he couldn't even be defeated by a crowd of his warriors, and suggested that the Tianyuan kingdom would be disgraced. Ye Wumin thought that if Tianyuan's younger generation were such weaklings, this kingdom would soon come to an end. Why don't everyone follow him and become his servants? It would be better than being annihilated. This time, Ye Wumin defeated all the warriors, and next time, the goal of the Blood Army Alliance would be more specific. And then someone asked if he had finished his boastful monologue. It was Zhao Chen. He said that he was tired of listening to this bragging and decided to close the mouth of this Ye Wumin. And everyone started shouting for Zhao Chen to leave the arena and not shame the kingdom. After all, no one was able to defeat Ye Wumin, so why did Zhao Chen enter the arena? He's definitely in trouble now. The king was advised not to stop Zhao Chen. Maybe he could do something. "Let's see and take our time," objected the king. Ye Wumin told Zhao Chen that apparently he was too soft on his opponents, what Zhao Chen thought he could handle. Then next time, he would not restrain himself and would kill anyone who got in his way. Everyone was very frightened by Ye Wumin's statement. Zhao Chen stated ironically that if he attacked and didn't get a surrender, it meant Ye Wumin had been too kind to him. Everyone decided that Ye Wumin had just been humiliated. Would Zhao Chen really be able to handle him this time? No. It's impossible to predict who will emerge victorious today. The king and his companion weren't completely sure if Zhao Chen would last in a fight with Ye Wumin. Ye Wumin was very furious at the unpunished slap he received from Zhao Chen. He said that he just wasn't ready to fight yet. It would not happen again. Zhao Chen had a different opinion. Zhao Chen kicked Ye Wumin's leg straight into his stomach. He flew backwards with a scream. Blood immediately gushed out of his mouth. Ye Wumin rolled on the ground, on the way not realizing what was happening to him. The king thought that Zhao Chen was really good, and if the first strike was from under the heel, then the second strike was simply marvelous. The king said that even if his son was defeated, Zhao Chen would be able to save the kingdom's honor. Ye Wumin rose to his feet and said that he would now become very rude. Ye Wumin decided to summon the Blood Emperor again, and he appeared above the warrior at the same instant. Ye Wumin repeated like a spell, "Immortal body, sacrifice to the blood god, blood alliance, formation of bodies from rivers of blood, a gathering of bloody demonic wars." Ye Wumin was very tense and focused. Everyone wondered why Ye Wumin would do this. Probably all the techniques he practiced had protective properties. Ye Wumin announced to Zhao Chen that he had released the strongest defense techniques and his sneak attacks would no longer get past his shield. Zhao Chen said that he was not going to attack from under his hedge. Now he attacks his enemy standing face to face, and Zhao Chen let his internal energy out. Ye Wumin said that Zhao Chenyu would not be able to attack. With his current state, there was no way to break through the defense. Even the power of the heavens wouldn't help him. Zhao Chen said that they would check it out now. Zhao Chen, along with his spirit, dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. He stood there like a dumbfounded man and didn't even have time to react. Ye Wumin noticed that something had gone wrong. Ye Wumin saw that the blood of the 10,000 gods, the mighty technique, there was no way he could defeat Zhao Chen. Ye Wumin wondered where the Tianyuan kingdom got such powerful monsters from. Ye Wumin cried out in fear and helplessness. Zhao Chen told his enemy that it was in vain that he was so arrogant. Today, no one would save him from losing this fight. Ye Wumin's spirit let out a terrifying cry of despair. Immediately, Ye Wumin fell defeated by Zhao Chen at the feet of the victor. Ye Wumin's body was bleeding. Zhao Chen said that it was the end of him. Everyone around them began to rejoice at Zhao Chen's victory and said that their kingdom had won after all. And everyone began to thank Zhao Chen for such a beautiful victory. Zhao Chen's cheerleaders ran up to him and started congratulating him and thanking him for saving the kingdom from destruction. The young lady thought that such a strong technique never existed in the Tianyuan kingdom. Zhao Chen is hiding something and needs to report it to the proper place. The girl was in awe of Zhao Chen's strength. Xiao Zhang was upset. After all, he thought that this victory should have gone to him. Zhao Chen not only defeated the alien, but also became the champion of this tournament. Now his status in the Tianyuan kingdom would increase a lot. Xiao Zhang was very angry. He has royal blood in him. How can Zhao Chen compare to Xiao Zhang? Xiao Zhang decided to show everyone who the chief genius in this kingdom was. The third prince thought it would be better if they both died in the battle for leadership. The king's associate reported that Zhao Chen had won the battle and saved the kingdom's honor. The king said that he had seen everything and ordered Zhao Chen to bring Zhao Chen to the palace. The interlocutor was surprised that the king summoned Zhao Chen to see him. He couldn't trust the king and needed to keep an eye on the boy. The girls congratulated Zhao Chen on his victory, and he announced that he now had to get the heavenly dragon lotus. A servant reported that the king was waiting for the young master at his palace. Zhao Chen thought that the king personally wanted to give him the water. The servant said that Zhao Chen would soon find out for himself. The girl stated that it was all suspicious and she was a little concerned. She suggested Zhao Chen to go to the palace with him. Zhao Chen said that there was no need for that. After all, he was going to the palace, not to the dragon's lair or the tiger's mouth. Zhao Chen told the servant to show the way, and they all walked up to the royal palace. Zhao Chen saw that there was a large table set with all sorts of viands in the hall. Zhao Chen was very surprised by this. The servant reported that this meal was prepared especially for the winner of the tournament. The servant suggested Zhao Chen to enjoy the dishes that were made with high-quality food. His Majesty will be out soon. The servant thought that after Zhao Chen had his lunch, it wouldn't be the king who would be waiting for him, but Yan Wanya. Zhao Chen pounced on the servant and said that he wouldn't eat all of it. Zhao Chen smashed the table of treats. The servant asked in despair, "What has gotten into Zhao Chen?" Zhao Chen stated that all the ingredients are of very high quality. They can be enjoyed separately, but if they are mixed together, the dish will turn into poison. The servant isn't an alchemist, is he? Zhao Chen said he would destroy him for the assassination attempt. The servant said it was the king's order. But Zhao Chen was adamant and swung a punch at the servant. Zhao Chen decided that it was necessary to stop. And then the king appeared with his entourage. Zhao Chen greeted the king. The king said that he was amazed by Zhao Chen's abilities, so he arranged this test for the young man. To see what he could do, Zhao Chen said that he now understood everything. The king said that he had no bad thoughts and apologized for the misunderstanding. The king decided that Zhao Chen should get behind Zhao Gong. The servant said there was just a miscommunication. We should have just found out the food was poisoned. You passed the test. Zhao Chen told the servant that he was finished anyway. The servant was very scared and asked why Zhao Chen was so eager to massacre him. Zhao Chen said that he too wanted to conduct a test and see if the people in the royal entourage could protect his highness. Unfortunately, the servant failed the test. The king decided that Zhao Chen would not dare to do this in front of him. The king's servant started shouting at Zhao Chen that this was not the way to act in the presence of his highness, and the young man should immediately kneel down. Zhao Chen declared that there was no other person in this world that he would bow down to. The king got angry and said that Zhao Chen is very arrogant. He could order the destruction of Hu Shaoho's residence. Zhao Chen said he could try, but it wouldn't work. The servants were so insolent that they decided to deal with Zhao Chen, because no one was allowed to talk to the king like that. The king thought that he still needed Zhao Chen. That's why he can't deal with him right now. So he suggested forgetting about the incident. The king told the servants to get lost. The servants were surprised at the king's decision. They could not believe that his highness was willing to forgive the impertinence of this upstart. So they left the room. Zhao Chen saw that the king had decided to let him live. So the king wanted something from Zhao Chen. The king offered to forget as if nothing had happened. However, Zhao Chen must help the king save someone. If he saves her, the king will give the royal water and anything Zhao Chen wants. The king revealed that he might be angry, but asked that he not be blamed for his anger. Zhao Chen thought that the king was talking too much, and it was time to take Zhao Chen to the right place already. Zhao Chen decided that if he could get the heavenly dragon lotus from the king, he would save a lot of time. The king said that Zhao Chen was being very disrespectful to him. And if Zhao Chen can't cure honor, he will regret being born into the world. The king and Zhao Chen stood in front of the bed where the motionless honor was lying on. The young man thought that the girl was covered in goosebumps. Xiao Han was lying motionless. It was as if she was asleep. The king said it was his daughter Xiao Han. A strange disease struck her when she was 8 years old. Her whole body is covered with goosebumps. She can't see sunlight. She lies in bed all the time. No alchemist has been able to cure her. Nothing helps her. The king said that someone advised him to contact Zhao Chen. And that person is also here, and the king has invited Mr. Diao Dan. Diao Dan walked in and said hello to the young man. Zhao Chen was very surprised to see this elder. The king said that Mr. Diao is now making a medicine for his daughter. Thanks to him, her condition has stabilized. Mr. Diao Dan added that the king appreciates him very much. However, he cannot cure his sixth daughter. And Diao Dan recommended Zhao Chen to the king because he is a very talented young man. And his alchemy has clearly improved since their last meeting. Diao Dan was sure that Zhao Chen would be able to cure the girl. Diao Dan thought that he was the one who poisoned the young princess, and she won't be able to recover after Zhao Chen's treatment. And the king's anger would crush the young lad. Zhao Chen said that Diao Dan was kicked out of the academy, and now he dared to recommend him to the king. Zhao Chen thought there was something wrong. The king said he had no idea that these two enemies. Diao Dan told the king that for him, the conflict with Zhao Chen had been put on the back burner. After all, it was more important to save the princess. The king said that Zhao Chen could ask him for anything if he could save the princess. Zhao Chen decided to check to see what kind of trap this rogue wanted to lure him into. The king declared that the coldness of his daughter's body was so terrible that no master could handle it. Zhao Chen said that he was not afraid of this cold. After he had absorbed his spiritual blood, this cold could not harm him. The king wondered why nothing had happened to Zhao Chen. Is he all right? Zhao Chen stated that it is not a disease. The sixth princess is experiencing a special condition of her body. He added that as long as the cold emanated from her, her meridian would be cleansed. He wouldn't be able to cure the sixth princess, but she would be able to cultivate energy quickly in the future. Zhao Chen has the medicine and will be able to cure the princess. Zhao Chen asked everyone to leave first. The king decided to take Diao San out of the princess's room. The old man thought that the moment Zhao Chen decided to treat the princess would be her last. The young man stood in front of the princess's bed and shouted, "Tian Hai Sei!" An incredible energy enveloped the entire room. The king thought that incredible chaos was emanating from Honor's body. If it breaks through, no one will be able to stop it. Only Zhao Chen could withstand it. The old man thought that Zhao Chen was indeed a very talented guy. But the time had come and the fire poison was about to manifest. The girl began to come to her senses and called out to her father. The old man decided that now it was starting. The old man announced that there was nothing Zhao Chen could do. We must stop him quickly. Otherwise, the princess might die. The king rushed into the room in fright and asked Zhao Chen what was going on. Zhao Chen said he should ask Diao San. After all, he was the one who poisoned the young princess. The old man began to refuse and said that he didn't understand what Zhao Chen meant. The old man told the king that the further away he went, the more difficult it would be to rescue the princess. The king was very angry and ordered Zhao Chen to get out of here. Zhao Chen stated that he was not the one who should get out of here. The king was very much surprised at this insolence of the young man. The king decided not to back down and was not afraid of Zhao Chen's physical strength. Zhao Chen said that if the king wanted to save his daughter, he and the old man should immediately leave this room. The king interjected, "Could Zhao Chen really handle it?" The old man stated that it was impossible. Zhao Chen is just lying to the king. The princess just has the opposite of the fire energy of poison and ice. If this continues, there will be no way to save her. Zhao Chen said that the old man is ignorant, so he thinks the princess can't be saved. Zhao Chen said that if he decided to save someone, no one in the world can stop him from doing so. Zhao Chen applied divine vein absorption to the princess. He decided that absorbing these two types of energy was able to slightly increase the power of his cultivation. This was a surprise to him. The princess began to regain consciousness and called out to her father. The princess declared that all that cold had left her body and she was fine now. The king was overjoyed that everything had worked out. The old man was furious about it. The king sat down on the bed with the princess and asked how she was feeling now. Does she have any discomfort in her body? The princess stated that she has never felt as wonderful as she does now. Even her meridians are not blocked anymore. She feels like she can release her spiritual power at any moment. The king said that he was very grateful to Zhao Chen for his help. His daughter is finally healed. And he will not break his promise and will give Zhao Chen the heavenly dragon lotus and the royal water to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen thanked the king, but said that he still had something else to deal with. The king decided to see what would happen next. Zhao Chen told the old man that he was the one who poisoned the princess and wanted Zhao Chen to follow through. The old man began to refuse and said that he didn't understand anything. After all, it is only a guess and there is no proof. Zhao Chen cracked the old man on the cheek and said that he dare not refuse. The old man hit the floor with a thud, and a pill rolled out of his pocket. Zhao Chen said that these pills were given to the princess by the old man every day. They contain fire poison. The king can see for himself. The old man claimed that he had underestimated Zhao Chen, and he confessed that he had set this whole thing up because of him. After all, because of Zhao Chen, he had lost his high position in the Alchemy Academy, and he wasn't going to forgive Zhao Chen. The king was furious. He could not believe that this vile old man had gained his trust and deceived him for so long. How dare he try to kill his daughter? The king said the wretch could prepare for punishment. The elder warned that he didn't want to do it, but the king himself forced him to do it. A bloody seal appeared in the old man's hands and he threw it with a cry of disappearance. And then, two forces collided. The power of the king's energy and the old man's. The king was perplexed. After all, only the king of Tianyuan can make the Qi dragon fight. But after all, the old man doesn't have a drop of royal blood in him. Then why does the dragon listen to him? The old man said because he partially controls the dragon blood of the Tianyuan kingdom. The old man had long been following the orders of the alliance and was in the process of forming a dragon blood control formation. If it wasn't for today's incident, everything would have gone smoothly. The old man thanked the king for helping him all this time. The king said that now this old man would be finished. The old man said the king would not succeed. The king ordered his Qi dragon to smash everything in its path. And the two dragons, the red old man and the yellow king, fought in a confrontation. The king was a little hurt. His mouth was bleeding. The daughter cried out in horror. She rushed to the king and began to ask how he was feeling. The old man stated that the Qi dragon of Tianyuan kingdom has already been destroyed, and the king will be seriously injured due to the destruction of his dragon. As long as the old man is in the palace and most of the Qi dragon is in his hands, he is invincible. Is the king and his kingdom now the end? The king began to beg the Blood Army Alliance for mercy. Let only his daughter go. The princess declared that the old man would not kill the king. The old man declared that there was no point in fighting and they would both die. It was then that the peerless Zhao Chen entered the conversation. He wondered why the old man had forgotten about him. The king had yet to fulfill his promise that he had made to Zhao Chen. Therefore, the old man wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Zhao Chen said that he himself had not finished dealing with this old man yet either. The king told Zhao Chen to better run away as the old man is using the dragon's power. And he can't be defeated. The princess said that it was exactly like that. Zhao Chen said that if it was the spirit of some powerful kingdom, then he would have to sweat. But the Qi dragon of Tianbian kingdom wouldn't do anything to Zhao Chen. The old man called Zhao Chen an upstart, said that his days were already numbered, and pointed his dragon at the young man. Zhao Chen didn't even blink an eye. He gathered all the power of his energy into a fist, and pointed it in the direction of the red dragon. The dragon tried to swallow this blob of energy. Zhao Chen ordered this dragon to be destroyed. There was a massive explosion. The dragon turned back into a small red seal, which immediately shattered into little pieces. The old man was shocked. How was this possible? The Qi dragon of the Tianyuan realm had been absorbed by Zhao Chen's strength. The king was also shocked. How could Zhao Chen swallow an entire dragon? The princess saw everything, but she couldn't believe it either. Zhao Chen told the old man that the dragon was destroyed. Now what can the old man say goodbye? The old man asked him not to touch him because he is a member of the Blood Army Alliance. And if anything happens to the old man, the Blood Army will find Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he didn't care about the Blood Army masters. Zhao Chen drove the old man straight into his forehead with all his might. The old man's eyes bled and he screamed loudly. The old man fell to his knees right in front of Zhao Chen. At this time, the king's son entered the room and said that he sensed the aura of battle. What's going on here? Could it be that the king has been attacked by enemies? The king said the sun was too late and the battle was already over. Zhao Chen stood over the body of the defeated enemy. The prince asked, "What is Zhao Chen doing here?" Asked how he was feeling. The prince asked the king who did this to the old man. The king said that the prince came just in time. This is Zhao Chen's work. The prince said he thought so. It was all that upstart Zhao Chen's fault. The king tried to explain to his son, but he didn't want to listen to anything. The prince thought that Zhao Chen had committed a crime by killing the old man and probably wanted to do the same to the king. The prince ordered Zhao Chen to be arrested. The king got tired of listening to this nonsense and slapped the prince. Now there was also a prince lying on the floor. The servants were puzzled as to why the king was beating his son. The prince, holding his swollen cheek, asked why he had been slapped. The king said the prince was a jerk and he shouldn't blame the king's savior. Old man Diaoxi wanted to kill the king and the princess. Zhao Chen saved everyone's life. The prince is completely confused by events. The king told the prince to kneel down and beg Zhao Chen's forgiveness. The prince didn't believe that Zhao Chen could save the king. After all, he has such negligible strength. The king bellowed at the prince that he was giving him one last chance to bow. Otherwise, he would lose his title. The king realized that half of the dragon's power was in Zhao Chen's hands. If he was offended, someone might not be happy. The prince knelt down and apologized to Zhao Chen. He thought to himself that he would definitely deal with this impudent person. Zhao Chen told the king to stop clowning around. The young man sees right through him. It's just that the king wants to regain control of the dragon. The king said that Zhao Chen is very intelligent and guessed what he was thinking. This dragon energy is very important to the royal family. The servants were shocked to hear the king himself trying to persuade Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he doesn't rely on the dragon's strength in his training, so he can safely bring him back. Zhao Chen said that all he needed was for the king to keep his word. The king thanked Zhao Chen and said that he would keep his royal promise. The king handed Zhao Chen a box and said that this heavenly dragon lotus was bought from the Mo family for a very large sum of money. Zhao Chen opened the box. It contained a lotus and royal water. In return, Zhao Chen gave the king control of the Qi dragon. The king rejoiced that finally the dragon's Qi energy had returned to him. The king said that Zhao Chen's help would never be forgotten. And in the future, the king would fulfill his every request. Zhao Chen left, saying that he had things to do. He finally has all the ingredients for the pill. And he can go back to Hu Xiaoho's residence and make the medicine for Qingyang. When Zhao Chen returned, she asked him what happened at Hu Xiao's residence. She had just received a message that the long-lost ancestor of the Wang family had finally returned. Hu Xiaoho had been defeated. The entire family participated in the battle and lost. Now Wang Peng is on his way to the capital. He is very strong. He is at the top of the sky. They may not be able to fight him. Zhao Chen was furious and said that Wang Peng could prepare for trouble. There was no way for him to avoid them. Zhao Chenya, without thinking long, ran to find Wang Peng. The girl ran after Zhao Chen. She didn't want to be alone. At this time, the Wang family warriors were dealing with the Zhao family. Their ancestor told them to behead the head of the Zhao family and use the blood clots to apply demonic energy. The taste of this family's blood is unbelievable. The battle of the clans continued unabated. The clan heads were also figuring things out. And then the treacherous Wang Peng appeared. He was heading towards the Zhao family and said that no one had ever been able to defeat the Wang family. He promised to spare everyone if they explained to him how his clan had lost the last battle to the Zhao clan. The head of the Zhao family, hugging his wife, said that it is not a secret and everyone knows about it, but he won't tell him. The Zhao warriors said that they weren't used to talking either. Wang Peng said that the Zhao family's bones are really strong, and they continued their verbal altercation. But then something happened. Wang Peng walked over to her. She was kneeling in front of him. Wang Peng demanded that she confess everything. Had someone destroyed his family's authority? She confessed that it was all Zhao Chen's shenanigans. He was making a pill for Hu Xiao's family back then. And then he used his pill to destroy the demonic energy in his son and reduce his strength. Wang Peng couldn't believe that it was all some brat Zhao Chen's fault. And if Wang Peng is seeking revenge, he should go to Zhao Chen and Hu Xiao's family. The woman said she was innocent and asked to be released. Master Zhao turned to Xiaofei. It's not like she has no conflict with her son. Why would she betray him? Xiaofei said that there was a conflict. Her nephew wrote to her that Zhao Chen fought Zhao Ao, and the latter completely lost to the youngster. And now she wishes trouble for Zhao Chen. Wang Peng decided that he could have some fun now. He said that he would let Xiaofei use demonic power to straighten out Zhao Chen. Xiaofei's eyes lit up like glowing coals and she squealed with joy. Wang Peng ordered her to bring Zhao Chen's head and he would have mercy on her. Xiaofei decided to straighten out Hu Xiao as well. Zhao Chen's mother said that Xiaofei wouldn't dare to touch her master. Zhao Chen appeared out of nowhere. He hit his aunt in the jaw and knocked out her tooth. She collapsed to the ground with a clatter. Zhao Chen arrived just in time. He asked Wang Peng how he dared to touch his family. Zhao Chen's parents were scared for him and told him to run far away from here. Zhao Chen said that he came here to save them. Xiaofei, hearing that Zhao Chen was here, immediately rose to her feet. She said she was lucky he came here on his own, and she's going to avenge her son on him now. Zhao Chen said that Xiaofei betrayed the Hu Xiao family house, and that she generally looks very bad now. Xiaofei became hysterical and yelled that she was about to take Zhao Chen down. She jumped to her feet and tried to pounce on the young man. Zhao Chen stated that her body was filled with demonic energy and he would help her with it now. Zhao Chen inserted his fingers into her eyes. She cried out in pain. Blood rushed from her eyes. Zhao Chen watched as Xiaofei collapsed, defeated right at his feet. Zhao Chen's parents cringed, but decided that Xiaofei had herself to blame. Just then, Wang Peng woke up and said that he had just seen an entertaining sight. How Hu Xiao's family members deal with each other. Zhao Chen said that Wang Peng needed to go after his relatives, and Zhao Chen would help him do that now. Wang Peng said that he was about to teach Zhao Chen a great lesson. Wang Peng ordered his servants to kill every single one of them. Zhao Chen declared that the blood flowing through Xiantian's veins was much better, and he would prove it now. Zhao Chen released his energy outwards and ordered it to absorb them. Wang Peng's warriors couldn't understand what was happening to them. Their strength was leaving them. Wang Peng realized that Xiaofei hadn't lied. Without demonic power, he would not be able to defeat Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen decided that he was very cool since he could absorb demonic energy. He announced Wang Peng as the next one. Wang Peng said to Zhao Chen not to level him with those weaklings. His demonic energy has long since fused with his body, and Zhao Chen won't be able to take it away. Wang Peng declared for Zhao Chen to bid farewell to his life. Zhao Chen had other plans and used the Nine Suns' tyrannical fist. There was no way Wang Peng had expected such a turn. The tension between them kept rising. Zhao Chen thought that it seemed that even with such strength, it still wasn't easy for him to fight against a crown of heavenly powers. Wang Peng said that he did not expect Zhao Chen to have such great strength at such a young age. In the face of absolute power, however, he would have to bow down. Zhao Chen's father told him that he was the hope of their family. He can't be killed and so he must leave this place. His mother told him to leave quickly and they would try to detain Wang Peng. Zhao Chen thanked the parents for their concern. The girl told Zhao Chen that Wang Peng was a very strong cultivator, and the help from the academy would arrive soon. Zhao Chen asked everyone present to trust him. And anyway, Zhao Chen doesn't need backup to defeat Wang Peng. Wang Peng stated that he wanted to watch the guy's attempts to fight him, and unleashed his inner dragon on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen warned his opponent that he was about to use his strength to move to the third step. The warriors and their inner energies fought deadly duels. Wang Peng said that no matter what secret techniques Zhao Chen used, he would not be able to win. Zhao Chen reported that the third stage of divine vein absorption was open, and delivered a devastating blow to his opponent. Wang Peng was astonished. He couldn't understand how Zhao Chen had managed to do this. He had developed his demonic energy through hard work. Zhao Chen's energy was absorbing Wang Peng's energy. Zhao Chen slapped Wang Peng's nose with a powerful kick. He flew off. Wang Peng noisily landed on his back. He screamed in pain and resentment. The Zhao family warriors rapturously shouted that Zhao Chen had handled this rogue. Zhao Chen is truly a true genius. The girl said that Zhao Chen did not disappoint her. The defeated Wang Peng was lying at the bottom of the hole he himself had made when he fell. Wang Peng lay at the bottom of the pit and couldn't believe that this had happened to him. After all, the demonic energy was one with his body. How could Zhao Chen take it away? Zhao Chen, Wang Peng asked, are these your last words? Wang Peng said that he would not give Zhao Chen the pleasure of killing him. He decided to kill himself. Wang Peng's demon left his mortal body. Zhao Chen looked at this and didn't understand how one could mess with an unclean force like this. Zhao Chen's parents realized that Wang Peng was sending a message to someone. Zhao Chen said that Wang Peng was whining like a downed dog. But you have to keep a low profile or he will get worried. The girl said. Zhao Chen told Zhao Chen that Qingyan had gotten even worse and he needed to hurry up if he wanted to save her. Zhao Chen assumed that her condition had worsened because of Wang Peng. Zhao Chen rushed over to Qingyun, examined her, and decided that her injuries could not be delayed. He was afraid that he might not be able to prepare the pills in time. Zhao Chen's mother asked how she was feeling. Zhao Chen said that he would definitely save her. Only with the dragon's qi can he create a cure in one day. Let's see if the king keeps his word. Zhao Chen thanked the king for favorably lending the qi of the dragon. The king replied that if Zhao Chen hadn't intervened in his time, the kingdom dragon would have gone to the Blood Alliance. The king said, young master Zhao Chen, look, this is the spirit dragon of the Tianyuan kingdom. Thanks to the Xiao family's hard work, the dragon finally began to take shape. Over thousands of years, the Xiao family's blood has fused with the qi of the kingdom's dragon. As long as this energy is here, the Xiao family will always be able to protect the Tianyuan kingdom. Zhao Chen said that undoubtedly the dragon spirit is so pure and looks incredible. However, it is tainted and unstable. And if it is as you say, then the Xiao family will soon be in big trouble. The king was very surprised. Where did this information come from? The prince resented the king for bringing Zhao Chen into the royal training hall. The king told the prince not to instruct him but to listen carefully to Master Zhao. Zhao Chen asked the king about the fact that in the past 6 years, no one but him could pass into the Tianjie realm. And has the king been feeling pain in his body while practicing for the past few years? The king said it's like this. So the dragon spirit of the kingdom has been defiled? The prince couldn't believe his father was falling for this nonsense. Their family passed down the dragon qi from generation to generation. They would have noticed a problem like this. Maybe Zhao Chen wants to grab their qi. The king told him to shut up. If Master Zhao wanted the Xiu family's dragon qi, he wouldn't have returned it to us. The king got angry with his son and said he had no idea how he could become king. The prince took offense at the king. He thought he was protecting an outsider and wanted to take his title away from him. The king got angry and told him to get lost. The prince didn't understand how to behave further with his father. The king apologized to Zhao Chen for his son and asked for help with the Qi dragon. Zhao Chen said that he would definitely help. Zhao Chen decided to make contact with the Qi dragon of the Tianyuan kingdom. Just as he suspected, there is blood in this dragon's qi. The king said that if there was blood there, it was the work of a bloody army. Zhao Chen decided to open the divine vessel absorption. Zhao Chen reported to the king that he had dealt with the weaknesses of the dragon's qi. And now the alchemy hall needed to be set up. The Blood Army Alliance has always been a big problem for the kingdom. They are impossible to destroy and will always cause trouble. Will Li Zhaochen want to help the kingdom with this? Zhao Chen said that the Blood Army, the problem is not only for Tianyuan. The demonic army also had something to do with the alliance. The king suggested that Zhao Chen join forces against the alliance. Zhao Chen said that it might be beneficial. However, we need to find out who the leader of the alliance is, since the Red Army warriors are just cannon fodder. The king said he had a plan. If they want their qi so badly, we'll give it to them. Zhao Chen realized that the king had helped him for a reason. And this time, his plan worked. Huai Hai asks the prince if he is going to team up with the Red Army. The prince said Hai was talking nonsense. He needs warriors and to finish some of his business. Huai Hai told the warriors that they should help the eldest prince 7. Zhao Chen is standing on the square in the academy near the special furnace. Now he has everything ready and can start making the pill. Zhao Chen knows that Qing Yan will be cured soon. Zhao Chen set the furnace on fire and began the process of preparing the medicine. First, he needs to purify all the ingredients for the pill. Zhao Chen summons the dragon's qi to his aid. The dragon turns on Zhao Chenyu's help mode. The dragon enveloped the furnace and the medicine began to turn into a pill. The king was amazed at what he saw. It turns out the dragon's qi can be used for alchemical purposes. This Zhao Chen is unexpectedly incredible. And then the king and Zhao Chen saw warriors fighting in the air. One warrior shouts, "Who decapitates King Xiao will receive 10,000 gold and start ruling over 10,000 people. Today, the Tianyuan kingdom will be destroyed." The king and Zhao Chen realized that this was a Blood Army alliance. The dragon's qi was here. But he had no idea that someone skilled enough to use it for alchemy would be here. Zhao Chen said that the medicine was almost ready and he would leave this army to the king. The king didn't expect Xiao Zhang to start cooperating with the Blood Army alliance. He wants to destroy the foundation of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhang said that he is no longer the prince of the kingdom and he doesn't care about his family. "I will take the throne by teaming up with someone." The king said he'd deal with him in one blow. The king summoned the Xiao family's dragon for backup. He said the king would not dare touch the prince in his presence. The Xiao family's dragon and the Red Alliance clashed in a fierce battle. The king could not stand the confrontation and flew far back. The king lay spitting blood, and the prince called him a weakling. The king said that with this kind of strength, the alliance would easily reach the dragon qi. Why do they need his kingdom? He said that the king didn't need to know their goals at all. But if the man said everything, the prince would deal with him now. The prince said that now the king would have nothing to worry about, and from tomorrow, he will be the lord of Tianyuan. And then the unbelievable happened once again. Everyone was very surprised. Zhao Chen pronounced beside the Hongyuan alchemical pill furnace, "Purification," and Zhao Chen ascended into the sky. A red dragon circled the yellow pillory. He shouted that it was a sacred pill. He didn't expect to find it in such a backwater. He already wanted to grab that pill, Zhao Chen said as he began. He was quite tired from using alchemy to prepare the medicine, and Zhao Chen immediately summoned thunder. The villain screamed in terror, and everyone saw Zhao Chen strike him with his staggering lightning. Zhao Che said that no one can help Cui Hai anymore. The king was shocked. Zhao Chen is capable of destroying someone in the heaven realm. Everyone was amazed that Zhao Chen could control thunder, and Huai Hai's warriors were frightened by Zhao Chen's anger. Zhao Chen said that the king was so kind to him that he solved his problem in his own style. Zhao Chen pointed his hand at the enemy army and said to let the thunder crush them. The enemy warriors began to scatter and beg for mercy. The prince cringed. He didn't know that Zhao Chen had such techniques in reserve. Zhao Chen asked the prince if he was going to run away. Zhao Chen said he couldn't and moved his foot right into his chest. The prince coughed and fell backwards onto the ground brokenly. Zhao Chen asked the king if he had decided what to do with his son. The king said that from the moment he betrayed him, he was no longer the prince of Tianyuan. The king asked Zhao Chen to resolve the matter. The prince begged Zhao Chen for mercy. He agreed to serve Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that one should bow down when asking for mercy, and directed a powerful energy beam at the prince. The prince screamed in terror and fainted. Zhao Chen finally gave the girl a medicinal pill after so much labor. Qingyan lay motionless and did not regain consciousness. Zhao Chen pondered. What could this mean? The mother asked Zhao Chen why Qingyan was not regaining consciousness. Zhao Chen said that there was no need to panic. It was the Hong Yuan sacred pill. It was made using the strongest qi of the dragon, and Qingyan's body couldn't absorb that qi. It will be fine. Zhao Chen will find another spiritual reservoir to help her dissolve the pill, father said. Since Zhao Chen had won the competition, he could now enter the royal dragon tank, the dragon reservoir, the #1 sacred reservoir in the Tianyuan kingdom. So he can ask King Xiao for help to bring the girl there. Zhao Chen agreed and said that it was time to act. The girl asked Zhao Chen to go with him. Her Lin Lun pagoda would be able to carry Qingyan for a while. Zhao Chen agreed and told her to look into it. The girl said, "Pagoda Lin Lun appear." Zhao Chen said that just a little more and they would help Qingyan already, definitively. The warriors who had lost to Zhao Chen were crushed. First, he had massacred Ye Wuman. Then he had ruined the entire plan of the master, wishing to secretly manipulate the Tianyuan realm's dragon qi. And Yan Blood Army Alliance special confidant of the Blood Army Alliance appeared. With him were his confidants, his right hand and left hand. He called the defeated warriors a bunch of scum. The warriors began to reveal that they were now planning a plan for a future attack on the kingdom. And Yan said that they shouldn't think about it. This time, he brought 10 tiger warriors from the Xiantian realm with him. Now, anyone willing to fight the bloody army would die. The warriors brought the third prince. He started begging for mercy, claiming that he has no role in this battle. He's completely useless if they want to trade him for Dragon Qi. And Yan said that's not why they need him. He wants the third prince to take them to the dragon tank. When they get the heritage of the tank, the third prince will be free. Out of fear, he agreed, but said he had never heard of any legacy. And Yan said that the Xiao family is just a bunch of scum. They can't even discover the mystery of the dragon tank. This legacy deserves to be bestowed only to a true young master. And Yan said that the third prince is trying to suck up to him. It must be out of fear. If he can help, he will be made the king's puppet. The third prince cried and agreed. He decided to get this ancient heritage himself. The secret hall of the kingdom. The dragon reservoir. Zhao Chen thought that there was an energy here that he could use, and this energy is similar to the one that the student had. The princess said that she didn't think the king would agree to let us into the tank without question. The princess said that everything was already ready, and they should hurry up and get to work on curing Qingyang. Zhao Chen stopped her. He asked, "Who's here?" It turned out to be Anyan and his servants. Anyan said that he didn't think anyone would be able to get in here. The third prince told Anyar that it was Zhao Chen who had ruined all the plans of the bloody army. He must not be missed. Anyan said that he would deal with Zhao Chen today for massacring their warriors. The princess said that all the warriors at the peak of the Xiantian realm, and the one in the middle is perfect. How should they be? Zhao Chen said that to him. They are a bunch of scum. He can deal with each and every one of them, and he can easily harness the energy of this place. And Yan declared that anyone who offended the alliance should die. He ordered to protect the reservoir and deal with Zhao Chen. Yan's servants attacked Zhao Chen and used the Dragon Fist and Blood Tiger Palm. A red dragon appeared and began to attack Zhao Chen. The latter didn't even bother. He said that if they had attacked him somewhere else, it might have hurt him. Zhao Chen said that they would all die in this place and attacked his enemies. Yan's right, left hands immediately flew off to the sides. The enemy had not expected such an attack from Zhao Chen, and Yan's servants, lying on the floor, urged their master to retreat. Zhao Chen said that the enemies didn't stand a chance if they were going to use such a pathetic strength against him. Yan was amazed at how this pathetic insect from such a small country was able to kill his brave warriors with a single blow. Yan assumed that Zhao Chen had already found the legacy of the tank and used the power of the dragon tank against them. Zhao Chen said that Yan had gotten it right. If it wasn't for the strength of this place, he would have had to sweat to deal with them. Yan was very angry that Zhao Chen had snatched the heritage of the reservoir from under his nose. But even though Zhao Chen had borrowed the power of the reservoir with his secret technique, he would defeat Zhao Chen with a single blow. Yan said to the spiritual blood beast to appear. Yan threw a red fireball upwards and everything around him turned into flames. Zhao Chen was surprised and said that he definitely couldn't be defeated by these toys. Zhao Chen resolutely threw himself into a fight with his assailant. Yan said in his defense that he was going to restrain Zhao Chen with this technique. Yan uttered for the dragon tank's heritage to become his, and it turned into a spirit weapon, a spiritual weapon from the dragon tank. He decided that the legacy would pass to him. Zhao Chen stated that it belongs to him, and they began a dispute over the legacy of the dragon tank. Zhao Chen told Yan to get out of here and thrust his blade into him. Yan said that it was not fair and not according to the rules. How dare Zhao Chen do such a thing? Zhao Chen said that if the price is the legacy of the reservoir, then he is willing to go head-to-head. Zhao Chen said that Yan was now useless and gave him a kick in the ass. Zhao Chen said that the legacy of the dragon tank belongs to him. It's his beauty. Xiaofan's eyes lit up and he said that he was now the heir of the ancient emperor. Zhao Chen looked at Xiaofan and said that he looked too happy. Why would that be? Zhao Chen asked, why would Xiaofang be the heir of an ancient emperor? It's a big responsibility. He didn't ask Zhao Chen's permission. Xiaofan said that Zhao Chen now had no right to even talk to him. The spiritual weapon had already fallen into Xiaofan's hands, and Zhao Chen might not even try to take it away. Zhao Chen said that he didn't even try to do that. Zhao Chen said that the weapon should return to the hands of its true owner. Xiaofang became brave and threatened Zhao Chen. He said that he would use his blood to attack with spiritual weapons. Zhao Chen said that Xiaofan wouldn't be able to use the heavenly halberd. Xiaofan was surprised by Zhao Chen's words. Why is it that he can't? Zhao Chen urged the spiritual weapon to return to him. Xiaofang was very offended that Zhao Chen had taken the legacy right out of his hands. A stingy male tear rolled down his cheek. Zhao Chen said that Xiaofan could ask his former companion all the questions. Xiaofan shouted that it wasn't fair and he didn't want it that way. He admitted that he was wrong and asked Zhao Chen for forgiveness. Xiaofang began to offer various bribes. He said he could persuade his father to marry off his sixth sister, and he would enter the royal family. Zhao Chen said he had enough of his delusions and gave him a crushing blow. Xiaofan fell to the ground with a scream. Zhao Chen's weapon pierced his chest. The princess asked Zhao Chen if he had the legacy of an ancient emperor. The young man confirmed and said, that one should lower Qingyan into the dragon tank and wake her up. When she wakes up, they can leave. Zhao Chen reasoned that spiritual weapon plus the power of the dragon tank. It felt like the legacy belonged to her. Zhao Chen began to call for Ziyao to appear, Zhao Chen's disciple from a previous life. Ziyao. Zhao Chen realized that this was not a spiritual inheritance. It was the ghostly glow of the soul. Zhao Chen decided that she was currently at the star stage. 3 souls forever, without loss. Zhao Chen urged her to rise at his word. The girl slowly began to regain consciousness. She woke up and spoke the master's name. Zhao Chen was shocked. After 300 years, they had met again. This is divine providence? The girl asked. How did his reincarnation go? Minmin, after your fall, Luo Shi secretly prevented our siblings from looking for him. They never thought they would ever see him again, Zhao Chen asked. She decided to use force on her siblings? Now that you only have this ghostly soul left, does she have her hands free? The girl said that at first no one could think it was her doing, so his search was not kept secret. Then she ambushed him and finally revealed her true intentions. Too bad they found out too late. They joined forces to break through and escape. Zhao Chen understood it was all because he was blinded by his love for this evil and cunning woman. Now he must find her and take revenge. The girl said she was sure the master could do it. After all, he is the man she has waited so long for. Zhao Chen stated that her condition is not stable. She could disappear at any moment. She needs to rest. Zhao Chen must stabilize her soul. The girl declared that after his reincarnation, she would never allow the master to use his soul power on her. Zhao Chen asked her to stop. Burning soul technique. Zhao Chen stated that the girl should not use her to increase his strength. The girl asked that the master should not give up on his disciples' good intentions. She stated that after his disappearance, her greatest desire was to find him and follow him again. But right now, she has only the pitiful remnants of her soul, and she can only use them to increase its power. Zhao Chen declared that if her soul was burned, she would disappear. He ordered her to stop. The girl said he couldn't change her mind. She would sacrifice her soul to help him reach the top. And they went on from there. Zhao Chen was very annoyed by his disciples' stubbornness. The girl saw that the master was crying for her. She hadn't seen his tears once since she became his apprentice. Zhao Chen said that if Ziyao had any unfulfilled wishes left, he would do anything for her. The girl said that now her soul would accompany him all the time, and she had nothing more to wish for. Zhao Chen noted to himself that this was so touching. The girl was already unstoppable. She disappeared right in front of Zhao Chen's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Chen's new-life girlfriend approached Zhao Chen and asked how he was doing. Zhao Chen thought that these were matters of his past life, so he would have to make up his mind now. He said he was fine, just a speck in his eye. Zhao Chen reported to the people present that he had commandeered the dragon tank's legacy. This made him a little worried. But he was fine now. The girl hugged Zhao Chen and said that she didn't expect to see him anymore. She assumed that he had suffered a lot to save her. Zhao Chen said that he was just doing his duty. But if she would sleep well now, then he had done the right thing. The princess said that since Qingyan had come to her senses, they should get out of here as soon as possible. We must not forget that this whole thing with Xiao Fan and the alliance was not over yet. Zhao Chen agreed and began to pack for the road. At the same time, the capital was in turmoil. The warriors of the Bloody Army wanted to seize the capital and capture King Xiao. The royal warriors realized that the lives of civilians depended on them. So they decided not to retreat and to fight. The soldiers of the kingdom took the battle, but they could not withstand the attack. So the civilians had to run away. Everyone was afraid that the Tianyuan kingdom would now come to an end. At this time in the royal palace, the king received a report that the soldiers of the Blood Army had broken through the defenses and were entering the capital. There are several people from Xiantian kingdom in their ranks, and they are very strong. King Bal is very angry that his army is losing. The king's subjects began to urge him to leave the capital as soon as possible. The king said he can't leave. If he leaves, how will he be able to protect his people while in exile? What will he tell his descendants? The subjects said they would take the fight and the king must leave. The king said he would stay. He must protect his kingdom even at the cost of his life. The king said that this is his kingdom and he feeds off the support of the Tianyuan kingdom. The enemies rushed in and their leader declared that no one would help old Xiao today, even if the Almighty comes down to earth. The villain announced that he would now become the king of Tianyuan. The king recognized him. It was Yang Zhitian. King Xiao said that he had never wished him harm. Why did he betray him and collude with the Blood Alliance? The one said that Zhao Chen injured his son, and the king protected him all the time. They will settle all conflicts today. It will be good for everyone. The king said that his son had himself to blame. He had maimed many people, and he didn't want to mend his ways. He got what he deserved after he insulted Zhao Chen. Yang Zhutian said it's all useless talk. But he and his bloody army will still enslave this kingdom. The king said that if Jitian wanted to die, the king would grant him that freedom. The king's servants declared that this was the kingdom's dragon qi accumulated over 100 years of hard labor. The dragon qi had increased, and his majesty had already reached the peak of the Xiantian kingdom. Perhaps the king will be able to gain victory. Yan Jitian said, "How dare the king in front of his face brag about the dragon qi?" And the villain immediately went on the attack. The king received an unexpected blow, blood gushing from his mouth. Neither the dragon nor his qi could help. The king's subordinates were dumbfounded. The defense didn't work. Jitian said that he had found a way to deal with the dragon's qi with the power of the alliance. Then he added that even Zhao Chen wouldn't be able to defeat him now. The king was upset. The Tianyuan kingdom had existed for thousands of years. Would it really die today? The king's subjects said that the battle was not yet lost. Now they will fight, and the king will be relieved. The villains must realize that Tianyuan Kingdom is not going to give up so easily. The king agreed with them and decided to fight some more. He announced that he was still king, and he wasn't going to surrender alive. Yang Jitian ordered his servants to deal with the king and his subjects. And there, suddenly, again of course, Zhao Chen himself appeared. He immediately got down to business. He began to scatter the useless enemy soldiers. Zhao Chen suggested that Yang Jitian match strength with him first. Zhao Chen was told to leave as there were people in the alliance who were in the Shantian realm. They would not be defeated. The king warned Zhao Chen that if he signed up for his highness, he would not have an easy time. The king said he would apprehend the villains, but let Zhao Chen leave with his daughter. Yang Jitian announced that no one was going anywhere and called the tiger guards to help. The guards immediately arrived and stood behind Zhao Chen's back. Yang Jitian turned out to be a beastmaster and said that Zhao Chen would now be skinned, his bones crushed, and sacrificed to his son. Zhao Chen said that if they had come early, he probably would have had a hard time. But now he has Jantian's spear in his hands. He'll take them all down in one fell swoop. Yang Jitian said that with some broken spear, Zhao Chen wouldn't be able to do anything. The king's subject wondered whether Zhao Chen, despite the difference in cultivation ability, would be able to defeat all the tiger warriors in one fell swoop. The king said that Zhao Chen always thinks about his actions. He thinks several steps ahead. And this spear must be very powerful. The king's subject knew that Zhao Chen had destroyed the Wang and Lin families, saved Qin Yan from death. He had done many other good deeds as well. He shouldn't fail this time either. Yang Jitian urged them to come to their senses. You can't pin so much hope on some boy. Yang Jitian noticed that Zhao Chen's spear aura was very unusual and decided to test it on the tiger warriors first. He ordered them to go on the attack. The warriors rushed towards Zhao Chen in a single rush. He didn't even blink an eye. He only swung his spear. And then the bloody mess began. The world has never seen anything like it. The scythe came out of the woodwork. All the enemy's enemies got the worst of it. They were bleeding all over the place. And then it was all over. Yan Fidian was surprised. It wasn't like they were ordinary cultivators. How was this even possible? The king's subjects said they never doubted the defenders' abilities. The king marveled at the way Zhao Chen took down 10 people in one fell swoop. The boy who everyone thought was just trash his entire childhood had become the strongest cultivator of all time. Zhao Chen decided to challenge Yang Jitian to a duel. But if he didn't want to, Zhao Chen would still spring into action now. Yang Jitian was a little frightened. He began to ask Mr. Mojia for help. Zhao Chen said that no one would help him. He could go to meet his son. So he stabbed him in the chest with a deadly spear. Yang Jitian lying on the ground and bleeding, he whispered that he didn't want it that way. But it was already too late. His strength had left him. The rest of the enemy force scattered in fear. The warriors of light decided to catch up with their enemies and strip them along the way. In general, there are no enemies left on this battlefield. Mojan, the patriarch of the Mo family, found out all the details. He originally wanted to deal with Zhao Chen and get rid of his enemy Mo Tian. But he had never imagined that the boy could become so strong so quickly that he could swat a Jantian cultivator like an ant. The servant reports that Jidian is gone and the bloody army has been driven back. What do we do now? In that case, he decided to do nothing for the time being. Since this is the case, Mojan said to warn the whole family to evacuate immediately. Everyone must be taken to the Qin Empire. Zhao Chen suggested that the Mo family might also be cooperating with the Blood Alliance. But after all, this family had always supported Tianyuan. The king was upset by their betrayal. He thought that the Mo family wouldn't be easy to detect, since it was a very secretive family, and they could live secretively. The king ordered a warrant to arrest Mo's family and take away all their property. Zhao Chen said that since the problems here were solved, he went elsewhere to save the world. The king didn't mind since he knew that Zhao Chen was always in a hurry to go somewhere. The king said that Zhao Chen could ask for anything, except his crown. Zhao Chen said that he had everything for now. Besides, he was just doing his duty to his fatherland. The king decided that heroes like Zhao Chen were always needed by the kingdom. Zhao's father was very pleased with his son. The walkers immediately went to him and began to offer their daughters to marry Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen decided to relax after fighting so many battles, but nothing came out. He heard Xiaoji's worried voice. Li Hing suggested that Xiaojai return home. He said that the enemies who were pursuing the Lan family had been defeated. Therefore, she should return from the foreign land immediately. The patriarch and the rest of the family miss her very much. Zhao Chen whirled into the room. The princess was very pleased with him. Zhao Chen asked, "Who was this beautiful stranger?" Li Heng asked who he was to address his mistress in such a tone. Zhao Chen said, "I'll say what I want." "What can you do?" Li Heng immediately began to threaten Zhao Chen with retribution for such impertinent behavior. Xiaojia saw Li Hanyi's aura and realized that he was residing in the realm of Thoan. Zhao Chen said that this was no reason to be so cocky in the face of Zhao Chen himself. Li Hen said that some bug from some Tianyuan shouldn't underestimate him. Therefore, Zhao Chen would now realize the difference between them. The princess told Li Han to stop, because Zhao Chen is her fiancé. Li Han said that the elders would not approve of this choice as this boy is very weak. The princess said she didn't care about the opinion of the elders. Li Han urged Zhao Chen to say something in his defense. Zhao Chen turned his back on him, chastising him for not being worthy of being his opponent. Li Han said that he had asked for information about Zhao Chen before he even came here. He said he wouldn't hurt the young man, but his family might get hurt. That was his strategic mistake. Zhao Chen interjected, "Is he the one trying to intimidate Zhao Chen with threats to his family?" Zhao Chen said that he had never fought a battle that was dangerous to him. But this man dared to threaten his family. He can't forgive that. The girls looked at Zhao Chen with surprise. "Where is he going to go?" Zhao Chen said that this time the Blood Alliance was riddled with injuries, but neither would definitely give up. To solve the problem, Zhao Chen will personally go to the Qin Empire and get rid of all the hidden threats. The girl said that the master was not at all familiar with the Qin Empire and did not know where the residences of the hidden Blood Demon Alliance were located. And he would face real dangers if he didn't have a guide. Zhao Chen said that he pondered about it and decided to take someone with him. A few days later, they met in the woods. The warrior asked, "Was Zhao Chen really going to go to the Qin Empire to smother the Blood Alliance?" "It is one of the 3 largest Qin armies. They have a lot of very strong cultivators. Maybe he will change his mind." Zhao Chen said that he did not know the word fear. "This is just a demonic alliance. He's at the height of his powers right now." The warrior said that Zhao Chen is a real man. After all, he was the only one who could beat him. And they hugged each other man to man and hit the road to deal with this alliance. Qin Empire, the headquarters of the Blood Demon Alliance. How come Mo Zhan came back alone from the Tianyuan campaign? Where did the thousands of soldiers who accompanied you go? Mo Zhan tried to explain to his master that he wanted to conquer the Tianyuan kingdom, but a certain Zhao Chen was too strong. He was able to massacre young Zitian and 10 tiger warriors in one fell swoop. The host didn't want to hear any excuses. Mo Zhan fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. The master said that if it wasn't for his son, he would have massacred the coward. Mo Zhan thanked his master and decided that he was lucky today. Zhao Chen has ruined the alliance's plans, ruined Wumen. We need to send someone to deal with him. Master said to let Yadoshin deal with his own problems. Soon, the Qin Empire would turn into a sea of blood and become an alliance territory. Zhao Chen's companion said that the Qin Empire was bordering the Tianyuan kingdom, so they would be there in half a day. He explained that there were 4 major forces ruling the empire: the Imperial family, the Qin, the Blood Demon Alliance, the Peach Blossom sect, and the Longyang sect. The leader of the alliance has never shown up. But rumor has it that of all the 4 leaders, he is the strongest. The alliance's interests are tied to the Qin family, so they won't touch him. However, Zhao Chen must be careful. Zhao Chen asked why he was sinking his teeth into the alliance. The interlocutor explained that he was lost in the forest as a child and was raised by wolves. Ye Aodian took advantage of the fact that he was nearby and destroyed a pack of wolves for fun. And now, he has to return the favor. Zhao Chen thought that Li Shan's mutated spiritual power seemed to be related to the wolf pack. Zhao Chen said that this mission would be exciting. The young warriors met 2 people on the road: the bald guy Lan Haichao and his companion Lan Haihua. The bald guy said that it looked like after they dealt with Zhao Chen, they would be able to make money off Ye Aoqian. Zhao Chen said that they were very quick to intercept him here. Baldy said that Zhao Chen's heads were valued at 10,000 spirit stones. The bald man's sister said there was no need for him to fight, she'd do it all herself. Li Shan warned Zhao Chen to be careful. They are a very dangerous brother and sister. They are bounty hunters, very bloodthirsty and strong. Zhao Chen said that he could handle these scum alone. Bald Tambourine wondered, why would Zhao Chen think that he could defeat 2 men at once? His sister added that she liked self-confident men. She would absorb Zhao Chen's life energy and make a puppy out of him. Li Shang said to Zhao Chen not to underestimate his opponents. They are residing in the Xiantian realm. Haichao's seduction techniques are very strong, and Haichao is a master of wild beast techniques. Sister said that she didn't want to touch Li Shan since he was a member of the imperial family. However, now let her not be offended if she doesn't be gentle with him. Baldy said that Zhao Chen wouldn't be saved now. Not even the Almighty could save him. Li Shang was already seething with anger. Zhao Chen said that he would deal with them himself this time. He said that he would only make 2 moves, and if they didn't disappear, he would let them live. The villainous sister said that she would be the first to test her insidious power on Zhao Chen. She waved her hand, and seductive beauties appeared and began to hover around Zhao Chen and make him obscene offers that a normal man would not be able to refuse. They wanted Zhao Chen to cool their ardor. Since Li Shan didn't get anything, he was cold-blooded and warned from behind the tree for Zhao Chen to protect himself. The cunning sister said that her seduction technique had reached the Huajing level. Zhao Chen doesn't stand a chance against her technique. Zhao Chen grinned. He would show the best technique now. The villain decided that Zhao Chen couldn't resist any longer. Of course, any man in this world can easily be seduced by a woman. Zhao Chen grabbed her throat and said that he couldn't be trapped by such a pathetic technique. The seductress cried out in fear. She could not believe her eyes. No one could resist her charms. Li Shang shouted that Zhao Chen was unbelievable. Zhao Chen began to drive away the temptresses with his inner energy. Zhao Chen said that it was now the turn of the villain sister herself. Zhao Chen said for her to catch the waves. The villainess shrieked for her brother to help her and flew off to the side herself, carried away by the waves the young man had unleashed on her. Her brother rushed to save his sister in a rage. Zhao Chen was cold-blooded and continued to exude energy waves against his opponents. The villainess began spitting blood and collapsed to the ground exhausted. Zhao Chen said, "One punch ready." The brother ran over to his sister and lifted her in his arms and asked her how she was feeling. She replied that she was fine. Sister said to brother to keep his guard up. Zhao Chen doesn't have a high level of cultivation, but he is very strong and it is really strange. Brother said that physically, he was clearly stronger than Zhao Chen, although he might have stronger mental energy. Brother said as he summoned a pack of beasts to chew on Zhao Chen. He soared pokey toward the sky and shouted, "1,000 beasts!" His eyes were bloodshot. It was not a pleasant sight. Just then a pack of large wolves appeared out of the woods. Zhao Chen immediately realized that this was a method of controlling wild beasts. The sister said it was her arrogance. That's why she lost. But no matter how great his mental energy was, his cultivation level was too low. He can't survive among these creatures. The villain brother said that Zhao Chen was about to die. Li Shang decided that he had to help his friend because if he was surrounded by a pack of wolves, he would be in trouble. He shouted to Zhao Chen to help and rushed forward to attack. The burning wolves were approaching Li Shang. They started biting him in the arms and legs. Brother said that Li Shang would stay put for now. The beasts will control him. He will deal with Zhao Chen first, then release Li Shang. Zhao Chen stood motionless in the clearing. The wolves surrounded him in a tight ring and snarled as they approached the young man. Zhao Chen stated that he thought the enemy had a cool animal control technique. It turns out that he's just devastating them and making them his puppets. The second strike is about to happen. Baldy told Zhao Chen not to boast in vain and ordered the wolves to attack the young man. The wolves opened their mouths and approached Zhao Chen closely. Zhao Chen thought that he had one technique against beasts in reserve, but he hadn't used it for a long time. Zhao Chen said, "Bring out the power of the tiger." He said the beasts were controlled by another power, and he's going to help them break that bond now. Zhao Chen had succeeded. The wolves calmed down like pets and sat around Zhao Chen. The young man thought, even though his level wasn't that high. But this technique was clearly of a higher level, so he was able to scare the beasts. The villain couldn't believe that Zhao Chen had freed the animals from his control. Li Shang said that Zhao Chen never ceases to amaze him. Zhao Chen began to threaten the villain for forcing the wolves to serve him. Zhao Chen now turned the beasts against their former master. His sister claimed he had the power to control beasts, but was attacked by wolves. She is mortally wounded and cannot help her brother now. She cowardly ran off into the woods, shouting to her brother that she would be back soon with help. She ran and thought that she would take revenge on Zhao Chen in the future. Li Shang tried to chase after her, but Zhao Chen stopped him by saying that he only promised to give her 2 punches. So let her run. Li Shang then asked if he had a plan. Zhao Chen said that the couple had given him an idea on how to find the Alliance base, the headquarters of the Blood Demon Alliance. Ye Aoten asks his subordinate, "What have you heard about Zhao Chen?" Zhuehe replies that Zhao Chen was recently spotted at the border. He was fighting with mercenaries from the Lan family. Ye Aotan said that he had some unresolved matters, so it was better to find someone who could deal with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen went to the mercenary pavilion. No one in the pavilion knew Zhao Chen by sight. Zhao Chen said that he wanted to offer a reward for his own head, 10,000 medium-quality spiritual stones. Li Shang was surprised that Zhao Chen was setting himself up. This is a provocation of the entire alliance. They don't have the strength to resist. Zhao Chen said that this was the only way to get all the alliance people out of the den. Here, the alliance forces wouldn't be so large and he could deal with them himself. The pavilion began to say that 10,000 was not a small sum. But who is this Zhao Chen? They assumed that one of them was Zhao Chen. He has too much self-confidence. He's just a simple country boy who doesn't know what he's doing. Here, the alliance warrior told Zhao Chen that he might completely die now. Zhao Chen realized that it was a disciple of an old demon from the Blood Demon Alliance nicknamed Blood Demon Sword Wang Ba. Wang Ba is at the Jiantian realm level. Zhao Chen was surprised that the alliance people had come so quickly. A warrior shouted out that Zhao Chen was thinking of winning the fight with his pathetic cultivation. Zhao Chen would lose today. Zhao Chen said, "You'll lose on your own." Zhao Chen punched his opponent in the chest with such force that blood rushed out of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Everyone shouted as the warrior fell from a single blow. He was a cultivator of the middle stage of the Jiantian realm. Zhao Chen turns out to be a dignified and very strong warrior. The remaining warriors began to say that Zhao Chen would be in trouble if he stayed here. "The old demon will deal with you." Zhao Chen kicked them away and said that he would wait for the old demon here. The warriors ran out of the pavilion in fright and wanted to tell their master everything as soon as possible. Li Shang said that last time the old demon was at Xiantian Peak. Right now, he might already be in the Xiantian realm. Zhao Chen said that he didn't care what level the enemy was and asked Li Shang to trust him. Zhao Chen decided to finally deal with everyone. The second floor of the mercenary pavilion. The owner of the pavilion is Bai Yi. She said that Zhao Chen is a very attractive young man. He's not afraid to provoke an alliance. Deputy pavilion owner Hu Wei. He too was amazed at how quickly Zhao Chen had dealt with such a strong opponent. Bai Yi said that she hoped to be surprised by Zhao Chen. The Hall of the Blood Demon Alliance. "Blood power. Finally, this power is mine," shouted the head of the hall. Now was the time for him to leave this place and hand over the reins to Wang Ba. Just then, one of the warriors ran in and said that their affairs were bad. "Master Wang Ba is no more." The old master was horrified. He walked up close to the messenger, grabbed him by the neck and asked him who dared to do that. The warrior said it was Zhao Chen. "He's waiting for you in the mercenary pavilion." The old evil master threw the warrior aside and said that this Zhao Chen had completely lost his fear. He must be taught a lesson once and for all. The old man said that today he would deal with Zhao Chen for ruining all his plans, ruining his disciple. He's also provoking him. He took everyone to the mercenary pavilion. The old man said that today he would show everyone what fate awaits whoever goes against the alliance. The store's visitors were terrified that the old demon himself had come through here. Nothing can save Zhao Chen, and no one would be able to find him afterwards. Zhao Chen assumed that the entire alliance had come here. The old man said that no one could save Zhao Chen. Not even his legs could carry him away. Zhao Chen asked the old man. He must have already realized that there is a very serious battle to be fought. Zhao Chen said that now that everyone was here, he wouldn't have to search for everyone individually. The next meeting would be on the other side of the world, the old man said, talking a lot. He will now test the new Bloody Raksha technique on Zhao Chen. Li Shang said, "This is not good. Zhao Chen will have to dodge. He won't be able to survive it. After using this technique, his strength is comparable to the peak of the Altho realm." Zhao Chen said to Li Shang, "Not to worry, he can handle this army by himself." After the clash between the old demon and Zhao Chen, the Red Army wondered who had won. Zhao Chen stood over his defeated opponent, blood flowing from his mouth. He was unconscious. The enemy warriors saw that their leader had fallen. They decided to attack Zhao Chen in unison and inflict maximum damage on him. Some warriors wanted to avenge the master. Some were afraid they might fail. Zhao Chen told them that if they were afraid to attack, he himself would do it first. Evil must be done away with. Zhao Chen went on the attack and began to scatter the enemies in all directions. With the power of his energy, Zhao Chen methodically destroyed the opponent one by one. In the end, all enemies were defeated. No one escaped the reckoning. Li Jia noted that he had not expected Zhao Chen to be so tough. He should urgently gain strength so that he could tear Ye Aotan apart with his own hands. The pavilion owner wondered. I wondered what was going on outside. Her companion assumed the old man had already dealt with the boy. You can't defy the alliance and fight alone. The servant told his mistress that Zhao Chen had won. First, he killed the old man. Then he killed all the others. The pavilion mistress's companion was very surprised. After all, the old man was cultivating at the level of the Althoan realm. How on earth could the weakling Zhao Chen defeat him? The pavilion mistress said that Zhao Chen had surprised her a lot and ordered her to invite him over. A servant told the young master that the owner of the pavilion was inviting him to her house. Zhao Chen thanked and declined. The servant was surprised. Why did the young man refuse? Li Sheng told Zhao Chen that the mercenary pavilion is now becoming more vast and powerful. It is said that it could become the fifth powerful force of the Qin Empire. Therefore, this is hardly an ordinary invitation out of politeness. Zhao Chen said that if the pavilion mistress wanted to call him, let her come here herself. The lady said the brat was worthy of the title of young hero. The people on the street were speculating about Zhao Chen fighting at the entrance of the pavilion. And now the owner had personally invited him to visit. It would be in her best interest to befriend such a warrior. A servant introduced Zhao Chen to the pavilion mistress, Mrs. Bai Yi, and her deputy, Mrs. Hu Wei. Zhao Chen inquired why they had come here. Hu Wei said that Zhao Chen did not do the right thing by massacring the old man and his men. Zhao Chen said that he and the Blood Alliance are enemies forever. So no matter how bad it is now, it's only going to get worse. Bai Yi offered the brave man an outsider's perspective on this situation. After all, the old man was one of the weaker masters of the Alliance. Zhao Chen asked, and how should he understand it? Bai Yi suggested Zhao Chen to join the mercenary pavilion and she would guarantee his safety. Everyone said that in this case, Zhao Chen would be protected as much as possible. It would definitely benefit the pavilion as well. Zhao Chen was grateful for the generous offer, but declined, saying he was working alone. Everyone said that Zhao Chen is making a mistake because the Alliance is already sharpening their teeth on him. He shouldn't have rejected Madame Bai Yi's proposal. Hu Wei said that Zhao Chen had just been given a chance to survive, and he had neglected it. If he decided to fight the Alliance alone, he would be defeated. Zhao Chen said that he would take care of his own life. There's no need for them to worry. Hu Wei was very angry at this boy's insolence. The owner of the mercenary pavilion asked everyone to be quiet. She told Zhao Chen that it was bad that he did not want to join them, but she would not insist. However, the enemies of our enemies are our friends. Bai Yi said that although Zhao Chen had enough courage, he still didn't have enough strength. She suggested that he take a good luck pill. Everyone was amazed at the generosity of Mrs. Bai Yi. After all, this pill helps even the weakest martial artist ignore obstacles. It looks like Madame Bai is trying to get Zhao Chen by any means necessary. Zhao Chen thanked her. The good luck pill is just the tip of his triumph. Master Bai and the Blood Alliance, enemies. She is trying to win them over to her side with the help of the pill. Zhao Chen said that he couldn't accept the gift. Besides, it might bring good luck to the pavilion. Bai Yi was surprised and asked what kind of luck Zhao Chen was talking about. Everyone was stunned by Mrs. Bai's offer and Zhao Chen's refusal. Zhao Chen walked closer to the pavilion mistress and told her that her meridians had been damaged by the demonic energy. He asked her how long she had been treating them. Mrs. Bai was dumbfounded by what she heard. Zhao Chen added that if the disease continues to progress, the rest of her life will be very short. Bai Yi said that he had touched on a very sensitive issue and suggested that we continue the conversation elsewhere. Zhao Chen agreed. Zhao Chen agreed that it was a big secret. One must not let the rumors of Miss Bai's injury spread around. Otherwise, the Alliance would definitely use this information for revenge. Bai Yi invited Zhao Chen into the other room. Li Shang couldn't understand what Zhao Chen had said to Madame Bai like that. Her mood immediately changed. Hu Wei was also puzzled. He saw the confident energy around Mrs. Bai suddenly shaken. Everyone was even more surprised by the further development of events. Everyone wondered what would happen next. Bai Yi and Zhao Chen walked to the VIP room. Bai Yi said that she didn't expect the young master to immediately diagnose her at a glance. The demonic energy in her body had appeared several years ago after the battle with the Alliance. At first, the disease could be contained, but there was a relapse recently. It's gotten much worse. Li Shang thought that Madame was hiding her illness, and Zhao Chen was able to see it right away. Hu Wei thought that Zhao Chen might be stronger than him. Zhao Chen said that he could cure Mrs. Bai. After all, it's only demonic energy. Except the demonic energy is too deep. If she wanted to get better, she'd have to trust him. She has to get naked and let him take control of her intimate area. That's the best way to get rid of the demonic energy, Ms. Bai asked. Does she have to completely undress? She was embarrassed and didn't know how to proceed. Hu Wei thought it was a great chance to get rid of the boy. He told Mrs. Bai not to let herself be fooled. Chu Wei added that he had never heard of such a treatment method. And Zhao Chen's cultivation is good for nothing. He just wants to take advantage of his mistress. Zhao Chen said that Mrs. Bai might not believe him. He only had good intentions and wanted to help her in return for her kindness. Zhao Chen turned around, said, "See you later," and headed towards the exit. Mrs. Bai stopped him. She said that she had thought about his proposal and agreed. She wants to free herself from demonic energy. Bai Yi added that in order to defeat the alliance, she must regain her former strength as soon as possible. Although Zhao Chen is not as strong, he has a way to cure her. Zhao Chen thanked Lady Bai for the pill she had given him. Hu Wei wanted to stop his mistress from doing something rash, but she told everyone to leave the room. Hu Wei had to leave. Li Shang and Hu Wei remained outside the room where the miracles would take place. Hu Wei decided that it was urgent to inform the alliance and take action. Bai Yi told Zhao Chen that no one had ever seen her body, and thought about what she would do after everything was finished. Bai Yi announced to Zhao Chen that she was ready and he could begin. Zhao Chen said that she might not be worried. He's not like that. He won't take advantage of the situation. He will put his hands on her dantian now. The dantian is an area, an energy reservoir in the human body, through which the three main energy flows of a person pass. Bai Yi blushed with embarrassment. She told Zhao Chen not to be embarrassed and just do it. Thought Zhao Chen is a real man, but she doesn't know why she trusts him. Zhao Chen started the healing process. "Divine emptying vessel," he said. Bai and groaned. Zhao Chen was discouraged. He discovered the demonic energy in the girl's body that had infiltrated there just recently. Li Sheng heard Madame Bai's groan. Hu Wei heard it as well. Both of them were already on edge. Zhao Chen asked Mrs. Bai how she was feeling. That energy had added a lot of strength. Ms. Bai said she felt much better. She was very happy with the treatment process. Bai Yi noted that she didn't feel any pain. She was finally cured. Mrs. Bai said that Zhao Chen is just a genius. He said that Bai Yi was too polite. Zhao Chen said that during the treatment, he noticed that most of the demonic energy in her body was completely new. Definitely not the one that had infiltrated her a few years ago. Boy, Yi said that she hasn't contacted the Alliance in years. Zhao Chen said then the answer is obvious. Someone keeps poisoning her body with their sorcery. Mrs. Bai said it was impossible. After all, it had been a long time since she had crossed paths with Blood Alliance warriors. Zhao Chen said that it might not necessarily be injuries from fighting. He added that while a spiritual pill can be made from a pure soul, a demonic pill can be made from demonic energy. If such a pill was added to a suitable instance, the person who took it wouldn't even notice it. Bai Yi thought that it might be the wine that Hu Wei was passing around. Bai Yi trusted Hu Wei so much. How could he do this to her? Zhao Chen said that it was not difficult to defeat Hu Wei. It is more difficult to defeat the Alliance. Zhao Chen said that he planned to lure out all the members of the Alliance and deal with them at the same time. Zhao Chen shouted very loudly that someone was continuing to poison Madame Wei with new demonic energy. Because of this, she is fatally traumatized. Mrs. Bai said that only those close to her could harm her. She asked Chu Wei if it was him. Hu Wei said that he had worked hard for the mercenary pavilion. For more than 10 years now, he wouldn't dare to harm his mistress. Chu Wei thought that how good it was that Bai Yi was not healed, even more injured. Zhao Chen took Chu Wei's hand. The latter was afraid that the young man might detect the demonic energy in his body. Just then, Hu Wei cried out in terror. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The energy that Zhao Chen channeled into his body enveloped the traitor from all sides. He was hysterical, squirming on the floor. Hu Wei began to beg his mistress to save him. Bai Yi decided that Hu Wei was also poisoned by demonic energy and asked Zhao Chen to help him. Chu Wei thought that they didn't understand anything, and if they died, he would be cleared of all suspicion. Zhao Chen said that the demonic energy had spread through Hu Wei's body in the usual way and he could not be helped. We should use cow dung. Chu Wei didn't like this kind of treatment method. Zhao Chen said that this was a special case and he needed special treatment. Cow dung is a miraculous remedy. It is widespread in the capital city of Yin. It cures many diseases and helps to get rid of evil forces. It takes 100 pounds of fresh dung. Bai Yi said, The other day, a farmer I know offered to buy 100 cartloads of selected manure inexpensively. Chu Wei said he can hold out a little longer. Maybe look for another doctor. But the manure has already been purchased. Zhao Chen said that he cares about Hu Wei's well-being. His demonic energy is extraordinary. Hu Wei was horrified by what was happening. He didn't know what to do. Hu Wei was about to start running away from this amount of stinking nightmare looming over him. Zhao Chen said that the deed was done after Hu Wei was completely engulfed by the healing. Fresh, selected manure. Zhao Chen asked Hu Wei how he felt after the treatment procedure. Hu Wei, slurping dung, said that he felt much better now. Mrs. Bai said that there was no need to prevent Hu Wei from recovering from his illness. Hu Wei decided that he couldn't forgive such an insult. He'll get even with Zhao Chen. Hu Wei said that if he broke the Jade Stone, the Bloody Army would come here at once. Chu Wei dreamed of sharing a bed with Bai Yi, so he broke the Jade Stone. She said Ah Hai should take revenge, and He replied that he had a sacred artifact. She said she believes him because he's the best, and He asked why he was being disturbed. She asked what had happened, and he replied that Hu Wei had sent a disturbing message, that no-good man Zhao Chen had wiped out an entire unit of the Blood Army. He decided to send an entire army to deal with Zhao Chen. She decided that Zhao Chen was definitely not going to be unfortunate now. There was no need for him to insult the Blood Alliance. The golden room of the mercenary pavilion. Zhao Chen said that he didn't need the good luck pill. He can go to the heaven level without it. Zhao Chen added that this pill contained energy inside that he could use for other purposes. By filling the primordial divine rune with the energy of the luck pill, he would be able to enter the primordial lands once again. Zhao Chen was counting on the fact that the ancient Sis could help in cultivating Zhao Tian's heaven-striking technique. Zhao Chen began to frantically meditate. Zhao Chen said to let the primordial techniques open up. Primordial lands. Zhao Chen noted that he had arrived here. Zhao Chen saw a meteor that had an aura of ancient qi. This was what he needed. Zhao Chen placed the glowing ball of light between the palms of his hands. Zhao Chen activated the Divine Vessel Absorption mode. Zhao Chen revealed Zhao Qian's Heaven Strike, the destruction of the sky. A surge of energy consumed everything around the young master. His punch was incredible. His current cultivation is based on the Tianji level. But the energy of this strike was equivalent to the entire strength of a cultivator at the peak of the Thoan realm. Zhao Chen added, only sucking out too much energy with this punch. Because of this, he won't be able to explore the primordial lands. Now he has to go back. Zhao Chen thought that now that he had mastered this technique, he would be able to crush all the Blood Alliance masters. Mrs. Bai announced to Zhao Chen that Hu Wei had indeed met with the Blood Alliance. Zhao Chen said that Hu Wei is incredible. 2 days later, Xuehe asked Hu Wei if Zhao Chen and Bai Yi were really in this mercenary pavilion. Hu Wei said he was following them. And they're there without guards. Xuehe said that when everything was over, Zhao Chen's head would belong to him and Bai Yi Hu Wei's. Hu Wei thanked his master Xuehe. Yihe led the alliance warriors to attack. He told them to kill Zhao Chen and take Bai Yi prisoner. She will be tortured. Wei He rushed into the pavilion. It was empty. The ringleader has ordered a sweep of the premises. Zhao Chen and Bai Yi appeared and said that it was okay not to look for them. We are at your service. Zhu He tensed up. Why is it that Zhao Chen is so calm? It's not for nothing. Hu Wei said that Zhao Chen was right not to run away. After all, he still couldn't escape from the Bloody Army. Zhao Chen asked, what else would he have to be afraid of? Xu He's warriors realized that they had been ambushed. There were archers standing around, ready to start firing at the invaders. Turns out the pavilion was ready for an attack. The attackers were circled. Hu Wei asked Zhao Chen, how did he manage to do all this? Zhao Chen said that all this time, they had been aware of Hu Wei's communication with the Blood Alliance. Bai Yi told Hu Wei that their families had been destroyed by the Alliance. Instead of taking revenge, he served the Alliance instead. People like Hu Wei must be destroyed. Today, the world will be freed from his presence. Hu Wei was very surprised. He realized that they had been caught. Hu Wei reported to his master that they were trapped. What am to do now? Xuehe clenched his blade. He said, you just have to destroy it. The traitor noted that together they would definitely make it. Hu Wei saw Xuehe's dagger being pointed in his direction. I meant to destroy you, his master roared and plunged the dagger into the traitor's chest. Hu Wei cried out in surprise. Why did everyone treat him like this? Xuehe said that accepting such a sneaky rat into his ranks was bad luck. Hu Wei lay senseless at Xuehe's feet. He was finished for good. Hu Wei moaned that he didn't want such an ending. But this process was already inevitable. Zhao Chen noted that it is very fascinating to watch the dogs chew on each other. Xu He said to his warriors, since Hu Wei was finished, it was time to deal with these two as well. He ordered the servants to go on the attack. The servants were frightened and asked Master Xue He to think of a way to escape. After all, they were all trapped. Xu He said that he was not afraid of Zhao Chen. You don't have the guts to deal with me. Zhao Chen said that he was waiting with surprise for Xue He to surprise him. The attackers decided that their leader had a plan and would show Zhao Chen where the crayfish were. Xue He decided to use a special technique. He realized that the balance of power would change then. His warriors waited eagerly to see what would happen next. Xue He used the bloody spiritual flag, absorption, and told his warriors that they should sacrifice themselves for him. It was their destiny. Xue He's warriors began to ooze blood and realize what their master was using for his technique. You are honored, shouted a satisfied Yue He. Be worthy of it. The bloody spiritual plan had absorbed enough bloody qi. Xue He was now ready to massacre the mercenary pavilion. Zhao Chen noticed that there were more inactive players. But this flag can really absorb bloody qi and contains demonic powers. Such a thing shouldn't exist in this world. It seems that the demonic alliance is not that simple. The owner of the pavilion got angry and said that we must hurry up and not let the villain use the flag again. We must get rid of him quickly. Wei He said it was too late. They would have to learn the full power of his flag. Xu He pointed his demonic blood weapon directly at his opponents. Bai Yi took the brunt of the blow and began to bleed out. Zhao Chen gently picked her up and inquired how she was feeling. Xue He said that this was just the beginning and things would only get more complicated from here on. Today, all of his enemies will suffer. Bai Yi told Zhao Chen that this flag had absorbed too much blood qi, and its strength is unbelievable. It will be difficult for him to resist. She motioned for Zhao Chen to leave. Zhao Chen coldly stated, it's an artifact tool, and that he would calmly deal with this problem. Xu He was even offended by the young man. How dare he underestimate this artifact? Xu He progressed that the opponent would now know the full power of his anger and let out his demon. The young warrior was undeterred. Zhao Chen, be careful, Mrs. Bai shouted. After all, she cared about the young man now. There were already many things that bound them together. Zhao Chen, using his skills, jumped high up. Zhao He began to get anxious. There was a massive explosion of energy. The villainous warrior saw that his demon was completely over. Xue He saw that Zhao Chen was able to resist the onslaught of his sacred artifact. Who the hell is he? Thought the villain. Zhao Chen said that he was weak and not worthy of knowing, and directed a beam of concentrated energy directly at Xue He's face. Xue He immediately cried out, and a fountain of blood gushed from his forehead. Zhao Chen left his motionless opponent lying on the ground. The remaining warriors of the losing master decided not to test fate and cease their invading intentions. Li Shang appeared and said that no one should move. No one would be able to escape. Li Shang and his companions began to deal with a bunch of surviving invaders. The forces were not equal. The losing warriors were morally depressed. Zhao Chen took the spiritual flag of the loser and said that he used the blood sacrifices of the demonic clan and energy recycling methods. It seemed to Zhao Chen that the connection between the Bloody Demon Alliance and the Demon Clan was much deeper than he could imagine. Bai Yi was very frightened and said that this weapon was very terrifying. Zhao Chen explained to her that it was a sacred artifact from the demonic clan. So the Demon Clan is behind all of this. Do you really want to infiltrate the Alliance base? Bai Yi shouted in horror. She said that it was very dangerous. Besides, Zhao Chen is still a wanted man. Zhao Chen said that he had a plan of action, but Mrs. Bai should tell everyone that Zhao Chen had massacred Xue He. Mrs. Bai said that she would do it right. Zhao Chen said goodbye to Li Shan and thanked him for his help. Li Shang recognized that there was no point in going any further, as he was not strong enough. He needed to regain his strength. Zhao Chen said. Then he went on his trek alone. Li Shang wished him good luck and Bai Yi became sad. Zhao Chen said to Mrs. Bai that they would definitely meet in the future. Bai Yi dreamed that when they met, they could be together again. Blood Demon Alliance headquarters. Rumors are spreading outside that Zhao Chen has arrived in the Qin Empire and destroyed an entire branch of the Blood Demon Alliance. There might be some treasure inside his body. Zhao Chen splices to a passerby. Is it true that there is a Blood Demon Alliance base here? Passersby wonder who he even is. Zhao Chen says he's Zhao Chen come to receive the reward for Zhao Chen. Something like this, Zhao Chen changed his spiritual aura with one secret method. And now, no one from the Alliance can recognize him. No one believed Zhao Chen. He was told that with his pitiful cultivation, it was far from Zhao Chen. Then the young master summoned his inner strength. He scattered everyone around him with a single movement of thought. He had been warned to be on his best behavior. Otherwise, if the Hutian Realm's Master Squad was summoned, he would be in for a rough ride. Zhao Chen directed a bundle of his internal energy at the surrounding people and asked if they believed him now. Those around him were surprised by the young man's behavior. Zhao Chen thought that because of his abilities, no one in the Qin Empire would guess that this was Xuehe's body. Everyone began to look at Zhao Chen and recognized him as the one the Alliance was looking for. The surrounding people thought that Zhao Chen's body was lying on the ground, not Xuehe's body. Zhao Chen was watching from the side at this time. Everyone around them began to discuss the appearance of Zhao Chen's body outside the Alliance headquarters. Master Ye's subordinate Gao Chen appeared. He thought that this Xue he had framed the people of their faction. Gao Chen began to contemplate how he should proceed. Gao Chen stopped the fugitive and said that he should show respect in the face of the elder. The servant stopped and began to apologize to Master Gao. A servant reported that a man with Zhao Chen's body was standing at the gate asking for a reward. "We must report to Master Ye immediately." Gao Chen excitedly asked, "Where is this person?" and urgently wanted to be taken there. Master Gao asked Zhao Chen, "Is it true that he straightened out Zhao Chen?" Zhao Chen confirmed it. "Yes, it's him." Zhao Chen said that here is his body and asked where he could get his reward. Master Gao bent over the body and concluded that his aura and appearance were a perfect match for the information he had received earlier. Master Gao decided to take the credit. Zhao Chen asked if the identification of the body was over. Gao Chen told Zhao Chen that he came here with a fake body, but he won't be able to fool the Alliance. Zhao Chen asked, "Did Elder Gao have any evidence of tampering?" Elder Gao asked Zhao Chen, how could he defeat Zhao Chen while in the Tianji Kingdom? Zhao Chen stated, since he thought the body was not real, Zhao Chen would just destroy it now. Master Gao decided to stop him from ruining his plans. But Zhao Chen was confronting Master Gao, and the elder flew off to the side. There was nothing he could do. Gao was in awe. How could this be possible? Zhao Chen said that he might not recognize the body, but that did not negate the fact that it was Zhao Chen who massacred that person. Master Gao said that he can't be touched because he's an elder of the Alliance. If he were to be dealt with, it would be an insult to the entire Alliance. Zhao Chen said that if he was able to handle Zhao Chen, then he would be able to handle Alliance Master as well. Zhao Chen directed his anger against Master Gao. But then someone intervened in this confrontation and ordered it to stop. Master Gao recognized his lord. His lord walked over and asked Zhao Chen to let Mr. Gao go. Zhao Chen asked, "Why does he need this garbage, Mr. Gao?" Zhao Chen channeled his inner energy. "Hey, opponent." Elder Gao asked, "Would Li Zhao Chen really dare to massacre him?" Everyone began to say that this Chen Zhao was so cruel since he wanted to do away with Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao's master thought that he could use such a warrior who was willing to kill without delay, but he should teach him a little lesson because he didn't obey him. And he pounced on Chen Zhao with a rebuke about how he shouldn't attack a subordinate in the presence of his master. Chen Zhao explained that he had come here for a reward, and Master Gao wanted to get rid of him and appropriate Zhao Chen's body. Master said that if he were to be fair to Chen Zhao, all of his men might die one by one. Zhao Chen decided to play along and pretend to be willing to dance to his tune. Chen Zhao said that Master Ye's reputation was incredible, so he apologized. Master Ye forgave him. The servant reported to Master Yi that the aura and appearance matched. The person in front of them was definitely Zhao Chen. Mr. Ye was very satisfied with the fact that Zhao Chen was no longer there. So Mr. Ye began to invite Zhao Chen to join the Blood Alliance. He would be given the position of vice chairman and would receive 5,000 medium-quality spiritual stones every month. Everyone around envied Chen Zhao for Master Ye making him such an offer. "Yadotian, what good is the place you offered him?" someone said from behind him. Mr. Ye looked around. It was Yi Cheng, an elder of the Blood Alliance, and Cheng Yaotan, one of the masters of the Blood Alliance. And they began to lure Chen Zhao into their service, offering him various preferential treatment and treasures. Everyone around him became even more envious of Chen Zhao. Zhao Chen looked at the crystal that was being offered to him and decided that it was familiar to him. Is it really from the Demon Clan? Master Ye began to offer Chen Zhao even better terms of service from him. Things were heating up. It was starting to feel like an auction. Chen Yu Zhao is already offered crystals, 5 artifacts, and a salary of 10,000 medium-quality stones. Who's bigger? People on the street watched with interest to see how this trade for the best employee would end. Master Yi wanted to offer the maximum bid for this lot, and he offered Chen Zhao the opportunity to walk the bloodthirsty path. What kind of path is this? Chen Zhao asked lively. Master Yi was told by opponents that this was not something that would interest potential employees. It was explained to Chen Yuzhou that the bloodthirsty path was a test. Passing it would allow you to become an inner disciple of the Blood Alliance. This path is a very dangerous place. Not everyone can go there. But if Chen Zhao ends up in the Jiantian realm, he will be able to get there. Master Cheng offered Chen Zhao to go with him, and he will give whatever he wants. Everyone began to advise Chen Zhao to do so and make the right choice. Chen Zhao thanked Master Cheng for the generous offer. He said that Master Cheng had made the most favorable offer. However, Chen Zhao had opted for Master Ye. Chen Zhao decided that Master Ye had more trust in Chen Zhao than any other employer. Chen Zhao told Master Ye that he was signing a labor contract with him. Master Feng was more than a little angry with Chen Zhao. Everyone around them began to discuss Chen Zhao's choice. The guy is not as simple as he seems, so everyone decided in the end. Master Feng decided to teach Chen Zhao a lesson for leading him around. Still, two employers began to work things out between them over a valued employee. Master Cheng was told by an associate that fighting Ye Aotian now is not a good idea. The one only snapped back. Master Cheng only warned Chen Zhao not to regret his decision. Chen Zhao said to Master Cheng not to worry in vain. It was just that he had his own plans. In fact, Chen Zhao didn't really care who he worked for as long as he could get the information he needed. The two leave, and without getting Chen Zhao, they feel cheated. The two decided to deal with Mr. Yi somehow so that he would not be a hindrance to them in the future. Master Ye said that Chen Zhao had shielded him from disgrace today, so he would be very generous. Chen Zhao offered to go on a bloodthirsty journey right away. He really wanted to become an inner disciple. Chen Zhao decided that Master Ye was in for more than humiliation. Master Yi agreed to go and see the bloodthirsty path. Master Yi thought that this boy had great ambition and strength. Master Ye decided that this should strengthen his position in the Blood Alliance, and so they came on a bloodthirsty journey. Master Ye said, Chen Yuzhou, this bloodline path is a dangerous place with unlimited possibilities, especially when it comes to increasing the bloodline. If one passes this test and becomes an inner disciple, then one becomes a strong contender for a master's position in the future. Chen Zhao saw one challenger. It was a disciple of the Yuntian Cheng Blood Alliance. He boasted that he had finally passed the bloodthirsty path exam. Everyone congratulated him as he passed this exam in just 10 days. Mo Zhan, Mo Tian's father, said that before this, only Mo Tian had been able to pass the bloodthirsty path in a dozen days. Yun Tiancheng said that this was also the merit of his teacher, Mo Zhan. The master said he would be favorable to him as long as he supports his son. Now you are an inner disciple. You may soon become a master. Chen Zhou decided to take this test in less than 10 days to become an inner disciple. It wouldn't be difficult after all. Mo Zhan asked, "Who dares to be cocky here?" Master Ye said for Chen Zhao to hold his tongue in this sacred place. Chen Zhao said that he didn't mean anything bad. It's just that all the people here don't look like geniuses. "Are you serious?" asked Mo Zhan. "Do you think it's an easy exam of the bloodthirsty path?" Chen Zhao started making excuses again. He began to explain that it wasn't about the exam. It's just that the people who took it are mediocre, and your son is no exception. Mo Zhan boiled with rage. "How dare he?" Master Ye began to calm down Honorable Mo Zhan. "It's just that this kid hasn't gotten used to it yet." Chen Zhao said that everyone who took this test was ordinary people. Mo Zhan suggested that Chen Zhao should take this bloodthirsty path himself. Everyone started saying this guy's going to run out of steam right off the bat. He's not going to make it. Chen Yuzhou was advised to remain optimistic and not give up in the exam. The young man was told that now only Master Yi could save him. Chen Zhou modestly said that not only would he become the strongest at Master Ye, but also the most outstanding nugget of the entire alliance. Master Ye began to discourage Chen Zhao from doing anything rash. 80% of disciples are lost along the way. You must prepare thoroughly. Chen Zhao said that he was already prepared. Master Ye said that he would unlock the entrance to the bloodthirsty path exam. Chen Zhao said that there was no need for that. Chen Zhao stated that it was only a banning seal. He would deal with it in one fell swoop. Mo Zhan only laughed in response. Once again, everyone began to say that Chen Zhao was a braggart and a pretender. He won't succeed. He won't be able to do the seal either. What Master Ye and Mo Zhan saw was very startling to them. Everyone present was dumbfounded as well. With a full swing, Chen Zhao shattered the seal with a single blow. He said it was just a worthless stamp. Everyone was once again amazed at the abilities of this immodest boy. Chen Zhao was determined to any twists of fate. He smelled a blood gas that could affect the mind. Chen Zhao decided that this bloody path might be an interesting thing. Mojan decided that the challenger's mind had already been weakened before even entering the path. Master Yi disagreed with his opponent. Everyone shouted while looking at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao began to move along the bloody path. It seemed to everyone that he wasn't even walking, but running. It was incredible for everyone to watch what was going on. Mojan stated with envy that the boy was not in control of his body anymore. Master Ye added that he should watch for the continuation. Master Ye, looking at Chen Zhao, thought that he wanted to take the treasure. Mojan offered to bet that the guy wouldn't pass the exam. Mr. E accepted the challenge. Mojan explained the terms of the bet. There was nothing unusual there. Master E was fine with it, so they made a deal. Everyone witnessed their argument. Chen Zhao decided that this place was testing the bloodlines. Chen Zhao had no idea what level his bloodline was at. "The power of the tiger! Show yourself!" shouted the young warrior. Immediately, a large energy tiger appeared. Chen Zhao was very excited. After all, the power of the blood gas helped him forge the bloodline of the tiger. The guy decided to use Zhaoqian's absorption technique to absorb the power of this gas. Chen Zhao tried Zhaoqian's absorption. Everyone's lost sight of the guy. Judging by his speed, he should have passed the test by now. Mojan announced that something wasn't going well with Chen Zhao. Master Ye thought that 8 days is the longest time to pass the bloodthirsty path. Master Ye said that he had faith in Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao sat in a secluded place hidden from view and meditated. Chen Zhao decided that he needed to stop this activity quickly, as his body wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this blood anymore. The energy tiger guarded its master. Chen Zhao noticed that this tiger itself wanted to absorb the blood gas. Chen Zhao now knew how much strength he could absorb. Chen Zhao, along with his tiger, activated the absorption mode. The tiger was very excited. For Chen Zhao, this was unexpected. Even though he had used Zhaoqian's absorption technique to absorb the blood gas, his body still couldn't endure it. On the other hand, his tiger bloodline can swallow him whole. It's kind of like food to him. The tiger suddenly roared and began to recover right before his eyes. Chen Zhao was at a loss. How can the offspring of 10,000 beasts come out of nowhere? This is evolution. The tiger bloodline turned into the bloodline of 10,000 beasts after absorbing bloody power. The bloodline path isn't that simple. Black people also showed up. There were also great apes. Chen Zhao was once again at a loss, and that's when the monkey started to become enraged. Chen Zhao thought that even the vortex created by the absorption technique had been destroyed. The monkey continued to rage. Zhaoqian asked her if she wanted to absorb his bloodline. The guy turned on Zhaoqian's absorption again, then went into purification mode. The monkey said it was just hungry and there was no need to be aggressive towards it. Chen Zhao said that his food is Chen Zhao's bloodline. He disagrees so much. The monkey then rudely decided to take away Chen Zhao's bloodline. The monkey wondered, how could the strength of this funnel be higher than the previous one? Zhaoqian said that that vortex was a low-level vortex, but this vortex was a true power that could suck even time and space into itself, and activated the purification mode. The monkey screamed that she was wrong, but it was too late. The monkey began to demand that Chen Zhao rescue her immediately. Chen Zhao said that this strange beast was like a monkey, but it was ready to devour his bloodline. And even under the pressure of the absorption technique, this animal still had the strength to resist. Chen Zhao decided that this creature was not that simple, but if one were to remake its strength, one could use it. The people outside heard someone scream. They assumed that it was Chen Zhao's farewell cry. Mojan said it's already been 30 days. There is no hope. Chen Zhao was just unlucky. Master Yi stated that the results are still hazy. Mojan said that the results are quite obvious. Chen Zhao has been cocking his nose from the beginning. He added that it was time for Master Yi to admit defeat and pay the bills. Everyone began to say that the result was known at the beginning of the ball and there was no need to get into this argument. Master Ye stubbornly did not want to admit defeat. Mojan said that even if he came back alive, it was unlikely that he would be recognized as an incredible talent of the Alliance. Master Yi said he would wait some more. Everyone noticed that there was a lot of noise and the release of some energy. Maybe it's Chen Zhao fighting with someone. Mojan thought that maybe Chen Zhao was still alive. Master Ye hoped that the guy still had a chance to be saved. Chen Zhao was very pleased with himself. He was finally able to tame this beast. The monkey said that there was no way she would have given in if Chen Zhao hadn't shared a drop of his bloodline. The absorption technique sucked the monkey in and it begged for mercy, and Chen Zhao saved it. Zhao Chen said that it had been a long time and it was time to go back. Chen Zhao was coming back together with a monkey. He said he would call it Wukong. It means very strong. Chenja decided that the people who had been waiting for him for several days now looked anxious. Chenja pointed out that the strength of the bloodline would be very useful to both of them right now. And it would be illogical to leave now. It would be better to absorb this power before they went anywhere. The monkey said that she had nothing to fear. Chen Zhao's technique could purify the power of blood. It can also purify and absorb it at the same time. Chen Zhao can absorb as much of it as he wants. The exit is nearby, so if Chen Zhao feels that he can't cope, he can leave at any time. Chen Zhao agreed that it made common sense. Everyone noticed that Chen Zhao was returning in good order and had something on his shoulder. Master Yi was the one who was most excited. It seemed like Ops had won the bet. Mojan considered himself too careless when he got involved in this bet. Master Ye came to remind Mojan that he was now owed a debt. Mojan hissed that Chen Zhao hadn't finally returned yet, so he still had a chance to not lose. Master Yi said he was willing to wait a couple more hours for his final loss. Everyone noted that Chen Zhao had stopped. He probably can't go any further. Mojan smirkingly said that if Chen Zhao stopped during the exam, his cultivation would come to an end. Everyone agreed with Mojan. If Chen Zhao stopped, he would be corroded by the bloody power, so he can't stop. Master Ye conjured Chen Zhao to fight. After all, he was the master's last hope to gain a stable position in the alliance. Chen Zhao continued to struggle to move forward. And then there was a flash of fire. Everyone began to wonder what had happened. It was a shockwave created just like the previous one by Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was absorbing blood energy at this time. Everyone was shocked that the young man had decided to absorb the bloodline power directly. Master Ye could feel Chen Zhao getting stronger, absorbing the bloody power. Master Ye shouted that Chen Zhao's bloodline power was already many times greater than Mo Tian's. Mojin said that Chen Zhao is only inside the path, so it's too early to draw conclusions. Chen Zhao decided that he needed a little more time, and suddenly something unimaginable happened. Chen Zhao thought that the monkey's limit had been exhausted, but she said that she was still in the game. Chen Zhao warned as he walked out. Chen Zhao didn't just come out, he jumped out of this way, which greatly amazed everyone watching. Since this had never happened before, it seems like he was underestimated. Master Ye asked, why did it take Chen Zhao so long to return? Chen Zhao said that the blood power had proven to be quite useful, so he had intentionally delayed for a few days. Master Mo was very surprised when he found out that Chen Zhao had been absorbing energy for several days. Chen Zhao stated that he had found the solution to the bloody path test. We need to absorb the bloody energy. That was why he delayed for a few days. The warriors around them were amazed that it appeared Chen Zhao had been absorbing blood energy all this time. How strong his bloodline must be right now. This guy surpasses even Mo Tian. Mo Jian stated that everyone knows that the sooner one gets out of the way, the more advantages for the bloodline. If the human body absorbs too much bloodline power, it will simply be torn apart. The old man stated that the guy was taking too long to pass the exam, and now he was trying to cover himself with some frivolous excuses to avoid embarrassment. The ladies around caught the common sense in Mo Jian's words and decided that Chen Zhao was really just pulling a fast one. No one would be able to withstand the presence of so much blood energy. Mo Jian thought that if the guy had extraordinary abilities, it was unlikely that he could absorb so much power. He said, Ye Aotian, that his subordinates only had the ability to flail their tongues. Master Ye said that it would be better if Mo Jian didn't talk with his tongue and paid his bills. The fact is, Chen Zhao got out of the bloody path unharmed. Therefore, Master Mo lost the bet. Master Mo turned black with anger. But he knew that he had lost to that upstart Ye Aoshin. Master Ye loudly announced that Master Mo Jian was in full view of everyone to fulfill his promise. Someone approached Ye Aoshin from behind and suggested forgetting about the bet. Master Ye looked around and saw Yuntian Cheng. The one said that Master Mo's son is the sacred son of the alliance. If you humiliate his father, there might be trouble in the future. Master Ye thought that he was alone right now and had a weak position. There is no need to insult a sacred son in front of so many alliance disciples. However, he cannot help but respond to such humiliation. Chen Zhao overheard the conversation and decided that Ye Aochin would follow his interlocutor's advice. This could not be allowed to happen. Chen Zhao called out to Yuntian Cheng. Chen Zhao said that he was a nobody and should not open his mouth here, and slapped him in the face. Mo Jian shouted that you can't offend his disciple. Everyone around him began to reproach Chen Zhao for such an act. Now he's in trouble. Yuntian Cheng shook himself off and said that Chen Zhao was definitely not going to have any luck now. Zhao Chen said that was exactly what he meant. The young man added that if you lost an argument, you should admit defeat with dignity. That's what Master Mo should do. Chen Zhao added that he still dared to threaten Master Ye. Since I'm his disciple, I can't forgive you for that. Yuntian Cheng told his interlocutor that now his last hour had come. The warriors decided to fight. Yuntian boldly announced that he was attacking Chen Zhao. Everyone around him started accusing Chen Zhao of being too arrogant, so now he's going to get what he deserves. Chen Zhao said that his opponent was no match for him. He will lose this battle now. Without thinking long, Chen Zhao summoned the bloodline of 1,000 beasts. Those observing noted that the 1,000-beast bloodline was a legendary strongest bloodline. And now, Chen Zhao's chances of winning were very even. His opponent was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the young man could have this bloodline. Chen Zhao said to go to Oblivion and asked the local king there about it. There was no way Yuntian Cheng had expected such a turn. "The Red Python bloodline! Explosion!" shouted Yuntian Cheng. Those watching were astonished. Does the guy really want to blow up his bloodline? The distance between them is very great. If he doesn't detonate his bloodline, there is no escape. The explosion was very powerful. Chen Zhao would definitely not be able to withstand it. Everything is covered with the aftermath of the explosion. It's not clear who survived the confrontation. Yuntian Cheng stated that Chen Zhao forced him to go for it. There is no turning back now. Zhao Chen shouted that he was talking too much. Yuntian Cheng did not expect his opponent to remain intact after such an explosion at all. Chen Zhao stated that he was protected by the energy of 10,000 beasts, and it is impossible for him to be injured by a pitiful python bloodline. Chen Zhao flew towards his opponent, swung his sword and shouted that the one had come to an end. Yuntian Cheng begged for mercy. Mojan and Master Ye shouted for Chen Zhao to stop and text not to act. The young warrior was unstoppable. He had caught his mojo, and with a swift thrust of his sword, he did his bloody work. Yuntian Cheng was bleeding and mumbling incoherently. The warriors around lamented that Mojan had lost a very valuable subordinate. Chen Zhao thought that this was exactly what he wanted. Master Ye fearfully and regretfully asked why the young man was treading in such a manner. The young warrior stated that Yuntian Cheng had insulted Master Ye in front of everyone. As a disciple, he couldn't forgive this. Master Ye said in fear, Shadow Zhao had brought great misfortune upon them. Yuntian Cheng was the brother of Mo Tian's sacred son. How to solve this problem now? Chen Zhao said that this wasn't the first time Master Ye had been bullied. We should put an end to it. If you want to become a big man, you have to act decisively. If we are threatened, we will not run away with our tails between our legs. Master Ye didn't know what to say to this young warrior. Mojan blamed Chen Zhao for Yuntian's unjustified death. Mojan said that Chen Zhao intervened in the conflict between him and Master Ye. Maybe we should deal with this brat now. Chen Zhao was prepared for any twists of fate. The young man pointed his blade and asked Mojan, could it be that he personally wanted to massacre him? Everyone was dumbfounded by this young brat's behavior. He had just killed Yuntian Cheng. Now he's provoking Mojan to confront him. Having just joined the alliance, he had already made so many enemies. Chen Zhao looked proudly into his opponent's eyes. Mojan called Chen Zhao a little rascal residing in the Tianjie realm. How dare he throw around such words? Master Mo declared in a rage that Chen Zhao was longing to go to the other world. The young man bared his blade, pointed it toward his opponent, and said, "Try it." Chen Zhao added that Master Mo would not dare to do away with him in the presence of Master Ye. Everyone pointed out that the guy uses the host's name for defense. Now Master Ye definitely has to stand up for him to save his reputation. Everyone understood that if Master Ye just stood by and watched his disciple being massacred, what kind of place would he be able to take in the alliance? Who would follow him? Master Ye realized that Chen Zhao had already caused him more than a few problems. Maybe it wasn't worth bailing him out? Mojan was unwavering. He knew that nothing and no one could stop him. Chen Zhao was only adding oil to the fire. He told Master Mo to hurry up so that everyone wouldn't mistake him for a chatterbox. This is what Eastern diplomacy looks like in action. Mojan completely lost his mind. He rushed into the fight and shouted that today was the last day of this little rascal's life. Mojan was like a powerful hurricane, mercilessly demolishing everything in its path. Chen Zhao decided to use a special technique against this Master Mo. He lunged to cut through this hurricane with his arms stretched forward, holding a dangerous blade. Everyone saw an incredible flash as the two forces collided. There was a loud explosion. Chen Zhao stood calmly, lowering his sword. Was this really all that his opponent was capable of? The guy thought that only this strength would be enough for him to fight. If he used too much, Master E might suspect something wrong, and that could hinder his intentions. Everyone was amazed that the young man was able to resist such a powerful attack from Master Mo. The warriors standing to the side concluded that Chen Zhao was acting in a very risky manner. Master Ye thought that this boy could match Mo Zhen in strength. The result of Master Yi's thoughts was the decision to save his student. Master Ye got into a verbal duel with Master Mo. "Mo Zhen, how dare you attack my men?" said the speaker not very confidently. "Wu Aotan, if you protect this brat, a feud between us is inevitable," his opponent replied with confidence in his voice. Master Mo continued that Chen Zhao is his man. He had to defend him in order to maintain his status in the alliance. The verbal duel between the masters did not stop. Each wanted to humiliate the other. Mo Zhen was the first to realize the worthlessness of these conversations. He said they would meet again and headed for the exit. Mo Zhen knew that Ye Aotan was as strong as him, but the one has a defense in the form of a disciple. We should wait for a more opportune moment. Chen Zhao said that Master Ye was able to scare Master Mo with a single phrase. So Chen Zhao is following the right person. The young man thought that if everyone in the alliance was like Wu Aotan, it would be easier for him to follow his plan. Master Mo went brave at his disciple's praise and said that he would always support the young man. And he thought that it was very easy to subdue this kid with a couple of well-chosen words. Chen Zhao and Master Ye laughed heartily at each other. Master Mo told Chen Zhao that he would now treat him accordingly. He recently had a vacancy for the position of commander. Would the young man be willing to take the position? Chen Zhao said that he would love to take the position. Chen Zhao thought that with this status, it would be much easier for him to pull off his spying endeavors. Master Mo invited Chen Zhao to meet the other members of his team. Everyone who was there knelt down and began to greet the master. Mo Aotan ordered everyone to stand up and said that he would now introduce the new commander to them. Everyone was beginning to think it would be someone on the staff, but they noticed that Master Ye had brought someone with him. "What's this about?" "It's some stranger." Master Ye said that it was Chen Zhao. He just passed the bloody path and became a disciple of the alliance. Master Ye added that from now on, this young man is your commander. The warriors wondered how it was that some boy recruit would command them. Experienced warriors said he was too young and unattractive to be a commander. It was starting to smell like an unruly relationship. Chen Zhao thought that there was a reason why Master Ye was giving him command of these people. Could it be some kind of test? But he decided to accept this challenge. Master Mo decided to remove himself and left Chen Zhao to familiarize himself with the personnel. Master Ye thought that if Chen Zhao could not subdue these warriors, he could not be trusted with serious matters in the future. Chen Zhao stood pensively with his back to his subordinates. He thought he had better things to do than chit-chat here. But if anyone disagrees with their new commander, then they will have to risk their health. There was a riot brewing. The soldiers didn't want to take orders from some brat. They said that they would only obey Master E. An upstart said he could knock out that lowly commander with one punch. He told Chen Zhao to get out of here. Chen Zhao said that he would gladly be willing to subjugate each and every person present. The commander's eyes filled with blood. He decided to use a technique, a level 3 fist of rage. That's when everyone realized they'd overreacted. Those standing in the front rows turned into those lying in the front rows in an instant. It all happened out of the blue for them. Standing, lying down. Those who didn't understand, they were still trying to attack Chen Zhao out of inertia, saying that he had started it first. The warriors tried to beat up this arrogant milkman who hadn't even smelled powder yet. Chen Zhao cold-bloodedly sent the attackers one by one into knockout. All dissenters received their own portion of preventive moralizing in the form of slaps. Chen Zhao eventually told them to get out of the way. As a result, the warriors decided that their new commander was harsh, and it would be difficult to negotiate with him in the future. The commander asked if there was anyone else who needed a friendly nudge. All at once they wised up, and in a single impulse, bowed their heads and roared that they were ready to serve faithfully. The warriors quickly learned their lesson and decided not to argue with their superiors from now on. Chen Zhao looked at the unit entrusted to him satisfactorily. The commander called 2 of the toughest guys to him. Figured they could be put to good use. The soldiers were instantly ready to execute any order from a superior. Chen Zhao said that he was promoting them. They are now deputy commanders. And as a sign of respect before their titles, he gives them a pill each. The warriors accepted the positions and awards entrusted to them with honor. Everyone else became envious of them. Valuable pills were especially envied. Chen Zhao announced to everyone that he would present everyone with such magnificent pills for their good service. The warriors promised to serve him faithfully, especially for the pills. Chen Zhao thought that he was getting stronger now, and his plan is getting bigger and bigger. Master Ye was practicing aromatherapy and believed that Chen Yuzhao was having a hard time right now. The warriors would quickly teach him wisdom. Master Ye thought that the next few days would be very difficult for Chen Yuzhao. It was better not to think about it. Master Ye told his servant to keep an eye on Chen Zhao, so that the bloody troop wouldn't bother him too much. Just then, Chen Zhao and his deputies appeared on the doorstep and said that he had solved the problem. Master Ye was amazed at how quickly the young man was able to subdue his soldiers. The commander reported that personnel were waiting outside. Chen Zhao declared that the soldiers would go into fire and water for Master Ye. The warriors swore allegiance to Master Yi. Ye Aotian was ecstatic that Chen Zhao was able to subdue an entire army of his goons. Master Mo thought that next time, he would provoke Chen Zhao into a battle with Mojan and see what would come out of it. This could be put to good use. Chen Zhao announced that he was willing to serve faithfully to his commander Ye Aotian. Master Ye and Zhao Chen laughed at each other in their hearts. Master Ye showed Chen Yuzhao the 7-star crystal. It could increase the strength of the bloodline. It is a priceless gift to the alliance. This crystal is much better than the black divine crystal that Cheng Yaoqian promised you. If you absorb its energy, you'll become even stronger and you'll be an even better assistant. The young man thanked the master for such an award. Chen Zhao thought that this was the crystal of the Heavenly Demon Clan. If you overdo it, you will be possessed by the Heavenly Demons. It seems like the Blood Alliance is related to the Heavenly Demon Clan. Master Ye said that the secret realm of Yunmen would soon be revealed. The leader of each faction will enter this realm. Chen Yuzhao should do the same. It's always like this, people grow up and at some point decide to go into politics. Chen Zhe asked, "What kind of realm is this?" Master Ye explained that only young cultivators of the Tianjie realm and below were allowed to join. Master added that with Chen Zhao's talent, one could definitely participate. The token to enter the Yunmen realm would appear in 2 days. Unexpectedly, Master Ye's servant appeared with an urgent report. He said that there was information that Mojan and Cheng Yaotan had appeared at the meeting with the leader. They said that if the people of your faction are not qualified enough to enter the Yunmen secret realm, then the place should be given to someone else. Master Ye was furious upon hearing such bad news. Master Yi asked what the leader's response was. The servant said that the matter was still under consideration. Master Yi became worried that the leader might not make a decision in his favor. After making this conclusion, Master Ye slapped his hand on the table with anger. He became very angry and did not know what to do. Chen Zhao asked his teacher to calm down. "Breathe deeply," he added. "No matter whether your faction gets a spot or not, the target of these ill-wishers' shenanigans is still Chen Zhao." Master Ye said that he would help the young warrior enter the secret realm. Master Ye thought that Chen Zhao must become stronger to be a worthy fighter for him. Chen Zhao stated that he doesn't care about mastery in the secret realm, but Mojan and Cheng Yaotang need to be taught a lesson in good manners. Master Mo suggested that Chen Zhao go to the main hall before the leader made a decision. Following Master Ye's gaye, Chen Zhao lamented that there was no justice. Chen Zhao thought that this time, he should destroy all the geniuses of the Blood Alliance. The main hall of the Alliance. Mo Zhan was told that the leader had agreed to hand over the Alliance seat. After all, they have a common enemy now. He thought that Chen Zhao was incredibly talented. If he became stronger after entering Yunmen, it would add a lot of trouble. Master Ye shouted out that Mo Zhan and Cheng Yaotan were just dangerous criminals. They were serving the leader to get him out of the secret realm. Mo Zhan stated that Master Yi was a little late. The matter has already been resolved and the minutes have been signed. Master Ye blackened and said that he wasn't going to just part with his place in the secret realm. Cheng Yaotang said that the faction leaders' meeting will now decide who to give the vacant seat to. Master Mo's mind was made up. It was already made up beforehand. And it looks like corruption within the alliance. And won't let it go. Cheng Yaotang said that he would make the right decision at the meeting. The Blood Alliance always takes matters of force seriously. Mojan motioned for everyone to proceed to the exit. Everyone began to meet the candidates for future caucus leaders. Mojan wanted to say something else, but Chen Zhao rudely interrupted him. He asked, in order to pass into Yunmen, does he have to convince everyone of his power? Master Ye asked Chen Zhao not to be so careless. All the candidates were in the Tianjie realm, and some were even at its peak. Chen Zhao said that there was no need to discourage him. Today, the young man would help his master take his place in the secret realm, even if he had to fight to the last drop of blood. Master Ye promised Chen Zhao not to abandon him. He thought that his subordinate was willing to die for the master. Master Ye was very pleased that the young man was so loyal to him. Chen Zhao thought that since Ye Aoshan was so willing, he would take part in this performance. Mojan decided that Chen Zhao was so stupid that he had taken the bait and now he was in their hands. Mojan decided that if he couldn't get Chen Zhao, he would destroy him. The candidates looking at Chen Zhao didn't understand why this weakling was trying to compete with them. He was clearly eager to die. Master Mo said that whoever could deal with Chen Zhao would receive a pill that would help them break through to the next realm. Another candidate expressed interest to see how a boy who had just joined the alliance could have enough power to pass into the secret realm. Master Mo said that if everyone is ready, we can begin. There's only one condition. Fists are blind. If someone dies in a fight, it's only one person's fault. Chen Zhao stated that he would not be intimidated by this. Master Ye told Chen Zhao that if he was going to lose, let him call for help. The young man replied that these candidates could not harm him. Chen Zhao asked everyone who was willing to be the first to start the confrontation. One of the applicants stated that he came first. The other candidate said that this Lei Quan was very cunning. Since he is very strong, he will be able to handle Chen Zhao, and all the winner's laurels will go to him. Master Mo thought that Lei Quan was going to break through to the last stage of the heaven stage. Therefore, the victory pill would be of great use to him. Now, Chen Zhao will be in trouble. Cheng Yaotian thought that if Lei Quan won, Chen Zhao would be finished. If Chen Zhao wins, he will have offended the power behind Lei Quan. They discussed at length the merits of this or that victory. Lei Quan said that Chen Zhao Chen had been discussed more and more recently. He had even heard that Zhao Chen had straightened out Zhao Chen, Yuntian Chen, and passed the bloodthirsty path exam. Lei Quan added that it would be doubly satisfying for him to defeat such an opponent. Chen Zhao suggested that he should stop talking and get down to business. Otherwise, everyone would think that you had decided to deal with me with chatter. Lei Quan progressed that Chen Zhao's final moments had come. Lei Quan jumped on top of his opponent and began to unleash a torrent of his powerful energy on him. Chen Zhao stood to his feet, praised his opponent, and suggested that he could now withstand his onslaught. The young warrior gathered all his energy into a fist and swiftly rushed at his opponent. A bloody battle ensued. In this flow of energy cataclysms, it was impossible to understand who was winning. The warriors who were watching the fight reacted very vividly to what was happening. They liked Chen Yu Zhao's countering technique. The guy was not a bad guy. Lei Quan was at a loss. He was no longer unconditionally confident of his victory. Lei Quan took all his will in his fist. He couldn't let this upstart lose. But he was defeated and lying on the ground. There was no way out. Cheng Yaodian and Mo Jian couldn't believe that Lang Chuan could be defeated with a single strike. Lang Chuan lay back and asked the winner, "Bro, tell me how you did it?" Zhao Chen let his question pass his ears and said that he had heard that Lei Quan liked to torture people. Zhao Chen added that he actually doesn't like to deal with opponents in this way. Lei Quan suspected something wrong and started begging for mercy. Zhao Chen said that he wouldn't even get his hands dirty about it. And he added, "Just the legs." Oh, he kicked his opponent in the nest with all his might. There was a tremendous scream. Lei Quan was in so much pain that he asked Chen Zhao to get rid of him quickly. Chen Zhao said, making sure to remember to apologize to everyone he tortured and tortured. Mo Jian felt pain and fear from what he saw. "Lei Quan everything," Chen Zhao announced. The young man turned to the subdued applicants and asked who was next. The guys were a little shocked at what they saw. How is that even possible? They thought they could use the pills, but there was no chance of getting them. No one wanted to be next. Cheng Yaotian was annoyed with the outcome of the fight. Mo Jian noted that after last time, Chen Zhao's strength had only increased. The boy should be dealt with today. Master Yi said that his ward's performance was simply amazing. Master Ye declared that Chen Zhao was worthy to enter the secret realm. Mo Jian said that it was too early to rejoice. We should continue battles with other warriors. Master Mo began to urge the challengers to take the initiative. After all, Chen Zhao was tired and now he was easier to deal with. There was no one willing to fight. They all had good reasons for refusing. Master Mo got angry and ordered everyone to shut up. He understood that Chen Zhao had more arguments in favor of not continuing the bouts. Chen Zhao then said that if no one minded, he would take the vacated seat. Mo Chen decided it was time to let his men out. Cheng Yaotian challenged Li Cheng to a fight. Mo Jian challenged Leng Sha to a fight. The warriors agreed without delay. Chen Zhao realized that these were the trumps up the elders' sleeves. Master Ye had warned Chen Zhao that these two were at the top of the Tianji realm. But they had not been seen together before. It was possible that they were secretly cultivating. Chen Zhao said that these two would have the same unenviable fate as the previous hapless man. Zhao Qin suggested that the two of them attack at the same time and not waste any time. If both of them were defeated, the others would definitely stay out of the fight. Master Ye wasn't very pleased that Chen Zhao had decided to figure it out for three. Cheng Aoqian and Mo Zhan decided that the upstart was making life difficult for himself. Master Ye tried to talk sense into the young man. After all, these two are at the top of the kingdom, and they have tricks from their masters. Chen Zhao showed Master Ye the crystal and told him not to worry. Chen Zhao knew that thanks to the crystal, he would be able to deal with both of them without arousing suspicion. Master Ye was still hesitant. Mo Zhan said that's the way it's going to be. 3 for 3, 3 for 3. There's no turning back. Mo Zhan ordered Li Cheng and Leng Sha to attack. Cheng Aotian suggested Li Cheng and Leng Sha not to hold back and show what they could do. One of the warriors swallowed the Mad God's pill. It was a secret weapon. His eyes were on fire. He was not himself. The other warrior was using a Luoyang tripod. It wasn't very clear, but it was also dangerous. The warrior began to spread a lot of aggressive energy around him. Master Ye became alarmed as they all moved to the heaven level. But how could this be possible? Chen Zhao noted that after taking the Mad God pill, the abilities were enhanced and there were no side effects. Chen Zhao was flattered due to the fact that both opponents had used such rare and expensive pills for the sake of meeting him on the battlefield. Mo Chan said without any misgiving, Chen Zhao would not get out of here anymore. By coming here, he bought a one-way ticket. Cheng Aotian added that Chen Zhao wouldn't even be saved by Ye Tian. Master Ye realized that these two would not retreat today until they dealt with Chen Zhao, so he decided to separate them. Chen Zhao noticed that the Mad God pill was highly valued in these parts, but to him, it was just a toy. The rival, excited by the pill, said he would kick them all so hard that they'd be kicked to the curb. Everyone will feel the power of heaven tonight. He tensed up and lunged into the fight, drawing his mighty fist forward. Zhao Chen said that he would deal with him a little later. Yi Chao Chen elegantly dodged his opponent. "You're just what I need," Zhao Chen said to the second opponent, and took control of Luoyang's tripod. The opponent shouted that Chen Zhao shouldn't grab his tripod with his dirty hands. That's not according to the rules, it's not fair. He commanded the tripod to grow. As he took control of the tripod, Chen Zhao already knew that there was a terrifying power hidden within it. If someone were to touch it, there would be no escape. Chen Zhao would most likely touch it because of his impatience. Chen Zhao, touching this tripod, thought that someone else would have died by now, but he was not affected by this effect. Chen Zhao intercepted the tripod with both hands in flight. In the air with the tripod, Master Chen was invincible. Mo Zhan laughed in response. This Chen Zhao doesn't realize the full consequences of his rash actions. After all, he had touched a terrifying power. Master Aodian said that in the natural realm, no physical body would be able to resist such power, especially not Chen Zhao, who had just passed to the heaven level. Doom was imminent. Master Ye knew that Chen Zhao was not a reckless person. He has a chance of winning. He is no longer afraid of the terrifying power. And he always has a plan B. Master Yi was told that he had too high expectations for his student. The warrior said that terrifying power is contained in his Luoyang tripod. If anyone touches it, they will die a painful death. Chen Zhao's opponents stood on the ground and vividly discussed how bad Chen Zhao must be feeling right now. Time passed, but there was still no news from above. The participants and their masters began to worry. And suddenly, up above, everything whirled around in a hurricane. Chen Zhao appeared. His opponents couldn't understand how he got out of it. It's impossible. The warrior shouted that his tripod was most likely broken. Chen Zhao uttered, "Trainer Luoyang." Chen Zhao began to demand the Mad God pill from the other warrior. The warrior had no intention of parting with his pill. He had his own plans for her. Here the warrior coughed up blood and his health staggered. Chen Zhao controlled the tripod like a piece of fluff. Mo Chen was astonished. How could a tripod fall under Chen Zhao's control? Cheng Aoqian understood that the warrior was using the strength of the tripod to draw out the pill power from Leng Sha. Master Ye was insanely happy that Chen Zhao had not let him down. The warrior, losing the power of the pill, began to cough up blood. He asked his opponent in surprise, how could he use the power of the tripod against him? Chen Zhao explained that his opponent must have misunderstood the strength of the tripod. It could not only absorb the power of pills. The warrior was very surprised. Chen Zhao added that the tripod could still take souls. The warrior screamed hysterically to be spared. He cried and begged for mercy. But Chen Zhao was relentless. Chen Zhao recalled that a few minutes ago, this particular warrior had said that this battle was down to the last drop of blood. Masters, Chen Zhao's opponents began to demand that he spare their ward. Chen Zhao countered that he could ruin him by relying on the Mad God pill. And now he can't do anything. Or should I let him take the pill again? Chen Zhao added that everyone has their own destiny. Master Yi said that since there was an agreement, there was no need to break the terms. Otherwise, he would have to tell Master Ming. Mojan and Chung Aotan realized that they were wrong. This made them even more angry. Chung Aotan yelled at the warrior to think of a way to save his comrade in arms from being massacred. Li Chung said that there was nothing he could do. After all, Chen Zhao even controls the tripod. Chen Zhao wondered if Li Chung had any plans. Li Chung was overwhelmed. Chen Zhao's strength was several times stronger than his strength. Li Chung declared that he would obediently follow Chen Zhao from this second onwards. He was now his new master. Li Cheng said that all he needed was for the master to let him go. Mojan and Chung Outen were shocked at such a brazen betrayal. Mojan said for the warrior to come to his senses. After all, Chen Zhao is a humble little guy. He's not worthy of being a master yet. Mojan added that he is an elder of the Devil Alliance. Chung Iotian said that Li Cheng is one of the best warriors of the Alliance. How can he join this pathetic rookie? Li Cheng thought that the old man didn't understand anything. Chen Zhao's talent is unimaginable. He can effortlessly control a tripod. If I follow him, I might have a future. Li Cheng knelt before Master Chen Zhao and said that he hoped that he would accept him into his team. Chen Zhao praised the guy but said that it wasn't his decision. Chen Zhao said that everything is decided by Master Yi. Whether you will live or be Chen Zhao's disciple is all up to Master Yi. Chen Zhao decided to intensify the conflict between the Alliance elders. One must maximize the internal struggle of the bloody evil to destroy it. Master Ye thought that Chen Zhao is good. He knows the basics of righteousness. He doesn't want to take all the glory for himself, realizing that I am his master. Li Chung went to Master Ye. He said that he wasn't very talented, but he wanted to dedicate himself to Master Chen Zhao. Master Yi agreed to this. Mojan intervened in the conversation. He said that Master Yi was breaking the rules. Li Chung is Mojan's man. If you force him to join another clan, it's a violation of the rules. If you report it to the right place, there will be a lot of trouble. Master Ye tensed up. This was a direction he hadn't thought in yet. Chen Zhao stated that it was a joke. Master Ye had never forced anyone to join his sect. Li Cheng himself took the initiative amidst the threat of losing. Chen Zhao asked Li Chung, "Am I right, brother?" and looked him sternly in the eyes. The guy said that Chen Zhao was right. No one forced him to make this choice. Mojan started pushing Li Chung. He repeated that it was all said without coercion. Maybe Mojan can't hear well, so he has to repeat himself. Mojan was furious that this youngster was allowing himself to mock him. Mojan shouted in anger that he would destroy him now. Chen Zhao intervened for the boy. He announced that Li Chung was now his disciple. And if Mojan had any questions, they should be discussed with Chen Zhao. Mojan started threatening Chen Zhao with his son, that he is the reverend son of the Blood Demon Guild. Therefore, Mojan can massacre anyone in this league. Now, Master Ye intervened, saying that if there were any questions for Chen Zhao, he should discuss everything with Master Ye first, since Chen Zhao was his disciple. Mojan declared Master Ye to be a cheat. Chung Aotan began to calm Mojan down. He said luck wasn't on his side today. He's been outplayed. Better to walk away now and think about the long term. Mojan was angry, but he agreed that it would be the right decision. Mojan turned to Chen Zhao and said that he was willing to forget about the grudges, but the tripod must be returned. Chen Zhao was genuinely surprised. The tripod was a trophy. According to the rules of combat, it now belonged to the winner. Mojan said that the tripod originally belonged to him, but he gave it to this Li Cheng. Now he wants to take it back. Chen Zhao was a tough negotiator. He said that since Mojan had given the tripod to Di Cheng, why was he asking Chen Zhao? Mojan began to boil again. Mo Sen made a demand to Li Cheng to return the tripod. Chen Zhao stood up for Li Cheng. He said that he was his student, so there was no need to yell at him. It finally came to Mojan's attention that Chen Zhao was just messing with him. Master Ye noted with a smile that Chen Zhao knew how to communicate with people like Mojan. Mojan tried to calm down. The tripod is an important item. Therefore, we should calmly think about how to get it back. Mojan began to threaten that if Chen Zhao didn't hand over the tripod, Master would be forced to use the pill. Chen Zhao didn't mind. Mojan shouted out, "Bag of the universe, open up!" Chen Zhao thought that Mojan really has a lot of pills, Apparently, he's in decent wealth in the alliance. Mojan thought that Chen Zhao was frightened and dazed when he saw all of this. Mojan pronounced that many of these elixirs consisted of 4 or even 5 ingredients. Then, out of nowhere, a small monkey appeared and snatched the bag of potions from the master's hands. The monkey put the bag in his mouth and scurried away. Mojan didn't expect this. He asked, "Where did this beast come from?" Mojan rushed after the animal, shouting for it to leave his pills behind. Mojan chased after the monkey to no avail. The monkey put on a real show for the people around him. Mojan warned that if an untrained person consumed these pills, he would be in trouble. Chen Zhao said that the monkey had already eaten many of these pills. Master Ye decided that this monkey was at one with Chen Zhao. It's safe to eat such pills. Master Ye decided that Chen Zhao was an incredible person, and one must definitely gain his trust. Mojan ran after the monkey to no avail. Mojan began to ask Chen Zhao for help in dealing with this animal. Chen Zhao replied that he had nothing to do with this monkey and he could not control it. Mojan fell down, stretched out on the ground, and roared that the monkey was following a bloodthirsty path. Therefore, it can't help but belong to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao asked Mojan to provide proof of what he had said, or stop any unfounded recriminations against the honest young man. Master Ye intervened and said that he had no reason to distrust his ward. Elder Mo would have to solve the problem with the animal himself. 15 minutes later, the monkey sat contentedly on Chen Zhao's shoulder. Chen Zhao thought that Elder Mo had said that he would get a pill from the tripod, but there was no such pill. Apparently, Chen Zhao could safely take the tripod for himself. Master Ye suggested that they should already leave since Elder Mo couldn't give them anything in response. Chen Zhao should quickly register to enter the secret realm. Mo Jan sat on all fours and cried that he was left without a tripod and without pills. He decided that he should complain to his son to avenge his father. Mo Jan decided to avenge his failure on everyone. Master Ye gave the ticket to Chen Zhao and said that with this ticket, he would be able to temporarily visit the secret realm. Master Ye added that it wasn't easy to penetrate into the heart of the secret realm and obtain useful resources. Chen Zhao wondered if there was any other testing in this realm. Master Ye said that being in the secret realm wasn't that difficult, but only 5 people can be in its very center. The center has been controlled for a very long time by the 5 geniuses of the League, and they will never change those positions. Chen Zhao said that he really wanted to see it. Master Ye stated that Chen Zhao is a very important person to him. He will always take care of him. And he believes that Chen Zhao will be able to stand out in the Blood Alliance. But only the genius who could survive would become the strongest. Chen Zhao thanked the master for the advice. Master Yi said he had more business to attend to and withdrew. Chen Zhao thought that it was very important for him to enter the secret realm to stand out. Only then would he be able to attract the attention of the higher-ups in the alliance, and even the leader. After that, he would be able to access the more important secrets of the Blood Demon Alliance. Chen Zhao had the chance to go back and see this tripod. Chen Zhao walked and pondered. He didn't know what paths would be waiting for him inside. Chen Zhao meditated and gave the command for the Luoyang tripod to grow. The tripod took off and began to increase in size. The power of destiny. After touching it, people's lives change, and for those who are weak, it will bring bad luck. And for the strong, it destroys them immediately. The power of destiny comes from a strange source. And because of his clairvoyance, Chen Zhao can't see through it. Chen Zhao pondered for a moment. Why did Zhao Chen swallow the forbidden message after seeing the tripod? Does it work mechanically? There was a violent, unpleasant sound. The monkey saw a glow in the sky. Monkey couldn't understand where Chen Zhao had disappeared to. The animal was thrashing around in circles, desperate to find its owner. Zhao Chen swallowed a forbidden manuscript and now he's in space. Where can this stream take him? There are prehistoric animals flying in the sky. There are prehistoric animals grazing in the meadow. It was a pristine idyll. The animal saw a fiery meteorite fall from the sky. It was Chen Zhao squatting on his tripod. There was a massive explosion after landing, and all the animals scattered. Chen Zhao began to come to his senses and guess what was going on. Chen Zhao realized that this was the ancestral place. The place he was in last time was different from this one. Chen Zhao realized that it was because of the tripod. It seemed that Luoyang's tripod had something to do with the Taiku land. Chen Zhao saw a 9-colored thunder in the sky. That thunder was legendary. Chen Zhao thought that even when he was at the peak of his legendary strength, he had not seen such a thing. It was rumored that the 9-colored divine thunderbolts were conceived in the ancestral realm. Could there be something from the ancestral realm in Chen Zhao's body, one of the legendary three realms? Chen Zhao thought that just looking at the divine nine-colored thunder was already the maximum of his capabilities. He didn't even have any thoughts of fighting it. Chen Zhao used to think that he had reached the pinnacle of combat power in this universe, but now he found it ridiculous. Chen Zhao thought that he was alone here. The young man saw an elder in the glow. His breath was much stronger than Chen Zhao's. This person could handle the guy with a single finger, even if Chen Zhao was 10,000 times stronger right now. Chen Zhao didn't understand how one could resist the nine-colored thunder. The young man realized that he had opened the door to a new world today. It turns out that the strongest of this world is stronger than Chen Zhao by a colossal amount of times. Chen Zhao decided that he needed to reprioritize his life and choose new goals. Chen Zhao saw an unfamiliar person. The stranger threw something to Chen Zhao. The young man threw up his hands in surprise. It turned out to be the spirit of the heaven-smashing halberd. Due to the lack of spirit equipment, the heaven-smashing halberd had never been able to show its full power. Now was the chance to unite them all. The stranger said that destiny appears. Appear desperate nine-colored thunder. Forge a halberd to crush the firmament. Protect the desperate fortunes. Dominate the three realms. Chen Zha said that the heaven-slashing halberd will protect the outcasts. Maybe he is one himself. Chen Zhao turned to the stranger. The young man raised his halberd to the sky. Just then, Chen Zhao heard a wild howl. Chen Zha stood in the middle of the clearing, holding a halberd in his hands. Next to him was a tripod. Wild animals were approaching the young man from all sides. The aura of these animals became drastically very powerful. Chen Zhao realized that the ancestral realm was incredible. Any monster that popped out could cause him trouble. Chen Zhao began to ask for help to get out of here. There was thunder, an explosion of energy, and the young man on his tripod went into space. He was the only thing the animals saw. The stranger was playing Go and turned to his partner. Liquor Master, what do you think of the man I chose today? The interlocutor replied that the Master of Fate himself should have a better understanding of people's fates. Why ask him such questions? The Master of Fate replied that he couldn't see through him. It seems that there is a power in the young man's body that blocks the breath of fate. The Liquor Master took a sip of liquor and said that there are people left in this world who can't be seen through. It's actually quite entertaining. The Master of Fates added that there were only 3 such people in this world. The Master of Liquor continued that the first was the Master of Fates, the second was this guy. The Forensic Master added that the third was he. It is about the existence of 3 kingdoms. The Liquor Master said they need to keep it out of the way even if they come to a dead end. Chen Zhao came back to reality and crashed to the ground. Chen Zhao noted to himself that it was incredibly dangerous in the ancestral realm. The young man thought that he had reached the highest level of martial arts in his past life. But the person he saw made it clear by his presence that Chen Zhao was nothing compared to him. This time, Chen Zhao was able to get his hands on the halberd, and that wasn't a bad thing. The spirit fused with the body of the heaven-chopping halberd. Chen Zhao thought that if Yao Otian's words were to be believed, the qualifications in the heart of the secret realm were controlled by the 5 geniuses. We should go there, see everything, and get more information. The young man decided to be strong so he could join the League of Blood Demons. The warrior realized that only a victory in the secret realm would get their attention. The street was noisy and full of people. Someone called Chen Zhao the second brother of Chen. What is this? The young man wondered. Everyone said that Master Ye recognized him as his younger brother. From then on, Master Ye is the first brother and Chen Zhao is the second brother. Chen Zhao thought that Master Ye no longer doubted him. Chen Zhao heard someone say that he had the guts to show his face here. The guy looked around and saw Mojan in front of him. Chen Zhao asked the one how he was doing without the tripod. It was a sarcastic joke. Mojan saw that Master Yi was not here, and there was no one to protect the boy. Master Mo started demanding the tripod back to him again. Chen Zhao said that he had no intention of doing so. He realized that a dangerous situation had been created for him. After all, this old man is strong. Mojan stated that no one would help the young man now. Chen Zhao stated that Mojan wants to establish himself at the expense of the weak. Passions were starting to heat up again and people started to pull up to the show. Mo Chan understood the precariousness of this situation. If he starts taking action without authorization, it will damage his son's reputation. But Chen Zhao can't let go either. Chen Zhao thought that Mo Zhan was embarrassed to pull something like this. Chen Zhao also wanted to know where his limit was. Chen Zhao himself had offered Elder Mo to fight if he didn't mind. Would he be able to suppress his strength to the same level as the young warrior? Master Mo was very astonished by Chen Zhao's unprecedented impudence. Mo Jian interjected, asking if he wanted the elder to descend to his cultivation level to fight him. Chen Zhao decided to take the old man at his weakest. The guy decided that he would now fight to enter his heart. If Mo Jian could surpass strength and fight now, then Chen Zhao would be able to recognize his limit. Everyone was amazed at this boy's courage. He had just advanced to the celestial level and was already challenging the elder. Many people are already saying about this warrior that he is very strong. Everyone noted that the elder had a very strong cultivation level. Even if he were to drop to Chen Zhao's level, his battle experience would make itself felt. Mo Jian said that at first he thought the young man was just a rookie, but you are provoking on purpose. You must be looking for more trouble. Master Mo decided to help Chen Zhao get these troubles. Chen Zhao noticed that the elder had returned to the early heavenly rank level. Chen Zhao offered his opponent favorable terms since he could control his strength. Mo Jian said with an angry glare that the young man's confidence was not lacking, but he appreciated him highly. Chen Zhao said that everything now depended on Elder Mo, and if he lost, he would lose with honor. He thought that this old man was pathetic. The fight began, and Chen Zhao used his tyrant fist. The young warrior threw out a powerful charge of energy in the direction of his opponent. Mo Jian parried this strike and noted that Chen Zhao's strength was indeed good. Mo Jian said that the huge gulf between them couldn't be erased just because he had advanced to the level of a youth. And the elder turned on the Storm Fist mode. It was an incredible power, a power that only celestial fighters could use. It was incredible. It was all mixed up. Those watching the battle could not understand who was winning. New spectators began to appear. They were curious to know what was going on in the blood purification room. Quan Song Lan appeared, who was curious about who was putting up a fight there. Zhuo Qiuhan came in and suggested that there was a new genius. Brother and sister Yun Jingshu and Yun Jingshu wondered where the extraordinary energy was coming from. Could it be Chen Zhao who broke the bloodthirsty path record a few days ago? All 5 geniuses decided to figure out what was going on. In the arena, the fight continued with increasing intensity. The clash of powerful energies was accompanied by noisy booms and powerful bursts of light. Mo Jian was starting to get tired. He began to doubt his victory. How is this possible? Chen Zhao used extra strength, giving him an undeniable advantage. Everyone began to say that this technique would bring the young man victory. If Mo Jian didn't raise his level now, he wouldn't get rid of him. Chen Zhao victoriously looked down at his opponent from top to bottom. The guy realized it too, that if the old man didn't increase his strength to innate realm now, he would definitely lose. Mo Jian realized that things were not going well for him. He had no idea that the guy would be so strong. He was very successful in his training. Mo Jian applied the reinforcement mode and used the storm's blow again. Everyone noted that Chen Zhao was not a weakling. Mo Jian had strengthened to the level of a great completion heavenly, but could barely match his opponent. The young man realized that Mo Jian had to raise his strength to his innate level. Otherwise, he had no chance. Master Mo decided that he wasn't very careful today, judging from Chen Zhao's strength. Mo Jian realized that he had to raise his strength to the innate realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cope. But if he did so, he would lose his reputation. Chen Zhao asked, "Doesn't Mo Jian want to fight him using the power of the sky initial stage? He wouldn't have to use his innate realm power next time." Elder Mo roared with indignation. Mo Jian thought he had an incredible talent. If he survived, he would definitely become his son's confidant. But we have to test his full strength. The 5 geniuses looked down on what was happening. One of them pointed out that this young man seemed to want to claim the qualifications in the heart of the secret realm. The other pointed out that no matter who one fought with, they still didn't stand a chance. If it wasn't for their strength, they would have entered the innate realm long ago. Therefore, he had no right to challenge them. The sister told her brother that he wouldn't attack them anyway, and added that he was no match for them anyway. Her brother tacitly agreed with her. Chen Zhao pondered his next move. The young man saw the 5 watching to the side and decided that it was the same 5 geniuses. They only seemed to possess the great perfection of the heavenly realm, but in fact, they all possess the power of the innate realm. Mo Jian shouted at the young man and said that he should not be distracted during the battle. Mo Jian decided to use the demonic fist of the tyrant of the 9th heaven. The elder rushed towards his opponent with incredible strength. Everyone noticed that Mo Jian had once again pumped up his strength and returned to his previous level. The elder would do anything to get rid of the boy now. Chen Zhao knew that regardless of the outcome of this fight, he now remained the leading figure in the Blood Alliance. The sister of the five geniuses told her brother that Chen Zhao would most likely not be able to stop Mojan's technique, so it was okay to leave. Her brother held her back. He said it's not that simple. Chen Zhao watched his opponent's strength and energy increase. The young man decided to use the Nine Yang seal. The lad knew that a single seal would destroy rivers and mountains. Mojan didn't expect to see such strength from this boy. Fury and might descended upon the elder. Those observing concluded that the young man was insanely strong, not only because of the bloody road, but also because of his skills in martial arts. Chen Zhao decided that if the old man didn't return to the peak of his strength today, he wouldn't get another chance. Mojan gritted his teeth and growled that Chen Zhao was very good today. Mojan was serious about wiping the guy off the face of the earth first, then to destroy him completely. Someone in the crowd noticed that Mojan had missed a good punch from Chen Zhao. No one knew what would happen next. Mojan once again shouted that Chen Yuzhao's end had come. Everyone noted that Master Mo had abruptly moved to the peak of his strength. This is innate perfection, the golden form of Dharma. Therefore, Chen Zhao is on the verge of perishing. There is a huge gap between the innate realm and the heavenly realm. The cunning monkey weighed everything and decided that Chen Zhao's chances of winning were critically low. The monkey said that Mojan had crossed the red line. Therefore, it will help its master as much as it can. Chen Zhao reassured his friend and said that he didn't need any help as everything was going according to plan. Chen Zhao said that he has training now, and this old man is the perfect sparring partner. The monkey said that the warrior is playing with fire. After all, Elder Mo is not going to hold back his power. It's not worth it. Chen Zhao thought that this was the case. The youngster added that this is the result he is waiting for. Monkey thought that if the old man found out he was being used as a punching bag in training, he would come to another rage. Mojan continued to think he was piling on and gave a flurry of hurricane blows. Chen Zhao made an effort to resist. The onlookers thought that Elder Mo was using powerful techniques. His strike couldn't even be stopped by an innate realm cultivator. Soon, there would be one less genius. The five geniuses continued to watch the duel with interest. The sister asked her brother who he thought would win. The one replied that it is hard to say. They are fighting at full strength. But so far, none of them have used soul weapons. So none of them have been in a desperate situation yet. The brother added that it was more likely that Chen Zhao would lose because the elder's punches are very powerful. Another genius added that Chen Zhao deserves praise as a rookie. He is mesmerizingly incredible. The warrior added that he would really like to train with him. At this time, Chen Zhao flew off to the side somewhere, parrying the old man's punch. The young warrior said, "Getting interesting." And so Mojan applied the art of the body, the hegemony of the nine heavens. Everyone decided that Chen Zhao was insane. What was he thinking? Chen Zhao noted that if this was all the old man could do, it was clearly not enough. Mojan got the hang of it and invited his opponent to attack. He thought he could handle the boy without difficulty. As he advances, he moves to his death. The geniuses from above watching the fight decided that the young man would lose, decided that Chen Zhao had already figured it out and had nothing to lose. One of them added that if anything goes wrong, there will be a demon. We have to wait until the end. Chen Zhao began to transform into a monster shrouded in incredible energy. After receiving 1,000 scratches, he felt that he was getting stronger. Mojan decided to freeze and not move, because the energy of the explosion seemed alive to him. The people watching assumed that Chen Zhao was still on his feet. Everyone could feel his breathing. Mojan couldn't believe his eyes. After such a powerful attack, the young warrior was still alive and even gained strength. Mojan clenched his fists with all his remaining sai. The elder has decided that he doesn't care what tricks this young man is willing to use. Anything he uses is futile in the face of absolute power. Mojan recharged more energy and gathered to attack again. Chen Zhao's eyes were burning. "A bit intriguing," he muttered, in anticipation of the upcoming clash. The brother and sister upstairs noted that the young warrior was not only fine, one could even feel the breath of his entire face. His brother noted that his breathing was getting stronger. Mojan shouted at the young man to stop bragging and actually show something. The elder used a bloody column, a hurricane massacre. It was overwhelming. Chen Zhao noted that this was a good time. He didn't have an explosive rush at the moment. There was an unprecedented explosion. The energy of the explosion spread out and swallowed everything in its path. Chen Zhao thought that he was obsessed with the hegemony of the nine heavens. The ordinary way was too slow. But with the help of this old man, he will become stronger. Some genius has figured out Chen Zhao. The genius realized that Chen Zhao was training. It was unfathomable. The The guy added that Chen Zhao made the master angry on purpose. By using him, he is training himself. The nurse replied that this was a very dangerous way to train. If his body couldn't withstand all the pressure around him, he would literally become a piece of meat. That's what makes it intimidating, her interlocutor concluded. This man hadn't seen what Mo Jian was capable of, and he didn't have any doubts about whether or not his body could withstand it. This kind of calculation ability could be said to be incredibly risky. It's impossible to achieve the effect of purifying the body. Both body and spirit will be destroyed, as if this person's courage or ability he is called wild. My brother said he was interested in this guy. Another genius pointed out that brother Lin physical person number 1 in their blood evil alliance. In terms of physical development, Chen Dao teased the old man by repeating that he was not strong enough and was only tickling his opponent. Mo Jian saw that the enemy was not relenting. The old man used one after another. Hurricane, new storm, storm gust. The storm hits came one after another. Someone concluded that Chen Zhao wanted to see his demise. Mo Jian's current attack was much stronger than the last one. It was impossible to withstand such a blow by relying on physical strength alone. They assumed the young man had something else in store. Chen Zhao noted that after the enemy attacked, his body became even stronger. Hence, Li has no effect on him. He needs a better way to improve himself. One of the geniuses at the top pondered. He decided that if Chen Zhao could endure this fight, he would definitely challenge him for the sake of realizing how powerful he was himself. Chen Zhao felt a pain in his shoulder. The deadly beam had pierced through him. Another beam pierced his arm. Chen Zhao became enraged. He waited for exactly the pain he wanted. Naive Mo Chen wondered how much longer the young man would still endure this. The elder stated that Chen Zhao had himself to blame for everything, so he had no one to blame. Nennius, who was watching the fight, noticed that this Chen Zhao had trained his body hard. But he can't withstand Mo Jian's attack. He turned to his fellow man. They had clearly overestimated this newcomer's abilities. The interlocutor replied that he teaches many disciples, so he can see the changes that are happening to Chen Zhao right now. His opponent replied to him that there was no change there, or he would have felt it. There was a rumbling sound from the dueling sides. Everyone tensed up. They wondered what was going on. The girl noticed that the sound became different, changed structure. Chen Zhao emerged from the energy vortex completely unharmed. The young warrior looked confident and undefeated. Mo Jian couldn't understand how this time, after all his tricks, this guy was able to get out. The young man's hand reached confidently through the energy lock. Chen Zhao thought that the 9 Heavens hegemony body art was not enough. Mo Jian couldn't believe that his opponent was able to withstand the blow and get out of it. Chen Zhao said that it didn't cost him much effort, and he is grateful to Mo Jian. Mo Jian only now realized that the guy was using him to improve his body. The young man laughed. The old man only now realized it. Everyone around them was discussing the fight between Mo Jian and Chen Zhao. It was said that the guy had circled the old man and used him for his own purposes. It turns out Chen Zhao was just playing with Elder Mo. Mo Jian was finally depressed. He looked like a real old man. Mo Jian muttered that this guy often misleads people. The young man said the old man was the strongest, but even his best blows did no harm. Maybe Elder Mo has another way to deal with the bratty boy. Mo Jian couldn't stand it and decided to make a desperate move, because the boy forced him to do it. The elder held a pill in his hands. Everyone was surprised because it was a direct divine pill. This is a precious treasure. It was said that this pill could double one's strength in an instant. The old man seemed to have no other options left to win the fight. Chen Zhao decided that in that case, he too would have to enlist the help of external forces. The guy raised his secret weapon above his head. This was definitely not the turn the old man had expected. He had a spiritual weapon. Mo Jian had told Chen Zhao that such a thing was too worthwhile to be in his hands. If he gave it away, he could count on a quick demise. Chen Zhao declared that Mo Jian was not worthy of such a weapon. Mo Jian swung his sword and said that he would end it all now. He shouted bloody carnage and rushed into battle. The geniuses noticed that Chen Zhao's breathing had surpassed innate Dzogchen, and he had already advanced to the next level as well. One of the geniuses thought it would be wise not to jump to conclusions. Chen Zhao is not a member of the Lu burial ground. Since he dared to challenge Mo Jian, he definitely has some capabilities. Chen Zhao shouted out, "A new firmament!" And the whole place lit up with a flash of incredible power. The furious, not-for-life fight continued with furious vigor. The young warrior skillfully wielded his heavenly weapon. His eyes radiated equanimity and confidence. Mo Jian couldn't understand how the guy blocked his punch. Everyone was surprised. 100 Chen Zhao blocked the punch even after Master Mo took the pill. The five geniuses watched silently at everything, holding their breath. One of them said that things are not going as expected. Chen Zhao's strength is far beyond their comprehension, and since he has spiritual weapons, he will be the strongest enemy for them. The geniuses wondered where he got this weapon from. It is a very dangerous weapon when it is in the hands of such a warrior. One of the geniuses said enough talk, and he added that guns are part of the force and you have to think about what you do with them afterward. The geniuses were confused. Mo Jian admitted that he had not expected his opponent's spiritual weapon to be so strong. Chen Zhao decided that the old man mistakenly thought that he was only strong because of the weapon. Mo Jian shouted that his opponent's weapon would soon change masters. He used the 3 strikes in 1 technique and shouted once again that Chen Yu Zhao was finished. The boy stood quietly waiting to be attacked. Chen Zhao noted that he now understood how it all felt. Being under tremendous pressure, he finally got to... Everyone has noticed that Chen Zhao has stopped resisting. He is standing with his eyes closed. Is he that confident? Observers added that Chen Zhao knows what to do next. Chen Zhao exhaled. He opened his eyes and made a slash with his halberd. Chen Zhao shouted out, "A cut of the heavens, a cut of the earth, the cut of everything." The young warrior, holding his weapon in his hands, rushed towards the enemy. Elder Mo was astonished by the power that came from this young man. An extremely powerful momentum appeared. Chen Zhao created a strength that surpassed the innate strength. It was impossible to know who would emerge victorious from this contest. Chen Zhao stood victoriously, clutching the halberd in his hand. The defeated Mo Jian realized that this was the end. The old man still didn't understand how such a young warrior was able to defeat such a skilled fighter. Bleeding, he asked, "How did you do it?" The guy said it didn't matter how he did it. The important thing now is that Mo Jian is a loser. The old man screamed in despair. He collapsed, unconscious. Chen Zhao announced that Elder Mo was unconscious. The only reason for this was the anger striking his heart. He couldn't afford to be in such a state. That was why he passed out. Someone said, "Chen Zhao is very brave." The young man saw that it was Cheng Yaotang. The boy noticed that the elder was very angry. Master Cheng didn't watch out for Master Mo. Now he'll have to find a way to get out of it. Master Cheng stated that Chen Zhao was getting crazier by the day. Chen Zhao did not have the right to beat Elder Mo to a pulp. That's when Master Ye appeared and told Master Cheng not to overreact. Master Ye explained that Mo Jian and Chen Zhao had made a bet. One of the geniuses pointed out that the battle between them and Chen Zhao was still on. Nennius decided to get help. He suggested we take a walk to a place. Chen Zhao thanked Master Ye for coming just in time. Master Mo said that no one would hurt Chen Zhao again today. Chen Zhao said that he was very tired after the battle and needed protection. Master Ye repeated that Chen Zhao was behind him like a stone wall. Cheng Yaotian thought that if he knew that the young man was so strong, he would have done anything to get him into his camp. Cheng Yaotang thought that the guy would help him, and now he has to get rid of him. The vicissitudes of fate. One of the geniuses approached Elder Mo and asked the latter to tell Chen Zhao that he was challenging him to a duel. Master Ye said that Chen Zhao was going to come to the geniuses himself. It was time to give way in the secret realm to the young ones. Cheng Yaotian also understood, in order for the young man to enter the secret realm, he would need to fight against geniuses. The old man thought it should be used for himself somehow. Cheng Yaotian decided to talk to the young men. The young man decided that Master Cheng was on the same side as him. Master Cheng said he needed help getting some information. The geniuses began to discuss that without special weapons, Chen Zhao would not be easy to defeat. Cheng Yaotian decided to issue spiritual weapons to the geniuses. The young warriors decided to talk to Cheng Yaotang. Chen Zhao had surpassed Mo Jian by several times. Sister didn't want to meet Master Cheng. She looked at her brother confusedly. The sister was always cautious and realized that her brother disliked Chen Zhao. She said her brother is always overly cautious. The brother said that some people are doomed to not walk the same path as them. The sister pretended to agree with him. The geniuses told the elder that there was no one in the neighborhood. If he needs their help, let him speak. Cheng Yaotang said the exact opposite. He thinks they need help. The young men wondered. How could the elder help them? Master Cheng said that they were all the benchmark of the bloody evil alliance. Every achievement they made in the future would not be achieved for him. He started talking in a confused sort of way that they could do something for him. One of the geniuses said they had no secrets, only cooperation. He suggested Master Cheng directly tell him what he was interested in. Master Cheng confessed that he needed them to surpass Chen Zhao. He would give them something in return. Surpassing Chen Zhao is not a problem, but you need 5 high-end spiritual instruments of rare level. Cheng Yaotian began to bargain. 5. That's too expensive. He was contradicted. He had seen Chen Zhao in action. If no direct action is taken in their Blood Evil Alliance, there are only 5 people who can handle Chen Zhao, but they will do so reluctantly. Chen Zhao already has a spiritual weapon and they don't. Master Chung realized that the geniuses were saying the right thing, and all that is needed is to give them this weapon. If Master Chung had paid more money in his time, Chen Zhao wouldn't be sheltering behind Ye Yaoshan right now. If one is unable to defeat Chen Zhao, then it's a big waste of a secret place. But if Master Chen can't suppress Chen Zhao, he might lose everything. Master Chung agreed to such arguments. Master Ye had warned Chen Zhao that the 5 geniuses were in cahoots with Master Chung, so one should be careful. Maybe they are preparing something. Chen Zhao reasoned that there was a month left before the war in the unknown. This was enough time for him to leave them far behind. Master Yi agreed, but said he still had to be careful and suggested going to the Blood Alliance's training room. Chen Zhao was surprised that he hadn't heard of this place before. The training room was also called the Gravity Room. It was divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. The lower gravity level has 3 times the external gravity and 3 times the concentration of external spiritual energy. Master Yi said that with this coupon, one could pass into the higher room for an unlimited time. There is 9 times more gravity and 9 times more concentration of spiritual energy there than in the outside world. One has to cultivate there, and then one can achieve the desired result many times faster. Chenja pointed out that this was an unusual place. It speeds up the training process many times over. I wonder what other secrets the Blood Alliance has. Master Ye said that Chen Zhao is his brother. When he is promoted to innate realm, Ye Youchen's voice will also be raised and he will be able to help the young man even more. Now their destinies are tied together. Chen Zhao took a season ticket to the club and told his brother not to worry. Chen Zhao said that he would help Master Ye get the hegemony as soon as possible. Chen Zhao thought that because of his efficiency, the night workday had become quite hard for him. And he could do more things now. The gravity chamber of the Bloody Hall. Chen Zhao sensed something unusual when he entered this chamber. The energy fluctuations here seemed to have something to do with extraterritorial demons. Seeing Chen Zhao here, everyone began to doubt his competence. From the looks of it, he's just an ordinary student. How did he dare to come here? Is he even qualified? Some people began to recognize the newcomer as Chen Zhao. His fame had already spread far and wide. The monkey told the host that he had become famous. Chen Zhao agreed, smiled, and said that this was just the beginning. And then someone called out to the young man. Chen Zhao didn't expect to see him here. The guy stated that Chen Zhao was not qualified to go to the higher room. It was Ye Cheng's younger brother, and he had the nerve to stop Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao asked why he was here to cause trouble. The guy said no. Chen Zhao had defeated Elder Mo and was the center of attention of the Blood Evil Alliance. Even those 5 people wouldn't compare to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao said for that warrior to then stand aside and not get in the way. Chen Zhao said that he had a season ticket and came to practice to pump up his abilities. The guy didn't relent and repeated that he personally wouldn't cause Chen Zhao any problems. The guy pointed his hand in the direction and said someone could create. Chen Zhao thought that it might be someone from that 5. The stranger put his strange hand on the young man's shoulder, said that he had watched yesterday's battle and thought his training was excruciating to the point of bone pain. So he came here to ask for advice. Chen Zhao realized that there was a catch. Chen Zhao assumed that this was unusual advice. A certain someone confirmed the young man's assumption. This is the spiritual weapon Ye He gave him. He wants me to avenge his brother. Chen Zhao was surprised. Did this mean that there would be a serious non-life battle? The interlocutor confirmed Chen Zhao's assumption. Back then, he knew that he was not Chen Yu Zhao's equal, so he invited Lan Songquan, one of the 5 sons of Blood Evil. He stated that he had missed the fight between Chen Zhao and Mo Zhan yesterday. Today, seeing Chen Zhao and one of Xuexia's 5 sons fighting could be considered a feast for the eyes. The young man said the one would not dare. The interlocutor pondered. He added that he wouldn't dare do anything. He's well cultivated. But he's not bad. That's why one should ask for advice. He held out a glass of liquid. He asked Lan Songqian had come to look for Chen Zhao himself. The sister confirmed that it was her younger brother. And he received a high-grade spiritual weapon. And he was asked to avenge his brother. My brother said we must hurry. After all, he promised to give everyone weapons. Lan Songquan is just learning the spiritual weapon. He doesn't know how strong Chen Zhao is yet. He added that not only was he eager to obtain this weapon, but more importantly, He had disobeyed the body purification technique to eliminate Chen Zhao. The young men stood silently against each other. The warrior announced that Chen Zhao had already become a legend in the Blood Alliance, but he would suffer a bad fate today. The opponent said that if he straightened out Lan Songquan now, there would be more places in the secret realm, and he saved himself from having to face everyone at the same time. Master Lan said that enough words, it was time to deal with it. He lunged at his opponent and activated the Killer Fist mode. Everyone remarked that Master Lan was eager to defeat Chen Zhao. Once that happens, he will immediately become famous. His strength today seems more powerful than Mojan's yesterday. Chen Zhao thought that he was now blessed with a spiritual weapon, so his strength should exceed the peak of Mojan's strength. Master Lan thought that Chen Zhao was a punching bag. Chen Zhao pointed out that the opponent was clearly overestimating himself. Chen Zhao muttered, cutting through the sky and halberds, one after another, the halberds collecting 1,000 points. Master Lan extended his furious fist forward. There was a tremendous release of energy. Nothing could be seen in the flames. The guy looked and said that, looking at Lan Songquan, one could tell that he was worthy of being one of the sons of the Blood Alliance. And he added that there was no doubt about it, he was really strong, especially with the spiritual tool he received from me, an unrivaled gauntlet. Chen Zhao is no match for him. Everyone has seen that the opponents are terrifyingly powerful. It is hard to say who will be victorious. Each has a spiritual weapon, and their power knows no bounds. Everyone saw a multitude of huge stones fall directly onto Master Lan. Blood flowed in streams to the ground. Master Lan stood there with his arms lowered exhaustedly. Blood was dripping down his hands. Everyone saw what happened to Lan Songquan, but what about Chen Zhao? Where is he? Master Lan started coughing and blood spurted from his mouth. The warrior sank to his knees. There was misunderstanding and resentment in his eyes. Chen Zhao appeared with his halberd over his opponent and whispered, "You have lost." Lan Songquan looked at Chen Zhao and asked, "How did this happen? How did you stay unharmed?" Chen Zhao said that some things he wouldn't be able to understand. Master Lan asked, "What did Chen Zhao want to do now?" Chen Zhao announced that he wanted to get rid of him. A place in the Forbidden Realm will be vacated, and there would be one less opponent. Lun Songquan began to beg for mercy. Chen Zhao said that he would not pardon the opponent. The warrior was about to carry out the sentence when there was a rumble of thunder and a flash. Chen Zhao saw the appearance of the other geniuses from the five. One of them said that their blood-evil 5 sons, united by one spirit, would advance and retreat always together. Chen Zhao said that he was just waiting for them. The genius approached his wounded colleague and asked him how he was feeling. He replied that he was ashamed. The young man calmed him down, telling him it was okay. We should step back this time and discuss the problems, and figure out together how to solve them. He turned to the winner and said that they would all have to fight Chen Zhao. But it's still early today, I don't know why our brother attacked you today. Chen Zhao asked. Didn't he think that they could attack whenever they wanted and also just leave? It's not that simple. If they want to take the loser, they will have to leave his spirit weapon behind. Master Lan didn't want to part with his glove. Chen Zhao said that the glove was the payment for his life. The negotiator said that he didn't know why Chen Zhao needed this glove, but it was a high-end spiritual weapon. Chen Zhao stood his ground and saw no point in bargaining. He repeated that it was either the glove or Lan Songquan's life. Everyone around them said that Chen Zhao was being too arrogant again. He's testing the patience of the 5. They are the geniuses of the Blood Alliance. No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat them all at once. One of the geniuses, Yun Jingzhou, disagreed with this. The leader said that they were giving the gauntlet to Chen Zhao. Everyone started discussing that the geniuses had given up. This could really hurt their reputation. People were discussing that they hadn't expected such a confrontation between the 5 sons of the Blood Alliance and Chen Zhao. Master Lan told his companions that they would not be able to resist Chen Zhao. He is very strong, the leader reassured him. The genius leader said that when Chen Zhao had fought Master Mo, he had already realized that it would be difficult for all of them to confront a young warrior without a high-grade spiritual weapon. With their bare hands, they would not be able to defeat him. Therefore, they would each be given a spiritual weapon tonight. We have to wait. Lan Songquan said that his defeat was seen by hundreds of people and it would really hit the reputation of the 5. The leader said that people have to spin to survive, so they will attack when they have spiritual weapons. Lan Songquan agreed with him. Master Lan, handing over the gauntlet, said that he would remember today's shame forever. He added for Chen Zhao to hold on to this glove for him. He would take it back in a few days. Chen Zhao said that it was just a high-grade spiritual weapon, nothing more. and the young warrior moved determinedly toward the gloves held out to him. Chen Zhao shouted that he would break them and shattered those weapons with his halberd. Everyone around was shocked at how Chen Zhao gracefully performed it. The young man had really humiliated the five geniuses with his act. Now their conflict would be eternal. Lan Songquan was the most astonished by this act. He shouted that Chen Zhao shouldn't have done such a thing. The leader of the geniuses led the distraught warrior away. There was nothing more for them to do. The five geniuses walked silently to their headquarters. They had a lot to think about. Lan Songquan turned to his brother and said that he shouldn't have given Chen Zhao the gloves so easily. It was very humiliating. He replied to the young man that if he hadn't gotten involved in today's adventure, the disgrace could have been avoided and the gloves would have been in place and perfectly safe. Lan Songquan admitted that it was all because he chickened out of fighting. The girl suggested that he shut up and think about his behavior. The leader said to Lan Songquan that Chen Zhao had destroyed his weapon, even though the latter's weapon was of the same level. There is a technique that allows you to do this, but even so, it is very difficult to destroy a spiritual weapon. So Chen Zhao is much stronger. He just did new things many times, just to provoke and wait for his move. Sister said that her brother is right, and Chen Zhao should realize that we are all together. And when we have spiritual weapons, we can defeat him. That's why he repeatedly forces us to be proactive. At this time, he can justifiably settle accounts with everyone individually ahead of time. Lan Songquan agreed with the girl. The other genius added that this battle was directly related to the qualification to the secret realm and they shouldn't relax. Lan Songquan turned black with shame and said that he had to do it. Chen Zhao decided to clear things up with the man who had hired the Nenya and provided him with gloves. Chen Zhao said that he had hired a warrior to massacre him. What should we do now? This guy was scared that he would now have to deal with Chen Zhao. He thought that this Lan Songquan had set him up and left him without a spiritual weapon. Now he would have to run and hide. Chen Zhao, firmly holding his halberd, said that he actually doesn't touch those who bother him. But this is different now, so you have to take responsibility for your actions. The customer was very frightened and asked to be left alone. Someone shouted at Chen Zhao and said, "How dare he massacre people when he was around? Are they too brave?" It was Elder Bai. Everyone pointed out that this was Supreme Elder Qingshan. He is the youngest elder in the Blood Alliance. He came here for a reason. He's not sure he's going to bring justice. Chen Zhao was unfamiliar with him and asked what his name was, and thought that he was at the early stage of the celestial rank. Don't underestimate him. Master Bai said it's dark at night and he will save him. Chen Zhao can't deal with him today. The culprit rushed to explain that Chen Zhao was the guy who had not only massacred his older brother, but he also wanted to deal with him as well. Master Bai calmed him down and told him not to worry. No one would be hurt now. Chen Zhao's eyes sparkled. He had other plans. Chen Zhao swiftly stuck the tip of his halberd into his opponent's chest. The one bleeding out wondered how Chen Zhao had the guts to do this. Chen Zhao announced that anyone who intended to massacre him should understand what massacre was before coming to Chen Zhao. Master Bai resented the young man's audacity. Where did he get so much courage to go against his will? Master Bai threateningly asked if this milkman knew who he was. Chen Zhao said that whoever he was, it had nothing to do with this showdown. Chen Zhao called Master Bai to account and warned that if he crooked in front of him again, Chen Zhao would be forced to cut off his tongue. Everyone began to discuss Chen Zhao's boldness in speaking to Elder Bai. After defeating Elder Mo yesterday, he is no longer afraid of anything. But Elder Bai can't be spoken to like this. His talent is second only to the Holy Son of Goru. That's why he became an elder at such a young age. Elder Bai said that Chen Zhao was annoying him and revealed his fan. Everyone is horrified. When Elder Bai reveals his fan, the floor will be covered in blood. Elder Bai made a deadly movement with his fan and shouted that Chen Zhao would suffer greatly from his demise. The young warrior said he was even interested in it. Chen Zhao took out his halberd and prepared for battle. Someone shouted that it was time to stop. The opponents were surprised, but she stopped. Chen Zhao saw the stranger. He was interested. Who the hell is this? The one uttered, ease, victory, heaven. Everyone muttered that it was indeed Shengtian. What kind of day is today? Why do important people come one after another? Someone added that they come to court because of Chen Zhan. And Chen Zhan doesn't even know the person in front of him. The stranger introduced himself to Chen Zhang and said that his name was Yi Shengtian. He is the assistant to the blood-clothed lord. Chen Zhan greeted him and thought that it didn't look like this person could easily block Bai Wujin's attack. Master Bai asked Yi Shengtian if he really wanted to stop them from figuring things out. Toth said he wanted to stop the confrontation. Master Bai thought that he was the second leader of the blood-clothed hall, and there was nothing that could be done to him. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Mr. Bai said that the animosity between him and Chen Zhao is their own business. There's no need to separate them. Everyone was stunned when they relished the fact that Master Bai was asking Yi Shengtian for permission. The favor of a heavenly lord and a genius master who is second only to the Almighty is indeed very humbling. Shengtian said that apparently Chen Zhao is very much in Elder Bai's way, otherwise the elder wouldn't have to make such a big promise. Shengtian wouldn't be able to refuse such an offer. Shengtian said no. He was adamant today. Everyone around and Chen Zhao was surprised by this response. Shengtian rejected such an offer without even thinking it through. Now Shengtian is helping Chen Zhao. Perhaps he thinks that if he helps him, it will be good for him. Chen Zhao was surprised by Shengtian's appearance. It's not for nothing. He needs something. Chen Zhao wasn't going to believe that someone was helping him. Master Bai asked Shengtian one more time. He asked him to come to his senses. If he agrees, Master Bai would be in his debt. And Shengtian said that if he promises him that, then let him get the hell out of here now. And Shengtian added that as long as he was around, Master Bai wouldn't lay a finger on the young man. Master Bai asked, "Does Yi Shengtian have the right to interfere in this matter now?" Master Bai stated that this rascal had destroyed his servant and taken his spiritual weapon. If Chen Zhao is not made to pay for this, his reputation will suffer. And Shengtian said that his servant is already gone. He doesn't want to follow him. And he added that Chen Zhao was not someone who could just be provoked like this. Master Bai didn't understand what his interlocutor said and asked him to explain. And Shengtian announced that he had said it all and Master Bai had the right to choose now. Everyone also wondered what Yi Shengtian meant. He said that Elder Bai can't just provoke Chen Zhao. There must be someone behind the young man. And Shengtian asked Master Bai if he had finally understood the thought. Master Bai agreed with such an argument and stopped insisting. Elder Bai thought that this time, the upstart was lucky to get support from someone. Next time, it would be different. But that was not the case. The elder was now shouted at by Chen Zhao. He said that if Master Bai had settled his issue with Yi Shengtian, the issue with Chen Zhao was still open. Yi Shengtian was now puzzled. What is this boy trying to accomplish? Does he even know that everyone wants to do away with him? Everyone around him didn't understand why Chen Zhao was acting like this. Elder Bai was about to leave, but Chen Zhao keeps asking for it. He's so unscrupulous, must be relying on the mysterious and unpredictable master behind him. He better not piss off Elder Bai. Master Bai stopped and asked Chen Zhao if he was going to settle a score with him. Chen Zhao confirmed his assumptions. After all, he destroyed his servant and took away his weapons. After all, he doesn't want to just let Chen Zhao go after that. The young man is not easily intimidated. The elder laughed loudly in response. He now turned to Yi Shengtian. You see, I'm not looking for trouble. This rascal is asking for it. Yi Shengtian ordered Chen Zhao to shut up. He would try to handle this situation himself. Chen Zhao thanked the interlocutor for his help, but he added that he wasn't used to having his issues decided for him. Yi Shengtian countered that Elder Bai is a very strong opponent. What is Chen Zhao thinking when he makes such decisions? Yi Shengtian looked at the young man with bewilderment. Chen Zhao said that if he is destined to die today, then this catastrophe must be in his destiny. People practicing cultivation must act against the heavens. They can still retreat because they are afraid of perishing and do not fight. Elder Bai said contentedly. Yi Shengtian could now see everything for himself. He added that he had already spared this young man once before, but today he would fall at his hands. And Shengtian realized that he had no control over the situation. Chen Zhao thought that Yi Shengtian was about to reveal his true intentions. And then the warriors began to run to Chen Zhao, calling him brother and apologizing for being late for the start of the performance. Everyone began to wonder why these warriors were calling Chen Zhao their brother. Probably because Chen Zhao bowed to Ye Aotian. Chen Zhao thought that there were a lot of people here now. Elder Bai would definitely want to do this, but it might start a war between the clans. Chen Zhao agreed that it was better to make this war. There will be turmoil in the Blood Evil Alliance, and the war would weaken the strength of the alliance. Today's battle, the young warrior decided to definitely win. Elder Bai asked Chen Zhao, did he really hope to win this battle in front of everyone? Chen Zhao replied that Elder Bai would see for himself right now. Elder Bai said that, in that case, it was Chen Zhao's last day. Yi Shengtian recommended Elder Bai not to be so testy, or else he would regret it. Elder Bai declared that it was best not to worry about him. He advised Chen Zhao to give his spiritual weapon to someone, kneel down and bow 100 times. Maybe then he would beg for forgiveness. Chen Zhao motioned for the one to indicate his final target. By sending his servant here, Elder Bai had practically sent him to his doom. Now he could retrieve his spirit weapon on his own. Elder Bai was not relenting and continued to verbally pressure his rival. He said that even if Master Ye came here, he wouldn't be able to help this upstart. Chen Zhao's subordinates kept trying to protect him from Elder Bai, and Sheng Tian shouted once again to stop everything. Elder Bai wasn't going to back down. They started to work things out again. Everyone watched to see how the dialogue between Yi Shengtian and Elder Bai would end. And Shengtian whispered something to Elder Bai, and he couldn't believe his ears. And Shengtian said it was like this. There's no reason for him to deceive. Elder Bai now stood at a complete loss. He didn't know what to do. After this conversation, Elder Bai told Chen Zhao that feng shui would come sooner or later, and they would meet afterward. Said that Chen Zhao was very lucky today. Everyone was at a loss as to why Elder Bai was just leaving like this. What had he been told? He must have been told about the person behind Chen Zhao. And Elder Bai was forced to leave in fear. Chen Zhao was also curious about what Yi Shengtian had said to his interlocutor. Yi Shengtian said that it wasn't time yet, and Chen Zhao would definitely find out everything soon. Chen Zhao thought that if there was such a powerful person behind him, he would show up soon. Chen Zhao's warriors realized that the danger had already passed. They were fine with everything. Chen Zhao cried out. The warriors glanced anxiously at their commander. Chen Zhao decided to thank his warriors and gave them a pouch of useful pills. The people around thought Chen Zhao was very generous and fair because he was giving out such valuable pills to his warriors. The warriors were very grateful to their commander, for they hadn't even done anything yet. Chen Zhao told them to take these pills and divide them equally amongst themselves. The subordinates thanked their commander very much. Chen Zhao said that he could now safely proceed to the training room. Chen Zhao thought that the pills were a good gift for them, and a good excuse to increase his reputation in their eyes. Welcome to the world of Gorefiend. Chen Zhao was scanned and concluded. Physical strength is high. Genetics, high. Talent, unknown. Divine power level, unknown. Chen Zhao immediately realized that it was a magic eye. He didn't even realize he could see such a thing in person. He had fought demons a lot in his past life, and it's very rare to see a magical eye of wisdom. It is now certain that this bloody alliance of evil is linked to demons, but he hasn't found the demonized man yet, and he doesn't know who he is. Chen Zhao thought that if he wanted to unravel the mystery of the demons, he must become stronger. Only then would he be able to learn more about this alliance. Chen Zhao devoured the forbidden scriptures. Devour it for him. Chen Zhao sat in front of the magic eye and absorbed all the information coming to him. The host's super strong physique was discovered. The gravity of the training room was increased 50 times. Chen Zhao was under incredible pressure from the outside. Chen Zhao thought that suddenly gravity was changed, and it all depended on a person's ability. He realized that all of this would help him cultivate quickly. The observers wondered how long the young man had been in this room. It turned out to be about 10 days. It was a room with altered gravity. The champion was Yunjing Zhou, who spent 12 days there. Chen Zhao probably wants to set a record for the room. Those watching noticed that Master Cheng had approached them. Master Cheng told everyone to disperse as he wanted to practice alone. The observers left and Mr. Cheng snapped at them. Master Cheng came here on a special mission. No one must interfere with him. Master Cheng announced that he knew that Chen Zhao had been here for a long time, but when the battle for a place in the secret realm came, it would be this brat's last hour. Suddenly, a servant came running in with a secret report to his master. The innate master walked to the door, demanding to join the Blood Evil Alliance. Master Cheng pondered for a moment. Who could this innate master be? His strength should still be surpassed. Master Cheng sent his servant away. A servant meets a mysterious stranger at the gates of a Blood Alliance training club. The stranger demanded clarification on how he would join the Blood Evil Alliance. He was going to take revenge on Chen Zhao by all means. That's when Master Cheng appeared and asked, who dared to knock on the Blood Alliance's doors? The stranger said that if Master Cheng was in charge here, this guy should be put on the Blood Alliance member list immediately. Master Cheng asked, for what purpose he wanted to get the membership. The young man replied that he had only one goal to take down Chen Zhao. He thought about the old man. He is strong. He must be the pinnacle of the innate realm. The master was pleasantly surprised at this unexpected news. The young man came to his senses. Maybe he shouldn't have revealed his cards. And this Chen Zhao is a very respected person here. Master Chung said that he shouldn't worry. Master Chung said that he and some other people wished for Chen Zhao's demise, so the stranger could tell everything. The young man calmed down and decided to tell the old man his story. The guy said that he had recently received news that this Chen Zhao had caused a commotion in the alliance. His name is Su Qi, and he can't stay away. He wants to deal with this upstart. Elder Chung, listening to this, did not expect that Chen Zhao could have such serious opponents. He would have to use this to his advantage. Master Chung decided to play along with the upstart and said that he too couldn't stand this Chen Zhao's bad temper. Master Chung asked Su Qi to join him. He'll be a help to the boy. Su Qi didn't expect such a generous offer. Master Chung said that he would give him a chance to take out Chen Zhao. From here on, it's up to him. Su Qi agreed to obey Master Chung to be able to meet with Chen Zhao. On the 10th day in the training room, the gravity increased 100 times. Chen Zhao felt that the gravity was getting stronger by the day. There was no telling how long he would still be able to hold on. The young man tried to calm down and not think about it. After all, the greater the gravity, the greater his strength. He has more and more enemies in the Blood Alliance. Need to become stronger to protect himself. Many people outside were waiting for Chen Zhao to be able to leave the training room. Everyone speculated that maybe something had happened to the young man. 10 days is a long time. Perhaps he had failed the test. Still, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to resist the 5 geniuses of the Blood Alliance, much less break the record of staying in this room. The genius leader reasoned that Chen Zhao had already been in this room for a very long time. Does he really want to ascend to the final celestial rank? Master Lan said that Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to rise to the last celestial rank. When they fought, Chen Zhao was only at the middle of the celestial rank. It would be impossible to advance in such a short period of time. The leader recalled how Lan Songquan had lost to that boy. That one had a lot of potential. The leader said that he was sure that if Chen Zhao stayed in the training room for 20 days, he would reach the last level of the heavens. Lan Songquan wondered, what if Chen Zhao could do it? But after all, they already had spiritual weapons. The leader said that it was not that simple. Chen Zhao is incredible. He even made them tense up. Everyone was watching the events and thought that the 5 geniuses wanted to challenge Chen Zhao again. On the 20th day, the gravitational force increased 125 times. Chen Zhao realized that he had to finish soon. 9-star hegemony body art. Chen Zhao rose to his full height. It was necessary to continue this training. On the 25th day, gravity increased 140 times. It was discovered that the carrier was close to its limit state. The young man realized that he had to continue. Just a little longer and he would reach the peak of the heavenly realm. On the 30th day, gravity increased 150 times. The young man's limit had been reached. The eye advised that it was better to leave this room immediately. Chen Zhao realized that he had almost reached a level. He couldn't stop now. He must continue. The eye announced that if the master did not leave the room voluntarily, it would be done forcibly. Chen Zhao refused to leave the room. He needs a little more, just a little more. The eye announced that the countdown for forced expulsion from the room had begun. 3. Chen Zhao started to resist. He said to let the bloodlines of all the beasts open up. 2. The eye said inexorably. Fight to the end. Chen Zhao decided. 1. Finish the eye. Now we have to break it. Everyone outside dully observed the events. People were afraid to move. The room opened up. Chen Zhao didn't come out. He might be unconscious in there. If he survived, he would definitely become an important person in the alliance. Master Lan said that he felt sorry for the servant he had killed. It seems that during the time he was there, he had already passed away. The girl from the genius squad couldn't believe that Chen Zhao was still alive. Then he was even stronger than Lan Songquan. Master Lan asked Jingxiu, whose side was she on? Chen Zhao is their enemy. The girl said she was a little hurt that such genius was being lost. The genius leader thought that Chen Zhao is the only person in the alliance that he cannot read. He doesn't believe that Chen Zhao won't come out of this room unscathed. Everyone outside silently continued to follow the developments. And then Chen Zhao showed up, in person. He apologized to those who weren't expecting to see him. For disappointing them, everyone couldn't believe he was still alive. 30 days is a new record. How did he do it? Maybe the room was broken. Will the sons of the Alliance attack him now? Lan Songquan began to question how he managed to do this. Lan Songquan realized that he wouldn't spend more than 10 days in this room. So this Chen Zhao is that much stronger than him. Jingxiu was secretly happy for Chen Zhao and was ashamed of her thoughts. The genius leader said that he had known that Chen Zhao would stay alive. Moreover, it seems that he had passed to the highest heavenly level, and they've only recently obtained spiritual weapons. It's like a kindergarten. They should keep their mouths shut for now. Lan Songquan rashly decided that this was the right time to settle the score with his abuser. Chen Zhao approached the genius leader and asked why he had waited for him for so long. Is something wrong? The one replied that he didn't want to harm Chen Zhao. It was just that he had heard that the young man was cultivating in this room. So he decided to come and see the result. The genius said that he was glad that Chen Zhao came out unharmed. He congratulated him on that. Chen Zhe said that he was just lucky this time. Everyone was surprised that the 5 sons of the Alliance were not challenging Chen Zhao. They are going to congratulate him. Usually, geniuses would normally act arrogant. With right now, they didn't look like themselves. Chen Zhao is really great. Chen Zhe thought that the geniuses would challenge him now, but they turned out to be so courteous. Chen Zhao said that if there were no questions, then he should rest for a while and left. The geniuses weren't going to part with the hero just yet. That's not why they came here. Master Lan asked Chen Zhao to wait, not to leave. Chen Zhao said that there was no need to escalate the conflict now. There would be no indulgence this time. The genius leader shouted at his associate. He told Lan Songquan not to mess up anything. The girl added that Lan Songquan shouldn't behave like this after a defeat. But Master Lan was unwavering. Today, justice must be served. Revenge is inevitable. Chen Zhao objected, saying that there was no way to take revenge. It's not strong enough. Lan Songquan asked. What did Chen Zhao mean by that? Chen Zhao decided to call out to his friend. Wukong, come out, he shouted. A little monkey showed up. She began to mutter something in an incomprehensible language. Everyone realized that Chen Zhao was humiliating his opponent by suggesting that he fight a monkey. The genius leader said that Lan Songquan had himself to blame. He started first, and Chen Zhao humiliated him by calling him to fight a beast. This monkey is Chen Zhao's spirit animal. If he wants to win this way, then Chen Zhao will not succeed. The girl noticed that Chen Zhao seemed a little overbearing. Her brother countered that this monkey is not so simple. Her aura reaches up to the level of the heavens. It would be very difficult for Lan Songquan. The monkey asked, why did Chen Zhao call her? Chen Zhao replied that she always wanted to be the center of attention. Now was just such an occasion. Chen Zhao knew that Wukong was born on the road of bloodlust and was an unusual animal. Chen Zhao remembered that Wukong had consumed a lot of Mojan's elixir. Chen Zhao told Master Lan that his strength had increased even more since last time, so they definitely shouldn't fight now. Wukong threatened Lan Songquan, saying he'll deal with him now. He'll show his greatness to everyone. Master Lan was furious. Chen Zhao continued to mock him in the presence of this monkey. Now he would show them both what respect was. Chen Zhe suggested that his opponent deal with his little brother first. The monkey agreed. Just then there was an explosion and a flash, and a huge evil monkey appeared. Master Lan was embittered that this big ape was going to fight him. The warrior shouted, Huashan Force, and swung his weapon at the monkey. But he didn't expect such a rebuff. How is that possible? The monkey furiously and aptly started beating Master Lan. Master Lan couldn't do anything about it and couldn't chase this annoying beast away. Lan Songquan was already almost defeated by this beast. Everyone began to discuss how it was possible for a master who was practically in the middle of the celestial realm to be beaten by a monkey. So she really is Chen Zhao's spirit animal. There was no other explanation. The geniuses noticed that this spiritual beast is actually a beast of heavenly order. Another genius noticed that the Blood Evil Alliance also has their heaven-level spirit animals. But they are only controlled by the leader and deputy leader. But Chen Zhao himself is only at the celestial level as he managed to tame the animal. The girl was very amazed that Ren Zhao could tame a heaven-level spirit animal. The leader of the geniuses noticed that this monkey is not in the heavenly realm. It was merely at the top of the earth. Chen Zhao must have used some secret bloodline technique to increase his combat power. The other genius replied to him, Lan Songquan is not in a good position. Shouldn't he give him a poke? The girl said he always attacks without thinking and doesn't obey orders. Besides, he was defeated anyway. We helped him last time, now he'll learn a lesson. The genius leader said that Lan Songquan always underestimates his opponents. But if he's serious, it won't be easy to defeat him. Yes, he really hasn't been himself lately. He needs to feel the pain a little more. Otherwise, he will cause a lot of trouble in the future. The monkey laughed at her opponent. He was down already, and she wasn't even at full strength fighting yet. Chenja said that Master Lan can't even handle a monkey, but he still wants to fight Chen Zhao. Lan Songquan began to make excuses, saying that he just wasn't paying attention. In rage, he shouted that this time the animal would lose its head. The monkey didn't like it. The monkey was furious, his eyes filled with anger, and he began to threaten Lan Songquan. Everyone was wondering how much longer this animal would last. Master Lan shouted out, "Invincible golden body!" Immediately, he began to increase in size. Everyone was amazed by his technique. His aura had become several times stronger. No one suspected that Master Lan had such a trump card up his sleeve. Everyone wondered what would happen next. Lun Songquan shouted out that he had specially trained this technique for him. Now, his physical performance had become greater by leaps and bounds. Master Lan told Chen Zhao that his turn would come after the beast. Chen Zhao said that he would not even be able to touch the monkey with his finger. Furious Master Lan said that he was about to show everyone what he could do. The monkey wasn't scared of him at all. There was a loud bang, and Master Yelp told Chen Zhao that his monkey was finished and was sealed to the floor. The monkey shouted at his opponent and smirked, claiming he hadn't even touched her. Lan Songquan was furious. The young man didn't understand how this monkey had escaped his strike. The monkey continued to taunt his opponent. She declared that he could not hit her even if her eyes were closed. Lan Songquan was ready to explode with anger. This went on for a while. The young man grew increasingly boiling with anger, the monkey taunting him. Master Lan never hit the monkey once. The geniuses watched the action and didn't understand how the beast dodged the attacker. One of the geniuses thought it wasn't that simple. And there's a secret hidden in the bloodline. And if nothing is changed, Lan Songquan will lose. The leader of the geniuses recognized Master Lan as one of them. And if he lost to the monkey, it would be an irreparable blow to their reputation. We had to find a way out of the situation. Chen Zhao turned to the geniuses. He asked if they wanted to help their brother now. The leader said that no, they don't want to disturb Lan Songquan. He's the one who started this fight. Let him handle it himself. Chenja stated that there are a lot of people watching this battle. I don't think that the five sons will jeopardize their statuses and interfere in the battle against the monkey. The genius leader agreed with Chen Zhao and thought to himself that the latter was purposely choosing words to delay him. Clenching his fist, he decided to wait a little longer because if he did, his reputation would be over. Chen Zhao advised them not to even think of interfering. Chenja told the monkey to stop fooling around and end the duel. Lan Songquan did not calm down and continued to chase after the small animal and shouted that he would definitely show it now. The monkey looked at Lan Songqian's muscles and said that she wasn't going to fight him head-on. The monkey added that since he had been playing with her for so long, she would give him a present. The genius leader shouted that the monkey had relaxed and let his guard down. Now was the time to strike her. Lan Songqian shouted that he understood and went to attack. The warrior was ready to vaporize the poor animal. Master Lan landed a crushing blow. The geniuses were ecstatic at his action. Finally done with that pesky little beast. Chenja smirkingly muttered that it wasn't that simple. Monkey showed up and said she knew her opponent was looking for a moment. The monkey shrieked, "The spirit of prehistoric times!" And her rival flew away like a piece of fluff. He fell to the ground and once again didn't understand how this could have happened. He was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. The next moment, he vomited. The stench was terrible. Everyone in the neighborhood began to scatter away from the smell. And everyone got sick from the smell too. And they threw up too. Chenjo, plugging his nose, said that the monkey always has an original way of ending a battle. The geniuses recognized that their brother had lost the battle and irreparable damage had been done. This monkey is too hateful to use such sneaky tricks. The leader of the geniuses suggested that this gas that the monkey released contained poison. Lan Songquan squirmed and said that this odor he could no longer endure. Monkey said that as long as she was kind, she could let her opponent get away. Lan Songquan asked the monkey not to torture him anymore and let him go. The monkey mockingly said he couldn't hear anything and needed to speak louder. Lan Songquan was afraid to publicly announce his defeat. The geniuses couldn't let that happen either. The girl wondered what he was doing. The genius leader was discouraged. Chen Zhao turned to ask him, it seems their brother had lost. What did he think about it? The one said that Lan Songquan had accepted defeat and thought that his defeat would be the basis for the loss of their reputation. Lan Songquan announced that he was surrendering. The fighters stood silently against each other, surrounded by onlookers. For the geniuses, it was an embarrassment. Monkey said she was too bored again. The animal asked the owner how he liked the performance. Did he like it? Chen Zhao said that the monkey's name would soon be known all over the world. Everyone remarked that Lan Songquan was now pathetic. One of the most talented in the alliance had lost to some brute. Chen Zhou and his friend decided to remove themselves for a vacation. Someone asked a servant to bring him here. Chen Zhou asked the geniuses to wait. The genius leader asked what he wanted. They just want to move it. And anyway, they've admitted defeat. What more does he want? Chen Zhao said that Lan Songzuan had already been defeated twice. Now his rights to enter the secret realm should belong to him. One of the geniuses shouted out that these were Chen Zhao's true goals, but they would not allow them to be realized. Chen Zhao said that he can take away his rite of passage by defeating him. The demonic blood alliance allows this to be done. Therefore, there should be no objections. Lan Songquan was ready to cry with resentment. The genius leader didn't want that outcome. He said that all 5 of them must ascend to the secret realm. Therefore, no one would pass the place on to anyone else. Chen Zhao said that there seems to be something there that they want to get their hands on 7. The leader of the geniuses recognized that there was something important there, and they agreed that they had to get there. And he added that no one can stop them. The girl turned to Chen Zhao and said that this was very important to them. She asked him to relent. If he agrees, she'll go along with whatever his terms are. Chen Zhao was very surprised at such persistence. Yes, the girl confirmed that he could ask for anything he wanted. The monkey told Chen Zhao not to miss his chance. The girl is clearly interested in him. The girl snapped shyly at the animal Ha. Chen Zhao threw the monkey away and apologized to the young lady for it. The girl blushed even more. The genius leader called out to Sayer and told her that she had had enough of playing around. Yunoga asked Wu Chenzhou if he needed Lan Songquan's pass to the secret realm. Chen Zhao said exactly that, and those were his last words. Chenja added that the genius talked too much and gave obscure reasons for his retreat. Chenja said that grown men, and if someone wanted something, it was not enough to just talk with their tongue. Chenja was even more eager to get into the secret realm and see what this 5 were so interested in. The genius leader said that he didn't want to fight him now, but he thought it looked like there would be a battle. Their clan's secret must not be known to outsiders. Chenja thought that if the battle could not be avoided, then he should start acting quickly. The young man thought that he had recently upgraded his strength and skills quite well, so he could try to fight all of them at once. Chen Zhao decided that the 2 of them would not enter the battle. The 5 geniuses of the alliance could lose to 1 person. The leader of the geniuses decided that such an opponent would not be easy to deal with. Everyone began to discuss how Chen Zhao was going to fight 4 geniuses with spiritual weapons at once. All 4 of them surrounded Chen Zhao. There was going to be a serious fight. The genius leader said that Chen Zhao is very strong. Therefore, they will attack with the 4 of them. But if Chen Zhao wins, he will be able to enter the secret realm. Chen Zhao said, catching him off guard and hoping that he would hold him back. The fight has begun. Chen Zhao said, "Lightning God," and warned everyone to be careful. All the geniuses were trapped. One of them said that the lightning was too strong and they could stay like this for a long time. We have to think how to get out of such a situation. They were annoyed that the 4 of them couldn't stand up to him. Master Yun said that he would think of something right away, and he came up with an idea. Master Yun uttered, "Eyes of enlightenment." Then he added that he had now found a safe place. All the brethren he called upon to follow him. It appeared that the geniuses were behaving quietly, and Chen Zhao's lightning could not destroy them. Everyone pointed out that Chen Zhao's technique was not perfect, and Yun Jingzhou had found a gap in it. This is a battle of the best geniuses in the alliance. Chen Zhao didn't expect this and said that it was very entertaining. Chen Zhao pointed out that the genius leader's eyes were very special. Yun Jingzhou advised Chen Zhao to give up. It didn't matter how strong he and his techniques were, his eyes would find weaknesses in them, and Chen Zhao would not be able to gain victory. The geniuses added that Lan Songquan was the weakest of them all. Therefore, Chen Zhan might not be able to puff himself up with victory. There was no way for him to win. It was better to surrender to the mercy of the victors. The girl also advised the young man in a friendly manner to surrender his weapon and sign a surrender. Chen Zhao was surprised in response that they had decided as if their opponent had no chance. The genius leader said to Chen Zhao to not even hope to win. He is a good cultivator, so if he accepts defeat, they will let him go. In fact, should we have a showdown some other time? Or should we go our separate ways? Chen Zhao said that if they are so confident, then let them win. But if he wins, they will listen to him when they enter the secret realm. The leader agreed and added that if Chen Zhao lost, He wouldn't bother them anymore. Chen Zhao agreed to such terms of the deal. No one was going to start yet. The chatter continued. They asked why Chen Zhao was so confident in his victory. After all, if he lost, he could become their slave. The girl thought that Chen Zhao wouldn't do anything wrong against her brother's eyes. Chen Zhao stated to the leader that he had good eyes, but he wouldn't be able to counter his next technique with anything. Chen Zhao spoke out. The 9 heavens seal, and then added, the first seal, crushing the mountain. The second seal, destroying the river. The third seal destroys the sea. The fourth seal destroys the earth. The fifth seal destroys the sky, the divine seal. The geniuses saw it as a divine power and didn't know how to counter it. They asked their leader to find the weakness quickly. The leader turned on the Eye of Enlightenment mode. His eyes began to emit powerful rays of light. The young man's gaze burned through everything. It was like a powerful X-ray. The genius leader yelled loudly. His sister was even scared for him. The sister saw her brother slumped over and standing with his eyes closed, blood oozing out of them. Everyone rushed to their leader to check on his well-being. If he was alive. The sister hugged her brother and begged him to say something and not scare her. Everyone around them was discussing what was happening. Apparently, Chen Zhao's technique is so strong that the eye of a genius is simply unable to see weakness. Therefore, his eyes are bleeding. The brother told his sister he was fine, but here are his eyes. He added that his eyes are fine and he can see with them. They're just recharging right now. We have to update the software. Next time it'll be fine. Chen Zhao turned to the warrior and said that he relies too much on the vision technique, but he doesn't know that there are many techniques in the world to restrain him. A disciple of clairvoyance is not omnipotent. Chen Zhao spared him today, so let him be grateful. Yun Jingzhou said that he would remember this. Yun Jingchu told everyone to back off, he would take the hit. None of his team was going anywhere. One of them told Yun Jingzhou to be careful and evade the enemy's attacks. Yun Jingzhou said that even though he didn't have the ability now, he was still a heaven-level cultivator. There was no need to discourage him. He has already made up his mind. They told him to take care of himself. Chenja said that he was good. And if not for this whole situation, they could have been friends. Chen Zhao wanted to suddenly gain his trust. Wen Jingshu told Chen Xiao to stop talking a lot and start attacking. Yun Jingzhou added that he was on full alert. Chenja started and said that if the opponent followed the heavens, he would stay alive. Otherwise, he has no chance. Chenja uttered again, "God seal!" Yun Jingzhou made a leap across the sea. Yun Jingshu decided that Chen Xiao would now die. A flash lit up the sky. Everyone watching held their breath as they looked at what was happening. This was indeed a battle between celestial cultivators. The geniuses held their fists for their leader and hoped he would win the battle. The warriors stood opposite each other. They did not notice anything around them. Yun Jingzhou said that Chen Zhao's technique was weak and he blocked. The sister was happy for her brother. She had hoped for him so much. Chen Zhao said that they weren't done yet. Yun Jingzhou asked, could Chen Zhao still continue the battle? Chen Zhao decided to get it over with already and activated Juan Badian's fist mode. Yun Jingzhou shouted that there was nothing he could do. The sister instantly rushed to her brother's defense and took the brunt of the crushing blow. Yun Jingzhou cried out in terror. Chen Zhao didn't expect this turn of events either. This was not part of his plans. Yun Jingshu took his sister in his arms and looked at her. The girl admitted that it was very painful. Yun Jingshu told her to shut up and take the pill. The other warriors pounced on Chen Zhao, rebuking him for not doing this to girls. Chen Zhao started making excuses that he didn't do it on purpose and she had set herself up. It all happened so suddenly. Chen Zhao stated that he is 1 against 4, and they want him to fight them face to face. How's that? Everyone around him began to say that Chen Zhao was right. All methods are good in war 4 against 1. It's not fair. Yun Jingzhu began to shame Chen Zhao even more and said that it was a disgrace to offend an innocent girl. After a while, they decided to stop talking. Yun Jingzhou said that the girl had taken a restorative pill. She is feeling better now and will be looked after. Yun Jingchu said to leave Chen Xiao to him. Everyone figured he was furious and something was about to happen. Both of them are representatives of the younger generation of the Blood Evil Alliance. Which one of them will win? Chen Zhao asked if Yun Jingchu definitely wanted to fight him one-on-one. There was no mercy to be expected. Yun Jingzhou said that it was a warm-up. The most interesting things are yet to come. Yun Jingzhou turned on the yin-yang circle mode. Zhao Chen was surprised that his opponent used his spiritual weapon. His talent was great, and he deserved to be one of the strongest in the alliance. In such a short period of time, he managed to master a high-end spiritual weapon. It's hard to estimate how many times stronger he is than Lan Songquan. The circle of yin-yang binds the whole world together. It can activate the power of the spiritual weapon itself. Yun Jingzhou is very good. Everyone decided that Chen Zhao might lose, so he decided not to waste all his energy. Or maybe this was part of his cunning plan. Yun Jingzhou asked why Chen Zhao was not fighting back. Could he be ignoring his opponent? Chen Zhao said that Yun Jingzhou can't harm him. That's why he doesn't move. Geniuses like him have a very high opinion of themselves. If one were to break such an opponent, one should start attacking mentally. Yun Jingzhou said that the opponent would soon regret what he had said. Yin-yang ring. Chen Zhao continued to stand motionless. Yun Jingzhou said that the opponent had already lost. Chen Zhao said he didn't think so. He declared, "The halberd chopping the firmament is the yin-yang rift. Everything is jumbled up around me." Yun Jingzhou was surprised by what Chen Zhao had done. How was he able to do that? Everyone understood that yin and yang were top-grade spiritual weapons. How was Chen Zhao able to break this ring with a single blow? Yun Jingzhou thought that he had already lost. Chen Zhao said that the result of their fight was now clear to everyone. Only he alone would get a place in the secret realm. Everyone else must accept it. Nothing can be changed now. Yun Jingzhou understood that he had to go for such a decision. The girl said that her brother shouldn't listen to Chen Zhao. The other geniuses said they were on their feet, which meant they were ready to fight. They've always been a team. They'll always be a team. And no one can stand in their way. Yun Jingzhou said that all of them are right. Yun Jingzhou turned to Chen Zhao and said that he would never give him a place in the secret realm. Otherwise, he'll just have to beat them all. Again. The sister told her brother that she believed in him. Everyone said that Yun Jingzhou had overpowered his pride and accepted help from his friends to fight Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao is much stronger than all of them. 3 against 1. It's going to be an interesting but not very fair battle. Chen Zhao said that if they were ready, it was time to start already. Chen Zhao thought that Yun Jingzhou's pride has been defeated. It's only a matter of time. Defeat the 3 of them. Then everything would be clear. Yun Jingzhou said for his friends to attack the opponent, and he wants to prepare thoroughly to deliver a crushing blow. They told him not to worry. They would do everything in their power to apprehend him. Chen Zhao said that they wouldn't succeed. He himself thought that Yun Jingzhou was preparing a super powerful attack. We should smash his friends as early as possible. One genius turned on wing and cloud mode. Another genius turned on the 13 swords mode. Chen Zhao easily repelled all of their attacks. Chen Zhao announced the halberd slashing sky slashing style celestial extermination style. An inexhaustible stream of energy moved towards the opponents. Everyone noticed the might with which Chen Zhao attacked his enemies. The opponents' mouths were bleeding. They couldn't help themselves. Everyone was flying above the ground and it was unclear what was going to happen next. Chen Zhao reminded them that he had warned them that he was beyond them. The opponents were lying on the ground, realizing that they had no chance of winning. Yun Jingzhou announced that he was ready and now it was his turn to attack Chen Zhao. Yun Jingzhou declared that essence and blood would taint the soul. Chen Zhao definitely didn't expect this. To use most of the blood essence to charge up the spiritual weapon and forcibly restore the circle of yin and yang. Things did not go according to plan for Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao told his opponent that this was a cunning move. He used his blood to forcefully summon the spirit power of the spirit weapon and obtained a powerful force for a while. But this could cause permanent damage to the spirit weapon. Yun Jingzhou said, "This is just a supreme spiritual weapon, and he doesn't care." Chen Zhao called his opponent sick. Chen Zhao stated that he would now have to open his opponent's eyes to reality again. The genius leader said that if they defeated Chen Zhao, they would still have their seats to the secret realm. The warrior added, "Yin and yang in a rebellious state?" Blood stained the sky. Chen Zhao was surprised that these rings had become so numerous. He thought that if his thoughts were correct, the opponent would use his blood essence to maintain these rings. This is the last and most powerful technique. After it, the yin and yang rings will be destroyed. Those observing noted that in order to defeat Chen Zhao, Yun Jingzhou would need to destroy such a spiritual weapon without any doubts. Chen Zhao thought that this battle was now between souls. Would he be willing to fight these rings? The young man decided that this time he would let his opponent enjoy the battle. Everyone saw a tremendous flash in the sky. The battle had begun. The audience remarked that it was the first time they had ever seen a battle between weapons. The warriors are powerful not only physically but also spiritually. One imposes the battle, then the other seizes the initiative. Yunjing-jo thought that he had wasted too much blood on these rings. They should gain the upper hand. Yunjing-jo and Chenjo stood opposite each other silently, clenching their fists. Chenjo had faith in his sky-splitting halberd. The halberd towered over everyone, shining all around. Chenjo commented that it was a very good job. Yunjing-jo was frustrated. Had he lost again? Chenjo noticed that Yunjing-jo treats the yin and yang circle as a convenient weapon and never considers it as his partner. Therefore, you will inevitably lose. The young man added that this weapon is now gone. It is no different from a normal weapon. Chenjo summarized that if there was no soul in a weapon, then there was no point to it either. Chenjo decided to show his opponent one last time. Yunjing-jo assumed that he was wrong after all. Everyone had decided that Yunjing-jo had already lost. The 5 sons of the Blood Hall are the leaders of the younger generation in the Blood Evil Alliance. And Yunjing-jo is the leader among them. And he has his own pride. But today he lost. No one could withstand the fight with Chen Zhao. This young man is getting stronger with every battle. In the future, a change awaits everyone. The sister approached Yunjing-jo and asked about his well-being. His brother said he was fine. The brothers told the leader that he was always the strongest. But today, Chen Zhao was stronger. If this problem was not solved, the young man might become the inner demon of senior brother Yun in the future. Sister thought she didn't want to see her brother so sad. Chen Zhao turned to Yunjing-jo and said that he was not his rival, and advised him to make a wise decision. Therefore, it is better to give one seat in the secret realm to the winner of this fight. Yunjing-jo was completely depressed. He understood the inevitability of losing. His sister cried out in resentment. The girl stated to Chen Zhao that they had not lost yet. Her brother tried to calm her down. The girl asked her brother to use the very technique, and victory will be theirs. Yunjing-jo said that the sister was injured and her body might not be able to withstand that technique. The girl replied that she was almost recovered and everything was fine. Sister said that Yunjing-jo has always protected her, but now she is an adult and wants to help her brother herself. Yunjing-jo agreed and decided to fight Chen Zhao together with his sister. The other warriors standing aside realized that it was a pulse. Could this energy be that combined martial art? Maybe they still had a chance. The audience was surprised that geniuses had this kind of technique. Combined martial arts skills create a 1+1 effect, greater than 2. The more so, Chen Zhao accepts their challenge. It is possible that he will now know the bitter taste of defeat. Chen Zhao noticed that this seemed to be their last wheeze. The young man decided to dash all their hopes for this technique. The geniuses summoned the dragon wind of the 9 heavens. Everyone noted that the heavens were ringing. This is a combined martial art. This force is too powerful. Yunjing-jo said that if Chen Zhao could withstand this technique, then he would admit defeat. But if not, then a place in the secret realm would remain with them. Chen Zhao agreed to such terms. There was a massive release of energy. Everyone looked at the circle in which the 3 warriors stood. Chen Zhao wanted to understand why his opponents were still alive. It wasn't clear who would emerge as the winner. Everyone realized that geniuses could not die at the same time. Chen Zhao decided to take a break. Everyone began to wonder how Chen Zhao was feeling. The position of the geniuses right now was much more favorable than Chen Zhao's. But still, the young man was able to evade their attack. The genius brothers said that they were confident that brother and sister would still win the fight. We are also ready to go out with Chen Zhao to fight. Sister fell to the ground after being attacked by Chen Zhao. The girl turned to her brother, saying that her strength had deserted her. Yunjing-jo turned around and called out to his sister. His gaze was anxious and intense. Chen Zhao coughed. What happened to the girl? Chen Zhao said that Yunjing-jo's martial arts combination was quite impressive. He was actually able to inflict damage. He had underestimated him earlier. Everyone looked at what was happening and didn't understand how one warrior could defeat 2 strongest geniuses. The combination of brother and sister martial arts really surprised the spectators. Chen Zhao, spitting blood, said that his opponents were very strong this time. Everyone thought that even if Chen Zhao won, it would be a tragic victory. But no one expected it to be so easy. Brother and sister turned out to be very close to each other. The genius brothers rushed to Yunjing-jo and asked how he was feeling. He said not to think about him and checked on his sister. Chen Zhao asked Yunjing-jo, "Does he admit his defeat?" Yunjing-jo said as he admitted his defeat. Yunjing-jo knelt down in front of his enemy. The warriors told Chen Zhao that if something happened to Yunjing-jo, they would always find their enemy. Chen Zhao said that the brother and sister were alive. They had only exhausted their physical strength and were now unconscious. Chen Zhao offered pills to the defeated. They would help restore their strength. The opponent said that Chen Zhao is very strong and he admits his loss. He added that being an enemy of Chen Zhao was both honorable and suffering. Chen Zhao said to the opponents not to underestimate themselves. They are much stronger than most. One of the geniuses said that after defeating Yun Jingzhou, one secret would come out. He Chen Zhao the Jade Talisman and said that it contained information about the secret realm. The geniuses left the room, and Chen Zhao was left with his trophy. This Jade Talisman should help him solve the mystery. Chen Zhao pointed out that the full name of the secret realm is Yunmeng Secret Realm. There is even a requirement that one cannot enter it with spiritual weapons. Chen Zhao realized that he wouldn't be able to take his own with him, and it would greatly affect his strength. But he had no other choice. The young man realized that this Jade Talisman contained a map of a secret realm. But he defeated these sons in front of everyone and took their place for himself. Are they really so kind that they even gave him the map? The geniuses reported that Yun Jingzhou was on the mend. But because they lost, they gave Chen Zhao the Jade Talisman that contains information about the secret realm. She said she's fine. You can ignore this card. It's wrong anyway. If Chen Zhao follows the map, he will be killed. The geniuses were surprised that the map was incorrect and decided to inform Chen Zhao. He added that the fake card in the Jade Talisman was a fake that he left behind intentionally to prevent secrets from leaking out. So now, Chen Zhao has no chance of survival. You can't tell Chen Zhao about this. After all, he's the enemy. Especially since he hurt Shushu, he must be dealt with by all means. Brother Yun asked what was wrong with Lan Songquan. He was told that he was in a coma. Will they really give his place to Chen Zhao? Yun Jingzhou said that Lan Songquan is to blame for his own troubles. However, this guy is very fiery. When he regains consciousness and learns that his place has been given away, he may interfere in very important matters. Yun Jingzhou added that we should make Lan Songquan sleep longer. Let's wake him up when we leave the secret realm. The brothers said it was wrong. He's one of them. Yun Jingzhou said that if he hadn't pounced on Chen Zhao, things would be different now. Yun Jingzhou said that he had learned one thing from Chen Zhao. If you want to achieve something great, you have to be determined and ruthless. Their family's dream is much more important than Lan Songquan. The brothers replied to him that they understood and would do the right thing. The geniuses withdrew, leaving Yun Jingzhou alone to recover. Yun Jingzhou was very angry at Chen Zhao for injuring his sister. He decided that he would never forgive his rival for this. Chen Zhao thought that the information about the secret realm might not be accurate. Therefore, it should be clarified with Ye Aotan. Someone stopped Chen Zhao. The young man saw that it was Su Qi. But how did he get into the Blood Alliance? I mean, he left with Dean Tianluo. Su Qi asked not Chen Zhao if he was Chen Zhao. Convinced that it was the one he was looking for, he rejoiced. Su Qi, with the words, "This is the end of your miserable life," rushed over to deal with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, dodging his friend, noted that he had become very strong. Chen Zhao didn't want to get into a fight, so he dodged and avoided contact in every way possible. Chen Zhao thought that he hadn't seen Su Qi in a long time. I didn't expect to see him here. It looked like he had not been sitting still, and his strength had increased manifold. He's not going to be very easy to deal with right now. We need to figure out how to stop him. If you accept his challenge and lose, it won't be good. Did Chen Zhao ask why he was attacking him? Because he had massacred Zhao Chen and now the guy wants to avenge his friend's death? Su Qi stated that he is Cheng Yaotian's newly hired subordinate. Since Chen Zhao had humiliated Cheng Yaotan many times, Su Qi wants to deal with him. Su Qi thought that Zhao Chen is an enemy of the Blood Alliance and we can't let anyone think that we were friends. Zhao Chen couldn't believe that Su Qi had become Cheng Yaotian's subordinate. Su Qi confirmed that he was under Cheng Yaotian's orders to come deal with this scoundrel. Su Qi's eyes were burning with rage. He said that his opponent could not escape retribution and rushed towards the enemy. Chen Zhao said that he was even ashamed to kill someone like him. Chen Zhao said that before he could deal with him, he would have to catch up with him. He ran away from the attacker. Chen Zhao decided to confront him at Ye Aotan's residence. Let's run there. Su Qi ran after the offender and couldn't stop shouting after him. This was how the young men moved towards teacher Chen Zhao. Cheng Yaotian was told that Su Qi had found Chen Zhao. The servant reported that Chen Zhao was running away from Su Qi, and so they ran to Ye Aotan's residence. Su Qi would definitely deal with Chen Zhao next time. Cheng Yaotian, holding a glass of liquid in his hand, was very happy about this news. Master Cheng told the servant that when Su Qi dealt with Chen Zhao, the servant would have to deal with Su Qi. The servant was surprised at this. Cheng Yaotan said that Chen Zhao joined the Bloody Evil Alliance right after he massacred Zhao Chen. Su Qi said that he came to take revenge on Chen Zhao, so Zhao Chen and Su Qi are somehow related. So let Su Qi do his thing. Chen Zhao is already known in the circles as the first genius of the new generation. After dealing with him, Ye Aotan will definitely not sit still. The alliance leader will also be able to commit a crime, and destroying Su Qi would just give them an excuse to pacify them. The servant thought it was a brilliant plan. Everything would work out in such a way that Cheng Yaotong would benefit greatly from it. Cheng Yaotian added that Ye Aotan would have no one left after Chen Zhao died. Cheng Yaotian understood that Master Ye was competing with him for the deputy leader of the alliance. Chen Zhao continued to run away from Su Qi. Su Qi was furious that he couldn't catch up with the offender, all the while shouting something back at him. Chen Zhao realized that it wasn't much longer until the residence. Someone joined the chase. They were armed warriors who said that they had joined Su Qi on Master Cheng's orders. Chen Zhao was surrounded and had nowhere to go. Chen Zhao was surprised to find out that these were Cheng Yaoshin's men. Su Qi realized that his opponent had fallen into a trap and now he had nowhere to go. Chen Zhao said that he had no intention of running away at all. He was going to show everyone where the crayfish were. Su Qi noticed that Chen Zhao had decided to fight one last time. Su Qi decided to use the fierce dragon technique. The cheerleaders also shouted, "Attack!" and rushed into battle with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao stated that they were just what he needed. A young man shouted, "The stars are on the move." A hurricane of energy swept all around. The warriors did not expect to be treated like this and decided to immediately retreat. Su Qi was also surprised at Chen Zhao's ability to fight and asked how he was able to do so. Chen Zhao declared that for him, anything impossible is possible. Even though Su Qi's realm is higher than Chen Zhao's, he still won't be able to deal with him. If Su Qi let Chen Zhao go, he would pretend that nothing happened. Su Qi said that he can't pretend and is very serious. Su Qi declared that this was his mission to accomplish even after paying the highest price. He decided to take revenge on Chen Zhao for Zhao Chen by all means. Chen Zhao was already getting tired of this annoying young man. Su Qi was not relenting and kept saying that today was the last day of his worst enemy. Su Qi accelerated and decided to punish Chen Zhao with all his might. Chen Zhao calculated that Ye Aotan should be coming soon, and then their powerful fists met in a crushing blow. The energies of both warriors surged outward. Su Qi was hit a lot harder. He was even forced to shrink from the pressure. Just then, the long-awaited Master Ye appeared. He shouted as Su Qi dared to raise his hand on his brother Chen Zhao. Su Qi tensed up. He didn't want to deal with another brother. Master Ye immediately rushed over to Chen Zhao and started asking about his health. Chen Zhao pointed out that Ye Aotan doesn't look too tired. He calls himself a brother, but in reality, he always wants to take advantage. Chen Zhao, pointing at the warriors lying on the ground, said that they were sent by the treacherous Cheng Yaotan. Ye Aotan realized what had happened here. He had recently heard that Cheng Yaotan had taken a disciple with an innate realm. Incorrectly, this was Su Qi. Master Yi decided to use this to his advantage. Su Qi, seeing that Chen Zhao had gotten help, announced that his opponent was just lucky today. Next time, the situation would be much worse. Mu Qi realized that now he would have to get rid of Ye Aotan somehow. Ye Aotan wasn't going to just let Su Qi go. He demanded the guards here. The guards arrived and Master Ye said that now Su Qi was finished. There's nowhere to run. Su Qi was upset that he might not have time to avenge Zhao Chen. Chen Zhao caught up with the master. Zhao Chen said that Su Qi is an innate warrior and it would be a shame if someone like him died. It would be better to subdue him, and Master Cheng will be weakened. Master Ye said that he couldn't leave him behind because he wanted to deal with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao said that now they would decide the fate of this young man. If they do it right, he won't betray them. Otherwise, he would become stronger and come after them again. Su Qi didn't want to leave this place. Chen Zhao walked over to Su Qi and secretly whispered that it was possible Zhao Chen was still alive. Su Qi couldn't believe his ears. Chen Zhao tuned in to tell the young man the whole truth. Well, or at least part of it. Chen Zhao said that the young man must join him, or else he would die and not know the whole truth. Master Ye realized that Su Qi is talented, experienced, and quick to make decisions. But it is very hard to change a person's mind and change his values with just words. Master Ye pointed out that Chen Zhao was too young, but he was still trying to change Su Qi's mind. Su Qi was in doubt whether to believe the person he had just tried to destroy. Chen Zhao said that if Su Qi joined them, his horizon of possibilities would be greater than before. Chenja said that it would not cost him anything to kill Suki, so he should make a choice quickly. And don't forget what he joined the Blood Alliance for. Master Yi has decided that this boy will not accept their offer, and it's time to deal with him. Master Ye was determined. Suki decided to take the offer since he figured he had nothing to lose. Master Ye was surprised. He recognized that Chen Zhao still had the talent of a negotiator. Ye Aotan asked Su Qi if he really agreed. The latter replied in the affirmative, but only to not be destroyed. Master Ye welcomed Su Qi to his club. Ye Aotan thanked Chen Zhao for the work he had done. He had brought a powerful warrior into their ranks and promised to reward his brother. Chen Zhao countered. That Su Qi only gave up because he saw Master Ye's strength. If he wasn't around, nothing would have been accomplished. Master Ye decided that Chen Zhao was very picky and he really needed him to take the position of deputy leader of the alliance. Su Qi said that he was no longer serving Master Cheng, but asked him not to touch him since he treated Su Qi well. Chenja said that Master Cheng treated Su Qi well because he wanted to use him. He thought that this boy was very trusting but thought one-sidedly. For this, he would get a good lesson. Master Ye told Su Qi that Zhao Chen was very cunning and should not be allowed to cloud his mind. Su Qi stood in front of Chen Yaotang and reported that his assignment had been completed and Chen Zhao had been destroyed. Su Qi brought the physical evidence. Master Cheng decided to check if it was a fake. The old man told the servant to touch his pulse. The servant reports no pulse, no temperature, no reason not to believe it. Cheng Yaotang said that Su Qi has done a great job, and he doesn't even know how to thank him. Su Qi said that he was not worth thanking. He only did this because he had joined the Bloody Evil Alliance. Now that his goal had been fulfilled, it was time to leave this alliance. Master Cheng thanked the young man once more. But the treacherous Cheng Yaodian didn't want to just let Su Qi go and summoned his armed servants. Su Qi was taken aback. He helped Master Cheng, and he responds so ungratefully. He wants to settle scores with Su Qi. Master Cheng announced that he didn't need Su Qi now. His demise would only be to his advantage. Here, Chen Zhao's body hissed and said that just as it turned out, Master Cheng was a very sneaky and devious person. Cheng Yaotian had in no way expected such a twist of fate. Chen Zhao said that Su Qi could now trust him completely. Cheng Yaotian still refused to believe his eyes. Chen Zhao called Cheng Yaotian a very naive person. Did he really think that Chen Zhao would die so easily? This would be a surprise to him. Cheng Yaonan realized that he had been tricked and decided to change his plans now. Master Cheng accused Su Qi of being a traitor and messing with Chen Zhao. Su Qi replied that if he had acted according to Cheng Yaotian's plan, he would have died blacko. Su Qi accused Master Cheng of wanting to get rid of Su Qi from the beginning. Master Cheng said that Su Qi was very naive, and in his hands he was just a tool. And he wanted to throw it away when it was no longer needed. The old man added that it was very naive to think of them as allies. Su Qi was more than a little angry. The young man, with fists, attacked the old man. The old man easily stopped the guy's fist and warned Su Qi that he couldn't do it alone. Chen Zhao decided to remind the old man of himself. Chen Yaodian was stunned by such insolence and disrespect. The two men immediately fought. The old man was not a timid man. Su Qi asked why Chen Zhao was helping him. Chen Zhao replied that Cheng Yaotang was their common enemy. Why not help? Su Qi decided that Chen Zhao was kind to him just like his brother. Chen Zhao also looked at Su Qi and thought that his brother was standing in front of him. Cheng Yaotian still couldn't recover from being attacked by Chen Zhao. The old man was bleeding and muttered that he was very lucky to have the opportunity to kill both of them at once. Che Yaotian commanded his warriors to attack the youths and massacre them without delay. Su Qi called them a bunch of trash and unleashed his powerful energy on the warriors. Everything around them was blazing, and the attackers turned to retreat and call for help. The warriors were afraid of being burned alive and didn't know where to run. The survivors were afraid to get close to Su Qi, wary of his anger. Cheng Yaotian immediately announced a reward for whoever would straighten out Chen Zhao's Su Qi. That's different, the warriors thought. Rewards always come in handy. All the survivors surrounded the young men and began to huddle in a circle. Su Qi decided to deal with everyone himself and suggested that Chen Zhao hide somewhere. Chen Zhao said that he wasn't going anywhere as he came to deal with Cheng Yaotang. Cheng Yaotan said that Chen Zhao's days are numbered as he is surrounded by his goons, and he won't be able to defend himself. The thugs said there were too many of them and the young men had no chance of escape at all. The young men stood with their backs to each other and talked peacefully. Chen Zhao knew that no one would be able to harm him. No one would have the strength to do so. Suddenly, Master Cheng's servant burst into the room. He was very anxious. The servant shouted he called for help. Ye Aotan walked into the room. He said hello to everyone and said that he didn't want to be late. Chen Zhou said it's about time. He was already going to be dealt with here. Chen Zhou said that Cheng Yaotang and his thug unit are already here. And if Master Ye dealt with them, he would get his place. Ye Aotan said that when he became deputy leader, he would thank the young man well. Cheng Yaotian called Ye Aotan sick, but he himself decided to run away from this place as the forces were clearly not equal. Ye Aotan said that there was nowhere to run. He would have to take the blow of fate. Master Ye said that now was the time to resolve all the issues that had accumulated between them. Ye Aotan gave orders to his thugs to deal with his enemy's thugs. And no mercy, then their territory would be yours. The doors were closed, the escape route cut off. The only thing left to do was to fight. The bloody battle began. Su Qi asked Chen Zhou if this was a well-planned action. Chen Zhou replied that he was here to show Cheng Yaochen's true face and deal with him. He could not come to the enemy's lair unprepared. Su Qi thought that he was always surprised by people who plan and prepare everything in advance. In this, Chen Zhao was very similar to his friend Zhao Chen. Master Cheng said, Chen Yu Zhao deserved his praise, but there was no way to deal with him today. Cheng Yaotang ran away. Su Qi called him a coward and said that real men don't act like that. Cheng Yaotian realized that all this commotion was only because of Su Qi. He decided to definitely deal with the boy. Chen Zhao ordered his friend to return immediately. He noticed how Cheng Yaotan had purposely slowed down to trap Su Qi. Cheng Yaotan said, it was too late to shout. The old man abruptly turned around and stabbed the Su Qi who had caught up with him right in the heart. The young man coughed up blood and flew backwards. Chen Zhao immediately flew over and took his friend in his arms. He asked how he was feeling. Su Qi mumbled with his last strength that he had to catch the old man. The wounded warrior lost consciousness in Chen Zhao's arms. Cheng Yaotian running away thought that no one had any escape from his technique. Chen Zhao said that no one has ever walked away from him yet. Chen Zhao shouted out, Halberd! The sky-breaking halberd! Cheng Yaotian definitely did not expect such a reception. He was very surprised. It was the last surprise of his life. He was wounded. Ye Aotan was upset that his opponent had fled the battlefield. He thought that since they were roughly equal in strength, he might have a hard time in the future. But he was injured and he's having a hard time. Chen Zhou realized that it was all his friend's weakness and his opponent's sneaky strike that was to blame. Master Ye asked how Su Qi was feeling. Chen Zhao replied that the technique he was attacked with was very strong, and the blow went straight to his heart. Chen Zhao said that he would definitely find a reason to save Su Qi. He resolved to never let Su Qi get hurt again. The doctor was surprised to be accused of fraud. Chen Zhao said that after all, it is just a heart injury, and the doctor wants to leave Su Qi not in bed for the rest of his life. Chen Zhao said that if he is not a fraud, then let him explain it. The doctor replied that Chen Zhao doesn't know anything about medicine. A heart injury is very serious. The slightest mistake could be fatal. No one in the Blood Demon clan would dare to say that Su Qi can be cured, so there's nothing wrong with him trying to cure it. The assistant said that Jia Zhenyi is a level 5 pharmacist and a doctor with the best medical skills. He is not a rogue at all. Master Ye objected that martial skills and medical practice are different things. Even if Chen Zhao practiced very hard, he still wouldn't be able to understand a medicine. Ye Aotan said that Chen Zhao is worried about Su Qi's condition, but the OR should not devalue the doctor's efforts. Dr. Jia is a very experienced doctor. He has been working hard all the time. His medical skills are well known. Everyone around him praises him. The doctor added that he had studied medicine since he was 5 years old and learned from the medical genius Jimin. And a great many people have been saved by him. The doctor demanded an explanation from Chen Zhao as to why he was calling him a fraud. Chen Zhao remembered that he was a good friend of Jimin's, and they had often discussed medical methods, and the doctor had told the young man about his method of acupuncture. The doctor confirmed that his medical technique came from Yao Wang Qiming, and in the Blood Demon Alliance, he was the best doctor. Chen Zhao said that Jimin would be upset if he knew about this doctor's treatment methods. He shouldn't be proud of himself. Chen Zhao said that he had no free time, and if this doctor couldn't cure the young man, then Chen Zhao would take up the matter himself. Master Yi said that heartbreak is very serious. Any mistake could be fatal. Chen Zhao said that he has medical skills. Yi Yaotang may not be worried. This doctor can't cure Su Qi, so why doesn't he give it a try? Master Yi said it makes sense. Then let him try it. The doctor said that he wouldn't stop Chen Zhao either. The doctor thought that if Chen Zhao failed, he would have to become his subordinate on the goal and help grind the medicine. This would be the punishment for the insult. Chen Zhao asked, What would happen if he cured Suchi? The doctor said that he would then worship Chen Zhao as a teacher and take 3 blows in front of everyone. Chen Zhao accepted these conditions. Everyone noticed that Chen Zhao dared to make a bet with the doctor. Who's going to win? Master Ye wondered if Chen Zhao would be able to surprise him this time. Chen Zhao knew that the damage to the heart and veins could be cured by Jimin's acupuncture technique. Zhao Chen shouted out, "Acupuncture technique!" and thrust the needles into Suki's body. Suki began to come to his senses. The doctor watching thought how this was possible. It was an excellent technique. The doctor knew the technique had been lost for thousands of years. How could this child get it right? Master Ye said that Chen Zhao's medical techniques are pretty good. The doctor said that the acupuncture technique is pretty mediocre. There's nothing wrong with it. Chen Zhao muttered, "Acupuncture, Lord." Then he added, "Master's finger," and stuck his finger into Suki's body. Chen Zhao treated the young man and repeated, "Tianling shui, shuang shui, lian kik shui." The doctor cried out, "How is this possible? This is a finger acupuncture technique modeled after the Lord's needle. The Lord's finger is the essence of Jimin's acupuncture. How does the young man know this?" Chen Zhao announced the final step, 10 needles in 1. Yi Chenja swung his hand dramatically. Suki's heart hammered with renewed vigor. The doctor saw Chen Zhao create a needle out of thin air. The doctor recognized that he couldn't master such a technique. Chen Zhao exhaled and said that everything was ready, and added that Suki shouldn't have any more injuries. Ye Aotan wondered why the young man hadn't woken up yet back then. Everyone noticed that Suki didn't even move. So Chen Zhao is just showing off. The acupuncture technique looks great, but it can be completely useless. Suki suddenly coughed up blood. Master Ye asked, "Why is Suchi coughing up blood?" The doctor didn't believe it and rushed to the patient. Everyone thought that Chen Zhao had done something wrong. "That's why there was blood," the doctor said. Everyone shut up and started to check the patient's pulse. The doctor said that what Suki spat out now was stasis due to the damage to the heart vein. Everyone said that Chen Zhao healed Suchi. Chen Zhao's medical skills were better than Dr. Jia's, so the doctor lost the bet. Master Ye questioned the doctor. "Is it true that Suki is already healthy?" Chen Zhao waited to see what the old man would tell him. Ye Aotan told the doctor that he would make a deal with Qin Zhao about his bet. The doctor kneeled in front of Zhao Chen and said that he was expressing his respects to the teacher. The doctor added that he had studied medicine for decades, and today, he realized that his knowledge was superficial. Dr. Jia asked Chen Zhao to accept him as his disciple. Everyone was shocked that the doctor actually bowed to Chen Zhao. It must have been a dream. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Look for more interesting videos on the Casper Tales channel.